joyful education is not advisable. Learning is inevitably tedious. They will thank their present selves for their efforts in the future. We must implement morning and evening study sessions for students in grades 3 to 6, supervising their daily practice of spell recitation and the memorization of magical theory. Even wizards must ensure they possess adequate physical fitness. Thus, we should introduce physical exercises after the second class each morning. The school's annual Quidditch competition is rather monotonous. We ought to establish an athletics meet once a year. Blah, blah, blah. The spiritual leader of the new era of wizards, advocate for professional wizards, founder of the Wizarding Federation, pioneer of magical civilization, reformer, destroyer of nations, harbinger of doom, royal blood of the Dark Lord, and the inaugural president of the reformed Hogwarts Student Council. Lynn Belloc earnestly counseled Dumbledore. Chapter 1. The girl next door is named Hermione. Lynn was watering his garden when the bouncy little girl from next door passed by with her backpack. Hey! Lynn looked up to see the girl calling him from his gate, so he set down the watering can and approached her. That's rather impolite if you do not know my name. You could say excuse me instead of hey. The girl pouted, seemingly unconvinced by Lynn's words, as she appeared to be of similar age. However, she did not delve further into the matter. Instead, she peered cautiously into her yard and carefully pulled out a package of dried fish from her backpack. She pressed her lips together and offered the dried fish to Lynn. Lynn did not immediately reach out to take it. Rather, he raised an eyebrow and said, "What? Do you intend to bribe me with this package of dried fish to play with you? If that is the case, you've made a mistake. I prefer sweets, like candies, rather than salted fish." The girl kicked the fence of Lynn's yard and made a face at him. "I don't want you to play with me. This package of fish isn't for you. It's for the stray cats that wander around here every day, and why Mom forbids me from feeding them, saying they carry viruses and bacteria. But I actually want to have a cat. My dad said if I can maintain my current grades, he'll buy me a clean cat when I'm a bit older. Yet those stray cats are so pitiful. Despite being cats like any others, they have to scavenge every day with empty stomachs. That's not fair. Yesterday, I saw you feeding them some broken cookies, so today I used my pocket money to buy some dried fish, hoping you could take care of them for me." What a remarkable sense of compassion. Lynn silently marveled. It was evident that the girl was quite chatty. Once she started speaking, she couldn't stop, although she had initially come off as a bit haughty. Mistakenly interpreting the girl's intentions, Lynn did not feel awkward after all. He had a thick skin. He accepted the package of dried fish from her hand. "All right, I happen to have nothing much to do each day, so I can help you take care of them." After speaking, he casually plucked a lily from his garden and handed it to the girl. "Consider this a token of gratitude from them," he said. The girl, undaunted, gracefully accepted the lily from Lynn's hand, smiling brightly as she introduced herself. "My name is Hermione Granger. And you?" "Lynn Belloc. I've just moved here not long ago, and it's a pleasure to meet you." Lynn felt that the girl's name was somewhat familiar, but he didn't dwell on it. After exchanging names, their relationship naturally grew closer. Hermione leaned against the fence of Lynn's yard, gently tiptoeing to peer into his house. "Are you living here alone?" Lynn removed his gloves, feeling quite chatty with Hermione. He had only recently relocated to London, and with summer break approaching, he hadn't attended school yet, leaving him with plenty of free time. "Yes, for now it's just me here." Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. "What about your parents? Do they really allow you to stay here by yourself?" However, Hermione quickly apologized with a sorrowful expression. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry." Lynn waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. That's a story from my childhood, and honestly, I'm doing quite well now." "And you?" Lynn shifted the topic, subtly inquiring about his new neighbor's background. "What do your parents do?" Hermione grinned, displaying her bright white teeth. "My mom and dad are both dentists. If you ever have a toothache, you can go see them." Dentists, indeed, hold a prestigious position in the UK, symbolizing a solid middle-class status. Moreover, the British place great importance on oral health, and skilled dentists tend to have extensive networks. This neighbor might be worth cultivating a friendship with. While still young, Lynn thought it wise to charm her and strengthen their rapport, knowing it could be beneficial in the future. Thus, he beamed a radiant smile and extended an invitation. "Would you like to come over for a bit? I made some mung bean soup for lunch. It's refreshing and thirst-quenching in the summer." Hermione appeared momentarily tempted, but after glancing back at her home, she ultimately shook her head. "Perhaps another time." Lynn did not press further. "They'll take good care of those stray cats." Hermione perceived her new neighbor as a wonderful person and looked forward to having a new friend. "Goodbye, Lynn." To Lynn, Hermione's arrival was merely a brief interlude. He donned his gloves once more, humming a tune as he continued to tend to the blooming flowers in his garden. Lynn was a traveler of worlds. In his previous life, he had been a dedicated teacher, having just begun his career for less than 2 years, only to meet an untimely demise after accidentally falling into a river. While riding an electric bike, unable to swim, when he regained consciousness, he found himself in an orphanage in England, known as Starting Point, having just lost his parents. Whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune remained uncertain. Fortunately, the good news is that his long-deceased parents, whom he had never met, left him a substantial inheritance that he would inherit upon reaching adulthood. Once he found a wife, he could then embark on a life of unabashed joy. However, the welfare institutions of capitalism are not merely engaged in altruism, they are rife with sordid affairs, compounded by a group of troubled youths who, while pitiable, are undeniably difficult to manage. Although his current life has settled into a temporary stability, Lynn has yet to devise a plan for the future and has no intention of doing so. Plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. There is ample time ahead, and the more plans he concocts now, the more he will regret the time wasted in the future. Since fate has bestowed upon him a rebirth in the latter half of the 20th century in England, he should firmly establish himself in this country before contemplating further endeavors. Thus, the 11-year-old Lynn, harboring the soul of a 25-year-old, lives a life akin to that of a 7-year-old. He finds himself in a predicament, yet the entertainment options in this era are exceedingly scant. Apart from tending to flowers, weeding, and feeding cats, he is at a loss for what to pursue. After tidying up the garden, Lynn set down his tools, removed his gloves, and stretched lazily towards the setting sun. The air in London is notoriously poor despite efforts to improve it. The sky often remains overcast. Squinting his eyes, Lynn faintly discerned a small black approaching him from the horizon. As the dot drew nearer, he realized it was an owl. This species is not uncommon in Britain, so Lynn paid it little mind. Instead, recalling the fish jerky sent by a girl named Hermione, he locked the garden gate, intending to go feed the cats. Unbeknownst to him, the owl that had flown overhead had dropped a thick letter at the very spot where he had been standing moments before, tilting its head in curiosity as it watched his departing figure from atop his roof. Chapter 2. Why does your cat refuse to eat the dried fish? Not far from Lynn's residence, there lay a narrow alleyway. On the very first day of his arrival, while taking out the trash, he stumbled upon a gathering of stray cats. Out of a desire to occupy himself and a tinge of sympathy for the animals, Lynn began to bring them small treats every few days, and regardless of Hermione's opinions, he continued to do so. As he retrieved a packet of dried fish, Lynn tore it into strips and scattered them before the wild cats, ensuring there would be no squabbling among them. The cats, both large and small, feasted joyfully. After observing them for a while, Lynn himself felt a pang of desire and pulled a piece of fish from the bag, intending to sample its flavor. However, at that moment, he sensed something lurking in the shadows, as if a pair of eyes were fixated upon him. The sun had completely dipped below the horizon, the night sky devoid of stars, and the moon's glow was dim. The towering walls of the alley obscured the light from the street lamps, sending a shiver down Lynn's spine. Summoning his courage, he stepped into the shadows, still clutching the piece of fish. The creature watching him was, surprisingly, another cat, a striking tabby. It bore no resemblance to a stray. Its fur was clean and well-groomed, with a ring of markings around its eyes resembling spectacles. Its limbs stood straight, exuding an air of authority, despite being merely a feline. The tabby gazed up at Lynn, anthropomorphically nodding, as if preparing to make a significant move. Yet, in the next instant, its body froze. Why do you not partake in the dried fish? Are you afraid of those wild cats? That simply won't do. As a cat, you must behave like one, Lynn remarked, stroking the tabby's head and playfully pinching its ears. The tabby seemed utterly unprepared for such an encounter, rendered speechless. Lynn found the cat rather amusing and waved the dried fish enticingly before its eyes. Would you like to taste the dried fish? It's delicious. Suddenly, a peculiar transformation occurred. In the blink of an eye, an elderly lady appeared before him, adorned with a pointed hat, her face framed by striking square spectacles, and her attire rather eccentric. Meow? Meow? What on earth? Lynn exclaimed, startled by the abrupt change, instinctively reverting to his native tongue. He fell backward onto the ground, hands bracing against the earth, retreating in terror. The elderly witch stood upright, her expression somewhat dark, though not overtly so in the dim light. Lynn Belloc, there is no need for such alarm. Professor McGonagall, having transformed from cat to human, cleared her throat. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You may call me Professor McGonagall. Lynn appeared utterly stunned, his back pressed against the wall, with nowhere left to retreat. His eyes were wide, mouth agape, as he stared blankly at Professor McGonagall, still reeling from the shock of her transformation, unable to utter a single word. The stray cats in the alley had long been frightened away by the recent commotion. The night was eerily quiet. Professor McGonagall gazed at the astonished Lynn, her irritation dissipating as she attempted to transform her usually stern countenance into a warm smile. Are you not going to invite me into your home for a visit? At Lynn's residence, Professor McGonagall settled onto the sofa while Lynn diligently served her water and tea. His prior stupor was not born of fear, but rather astonishment. Admittedly, after the initial shock, he was indeed scared, for it seemed he had just petted the head of the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, the esteemed lioness of Gryffindor. Known for her strict demeanor, he had even pressed her on why she did not consume the dried fish. Lynn felt as though he could perish from embarrassment. The awkwardness so intense, he could almost conjure a castle from his toes. Thus, he endeavored to alleviate his discomfort with fervent hospitality. "Professor, please have some water. Hot water is very beneficial for your health. These are some cherished snacks of mine. You must try them. Wait, I almost forgot. Don't drink the water just yet. I have some mung bean soup simmering that is quite refreshing." As Professor McGonagall lifted her teacup, she had to set it down with a sigh of exasperation. "Mr. Belloc, could you kindly sit quietly and allow me to speak?" Lynn forced an awkward smile, rubbing his hands together as he obediently took a seat on the sofa. Noticing he had finally quieted, Professor McGonagall proceeded to articulate her purpose for visiting. "As you can see, Mr. Belloc, I am a witch from the only and finest magical institution in Britain, Hogwarts. Before my arrival, an owl should have delivered a letter to you." Professor McGonagall nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it was meant to reach you, though I am unsure what mishap befell that owl. Nevertheless, that is of little consequence. What is significant is the acceptance letter contained within." At that moment, Lynn opened the envelope and beheld the acceptance letter embossed with the Hogwarts crest, signed by Professor McGonagall herself. Simultaneously, a dispassionate voice resonated within his mind. "Host detected as accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. System activation conditions met." A peculiar expression crossed Lynn's face. The surprises of the day had been overwhelming. Having dwelled in this world for over a decade, he had never anticipated the existence of a system within him. However, given the bizarre occurrence of traversing into a magical realm, the emergence of a system seemed trivial. Having encountered so many strange occurrences, Lynn had begun to feel numb. He feared that if this continued, he might morph into something utterly peculiar. Professor McGonagall, oblivious to Lynn's internal struggle, considered his reaction entirely normal. After all, for a muggle, being accepted into a magical academy was indeed astounding. "Mr. Belloc, I believe you now comprehend the situation. Are you willing to attend Hogwarts for a 7-year course of magical studies?" Although the question offered no option for refusal, Professor McGonagall earnestly inquired of Lynn. The system in my mind uttered a single phrase before falling silent, and Lynn chose to disregard it, focusing instead on dealing with Professor McGonagall. Unsurprisingly, Lynn was more than willing to embrace the opportunity to learn magic, a pursuit coveted by countless souls. "I am most eager." "Professor McGonagall." A faint smile graced McGonagall's face, but soon she surveyed the surroundings as if she had unearthed something of consequence, her brow furrowing as she inquired, "What of your family? They must be informed of this matter." Lynn shrugged. "I am an orphan. My parents passed away when I was very young. My guardian is my adoptive father." McGonagall's expression turned somber. "I apologize for bringing up such sorrowful matters, child, but we must secure your guardian's consent." Unperturbed, Lynn replied cheerfully, "It's quite all right, Professor. He should not be in London at the moment, but we can reach him by phone." Lynn picked up the receiver from the coffee table, glancing at McGonagall for confirmation. Though her understanding of Muggle devices was limited, it was evident she comprehended the purpose of a telephone, as the entrance to the Ministry of Magic was, after all, a phone booth. She nodded in acquiescence, and Lynn proceeded to dial the number. A steady male voice answered on the other end. "What is it?" "I will be attending a magical school in 2 months for about 7 years. The professor is sitting beside me now, and you need to be informed of my enrollment." Lynn wasted no time, being direct and forthright. There was a brief silence on the line. "Very well, I understand. Your consent is required." "I consent." "All right, it's settled then." Indeed, the call ended swiftly, lasting no more than 30 seconds. This time, it was Professor McGonagall who was left speechless. Having been in her role for quite some time, she had visited the homes of numerous Muggle students. Yet she had never encountered a parent so readily accepting of the magical world and so willing to entrust their child to it. Lynn, however, felt no surprise. After all, he had meticulously chosen his adoptive father, and a certain understanding existed between them. Chapter 3. Professor McGonagall, please intensify your efforts. Lynn raised his hands in resignation, gazing at her with a hint of exasperation. "But the outcome remains unchanged. You may not fully grasp my circumstances, so I shall be candid. My life in the orphanage was far from pleasant. Consequently, my current adoptive father is someone I engaged at my own expense. He legally became my guardian, granting me ample freedom until I reach adulthood, and he pledged to fully comply with my decisions, provided he signs where necessary. In return, I must ensure that once I am entitled to inherit my parents' estate, I shall compensate him appropriately. In essence, our adoption is purely a transaction of financial nature." Lynn spoke the truth, though the process was far from simplistic. After all, a mere child negotiating with an adult involved complexities beyond monetary exchange. As she listened to Lynn's account, McGonagall's expression gradually softened. She is not truly heartless. Rather, she possesses a cold demeanor with a warm heart, a trait common among felines. Poor child, Your circumstances are indeed rather unique. Professor McGonagall envisioned the young Lynn navigating through the treacherous and dark world of adults, ultimately resorting to the frigid transactions of money to secure her freedom. The hardships and challenges she faced were too daunting for her to contemplate deeply. After a brief moment of reflection, she continued, "Before you embark on your journey to Hogwarts, you must first visit Diagon Alley to procure your necessary supplies and textbooks. While it may not be as perilous as Knockturn Alley, I believe it would be prudent to have an adult accompany you." "Of course, Professor," Lynn replied, having no objections. Although he could likely manage the trip to Diagon Alley alone, having someone familiar with the magical world would undoubtedly be advantageous. Furthermore, the professors at Hogwarts are an exceptional group of educators. Even Snape, despite his character flaws, is not devoid of merit. Getting acquainted with them in advance could prove beneficial. Having conveyed her thoughts, Professor McGonagall did not linger. She had another Muggle student to guide through the enrollment process. Before her departure, she bestowed upon Lynn a rare smile. "It is evident, Belloc, that you are a child of noble character, cleverness, and bravery. Hogwarts eagerly anticipates your arrival." Lynn, feeling bashful, ran his fingers through his hair, preparing to express his humility when suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "You have received the sincere praise of Professor Minerva McGonagall, Transfiguration Talent 1, Transfiguration Effect 1. Concurrently, Lynn sensed a peculiar change within himself, though he could not quite articulate its nature. However, he was certain it was a positive transformation. His expression shifted, and with eager eyes, he gazed at Professor McGonagall, who was preparing to disapparate. "Until we meet again at Hogwarts." "Wait, Professor. Please, do praise me once more." Professor McGonagall halted, her hand poised to wave her wand, astonished by his request. While Westerners are known for their expressiveness, such unabashedness was unexpected. She regarded Lynn with a peculiar gaze, as if attempting to discern the thickness of his skin, questioning the audacity of his plea. "Professor, you know I am an orphan," Lynn implored, his eyes wide with earnestness as he endeavored to showcase his acting skills. "I have lived under commands and scrutiny since childhood. Even my adoptive father, who took me in, is merely interested in my parents' inheritance. I have never heard words of praise directed towards me before, and your compliment nearly brought me to tears." As he spoke, he began to sniffle softly, appearing genuinely moved. "Perhaps my request is somewhat unreasonable, but I kindly ask you to bestow upon me another compliment." Having lived a long life, Professor McGonagall was not easily deceived. She scrutinized Lynn, sensing something amiss in his overly dramatic performance. Realizing her initial response had not yielded the desired effect, Lynn resolved to intensify his efforts. He wiped the corner of his eye, managing to squeeze out a single tear, and sighed. "Very well, Professor, I have indeed been presumptuous. It appears that I possess no merits or strengths, not even the qualification to receive praise from my elders." Coughing slightly, Lynn's words made Professor McGonagall feel somewhat guilty, for he was merely an 11-year-old child, at an age where affirmation from others was crucial. "Do not belittle yourself, Belloc. Their acquaintance had been too brief, aside from the spontaneous words he had just uttered. Professor McGonagall could hardly think of any commendatory phrases. Lynn had to hint at it indirectly. "Look at my appearance, it's not too shabby. And I even managed to find a guardian for myself. How filial." After a long pause, Professor McGonagall finally managed to utter, "You are a good child." In the next moment, a voice echoed in Lynn's mind. "You have received the reluctant good person card from Professor Minerva McGonagall. Nothing has occurred." The next second, Lynn, who had been exuberant just a moment ago, turned pale. "I've sacrificed my dignity for this." Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, who had spoken insincerely, felt an unease wash over her. "It is getting late, Mr. Belloc. I must take my leave." "Safe travels, Professor," he replied. After Professor McGonagall departed, Lynn summoned the system in his mind and examined his current attributes panel. Name, Lynn Belloc. Title, None. Mana Index, 2. Free points, 0. Magical talent, Transfiguration 3. Charms 2. Offensive and defensive spells 2. Dark arts 5. Potions 2. Alchemy 2. Herbology 2. Ancient runes 2. Divination 0. Main quest, Proceed to Hogwarts. Reward, Mental closure. Timed quests, 1. Acquire a wand. Reward, Mana Index 1. Countdown, 30 days. 2. Successfully cast the first spell. Reward, Free point 1. Countdown, 40 days. Note, failure in timed quests incurs no penalties. Lynn studied his attributes panel for quite a while, neglecting dinner, and began to discern some insights. Aside from Transfiguration, Divination, and Dark Arts, his other magical talents were all rated at 2, with the maximum being 10, indicating that 2 was likely the standard level of talent for an average wizard. The reason Transfiguration was rated 3 was due to Professor McGonagall's recent commendation, which had granted him an additional point. He could understand the 0 rating in Divination, as this mysterious ability was purely a matter of innate talent. Either one has it or one does not, with little room for development. What puzzled him most was the dark arts talent. Starting with a score of 5 was rather perplexing. Was it to imply that he was destined to be a villain? Lynn's expression darkened, feeling as though his virtuous character was under scrutiny. As for the main and timed quests listed below, there was little more to say. The journey to Hogwarts seemed almost a foregone conclusion, and the mental closure spell he so desperately needed was akin to a gift. The subsequent 2 time-limited tasks posed no challenge. However, he remained oblivious to when Professor McGonagall would arrive to escort him to Diagon Alley. Should the designated time for the task draw near without the professor's appearance, Lynn would venture out to seek her, despite his unfamiliarity with the general location of the Leaky Cauldron. Chapter 4. The Despicable Kidnapper. Even with the system in place and the knowledge that he was soon to embark on his magical education at Hogwarts, Lynn's life had undergone little transformation. 3 consecutive weeks passed. On one particular day, Hermione invited Lynn to join her in feeding stray cats. Is there truly a cat in this world that lacks interest in dried fish? After a while, Lynn grew weary of moving, opting instead to supervise as he watched Hermione enthusiastically offer the fish to the cats, while simultaneously battling the urge to pet them, hesitating to act. He was now fully aware that the young girl before him was none other than Hermione Granger, a member of the fabled trio of saviors. Sometimes, one cannot help but marvel at the wonders of the world. Perhaps there are indeed such cats. For instance, a cat that dines daily on gourmet cat food might lose its interest in dried fish. Lynn's thoughts wandered to whether Professor McGonagall indulged in gourmet cat food at Hogwarts. Could it be possible for a cat to transform into a beautiful maiden as a form of gratitude? As for an older cat girl, it seems more fitting to wait for Lynn to repay her for her teachings. However, the notion of a younger cat girl is not entirely implausible, as there are no rules dictating that every animagus must differ. As their friendship deepened, their conversations became increasingly casual. For Lynn, who found himself starved for entertainment, engaging daily with this lively and somewhat proud girl provided nearly 80% of the joy within his otherwise mundane days. He gazed up at the overcast London sky, where a few white doves fluttered by. Suddenly, he recalled that young wizards often experienced magical surges before commencing their studies at Hogwarts and mastering their magical abilities. For example, it was through such a surge that he had discovered his now calm and steady guardian. As Hermione approached the age of 10, it was likely she would receive her acceptance letter to Hogwarts the following year, implying that she must have experienced at least one magical surge herself. Thus, he looked at Hermione with a mischievous smile. That may not be the case, Hermione. Do you believe in superpowers? He understood the necessity of discretion regarding magical matters, even if he was certain she would eventually become a young witch. However, while magic must remain a secret, superpowers could be discussed. The little girl, evidently lacking guile, stiffened at Lynn's question, her gaze darting around as she replied, "Surely not. We are already big kids. How could we still believe in such things?" Ding. Performance level 10. Activated. Lynn adopted a grave expression, reminiscent of a correspondent announcing the Pearl Harbor attack to the White House. Do not conceal the truth from me, Hermione. You have awakened a superpower, have you not? Suddenly, Hermione appeared as flustered as a wife caught by her husband in the presence of another man. Gazing at Lynn with uncertainty, stammering her admission. How did you know? Those endowed with extraordinary abilities can sense one another. I realized your uniqueness the moment I laid eyes upon you, Lynn replied, rising to his feet, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a reclusive sage. Then why didn't I sense you? Hermione, not one to be easily deceived, detected the inconsistency. Coughing awkwardly, Lynn, caught off guard by her skepticism, quickly conjured an explanation. Perhaps your powers are too weak. My ability allows me to eliminate anyone named Zhang-san. Could your power perhaps alter someone's name to Zhang-san? Hermione's attention shifted, intrigued by Lynn's nonsensical diversion. My ability is not that formidable, she confessed, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. I'm unsure of its exact nature. Once, in a fit of extreme anger, I made the glass in my room vanish. My parents didn't believe I was responsible. Thus, your unstable and feeble powers may be the reason you couldn't perceive me, Lynn remarked, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, reminiscent of a melancholic poet. But this is a blessing in disguise. It means they cannot find you. Who are they? Hermione had unwittingly stepped into a trap. They are a nefarious organization, Lynn stated with gravity, dedicated to locating individuals like us with extraordinary abilities, coercing and enticing them to serve their nefarious ends. They found me not long ago. Hermione was taken aback, astonished by his words. Then what about you, Lynn? Lynn sighed, a shadow of worry crossing his face. While I possess the ability to eliminate anyone named Zhang-san, they are not named Zhang-san, leaving me no choice but to join them. However, I have sworn an oath to never misuse my powers for unjust slaughter, so rest assured, I will not become one of the villains. Hermione clasped her small hands together before her, gazing at him with admiration, moved by her friend's nobility. I argued my case. compelling the wicked organization to grant me 2 months off each summer. In 2 months, I will be taken to their headquarters for related research. Fear not, Hermione. I shall do my utmost to conceal your existence within the organization, allowing you to continue your peaceful and joyful life, Lynn assured, almost convincing himself. The young girl, deeply touched, felt an overwhelming urge to elope with him, escaping to the ends of the earth, far from worldly strife. You are so kind, Lynn. But will you be in danger there? Shouldn't we escape? She proposed. I've secretly saved some pocket money, around £9.15. Lynn, with a noble demeanor, interrupted Hermione's thoughts. There's no need for thanks, Hermione. After all, we are friends. And let us not speak of escape. Not only is their power too immense for us to elude, but what of your parents? Have you considered how they would fare? Do not worry, Lynn continued, perceiving that he might frighten her further. As Hermione wiped her tears, she anxiously inquired, but what about? However, after I depart, there will be no one to care for the home. Lynn, with his ulterior motives finally unveiled, revealed his insidious intentions. My flowers, along with the windows and floors, will accumulate dust. Just the thought of it is disheartening. Hermione has been thoroughly deceived. Lynn, if you trust me, you may entrust your garden to me. After your departure, I shall ensure its care and promise to clean your home weekly. Of course, I trust you. After all, we are friends. With his scheme succeeding, Lynn's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. Yes, we are friends. You have gained the trust of Hermione Granger, Small, earning the title, Devious Kidnapper. Title, Devious Kidnapper. Effect. 1. There is a 50% chance to make children under 16 absolutely believe your words. 2. The favorability of parents of children under 16 towards you is halved. 3. When the lie is exposed, you will be attacked 100% of the time. Note 1. The title effect only takes effect while worn. Note 2. When Effect 1 is successfully activated, even if the title is removed, Effect 3 will still apply. Remark. You asked me what the consequences of abducting minors are? Huh, just 3 dead at most. Chapter 5, The Old Fox. Abduction. You say? It was a benevolent lie? Do you understand benevolence? Upon returning home, Lynn lamented deeply, vehemently criticizing his system. He vowed never to bear such a disgraceful title. Putting thoughts of the system aside, Lynn prepared dinner while contemplating a visit to central London the following day. With fewer than 10 days remaining before the deadline for the time-limited task, he had yet to receive news from the professor McGonagall mentioned would be coming. Lynn certainly did not intend to miss out on the task's rewards, so he could no longer wait. Just as he was washing the tomatoes, lost in thought, an unusual sound suddenly emanated from the living room window. Upon hearing the noise, Lynn turned to look outside and discovered an owl gazing at him through the glass. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. Having just told a benevolent lie, the owl from Hogwarts arrived that very evening. Lynn opened the window for the owl, receiving a thin envelope from it, then offered some breadcrumbs and a bowl of water to welcome this far-traveling guest. Dinner forgotten, Lynn sat on the sofa and opened the envelope, which contained only a single sheet of paper. Dear Mr. Belloc, Professor Adrian Fox of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class will visit on the morning of July 3rd at 9 o'clock. Sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. The Professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class? Lynn pondered, tilting his head as he held the letter. It is said that the position of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts is cursed by Voldemort. Whether the rumors are true, Lynn remained unaware. However, it is indeed a fact that each year, something unfortunate befalls the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, resulting in an annual change. This year is 1990, just 1 year before the story of Harry Potter's enrollment begins. The Professor, Fox, sharing a surname with Dumbledore's pet Phoenix, is a character not present in the original text. His temperament and character remain a mystery to Lynn, causing him some distress. Who could have predicted the chaos that would arise with this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor? It is well known that Dumbledore's judgment in selecting professors for this subject has been rather unreliable. What if Professor Fox is a dark wizard? It would be preferable to have Snape, with his perpetually disheveled appearance, instead. How infuriating. Was it not said that good deeds are rewarded? As Lynn furrowed his brow in worry, the owl delivering the letter, having feasted to its content, circled the living room in a display of gratitude for Lynn's hospitality. Before soaring gracefully into the night sky, with no leads to pursue, Lynn decided to relinquish his worries. After all, Professor McGonagall's decision to involve him in a trip to Diagon Alley indicated her trust in his character. As a responsible headmaster, it was unlikely she would place her faith in someone who would cause trouble. He resolved to face the challenges of tomorrow when they arose, focusing instead on preparing dinner for the evening. The following morning, after completing his daily run and enjoying breakfast, Lynn set out an assortment of refreshments, awaiting Professor Fox's arrival. However, as he waited, the clock approached 10, and the professor had yet to appear. Just as Lynn began to feel impatient, convinced he had been stood up, a tremendous noise erupted from his backyard. Through the window, he witnessed a scene reminiscent of a plane crash. As large clumps of damp earth mixed with turf flew through the air, Lynn's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurried from the living room to the backyard, only to find utter chaos. A silver-haired, lanky old man lay sprawled on the ground in a rather undignified manner. The sight that pained Lynn most was the extensive damage to his lawn. He had yet to inherit his fortune, and his monthly expenses were strictly limited. He could not afford to replace such a large area of turf. Just as Lynn wallowed in sorrow over his financial plight, the culprit, the silver-haired gentleman, shakily rose from the ground. He wore a long coat lined with white, and had even donned a tie, a few specks of dirt and grass rendering him slightly disheveled. Yet he could not mask the air of distinction that surrounded him. "Is this Lynn Belloc?" the old man inquired, brushing dirt from his glasses. Yes, that's me," Lynn replied. "Good, then I have not taken a wrong turn. I am your defense against the dark arts professor, Adrian Fox. You may call me Professor Fox." Before Lynn could utter a word, the professor seized his arm and pulled him into the living room. "Now, hold on, young man, let me speak first," Professor Fox exclaimed, his breath heavy and voice urgent, interrupting Lynn as they entered the house. "I am currently experiencing some health issues, and I require your assistance in preparing a few essentials. This is of utmost importance, do you understand?" Although unaware of the specifics, Lynn could discern that the complexion of the defense against the dark arts professor was unhealthily pale. Understood. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Lynn refrained from further conversation. Upon entering the living room, Professor Fox began to extract various items from the pockets of his trench coat. Much like the infinite dimensions of a certain robotic cat's pocket, the space within seemed boundless. Soon, a chaotic assortment of items amassed beside Professor Fox. A cauldron, an alcohol stove, tubers, fats, and powders. "I need liquor. Neither spirits nor wine will suffice. It must be fermented barley." It was not long before Professor Fox realized he was missing something crucial. He glanced at Lynn with an urgent intensity, as if time were of the essence. Lynn, momentarily bewildered, quickly shook his head. "I don't have beer at home, but there's a convenience store 200 meters to the east. I can go buy some." Professor Fox appeared to be in dire straits. His gaze towards Lynn filled with gratitude. "I beg of you, Belloc." Lynn swiftly donned his coat and dashed out the door, his destination clear, the convenience store. In the astonished gaze of the store clerk, he seized a pack of canned beer, tossed money onto the counter without waiting for change, and hurried back home. The professor's demeanor suggested he was preparing a potion, yet what potion would require beer as an ingredient? Moreover, the professor seemed overly frantic. He did not appear to be fleeing from danger. If he were aware of a remedy for his ailment, it would imply this was not his first episode. Thus, a readily available emergency potion should have been on hand, making it improbable he could concoct one on the spot. As soon as Lynn opened the living room door, he was greeted by an enticing aroma. The sight before him left him utterly astonished. On the cutting board, 2 knives moved rapidly up and down, seemingly of their own volition, slicing fresh potatoes and lettuce into neat, thin pieces, each piece leaping into a bowl as if it had sprouted legs. The man who claimed to be Professor Fox sat in the center of the living room, wielding a pair of chopsticks that had emerged from the kitchen, swiftly adding lamb to the bubbling cauldron. The alcohol stove blazed brightly, the crimson broth shimmering with a glossy sheen of oil, while Professor Fox grinned at Lynn, who stood dumbfounded with the beer in hand, resembling a sly old fox that had pilfered a chicken. Chapter 6. The Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts faces a grave crisis. Lynn suppressed the urge to hurl the beer at the old man's head, containing his irritation as he pulled up a small stool to sit opposite him. Professor Fox seemed utterly oblivious to Lynn's resentment, eagerly snatching the beer from his hands. "A German dark beer," he remarked, smacking his lips. "Not quite to my taste, but I can tolerate it." He tore open the beer pack, casually tossing a can to Lynn. Lynn caught the beer, rolling his eyes. "I'm still a minor. I cannot drink alcohol." Though he said otherwise, he still pulled the tab, and today's events were rather unfortunate. Professor Fox observed Lynn's insincere gestures and chuckled heartily. His laughter bore a striking resemblance to Lynn's, as both men involuntarily squinted their eyes in mirth. Despite his age, the persistent squinting had resulted in numerous crow's feet. How amusing. Lynn too took a pair of chopsticks, dipped them into the broth simmering in the cauldron, and tasted it. The flavor was distinctly familiar. After a hearty gulp of beer, Professor Fox proclaimed with pride, "Those 5-star hotels merely deceive naive foreigners. The true essence of Eastern cuisine is concealed in the alleyways, and they cannot fool me. You provide the German beer, and I shall offer the Chinese delicacies, an undeniable bargain. Is it not merely hot pot?" As if no one has ever tasted it before. Despite the compensation of hot pot, Lynn remained irked, casting a disapproving glance at Professor Fox's oddly pale visage. "With your poor health, indulging in spicy food and beer might lead to unfortunate consequences. You ought to be cautious." Professor Fox waved dismissively. "Do not concern yourself. I merely have a slight fear of heights. Besides, did I not request your assistance in procuring medication?" He raised his beer in a jovial toast. "This is the remedy for all ailments." Lynn regarded him with skepticism, suspecting this dubious professor was attempting to deceive him. Can a wizard truly suffer from acrophobia? Certainly, Professor Fox replied, eagerly picking up a piece of tender lamb and deftly placing it in his mouth, showcasing his well-honed chopstick skills, evidence of ample culinary experiences during his travels in China. Wizards are human too. Illness affects us all. Wipe away that frown, Belloc. Do you have any idea the hardships I endured to reach your abode? Having never been here before, I lacked the ability to apparate. I was forced to venture to the leaky cauldron, devoid of a single muggle coin. The exchange with those goblins at Gringotts would have been too disadvantageous, and I was unable to utilize muggle transportation. Thus, I resorted to flying here on a broomstick. Alas, my fear of heights severely hindered my control over that wretched broom, and after approximately 10 minutes of flight, I could no longer endure it and plummeted from the sky. Thankfully, I still reached my destination. After sipping his beer, Professor Fox began to unburden himself to Lynn. Hearing his tale, Lynn found his irritation dissipating. After all, the professor had traveled a considerable distance merely to familiarize an 11-year-old with the magical realm. What was a meal and a drink in return for such kindness? With that realization, Lynn also relished the hot pot, sipping beer and engaging in light conversation with Professor Fox. I hear you teach the defense against the dark arts class? Indeed, Professor Fox affirmed, shaking his beer can. Initially, I applied for the position of Ancient Runes professor. Were it not for the significant favor I owe Dumbledore, I would not have accepted this perilous role. Now, I can only hope to survive this year. Why is it dangerous to be the defense against the dark arts professor? Lynn feigned ignorance, though he was well aware of the risks. Dangerous? Professor Fox chuckled lightly, downing half a can of beer before gazing at Lynn. Do you have any idea how many defense against the dark arts professors Hogwarts has had since 1956? Lynn shook his head in bemusement. Among the 21 individuals, 12 had not held the position of professor for over a decade. Can you guess how many of these 21 met with an untimely demise during their tenure? 10. Lynn tentatively suggested a compromise figure. Try again. 13. The answer is 14, yielding a mortality rate exceeding 60%. Of those who survived, 1 remains bedridden for life, while 2 are permanently disabled. Lynn inhaled sharply, recognizing the peril associated with the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. However, he had never anticipated such a staggering fatality rate. Yet, other wizards are not fools. Who would dare apply for a position fraught with such danger? Lynn voiced his inner query. Do you believe Hogwarts would disclose such data? Even I only unearthed these records after securing my role as this year's professor, combing through the archives in the Hogwarts library. Fortunately, I possess a modicum of conscience. Fox, fishing for meat slices with chopsticks, remarked that had it been anyone else, the mere sight of these statistics would have been enough to send them fleeing in terror. What, then, is the source of this danger? Lynn inquired cautiously. Fox raised his glass to clink with Lynn's and downed the contents of his jar in one gulp. Who knows? His gaze was profound, hinting at unspoken thoughts. Rumors abound that this position has been cursed by a man known as the Dark Lord. Others speculate it is merely Dumbledore's scheme, while some assert it is simply a matter of coincidence. But who can truly ascertain the truth? Lynn, mistaking Fox's concern for his safety in the coming year, sought to reassure him. Professor, you possess a guardian angel. Nothing ill shall befall you. Fox opened another can of beer. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. Instead, let us speak of you. Minerva wrote to inform me of your cleverness. I must admit, your demeanor does not quite align with what one might expect of your age. Lynn shrugged, feigning nonchalance. To gain much entails giving much. I do not perceive this as a virtue. Fox, not overly skeptical, nodded in agreement. Indeed, precociousness is not necessarily laudable. I have heard that even your adoptive father was procured at your own expense. It was not so much an expenditure. I merely entered into a non-binding agreement with him, promising that upon inheriting my parents' estate, I would bestow 1/3 of it as compensation. He actually consented? Of course, he did not. Lynn took a sip of beer and shook his head. Who would engage in a fair trade with a mere child? His intention was to deceive me into foregoing the agreement and to truly adopt me as his guardian, thereby potentially claiming all the wealth my parents left me. Fox stared at him in astonishment. How old were you at the time? About 10, I believe. Lynn reflected, recalling that he had only recently celebrated his 10th birthday. Fox remained silent for a moment, before bursting into laughter. It seems Minerva was not mistaken. You are indeed exceptionally clever. He set down his chopsticks and beer, gazing at Lynn with a newfound brightness. I find your temperament quite agreeable. Would you be interested in accepting an investment from me, Mr. Belloc? Chapter 7. Who would desire the old if there is something new? You have garnered sincere praise from Professor Adrian Fox, the instructor of defense against the dark arts, who intends to make an investment in you. Offensive and defensive spell proficiency level 1. Offensive and defensive spell strength level 1. Dark magic proficiency level 1. Dark magic strength level 1. Lynn was astonished. The professor's commendation leading to self-enhancement was not unexpected. After all, this had been evident with Professor McGonagall previously. As long as the praise is genuine, Professors across various subjects tend to allocate points to different magical skills. While it was comprehensible for the defense against the dark arts professor to enhance his offensive and defensive spells, what on earth was the purpose of augmenting his dark magic proficiency? After all, he was in a course focused on defending against dark arts. The growing strength of dark magic only impeded his ability to defend effectively. Moreover, his dark magic proficiency was already sufficiently high. Did this mean they intended for him to become a dark wizard? Fox assumed that Lynn was contemplating his earlier investment proposal and refrained from interrupting, relishing his solitary enjoyment of the freshly cooked lamb in the hot pot. After much deliberation, Lynn surmised that there could be 3 potential explanations for this occurrence. The first, and most plausible, was that the issue lay within the unique nature of the defense against the dark arts course itself. The second possibility was that Fox's commendation, coupled with his investment proposal, also contributed to the allocation of points, though the rationale for enhancing his dark magic proficiency remained elusive, rendering this explanation somewhat tenuous. The third, which Lynn favored most, was that it stemmed from a personal issue concerning the defense against the dark arts professor himself. Upon noticing Lynn's gaze upon him, Fox inquired, "What are you contemplating?" "I'm currently living independently, and although I receive a fixed monthly allowance, I must apologize, Professor, as I do not find myself in need of additional funds." Lynn, feeling a surge of pride after receiving compliments and indulging in a couple of beers, became rather oblivious to his surroundings. Lynn's refusal did not surprise Fox. He no longer perceived him as a mere child. "Though you are quite intelligent, your understanding of the magical world is still somewhat limited, Belloc." While Lynn had finished his meal, Fox continued to add potatoes and lettuce to the pot. "The currency of the magical realm differs from that of the Muggle world. Here, Muggle refers to ordinary individuals who neither practice nor believe in magic. Gringotts. The Bank of the Wizarding World does offer currency exchange services between Muggle money and wizarding currency, known as galleons. However, these exchanges are not endless. The goblins are far from naive, with some even disguising themselves as humans to study economics at Muggle universities, such as Oxford, where they earn degrees. Consequently, the currency exchange regulations they have instituted are limited, subject to fluctuations, and can change according to the inventory of the wizarding currency and economic demands. This year, unfortunately, due to the economic downturn in the Muggle world, they have imposed strict limitations on currency exchange. Even if one presents an abundance of pounds, the maximum exchange allowed is a mere 10 galleons. 10 galleons. Considering that a wand requires at least 7, one must reserve some funds for unforeseen circumstances. Do you have sufficient money left for robes, books, cauldrons, and other essentials? For instance, in the realm of currency, he is utterly oblivious to the specific exchange regulations. However, ignorance does not imply that Lynn is devoid of doubts regarding Fox's words. Students hailing from Muggle families, like myself, are certainly not an anomaly. What if they lack sufficient funds to procure magical items? What would they do while attending school? Surely, Hogwarts would not turn a blind eye to such circumstances? Of course not. In previous years, should such situations arise, the Ministry of Magic and the Board of Governors would jointly allocate funds, with Hogwarts stepping in to provide a subsidy to students from Muggle households. Though modest, it was sufficient to meet their essential needs. Yet, the last 2 years have been different. Both the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts Board of Governors have been slashing school expenditures, particularly since the board is predominantly composed of pureblood families, and the cuts inevitably target students from Muggle backgrounds. Fox did not speak too bluntly, for there are many intricacies involved: conflicts between Dumbledore and the Ministry, Dumbledore and the board, the academic faction and the familial faction, and most significantly, the divide between purebloods and non-purebloods. Dumbledore has made significant efforts on your behalf. Aside from essential items like wands, students from Muggle families may accept gifts from recent graduates, which means they can utilize secondhand goods. However, I believe, Belloc, you are not one to shortchange yourself. If new items are available, who would choose the old? Lynn remained silent, internally scoffing at the notion. It would certainly depend on whether it was a potions textbook previously owned by the Half-Blood Prince, in which case he would eagerly accept the second-hand version. Fox's smile broadened, clearly sensing Lynn's intrigue. "I require you to come work with me as my assistant for a few years after graduation." Assistant? Lynn furrowed his brow. Could it not be someone else? Surely there are many talented individuals in the magical realm. Why must it be me? In response to Lynn's barrage of inquiries, Fox offered him a mysterious smile. "What I study is not of the ordinary kind, Belloc. You have yet to enroll, so your understanding of the magical world is limited. Even if I were to explain, you might not grasp it fully. Just know that I would never ask you to engage in anything morally reprehensible, yet it will demand extensive knowledge of magic, multifaceted thinking abilities, and the capacity to embrace certain aspects that the magical community might find unacceptable." After he finished speaking, Lynn regarded Fox with a peculiar expression, suspecting whether what he referred to was indeed dark magic. "Are you so certain that I will meet the requirements you mentioned after graduation?" Fox gazed at him with a smile. "Thus, I deem this an investment. If you fail to meet the criteria, it signifies my investment has faltered. Yet the loss would merely be a sum of money. Moreover, who knows if I shall even live to see your graduation from Hogwarts. I hold no assurance that I will navigate this year at Hogwarts unscathed. Lynn fell into deep contemplation. To speak candidly, he harbored no aversion towards dark magic. The magic itself is innocent, while it is the wielder who bears the guilt. Moreover, his innate talent for the dark arts was exceptionally high, and Hogwarts did not offer instruction in such practices, presenting him with a unique opportunity. Of course, he could not ascertain with absolute certainty that what Fawkes referred to was indeed dark magic, yet the likelihood was substantial. Furthermore, as he mentioned, Lynn had yet to enroll, and graduation was a distant prospect. In the interim, he would encounter a series of events stemming from Voldemort's resurgence, and the eventual outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, Lynn arrived at his decision. A pleasant transaction, Professor Fawkes. He raised his beer, smiling as he winked. Chapter 8. The bus is the proper mode of transport for wizards. The relationship between wizards and muggles has always been a subject worthy of exploration. However, I have long believed that this course has diverged from its original intent. Its very title, Muggle Studies, implies a clear bias. Belloc, as a soon-to-be enrolled wizard of Muggle origin, what are your thoughts on this prevailing phenomenon within the wizarding world? On the bus, Lynn gazed incredulously at Professor Fawkes, who was earnestly expounding at length. The seats around them were deserted, as fellow passengers distanced themselves from Fawkes's seemingly nonsensical discourse. One mother even pointed at Lynn and the professor, admonishing her child, "If you don't study hard, you'll end up like those two lunatics, rambling on the bus." "Professor," Lynn exclaimed, "it's already quite embarrassing for a wizard and a prospective wizard like myself to take the bus without flying or operating. If you continue to pose these mortifying questions in a public setting, we might find ourselves on the front page of the Times tomorrow. You might not mind, but I would face social oblivion." Fawkes then recognized the awkwardness of their situation. His initial enthusiasm waned, replaced by an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Leaning closer to Lynn, he whispered, "Did my previous remarks sound foolish to them?" "Not foolish," Lynn shrugged, "but rather utterly ridiculous. Could you not offer me a more gentle consolation?" "Apologies, Professor, but I was taught from a young age to be an honest individual," Lynn lamented with a hint of despondency. "Thus, I should not have opted for the bus to save money. Taking a cab would have been far better." Fawkes, maintaining his composure, adjusted his coat and cleared his throat. "Very well, Belloc, we have now arrived at our destination." Following Fawkes's gaze, Lynn observed a bar that seemed incongruously steeped in history amidst the bustling street, the Leaky Cauldron. Passers-by disregarded the prominent establishment, yet to Lynn, it appeared strikingly out of place. The Muggle-repelling charm, a most effective incantation, allows Muggles to subconsciously overlook certain things. Yet it bears no effect on those imbued with magic. It is typically employed during wizarding gatherings and in special locales. Although Lynn had yet to commence his studies, Fawkes had already assumed the role of a mentor. They entered a dilapidated tavern, where patrons were few, clad predominantly in dark robes and wide-brimmed pointed hats, embodying the quintessential image of a wizard more so than Fawkes himself. Upon their entrance, Lynn sensed numerous gazes fixed upon them, only to have those eyes hastily avert when they met Fawkes' countenance, feigning nonchalance as they lowered their heads. Concurrently, Lynn could distinctly perceive a palpable tension enveloping the tavern following their arrival. The proprietor, Old Tom, was the first to spot Fawkes. He quickly wiped his hands on his apron and approached, his expression a curious blend of warmth and reluctance. Fawkes appeared oblivious to the shift in ambience as he patted Lynn's shoulder. "Good day, Mr. Tom," Lynn greeted politely, although he had perused the original text. Nearly 2 decades had elapsed since then, and merely recalling the overarching narrative was commendable. Thus, he held little recollection of this curmudgeonly old man with infrequent appearances. He did, however, have a vivid memory of another individual sharing the name Tom, though that one bore the surname Riddle. Hello. Should you wish to stay at the inn in the future, do seek me out. As for drinking, that is best left aside. You are still too young." Old Tom's demeanor was somewhat perfunctory, his attention firmly affixed on Fawkes. Lynn paid no mind. Rather, he found himself increasingly wary of his defense against the dark arts professor. Their acquaintance had spanned less than half a day, yet aside from an initial jest, Fawkes had exhibited a commendably affable nature. Yet the demeanor of the wizards within the tavern suggested a palpable fear of him. "We have numerous items to procure and limited time. We shall converse further another day," Fawkes stated, leading Lynn away from the tavern after exchanging pleasantries with Old Tom, exiting through the back door into the tavern's courtyard. "It seems they harbor some trepidation towards you," Lynn inquired. "Perhaps," Fawkes replied, producing his wand and directing it at a section of the unpainted wall in the courtyard. "Aim for the bell lock. You can use that trash bin as a reference. Count 3 bricks up and then 2 bricks across. Give it a tap with your wand, and the door shall open." Fawkes demonstrated the unlocking process, causing the entire wall to tremble violently, subsequently parting like living building blocks to reveal a passageway. The immaculate cobblestone path, The bustling thoroughfare, the array of oddly named shops, and the uniquely attired crowd presented Lynn with a wondrous view of Diagon Alley. It is truly vibrant here, Lynn mused, momentarily entranced by the scene before him. Compared to the words within the pages and the images in films, the reality of Diagon Alley was undeniably more astonishing and awe-inspiring. Fox's reaction to Lynn was hardly surprising. At that moment, he appeared more like a child befitting his age. Let us proceed, there is much to prepare. At the Broken Cauldron pub, as Fox and Lynn departed, the atmosphere within the establishment eased considerably. I hear he has recently taken up a position as a professor at Hogwarts? Someone whispered, though no names were mentioned, yet everyone understood whom they referred to. A gentle chuckle escaped another, who remarked, and he is teaching defense against the dark arts, which is quite ironic, to say the least. His relationship with Dumbledore was notably strong, as Dumbledore himself had served as his advocate in the past. Only someone of Dumbledore's caliber would dare employ him now. Is he still pursuing his research? Indeed, he has never ceased. It is said he has invested considerable sums in dealings with the Ministry of Magic, which seems to tacitly endorse his current studies. One cannot help but wonder whether that is fortunate or unfortunate. Someone sighed. Chapter 9, The Wand Connection. Do you see that white building? That is the Wizarding Bank, Gringotts, which belongs to the domain of the goblins in the magical world. Fox acted as a guide for Lynn, introducing him to the various shops along Diagon Alley. Goblins controlling the economy of wizards? Aren't you concerned about their potential treachery? Lynn found this quite puzzling. The adage that non-tribal entities harbor ulterior motives is universally acknowledged, and wizards are not foolish. They must understand this principle as well. No. You do not yet grasp their nature, Fox replied, shaking his head. Goblins are ostensibly independent, yet they remain under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic, effectively subservient to wizards. They are the vanquished, stripped of their right to wield wands. Do not underestimate this. Without wands, they are incapable of inciting any significant upheaval. Moreover, entrusting them with wealth is far more reliable than allowing wizards to manage it themselves. Goblins have a time-honored commitment to contractual obligations when it comes to finance. Lynn harbored little interest in the history of the magical realm. He was rather eager to acquire a wand of his own. Shall we first visit Gringotts to withdraw some funds? Fox inquired, checking his pocket watch. Indeed, we have lingered here too long. I have a dinner engagement at 6 o'clock. Let us split up. I will go to Gringotts to withdraw money, while you take this purse to purchase books and a wand, and then visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to have your school uniform tailored. Wait for me there. Understood. Fox handed Lynn a purse filled with coins. Lynn shook the purse, delighting in the pleasant sound of metal clinking together. Upon opening it, he counted approximately 20 coins within. There are a total of 25 galleons. That should suffice for all your school necessities. Of course, my investment extends beyond this, but the remaining funds will await my retrieval from Gringotts. Fox then indicated the location of Ollivander's wand shop, and the two parted ways. The bustling Diagon Alley is the largest commercial thoroughfare in the British wizarding world, where one can find nearly all magical items available through legitimate channels. However, for those seeking illicit goods, one must venture into the adjacent Nocturne Alley. Ollivander's wand shop was not as easily located as Lynn had anticipated. After following the directions given by Fox for quite some time, he finally beheld a somewhat dilapidated Faude. Ollivander's, the finest wand maker since 382 B.C. The narrow wooden door bore partially peeling golden letters. After silently mocking the phrase in his mind, Lynn reached out to push open the seemingly precarious door. The tinkling of a bell rang pleasantly as he stepped into the quaint wooden shop. Upon entering, he was greeted by towering wooden cabinets filled with wands. Oh, I didn't expect to have a visitor today. A diminutive old man emerged from behind a row of cabinets. With a warm smile directed at Lynn, who was curiously surveying the shop's decorations, he inquired gently, "Are you a new student at Hogwarts this year?" Lynn nodded, responding, "Yes, sir. I am in need of a wand." "You must be the last of this year's newcomers," Ollivander remarked as he retrieved a piece of parchment from a drawer. "Lynn Belloc?" "That is correct. It's me," Lynn affirmed. "Are you accustomed to using your left or right hand?" Right hand." A silver measuring tape autonomously floated from Ollivander's pocket, hovering before Lynn. "Now, extend your right arm." "Yes, just like that." The measuring tape felt somewhat awkward, writhing like a serpentine creature. At that moment, Ollivander waved his wand and drew forth a wooden box from the cabinets. The box floated to a table at Lynn's height, its lid opening automatically. "This is made of beech and contains dragon heartstring, 12 inches, a powerful combination. Give it a try." He placed the wand into Lynn's hand, who awkwardly waved it through the air, yet nothing occurred. However, a voice echoed in his mind. "Compatibility 23. Lynn was taken aback. Such a feature existed? "You seem not quite suited for that one. Let us try this instead," Ollivander continued, presenting a wand of hawthorn and phoenix feather, 9 inches, flexible and user-friendly. Compatibility 51. An improvement, yet still no remarkable effect. A discerning customer, I appreciate that. "Let us try this one," he suggested. offering a wand of willow and unicorn hair, 15 inches, long and resilient. This time, as Lynn grasped the wand, he felt a surge of energy flow into it, and a brilliant spark erupted from its tip. Compatibility 76. Ollivander nodded with satisfaction. It quite likes you. This is the one. Wait, sir, Lynn interjected suddenly, pointing at the tall cabinets. May I take a moment to examine your wands myself? Ollivander's expression was unmistakably one of astonishment. It was the first time he encountered a customer as proactive as Lynn. Ah, of course, that is your prerogative as a guest, he replied. Lynn felt that the wand he held might not be the one most attuned to him within this wand shop. Although he was unsure of the extent to which the affinity between a wand and a wizard influenced the casting and utilization of magic, he believed that a higher affinity was undoubtedly preferable. Without needing to physically touch each wand, he could discern their affinities through the system that operated behind the counter. Beginning with the first row of wooden cabinets, Lynn appeared to wander aimlessly, yet his mind was filled with the system's persistent notifications. Affinity 59, Affinity 65, Affinity 13, Affinity 78, Affinity 45. After an exhaustive 20 minutes, just as Ollivander's patience was nearing its limit, Lynn finally finished examining all the wands and ultimately selected the one with the highest affinity. Affinity 92. I believe this wand is the most suited for me. What do you think, Mr. Ollivander? Lynn gently waved the wand in his hand, leaving a brilliant silver trail in the air that lingered for quite some time. Ollivander gazed in disbelief at the wand Lynn held, murmuring, a perfect combination. It seems as though it was crafted specifically for you, Mr. Belloc. How did you find it? I just sensed it. An indescribable feeling, Lynn replied vaguely. The wand chooses the wizard. Ollivander suddenly declared with conviction. It must have guided you to find it. This is compelling evidence that the wand possesses its own spirit. I must record this in the Ollivander family annals. Ollivander, tugging at his disheveled hair, excitedly dashed around the room. What spirit? I distinctly chose it, Lynn thought, rolling his eyes before intercepting the exuberant Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander, could you please tell me about the characteristics of this wand? Why not? This wand, strictly speaking, was not solely crafted by me. I typically use unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings as cores, but this wand's core is made from a rather unique material brought by the Eastern European wand maker Grigovich, which I collaborated on. It combines you with the heartstring of a knight steed, measuring 11¼ inches. Even among wands worldwide, this is a rare combination, mysterious and difficult to master. At this point, Ollivander abruptly paused. Lynn looked at him with curiosity. Suitable for what? Ollivander swallowed hard, as if broaching a taboo subject, yet he continued. Suitable for those wizards who are rational, calm, but occasionally reveal a hint of madness. Lynn felt somewhat bewildered. He could not comprehend the meaning behind the words of this eccentric old man. Chapter 10 opened with a clear indication of the second dimension. You have acquired your own wand, and upon completing the time-limited task, a notification of task completion resonated. Compared to other magical talents, the increase in magical power was profoundly felt by Lynn. Something within him, which previously resembled a slender seedling, suddenly burgeoned as if nourished by extraordinary sustenance. Growing to the size of a small tree, though still in its infancy, it appeared far more substantial than before. That something must be magic. Having completed the time-sensitive task, Lynn skillfully twirled the wand on his fingertips, gently caressing its smooth, straight shaft. The slightly cool sensation brought him immense joy. After exiting Ollivander's wand shop, Lynn procured the textbooks for Hogwarts at the nearby Leaky Cauldron, along with several titles recommended for novice wizards. Although the number of books was considerable, the shop offered complimentary shipping, and Lynn provided his home address, with the shopkeeper promising that an owl would deliver them within a week. Additionally, he sought other supplies, such as cauldrons, which also benefited from the owl delivery service, facilitating the lives of wizards, albeit at the expense of treating the owls with a lack of regard. Yet, perhaps there was no necessity to regard them as anything other than what they were. Lastly, he had yet to purchase his Hogwarts robes. Are you a first-year student at Hogwarts? Would you be interested in acquiring an owl as a pet? A shop assistant chattered enthusiastically, attempting to sell Lynn one of their magical creatures. Although the owl appeared somewhat timid, its lineage boasted both parents from Hogwarts communal owls, ensuring a noble descent. After undergoing meticulous training from the shop's experts, it promised to be an excellent companion for any wizard. Lynn gently tapped the beak of the purportedly noble owl, which recoiled slightly, glaring at him with evident displeasure. It seems not to take a liking to me, he shrugged, and I have no intention of adopting a pet. Hey. Lynn turned towards the source of the sound. There, a pure white hamster, roughly the size of a fist and adorably plump, was peering at him through the bars of its cage with bright, shiny black eyes. Amused by its antics, Lynn crouched down again in front of the hamster's enclosure, a smile illuminating his face. What a delightful creature. The hamster tilted its head, as if curious about his words. What kind of magical creature is this? Lynn inquired, pointing at the hamster. The pet shop assistant appeared uncertain, stammering for a moment before offering a convoluted tale, asserting that it was a mouse of great lineage. A distant relative of Merlin, involved in magical experiments, a true noble. Lynn immediately stood, expressing his disinterest in such tales. I'll offer you a single galleon. And then the hamster is mine. Thus, the hamster became his. Holding the hamster cage, Lynn shook it gently before his eyes, and the hamster, undaunted, blinked its little eyes at its new master. It seemed like fate had brought them together, prompting Lynn to purchase the creature. Having decided to care for it, he contemplated a fitting name. Given its affinity for the second dimension, how about calling it Xiaomai? Hey, come here and give it a try. Let us see if there's anything that needs adjusting, he called out. He donned a robe, striking a flamboyant pose before the mirror, still as handsome as ever. Whether in ordinary clothing or wizard attire, his striking features elevated the elegance of his ensemble. Thank you, madam, Lynn expressed to Madame Mokin. May I stay here for a while? Professor Fox has asked me to wait for him. Madame Mokin kindly wrapped his robe for him. Of course, dear. Rather than sitting idly, he casually opened a Hogwarts textbook, skimming through its pages. From Lynn's professional perspective, the textbook on charms was rather poorly compiled. However, considering the practical nature of magic, such shortcomings were somewhat understandable. After all, learning magic is not merely about rote memorization, it demands substantial practical application. Just as art students in high school require specialized guidance from teachers in either visual arts or music, one cannot merely rely on solitary study to master the craft. Nonetheless, some elementary spells could indeed be learned through reading alone, which Lynn found quite manageable. What is happening today? Why are there so many goblins emerging from Gringotts? Madame Mokin's quiet muttering piqued Lynn's attention. He glanced out the window towards Diagon Alley, where numerous grotesque, diminutive humanoid beings were patrolling. Clad in the distinctive uniforms of Gringotts, their expressions grave and their strides hurried, as if in pursuit of someone. Kurt, the department head of Gringotts' Diagon Alley branch, was in a particularly foul mood. Just moments ago, the bank had been robbed. Indeed, even Gringotts can fall victim to theft. While rare, it is not entirely surprising. The items lost were not of great significance, but the nature of the incident was severely detrimental. If mishandled, it could tarnish the reputation of Gringotts and the goblins alike. Kurt's already unappealing countenance grew even more grotesque, reminiscent of a decaying orange. You'd better have some good news for me, or I shall be compelled to share news you will not wish to hear. He glared icily at his subordinate, showing no mercy. The goblin appeared visibly anxious, stammering. We caught a glimpse of his face during the chase, and one of the goblins recognized him. Who is it? Kurt's heart raced. At least there was a lead. Hans Johnson. Kurt pondered, struggling to recall. Who is he? The goblin swallowed hard. He is the owner of the stolen vault. Kurt gazed at his subordinate with a look akin to that reserved for a senseless behemoth. Would he truly pilfer his own possessions? Moreover, according to our records, this Hans Johnson had passed away a full 9 years ago. Are you suggesting that a specter is perpetrating these crimes? The absurdity of the situation struck Kurt profoundly. Could it be a potion of some sort? You assert he has been dead for 9 years. What sort of master alchemist could concoct an elixir with such enduring potency? And what purpose would it serve? He stroked his chin, lost in contemplative thought. After a while, he turned back to his subordinate, who shook his head in response. Kurt tapped the wooden table with his slender fingers. It seemed that the matter could not be kept under wraps, although the items stolen were of little value. Our reputation is priceless. Prepare to manage the public narrative. Do not shy away from spending galleons. We must guide the Daily Prophet's coverage towards the notion of a ghostly culprit, downplaying Gringotts' involvement. You should know how to handle this without my instruction. I understand. Chapter 11. Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts Researching Dark Magic. Lynn did not wait long at the robe shop before he spotted Fox entering, a pouch in hand. Let us go, Belloc. It appears something has transpired at Gringotts. If you have completed your purchases, we should depart swiftly. After greeting Mrs. Mokin with the cage containing small Mai, Lynn and Fox made their way towards the leaky cauldron. What has happened? Lynn inquired. I noticed numerous fairies in Diagon Alley, seemingly searching for someone. I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but judging by the fairies' demeanor, it seems that someone has stolen something from Gringotts. Was it not said that Gringotts' security is stringent? There is no absolute in this world. To skilled wizards, Gringotts' defenses are riddled with flaws. Yet no one wishes to provoke those fairies. Inside the leaky cauldron, the number of patrons had noticeably dwindled since Lynn and Fox's arrival. Old Tom was polishing glasses at the bar, casting a disgruntled glance at several fairies stationed at the door and by the fireplace, seemingly attributing the departure of customers to them. As Lynn and Fox stepped into the pub, a fairy rudely glared at them with unblinking eyes. Do not mind them, Belloc. Would you care for a drink? Fox led Lynn to a table and, before Lynn could speak, called over Old Tom. This is a public setting. You should stick to orange juice. Tom, 1 butterbeer and 1 orange juice, please. Old Tom delivered the drinks on a tray, grumbling as he did. These foul creatures have sealed off all exits in Diagon Alley, claiming that a thief has made off with something from Gringotts. Yet their presence has frightened away my patrons, who would wish to drink under their watchful gaze. Do not worry, Tom. Once the news of Gringotts' theft spreads, the fairies will suffer far greater losses than you. And what concern is that of mine? I only care about my lost galleons. Who would bother about them? Let us set aside other matters for now. After Tom departed, Fawkes placed the pouch of coins in the center of the table. Inside, there were 500 galleons, combined with the previous amount I provided. It totals to 525 galleons. This constitutes my entire investment in you. Lynn weighed the pouch in his hands. It felt light, as if it had been subjected to some enchantment, for it appeared inconspicuous despite containing 500 coins. Fawkes continued, this sum should suffice for your needs until graduation, provided you refrain from purchasing extravagant items. However, I cannot in good conscience simply hand over money without understanding your endeavors. Surely, you can now enlighten me on your research? When discussing his studies, Fawkes paused for a moment, adopting a more solemn demeanor as he gazed intently at Lynn. It is no secret. Many in the magical community are aware of my pursuits. It is the forbidden knowledge of wizards, the pinnacle of magic, known as dark magic. When Fawkes uttered the term dark magic, Lynn felt as if the very air around them had solidified. It was not merely an association with dark magic, but the essence of dark magic itself. Although I cannot divulge specific details at this moment, I assure you my intent in studying it is not to cause harm. Otherwise, Dumbledore would never have permitted me to teach at Hogwarts. Despite having anticipated this revelation, hearing the term forbidden magic from Fawkes's lips left Lynn momentarily speechless. Dark magic possesses formidable power, particularly the 3 unforgivable curses, which can strip away life, subject individuals to torment beyond endurance, and manipulate one's actions and thoughts entirely. Yet, these exaggerated effects are not the sole reason for its ominous reputation. The true malevolence of such magic lies in its insidious ability to gradually alter the user's psyche, rendering dark wizards irritable, bizarre, and even insane without their awareness. Ultimately, it can transform one's very character to the point that even the closest of kin would fail to recognize them. Prolonged use can lead one to become a mere shadow of their former self. This is the most terrifying aspect of dark magic. Fawkes's audacity to pursue such a taboo subject as his research target earned an unspoken admiration from Lynn. You are indeed bold, he thought. Regarding dark magic, you may not yet grasp its essence, but I will afford you ample time to comprehend it. Fawkes regarded Lynn earnestly. Once term begins at Hogwarts, should you have second thoughts, you may return to me and repay the 500 galleons, nullifying our transaction. As for the remaining 25 galleons, consider it my personal support for you, as I find your temperament quite agreeable. Though dark magic carries a notorious reputation, Lynn harbored no aversion to its study. Setting aside his exceptional aptitude for dark magic, neglecting such a gift would be a travesty. The capacity of dark magic to influence character is contingent upon the individual. A quintessential example of this is the intricate relationship between Hogwarts and the Death Eaters, embodied by Severus Snape, before he sought refuge with Dumbledore. Following the death of his beloved, he was a true dark wizard, a staunch supporter of the Dark Lord, and a pivotal member among the Death Eaters. Dark magic flowed from him as effortlessly as the basic necessities of life. The infamous Avada Kedavra left his eyes glimmering with a sinister green hue. Even during his time at Hogwarts, he conjured formidable dark spells such as the deadly Sectum Sempra. Yet, this individual, whose heart was deemed black by many, some even doubting if he possessed a heart at all, endured the scorn of others, dutifully remaining by Voldemort's side. He harbored a deep-seated loathing for the son of his enemy, yet was compelled to care for him due to the shared bond of their love for the same woman. Until his demise, bitten by a serpent, he continuously grappled with the remorse stemming from his past transgressions that led to the death of his most cherished one. This, perhaps, exemplifies what Dumbledore referred to as the power of love. Although Severus Snape occasionally exhibited lapses in judgment, he remained largely untainted by dark magic, or if he were, the changes were negligible. On the matter of resolute will, Lynn possessed unwavering confidence, a belief rooted in his genuine encounters with death. He had acquired an array of books on magic and intended to form his own conclusions during the remainder of the summer break. Lynn refrained from making a hasty promise, as it would portray him as impatient and lacking in composure. Fawkes nodded and subsequently rose. Very well, let us conclude for today. I am delighted to have encountered a student such as you. Until we meet again at Hogwarts. Lynn stood as well. I share the sentiment, Professor. I am immensely grateful for your guidance today. Upon hearing Lynn's words of thanks, Fawkes' eyes crinkled into a joyful slant. No need for gratitude, Mr. Belloc. Chapter 12. I must confess, I am quite unwilling. Is it truly my fault that they copied my homework? Is it my fault that the teacher discovered it afterward? When the teacher inquired about the authorship of the assignment, did I admit to the error? Should I have told the teacher that I was the one who had plagiarized? Was I the one weeping and pleading for their assistance in copying? Did they not consider who it was that they referred to as their dear friend while isolating me now? Why, then, must I bear the brunt of this burden? Hermione was brimming with frustration, Her cheeks puffed with indignation, rolling her eyes with every complaint directed at Lynn. Yet, Lynn appeared rather preoccupied, engrossed in the study of a spell from the second-year charms textbook, the Tarantaligra. This spell was particularly intriguing, capable of compelling any creature with legs to dance, even inanimate objects like chairs and tables. However, the textbook lacked detailed instructions regarding the pronunciation of the incantation and the wand movements, rendering Lynn hesitant to attempt it. Professor Fox had cautioned him that a miscast spell could yield dire consequences, advising him to act within his capabilities. With only 2 points in spellcasting talent, equivalent to that of an average wizard, he was acutely aware that even a spell not significantly more challenging than levitation might not go as planned. Thus, he remains confined to theoretical research for now. As previously mentioned, some spells are indeed not difficult. The pronunciation and gestures are quite simple. For instance, spells like the Lumos, levitation, and cleaning charms can be mastered easily if one finds the right pronunciation and feels the gestures, with a measure of freedom granted as a reward for task completion. Lynn refrained from misusing it, as he has yet to decide on a primary focus for his magical studies, choosing to reserve that consideration for the future. Why then, are you still attending school now that summer vacation has commenced? Lynn mused, flipping through a thick tome of spells. Although his thoughts were primarily occupied with spell research, he could vaguely hear Hermione complaining about something. Upon mentioning this, Hermione's face involuntarily lit up with pride. My parents have set the goal for me to attend St. Paul S. Girls' School. The material learned during regular classes is certainly insufficient, so I must attend a rigorous summer camp. At this point, her demeanor shifted back to indignation. Who would have thought that there would be slackers at the summer camp? Lynn was aware that St. Paul S. is renowned as one of the finest girls' schools in England, having produced numerous distinguished women, with an impressive university acceptance rate of 100%. Such an institution is certainly not accessible to those who casually indulge in a leisurely education. It requires a foundation of genuine talent and, often, a substantial familial background. In Western countries, the curriculum offers limited content, with extracurricular activities consuming much of the time, resulting in a superficial understanding of subjects. If one aspires to gain admission to prestigious universities, it necessitates diligent efforts from a young age, supplementing school with various tutoring sessions, and ultimately gaining entry to private or elite schools. However, the costs of tutoring and private education are exorbitant, effectively restricting the educational opportunities for impoverished and average families, compelling them to attend underperforming public schools and community colleges. Consequently, the fates of these families and their descendants seem all but predetermined. Hermione's parents are both dentists, a respectable profession in Western society, placing them firmly within the middle class, thus enabling her to attend tutoring sessions and strive for admission to an elite girls' academy. The presence of underperforming students at her summer camp likely indicates that this program offers more than mere tutoring. It also provides opportunities for community service, boasting a considerable international reputation. Some parents, whose children struggle academically yet possess advantageous familial circumstances, send them to such camps to enhance their resumes, subsequently facilitating their study abroad in the United States. The admission standards there differ markedly from those in Europe, as cultural academic performance is not overly emphasized. Instead, the focus lies on the child's social experiences, with the determining factor being whether the child's accomplishments can impress the admissions officers. For instance, Lynn recalls a student from his previous life who was accepted into the prestigious University of Rochester due to an intense passion for instant noodles. Naturally, academic performance cannot be too dismal. It must at least reach an exemplary level. There is no need for you to be upset. Their objectives differ from yours, and their future paths are divergent. After the summer camp concludes, you will hardly have any further interactions, thus rendering the formation of friendships unnecessary. In fact, if you feel displeased, you could even give them a good beating. Lynn closed the book and casually dropped a few grains of wheat into Xiaomai's bowl, imparting a significant meaning with his words. After all, you possess extraordinary abilities. At that moment, Hermione was captivated by Xiaomai, who had rushed over to eat the grains, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she yearned to stroke its soft fur. What difference does it make whether I have that ability or not? I no longer know how to activate it, she mused. Just as Hermione extended her hand halfway, Xiaomai sensed her intention, warily clutching the grains and swiftly leaping onto Lynn's shoulder, denying her any opportunity. Why does this hamster you raised make such an adorable sound? Hermione's youthful heart overflowed with affection. She wished to embrace Xiaomai and shower it with affection. Perhaps its voice is merely a result of a sore throat. Who would normally sound like that? Lynn's tendency to tease the young girl had become habitual, an ingrained behavior he could not change. And what about that stick you carry in your hand every day? Do you know how to spin a pen? I find this stick much more convenient for spinning, and it effectively helps exercise finger dexterity. As he spoke, the wooden wand twirled effortlessly between Lynn's fingers. If Ollivander were to discover him toying with his wand in such a manner, he might very well be outraged. What about the books you are reading? The covers still bear inscriptions of spells and magic. Who hasn't been a little delusional at some point? What is wrong with reading a book on magic? Surely you have fantasized at home about turning into Snow White, waiting for a dashing prince on a white horse to come and marry you? At this, Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, as if he had struck a nerve, and in a fit of embarrassment, she attempted to tug at Lynn's hair. I did not. Do not speak nonsense. Lynn laughed heartily, leaning back to evade her grasp, only to accidentally tumble off his chair, much to Hermione's delight as she burst into laughter. Lynn's teasing of the young girl stemmed from his own helplessness. His understanding of the magical world was limited, and the secrecy laws restricted him from disclosing magical matters. He was uncertain whether such restrictions applied to a budding witch like Hermione. To avoid complications, he chose to mislead her as much as he could, knowing that once she received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts next year, such concerns would naturally dissipate. Indeed, you must believe that Lynn's deception was born out of necessity. He internally resisted it. Chapter 13, A Turn of Events. Time passed swiftly. In front of Lynn's home, he solemnly and resolutely entrusted the key to his house into Hermione's hands, akin to a presidential transition where the nuclear launch codes are handed over. These flowers are now your responsibility. Remember to water them regularly and weed diligently. The furniture and floors must be cleaned at least once a month, and the blankets and carpets should be sun-dried when possible. Although Hermione found Lynn's demeanor to be somewhat reminiscent of a busybody, her kind-hearted nature compelled her to nod incessantly, signaling her intent to remember his instructions. Most crucially, he urged her not to disclose anything regarding their extraordinary abilities if anyone inquired about his whereabouts. She was to say he had gone to a boarding school in another city. After all he had said, Hermione deemed this particular piece of advice to be the most valuable. She felt a twinge of reluctance to part ways with Lynn, with few confidants, despite their short acquaintance. Lynn had swiftly become her closest friend, especially since they shared a secret bond. Unrepentant for having captured the affections of a young girl, Lynn lamented dramatically. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was getting late. I must take my leave now, Hermione, he announced, opening his arms and smiling at her. Please, grant me a hug. Hermione appeared quite distressed, tears yet to fall but glistening in her eyes. She stepped forward and embraced Lynn briefly. I hope everything goes well for you, she murmured. Lynn affectionately ruffled her hair and released her. I will. Farewell, Hermione, and do say goodbye to Soulmate. Okay, Soulmate chirped, peeking out from Lynn's hair and calling out to the girl. Hermione stood rooted to the spot, dabbing at her eyes as she waved goodbye to them. Farewell, Lynn and Soulmate. The taxi gradually receded, carrying away Hermione's blessings and her anticipation for their next meeting. Seated within the vehicle, Lynn felt a pang of melancholy at their parting. His feelings for a 10-year-old girl were certainly not romantic. That would be utterly absurd. Since his arrival in this world, he had been solely focused on devising an escape from the orphanage, devoid of any inclination to engage with the few self-proclaimed cunning children who were, in reality, quite foolish. Though Hermione was also a child, her status as the protagonist of this world rendered her remarkably more astute than her peers. She possessed minor flaws, yet her slight arrogance only accentuated her charm, far surpassing those other children in worth. Therefore, she was Lynn's first friend in this realm. However, Lynn was not one to dwell in sorrow. This farewell was not an eternal separation. In the future, Hermione would attend the same school as him, becoming his junior. The thought was rather amusing. The journey from Lynn's home to the train station was not excessively long. After about an hour's ride, the taxi delivered him to his destination. Upon disembarking, the driver assisted him in transferring his luggage onto a small cart, for which Lynn graciously tipped him. King's Cross Station, located in the heart of London, bustled with throngs of hurried individuals, each racing against time. Platform 9 3/4. Lynn gazed at his train ticket while pushing the cart laden with his belongings, seeking the space between platforms 9 and 10. There, a curious assembly of eccentrically dressed individuals had gathered, standing together yet segregated into distinct groups. They appeared to be engaged in casual conversation, yet in reality, they were navigating through an invisible barrier that separated the two platforms. A discerning observer would readily notice their peculiarities, yet the bustling crowd around them remained oblivious. It was apparent that this area had also been enchanted with a muggle-repelling charm. Lynn, pushing his cart, positioned himself beside this group of individuals. A few noticed him, but upon spotting the wand resting atop his suitcase, they refrained from further comment. At that moment, Lynn observed a plump middle-aged witch who was vigilantly guarding a pile of luggage, anxiously scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Suddenly, a group of red-haired boys rushed over, gathering around the stout witch, their expressions decidedly grim. Mom, I've searched every direction we could have come from, and even ran into Fred, but we still can't find Scabbers, one of the identical red-haired boys lamented. We're in the same predicament, the eldest boy, looking quite dejected, added. Percy and I even approached the Muggle station master, hoping for assistance. But as soon as we mentioned a missing rat, they shooed us away. The boy named Percy appeared particularly heartbroken. It must be my fault for not feeding him properly. That's why he ran away. Our family can barely afford decent food for the children, let alone something suitable for a rat. The expression on the middle-aged witch, Molly Weasley, was far from pleasant, though it was unclear whether it was due to the loss of Scabbers or Percy's remarks. Lynn, overhearing their conversation and noting the distinctive red hair, quickly deduced that he was in the presence of the Weasley family. Among the 7 Weasley siblings, Bill had already graduated from Hogwarts, while Ron and Ginny had yet to commence their studies. The 4 Weasleys Lynn encountered were Charlie, the second eldest, Percy, and the twins, George and Fred. After all, how else would Ron inherit Scabbers, or Sirius seek vengeance? As most of the witches and wizards accompanying young students had passed through the barrier, it was Lynn's turn when suddenly, a small creature named Mai leaped onto the suitcase, as if having seized upon a moment of triumph. "Look!" Mai exclaimed, triumphantly waving a poor, frightened rat, having caught it by its tail, in front of Lynn. The rat appeared severely distressed, lacking a toe on one of its front paws, making it conspicuously vulnerable. Lynn exchanged a peculiar glance with the eager Mai. Could it be mere coincidence? Yet, Mai was undeterred by such thoughts, solely intent on trading the rat for a snack from Lynn. Here. Lynn accepted the rat's tail from Mai, casually rewarding her with a biscuit. Scabbers offered no resistance in his grasp, appearing limp and thoroughly exhausted. Chapter 14. The Weasley Family and Platform 9 3/4. Percy seemed quite disheartened, though he struggled to articulate his feelings. Mrs. Weasley wore a slightly displeased expression but endeavored to comfort her third son. "Well, if Banfan has gone missing, then so be it. He is merely a mouse, and he will fare quite well on his own. Time is of the essence. The train is about to depart, and we must take our leave. Allow me to intrude momentarily." Lynn stepped closer to the Weasley family, leaning in to attract their attention. "I did not mean to eavesdrop on your conversation, but is this mouse yours?" He held Banfan by the tail, presenting the lethargic creature, resembling one under the influence of a narcotic, to Mrs. Weasley. Instantly, the 4 Weasley brothers rushed over, their faces alight with joy. Remarkably, Banfan had not been lost. Percy eagerly took the mouse from Lynn's hands, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you." George and Fred, ever the extroverts, jovially threw their arms around Lynn's shoulders. Although Lynn was accustomed to being bold, such familiarity upon their first meeting left him somewhat taken aback. However, Mrs. Weasley, perceiving Lynn's discomfort, swiftly swatted away the twins' arms and admonished them sternly. "Politeness. I have told you to behave courteously in public, lest others think the Weasleys lack proper upbringing." Her expression softened almost instantly. "Thank you, dear child. Are you heading to the station? Did your parents not come to see you off?" "It's all right, Ma. My parents are ordinary folks, so they didn't come." Lynn did not intend to deceive. He had simply grown weary of the pitying glances he often encountered. Mrs. Weasley smiled warmly, patting his shoulder. "It is getting late. If you do not mind, you may join us as we enter." "Of course, I don't mind, Ma. I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Lynn Belloc, a first-year student at Hogwarts this year." Upon receiving his affirmative response, Mrs. Weasley hurried her sons along. "Quickly now, the train is about to leave. Charlie, you go first, followed by Lynn, and don't be nervous, dear boy. Just close your eyes and walk straight through. Then Percy, George, and Fred will follow. I'll bring up the rear." Charlie complied with Mrs. Weasley's instructions, crossing through the wall without hesitation, while George and Fred exchanged mischievous glances. "Look at that. Mom always treats other people's children as her own. We must have been adopted." Indeed, a mother's love knows no bounds, extending to all children, yet she is stern with us. "Ouch. Mom, we were wrong." Mrs. Weasley pinched each twin by the ear. Exasperated. "What nonsense are you babbling about? We haven't even arrived at Hogwarts, and you're already showing your true colors. What will happen once we reach school?" These 2 twins certainly possess a lively spirit, Lynn thought to himself, as he followed closely behind Charlie, running towards the wall. Initially, he intended to keep his eyes wide open, but as he approached within half a meter of the wall, his reflexes took over. He instinctively shut his eyes, and darkness enveloped him. In the next moment, it seemed as though he had traversed something, yet simultaneously, it felt as if he had passed through nothing at all. "All right, Lynn, that's enough. You can stop now," came Charlie's voice beside him. With that, Lynn halted his steps and reopened his eyes. Before him stood a vibrant crimson steam locomotive. Prominently displayed on the front was a sign that read, "Hogwarts Express, departing at 11 o'clock. The cacophony of sounds enveloped him, the clattering of luggage, the hooting of owls, and the mingling chatter of students and their families, yet none of it bothered Lynn in the slightest. This place resembled Diagon Alley, a realm exclusively belonging to wizards. Soon Percy, the Weasley twins, and Mrs. Weasley emerged through the wall and arrived at the station. Without unnecessary admonitions, Mrs. Weasley clapped her hands together. "All right, children. You are about to embark on a new term. As always, my primary advice is to prioritize safety. And George and Fred, do try to refrain from too many pranks. You've only just begun your studies, and you've already managed to elicit numerous complaints from the castle caretaker, Truly impressive. Percy, you are in charge of keeping an eye on them. Whatever mischief they engage in, ensure you report it to me. I do not wish to be compelled to pin you to a howler. Remember to look after your new friend Lynn and do not lead him astray into your silly antics. George and Fred exchanged knowing glances, raised their eyebrows, and chorused, "We will behave, Mother." Mrs. Weasley harbored no belief in the promises made by her two mischievous sons. In parting, she gifted Lynn a homemade sandwich as a token of gratitude, urging him not to disdain it. Lynn graciously accepted and, after bidding farewell to Mrs. Weasley, followed the four Weasley brothers onto the Hogwarts Express. Once they had stowed their luggage, Charlie and Percy departed to seek their friends. Left behind, George and Fred, being a year older than Lynn, extended an invitation. "Would you care to join us in our compartment? We can introduce you to our friends. Every Gryffindor is a remarkable individual and quite pleasant to converse with." After a moment's hesitation, Lynn ultimately declined. "No, I think I shall find a compartment for first years. It would be easier to interact with others who are also new. However, I would appreciate your assistance in familiarizing myself with the school once we arrive at Hogwarts." Upon hearing this, George and Fred puffed out their chests proudly. "You've certainly come to the right people when it comes to knowledge of Hogwarts. Even the professors might pale in comparison to us. We shall see you at school then, and we hope you are sorted into Gryffindor." After parting ways with the Weasley brothers, Lynn strolled leisurely through the train's compartments. Ultimately, he discovered one that was still sparsely populated. He entered and cheerfully introduced himself. "Hello, I am Lynn Belloc." Chapter 15, The Newcomer. The compartment contained only one boy. His flowing silver hair was striking, complemented by an unnaturally pale complexion that bordered on unhealthy. On the table lay a book. Though its cover was obscured, Lynn recognized at a glance that it was the textbook for Charms class, titled Standard Spells, Beginner Level. Fortunate was Lynn, whose thick skin was akin to that of a fortress, for he felt no embarrassment in this moment. He sought to rekindle social connections with a topic of conversation. The repairing charm was indeed a highly convenient spell. Observing the boy engrossed in his book, Lynn endeavored to find common ground. However, this spell seemed to be part of the latter portion of the first-year curriculum, and despite numerous attempts at home, he had yet to succeed, even once. The boy's gaze shifted from the pages, his demeanor utterly indifferent. One ought to maintain silence when another is reading. With his warmth meeting the boy's frigid demeanor, Lynn's desire for conversation waned. Internally, he scoffed at the child's aloofness, shrugging in resignation. "Very well. If you are disinclined to chat, I shall remain quiet." The boy continued his study of the Charms textbook while Lynn idly gazed out at the scenery beyond the window. Though it had been scarcely 3 hours since their parting, he found himself unexpectedly nostalgic for Hermione. The chattering girl was infinitely more endearing than this cold boy. Subsequently, their communication dwindled to nothing. Lynn had no inclination to change compartments, opting instead to sit in silence with the unknown boy across from him. At midday, a witch wheeled a cart selling sweets, and although Lynn had a penchant for confections, he ultimately purchased nothing. Mrs. Weasley had bestowed upon him a sandwich before boarding the train, which sufficed for his lunch. The icy boy appeared to lack any appetite, consuming nothing at all. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the sky, bright lights illuminated their compartment, yet their silence persisted. The boy remained absorbed in his spellbook. His reading pace languid, as if he were perusing each page thrice. After such an extensive period, he had managed to read only half of the Charms textbook. Just 5 minutes before arriving at Hogwarts, the boy finally closed the book, stowed it in his trunk, and donned his Hogwarts robe. Lynn, not idle either, changed into his robe, and, once the train came to a complete halt, exited the compartment. The train arrived at a small, dilapidated platform. Though the breeze was somewhat chilly, the evening weather was splendid, unmarred by clouds, allowing the brilliant stars and luminous crescent moon to shine through. Students of all sizes disembarked from the train. The upperclassmen chatted merrily, while the first years stood nervously, unsure of what to do next. At that moment, a resounding voice cut through the air. "First-year students, over here." Lynn followed the sound, spotting a bearded giant amidst a cluster of tiny figures, holding a pink umbrella that contrasted amusingly with his imposing stature. With such a distinctive landmark, the new students quickly gathered around Hagrid. At that moment, a girl standing beside Lynn suddenly tilted her head to gaze at the sky. "Is it raining?" Lynn felt somewhat perplexed. It was impossible for rain to fall today. Why then was that person holding an umbrella? Following the direction of her finger, Lynn indeed spotted a large black umbrella unfurling amidst the crowd of newcomers. The freshmen, already somewhat anxious, scattered like startled chicks upon the appearance of this anomaly, an umbrella on a clear day, creating a noticeable distance from the boy beneath it. The silver-haired boy, holding the black umbrella, seemed utterly oblivious to the reactions of those around him. He maintained a pale, stoic expression and stood calmly in place. Hagrid counted the number of students roughly, and upon confirming that no one was missing, he raised an eyebrow at the silver-haired boy. "Child, have you lost your senses? Today is a rare day of fine weather. There is no need for an umbrella. It is not for rain, But for something else, the boy's voice was stiff, lacking the tone of explanation. Hagrid paid little mind. Occasionally, a few peculiarities among the newcomers were not unusual. Since you insist on this, very well. Listen, children, you must stay close to me and not fall behind. I will lead you into Hogwarts. Lynn cast a glance at the boy completely shrouded by the black umbrella, then silently followed Hagrid. The magical realm is not a tranquil place. Even within Hogwarts, absolute safety is not guaranteed, so Lynn had no intention of probing into other secrets. Curiosity certainly lingered, but he would not allow his inquisitiveness to invite trouble. The newcomers trailed behind Hagrid, parting ways with the older students as they ventured into a narrow path through the woods. The path was somewhat rugged, and even though Hagrid deliberately slowed his pace, it remained quite challenging for a group of 11-year-olds to keep up with his long strides. The dense foliage obscured the starlight and moonlight from above. As they progressed deeper, Lynn could scarcely discern whether the sides of the path still belonged to the woods, apart from the hurried footsteps and breaths of the freshmen. The only sounds that accompanied them were the rustling leaves in the evening breeze and the calls of what seemed to be owls. They trudged along, lost in time, until Hagrid abruptly halted after a sharp turn, causing a small wizard behind him to nearly collide with his backside. Do you see that? That is Hogwarts, the place where you will reside for the next 7 years. Hagrid proudly gestured towards a massive structure looming ahead. The freshmen then realized that they were no longer on the dimly lit forest path. The narrow road opened up before them, revealing a vast lake that lay before them. The black surface of the lake was tranquil, reflecting the stars and the waning moon, resembling a mirror embedded in the earth. Behind the lake stood a colossal castle, nestled between two mountains, adorned with countless turrets and towers. The towering rooftops resembled the pointed hats of wizards, seemingly brimming with knowledge and the mysteries yet to be discovered. Many young wizards gasped in awe at the magnificent sight before them. Even Lynn found himself momentarily entranced by the ancient castle perched upon the distant mountain. It was not merely the shock of encountering a structure that had previously existed solely in films. Rather, a series of notifications echoed within his mind. Main quest completed. Map unlocked. Hogwarts Castle. Reward. Mental barrier activated. Now granted. Title acquired. Novice Enrollee. Novice Enrollee. 1. While wearing this title, those among the students who perceive themselves as your social superiors will instinctively challenge you. 2. Teachers will exhibit increased concern for your well-being. 3. Your learning efficiency in foundational magical knowledge will triple. Note 1. The effects of this title activate only while equipped. Note 2. This title will expire upon promotion to the second year. Chapter 16. Hogwarts. Lynn stroked his smooth chin, still absorbing the implications of his newfound title when he heard Hagrid's booming voice. Each boat can only hold 4 people. He pointed emphatically at a row of small boats moored by the Black Lake, reiterating his warning. Remember, no more than 4 in each boat. With that, he boldly leapt into one of the small vessels. Lynn and 3 unfamiliar young wizards climbed aboard. Soon, Hagrid surveyed the scene, and upon confirming that all the first years were seated, he commanded the fleet like a general. All right, we're setting off now. The boats glided across the Black Lake, propelled by an unseen force. In the boat with Lynn were 2 boys and a girl, their brows furrowed, lips pressed tightly together, and faces pale with anxiety. In stark contrast, Lynn remained remarkably at ease, even finding time to stir the water with his hand. The effects of his newly acquired title seemed quite favorable. Despite some minor drawbacks, they were entirely manageable and far superior to the previous title that had insulted his character. The only downside was its somewhat unappealing name. As he scooped a handful of lake water, he noticed that the Black Lake was not truly black, but rather a deep green hue. Aren't you the least bit worried? Asked the girl with 2 braids and a sprinkle of freckles, her expression perplexed. Lynn blinked. Worried about what? It was then that he recalled a particular tradition associated with Hogwarts. He looked at them with an innocent expression. I've always lived in the ordinary world, and I know very little about the intricacies of the magical realm. The 3 young wizards had initially hoped he might possess some insider knowledge to share, only to feel a twinge of disappointment upon realizing he knew even less than they did. Are both your parents muggles? One of the boys queried, regarding him with suspicion. Lynn calmly nodded. If by muggles you mean ordinary people who cannot perform magic, then I would assume they are. The boy straightened his back, seemingly eager to enlighten him about Hogwarts, yet his tone dripped with a hint of disdain. It is impossible for you to be sorted into Slytherin. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses, and Slytherin accepts only those of pure-blood wizarding lineage, endowed with exceptional magical talent, such as myself. The other 3 houses, Ravenclaw values wisdom, Gryffindor prizes bravery, and Hufflepuff emphasizes loyalty. My parents informed me that this house has a rather lenient selection criterion. It is said that most wizards from Muggle families lacking qualifications emerge from here. I suppose you will most likely be sorted into this house. Lynn had encountered many such insufferable brats during his time in the orphanage, and he had long since grown immune to their arrogance. He shrugged nonchalantly and replied, I can go wherever I please. However, I overheard some wizards in Diagon Alley mentioning that Gryffindor is currently regarded as the best house at Hogwarts. It is said that our headmaster hails from this house. While Slytherin's reputation is rather poor, they say it produces dark wizards. The boy, evidently from a pure-blood family with a bias against blood status, flushed crimson at Lynn's subtle jab. He stuttered for a retort, but could not muster a single word of rebuttal after much mumbling. This minor incident did not weigh on Lynn's mind, for they soon crossed the Black Lake and arrived at the opposite shore. Hagrid led them down the small boat, and together they approached the grand oak doors of the castle. He knocked thrice on the door with his fists, which were nearly twice the size of an average person's. The door swung open immediately from within. Professor McGonagall, her expression perpetually serious, stood before the new students. The sight of her brought to Lynn's mind his audacious act of petting a cat, and though he knew she did not care, he instinctively recoiled slightly. I have brought the first-year students, Professor McGonagall. She nodded, surveying the young wizards with a stern gaze that intimidated many of the first-timers. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here. The young wizards followed the notoriously stern deputy headmistress into a small chamber within the castle. After delivering the customary annual address, Professor McGonagall departed to prepare for the sorting ceremony. The group of first-years, who had been holding in their excitement for quite some time, erupted in chatter. Some had already acquainted themselves on the train, and now, free from the professor's supervision, they began to discuss animatedly. Lynn initially eavesdropped on their conversations, but upon realizing that most were baseless speculations regarding the sorting ceremony, he lost interest. Meanwhile, a new task emerged in his mind's system upon completing the main storyline mission of arriving at Hogwarts. Main task: earn commendations from the respective course professors. Reward: corresponding magical talent and effects. Lynn pondered the system's newly assigned task, noting that the criteria for commendation were quite broad. For instance, a mere offhand compliment from Professor McGonagall previously had elevated his transfiguration talent. It appears that completing this task is not particularly arduous. One merely needs to exhibit a modicum of enthusiasm in the classroom after the commencement of the school year. What piques Lynn's interest is whether this method could facilitate the repeated accrual of points. Although this notion may seem somewhat whimsical, it is certainly worth exploring. The hall buzzed with liveliness as students from 4 distinct colleges were seated at their respective long tables, while the professors occupied a long table elevated on a platform. Among the professors, Lynn quickly spotted Professor Fox, who remained clad in a long coat that starkly contrasted with his wizardly persona, complete with a necktie. Professor Fox noticed Lynn's gaze and greeted him with a warm smile and a wave. Upon diverting his attention from Professor Fox, Lynn's focus shifted to the distinguished figure seated at the center of the professor's table. With a bushy white beard and peculiar crescent-shaped glasses, the Hogwarts headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, resembled a kindly, elderly neighbor, perpetually smiling. Before Lynn could further observe the most illustrious headmaster in Hogwarts history, Professor McGonagall guided them onto the platform, producing a stool upon which rested a tattered and grimy hat. The renowned sorting hat joyfully concluded its song, prompting an enthusiastic round of applause from both students and professors alike. For a school like Hogwarts, the start of the term was indeed a joyous occasion for all young wizards, yet among the throng, the first-year students alone bore a sense of unease. After enduring a prolonged period of nervous anticipation, the prospect of merely donning a hat left many feeling less than elated. Nonetheless, it did afford them a sigh of relief, as wearing a hat was ultimately not a daunting task, albeit this particular hat appeared rather filthy and sang in an odd manner. Minerva Agnes. Professor McGonagall called out the name of the first little wizard. A black-haired boy stumbled forward, hastily making his way to the stool under the watchful eyes of all Hogwarts students and professors, donning the hat. In plain sight, the sorting hat promptly declared, Ravenclaw. A jubilant cheer erupted from the Ravenclaw table. Lynn felt a slight sheen of perspiration form in his palms. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not nervous in such an environment. He was in close proximity to the Gryffindor table and could even hear a disgruntled mutter from an upperclassman lamenting a lost wager regarding the allocation of the first new student. Lynn Belloc. As the third name was called, Lynn inhaled deeply and hastily approached Professor McGonagall's side. He had not lied. He genuinely felt indifferent about which house he would be sorted into. He bore no prejudice against Slytherin and was neither overly enamored with Gryffindor. He admired Ravenclaw's wisdom and resonated with Hufflepuff's loyalty and humility. His only source of anxiety stemmed from the sorting hat itself. The brain-sealing technique rewarded by the system was beyond Lynn's control, leaving him uncertain of its efficacy. However, contemplating this matter now serves little purpose. All he could do was place the hat upon his head. Chapter 17, The Prisoner of Azkaban. Almost as soon as the sorting hat brushed against Lynn's hair, it exclaimed with an electric fervor, Slytherin. Lynn was utterly stunned, his hands still clutching the brim, yet he had not even fully donned the hat. He bore no particular prejudice against Slytherin, but this seemed rather hasty. Could a student from a Muggle family truly be sorted into Slytherin? With an innocent expression, Lynn turned to Professor McGonagall, who displayed no overt surprise and urged him to proceed. Even as he settled into his seat, Lynn remained perplexed as to how the Sorting Hat had reached its conclusion. It had not even conversed with him, nor sought to comprehend his thoughts. Did it perceive his aptitude for dark magic? Lynn conjectured this possibility in his mind, yet it lacked substantial grounding. After all, while Slytherin was known for producing dark wizards, there had never been an indication that aptitude in dark magic was a criterion for selection. The sorting ceremony continued, and to the older students and professors, Lynn's situation scarcely registered as a mere footnote. Each year, certain students with pronounced characteristics prompt the Sorting Hat to make swift judgments. Such occurrences, while uncommon, were not unheard of. At most, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, who were aware of Lynn's Muggle background, experienced a fleeting surprise at the rarity of a new student from such a lineage being placed in Slytherin. The older Slytherin students were relatively welcoming. Adopting a mindset of acceptance, Lynn chose not to dwell on it any further and quietly observed the continuation of the ceremony. Ian Douglas Campbell, with Professor McGonagall's announcement, the silver-haired boy who had shared a compartment with Lynn on the train, carrying an umbrella on a sunny day, swiftly approached the platform. The Sorting Hat seemed to deliberate for an extended period atop his head before finally assigning him to Ravenclaw. Autumn Zhang, a young girl of Asian descent, hurriedly approached Professor McGonagall and hastily placed the Sorting Hat upon her head. She was the only peer Lynn recognized, a fellow first year, who happened to be the first love of the savior, Harry Potter, and also of Chinese descent. Then there was that little brat, Hubert McLean, who had shared a boat with Lynn across the lake. He had indeed been sorted into Slytherin, just as he had claimed. When he strode confidently to the Slytherin table, resembling a knight just honored by a king, and beheld Lynn seated calmly, his demeanor instantly deflated. It was as if the knight discovered that the honor was worth little, for anyone could attain it. His face flushed, he appeared somewhat exasperated, yet he still maintained a modicum of decorum. "Why did you deceive me?" he demanded, taking a seat opposite Lynn and glaring at him. Lynn looked at him, bewildered. "What did I deceive you about? You have informed me that both of your parents are Muggles. Indeed, although I am an orphan and have never met them, they possess status and assets in the ordinary world, thus they must be Muggles. But why were you sorted into Slytherin?" "How should I know?" Lynn shrugged. "Is there a rule in Slytherin that prohibits the admission of wizards from Muggle backgrounds?" "No." The upperclassman shook his head, yet his gaze upon Lynn was filled with intrigue. "Slytherin has admitted students from Muggle families before, albeit rarely. It may take 3 years to encounter one. So, does that mean I am a rare genius who appears once every 3 years?" Lynn silently mused. In a certain sense, that is indeed the case. The speaker was the head of Slytherin, who had introduced herself as Betty Dillis when Lynn first arrived. She appeared to be a very capable young woman. The sorting ceremony was interrupted by Headmaster Dumbledore's opening address. "Due to Professor Stokes' unfortunate circumstances last semester, I have accepted his resignation. Now, I would like to introduce our newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, Adrian Fox, an expert in the field and surely a competent instructor." Professor Fox smiled and waved at the young wizards from the elevated platform. Strangely, however, the applause from the young wizards below was sparse. At the Slytherin table, there was almost complete silence. Just as Lynn raised his hand to show support for Professor Fox, he noticed the Slytherins around him wearing grim expressions upon hearing the professor's name, and even the professors seated on the platform seemed to share a similar demeanor. It appeared that Professor Fox had an unfavorable reputation. Lynn furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before lowering his hand. He intended to assess the situation during the forthcoming feast. Dumbledore did not deliver a lengthy speech. After making some necessary announcements, he declared the feast to commence. No sooner had he finished speaking than an array of steaming dishes appeared on the empty plates before the new students, instantly igniting their appetites as they eagerly wielded their knives and forks to partake in the banquet. The Slytherins dined at a leisurely pace, in stark contrast to the raucous atmosphere of the Gryffindors across the hall. "I thought that rumor was false. I never imagined Professor Dumbledore would truly invite him here," sighed an upperclassman. Head girl Betty was slicing a Munich sausage. "Isn't it rather ironic to have him serve as the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor? Once this news spreads, it will likely dominate the front page of the Daily Prophet for a month. My father advised me that if he indeed came to Hogwarts, I should keep my distance from him. Even if it means pulling Dumbledore's beard, I should not provoke him." "Excuse me," Lynn cautiously interjected into their conversation. "Are you referring to the new Professor Fox? What issues does he have?" The fellow first year, Hubert, regarded him with disdain. "You know nothing yet dare to interrupt our conversation." Lynn gazed at him with exasperation, thinking that this little brat truly deserved a reprimand. "Be quiet. Is this how the McLean family raises their children?" Betty chastised Hubert, then turned to Lynn and the other young wizards who were unaware of the situation, explaining, "Although gossiping about professors is not commendable, I still advise you to keep your distance from the newly arrived Professor Fox. He was once sentenced to a life term in Azkaban for tormenting and murdering 5 wizards using the unforgivable curse. It was only 2 years ago. Thanks to our Headmaster Professor Dumbledore's vigorous advocacy and a fortunate turn of events regarding his past misdeeds, that the Wizengamot overturned his previous sentence and granted him early release. Chapter 18, Slytherin. He found it impossible to reconcile the mischievous, yet somewhat charming old man with the murderous fiend Betty described. Could you pass me that cream puff? Betty asked Lynn softly. Sure. In truth, Lynn had a fondness for that singular sweet delicacy on the long table. It was his favorite. However, given that she had just come to his aid, he felt reluctant to decline. He remained troubled by the matter concerning Professor Fox, yet with limited information. He could not hastily label him as a villain based solely on another's account. The only individuals he could trust were Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall. Clearly, both held significant trust in Fox, and Lynn himself had a favorable impression of him. Otherwise, he would not have been inclined to accept the investment offered. As for the allegations of murder, he hoped for an opportunity to seek clarification directly, believing there was no need for excessive suspicion over such matters. The atmosphere in Slytherin was quite pleasant, predominantly composed of the next generation nurtured by familial education, while there were certainly some with skewed values or improper upbringing. For the most part, they were amiable. The older students regaled them with tales of their experiences at Hogwarts, and suddenly, a cream puff appeared before Lynn, prompting him to admire the attentiveness of the house elf. After dinner, everyone joined together to sing the Hogwarts school song in various melodies. The scene chaotic yet revealing of Dumbledore's evident enjoyment. Our head of house, Professor Snape, may not have the best reputation within the school, but every Slytherin student holds him in sincere affection. Do you know why? On their way to the Slytherin dormitory located underground, Betty elucidated the various professors to the new students. The newcomers shook their heads in ignorance, while Judy explained as they walked. The reason students from other houses harbor disdain for Professor Snape is that he openly favors us too much. Perhaps from the perspective of the other houses, this seems unjust. However, what is the professor's motivation? In the end, are we not the ones who benefit from it? Thus, students from any other house may hold reasons to disdain him, yet we alone must not. He may exhibit partiality, but he genuinely considers our best interests, serving as the finest head for Slytherin. You might be aware that Gryffindor champions courage, Ravenclaw favors wisdom, and Hufflepuff upholds loyalty, while Slytherin, beyond its demand for cunning and ambition, often overlooks another quality inherent in us: unity. A unity that is uniquely Slytherin. Do you understand? Each individual who enters the Snake House possesses the potential to become remarkable, a testament to Salazar Slytherin's appreciation of the distinctive qualities within you. Our house faces numerous rumors from the outside world, claiming we revel in dark magic and that we judge our members by blood status. You should not heed the words of those rival houses. I do not deny that our house has produced dark wizards, but the other three houses harbor their own, albeit they are reluctant to acknowledge it. Indeed, we do exhibit a tendency to recruit descendants of esteemed wizarding families, yet many Slytherin students have at least one Muggle parent. I hold great affection for our emblem, the serpent, symbolizing cunning, strength, and the propensity to be misunderstood. The young wizards following her listened intently, quickly forming a profound impression of Slytherin House. Betty is undoubtedly a capable prefect. Even Lynn has significantly altered her perspective on the Snake House through Betty's introduction. They followed Betty to a concealed entrance leading to the basement. To enter the common room, one must provide a password, which changes bi-weekly, strictly prohibiting any written records or sharing with other houses. The new password is posted on the notice board the day before it changes, and for this fortnight. It is Blood Oath. The first-year students stepped into Slytherin's common room, and truth be told, it is quite splendid. The common room, located beneath the lake, is semi-transparent, with walls constructed of black Gothic marble, and a ceiling of carved crystal forming a transparent dome, allowing the moonlight to cast shimmering reflections upon the surface. Brad, could you assist me in escorting these gentlemen to their dormitory? I still need to tend to the ladies. Betty inquired of a boy engrossed in a newspaper within the common room. Brad set down his paper and rose. Where's the male prefect, Raphael? Why are you the only one greeting the first years? Professor Snape summoned him to help prepare materials needed for class tomorrow. How unfortunate, Brad shrugged. Leave them to me. Lynn and the others then parted ways with the girls, as a new guide led them to the boys' dormitory. Their luggage and pets had already been delivered by house elves to the foot of each bed. Upon arriving in the dormitory, Lynn first fed Little Mice some water and biscuit crumbs before commencing the unpacking of her belongings. The environment in the dormitory was quite pleasant. The beds were traditional four-poster frames adorned with green silk curtains, embellished with silver-threaded embroidery. Medieval tapestries depicting the illustrious adventures of Slytherin adorned the walls, while silver lanterns hung gracefully from the ceiling. Calm yourself and listen intently. One can still hear the gentle waves lapping against the window from the lake outside. Once Lynn had tidied up completely, he retrieved the class schedule that Judy had previously sent them. In order to acquire talent points in all subjects, he needed to distinguish himself from the other freshmen. However, at that moment, a discordant snicker pierced through the air beside him. What a once-in-a-lifetime genius you are. I see nothing but a once-in-a-century mediocre fool who reads before classes even begin. Are you afraid of embarrassing yourself in class tomorrow? The number of wizards is quite scarce, as evidenced by the new students enrolled at Hogwarts each year. This year's cohort of Slytherin boys consists of merely 8 individuals. Unfortunately, Lynn found himself sharing quarters with the insufferable brat, Schubert. Lynn diverted his gaze from his book, casting a sidelong glance at Schubert. It was evident that Schubert's upbringing was fundamentally flawed, reflecting a lack of proper family values. As for his motives, they likely extended beyond mere disdain for Lynn's Muggle origins. He probably sought to assert his dominance among the new boys. In colloquial terms, one might say he wished to be the leader of the pack. Such thoughts were simple, even childishly absurd, yet they could inflict considerable harm. Many instances of bullying in schools often evolve from such dynamics. Lynn, having encountered this phenomenon in his previous life, possessed a flawless solution, one that would undoubtedly be effective even within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. He regarded Schubert with a cold stare and chuckled softly. Perhaps I am a fool. But what of you, McLean? What do you amount to? Chapter 19. Have you ever witnessed Hogwarts at 4 a.m? In the Slytherin boys' dormitory, Lynn gazed placidly at Schubert, then slowly withdrew his wand, a slender piece of hawthorn, from his suitcase. He repeated his question. Schubert, caught in Lynn's penetrating gaze, began to fidget, avoiding eye contact, his bravado faltering as he blustered. What do you need that wand for? Do you wish to duel me? Don't be ridiculous, Belloc. You are merely an orphan from a Muggle background. You are nothing, and you know nothing. Do you realize what we call people like you? Mudblood. Silencing spell. Lynn coldly uttered the incantation, and a brilliant red beam of magical energy shot forth from the tip of his wand, striking its mark with unerring accuracy. The curse manifested instantly upon Schubert, causing his tongue and palate to adhere together, rendering him voiceless, only able to emit a series of incomprehensible, frantic sounds from his throat. Yet Lynn was far from finished. He swiftly approached Schubert, seizing him by the collar and forcefully pinning him against the wall. Lynn possessed considerable strength. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had rigorously maintained a daily exercise regimen. While he could not rival an adult, among his peers, he was decidedly robust. Schubert found himself firmly subdued, unable to utter a single word, even struggling to breathe as Lynn pressed down upon him. Lynn's expression remained serene, devoid of any malice. Yet it evoked a flicker of fear deep within Schubert. His face flushed a vivid red, the cause uncertain, whether from the lack of air or from anger. His limbs flailed in a desperate struggle, yet he found himself utterly incapable of breaking free from Lynn's grasp. My intention in coming here was merely to pursue my education, with no desire to trouble anyone. However, should anyone seek to provoke me, the consequences will extend far beyond today's encounter. Lynn, towering a half-head above Schubert, leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Do you comprehend my meaning?" Schubert's demeanor appeared resolute. He glared at Lynn with fierce intensity, his clenched teeth seemingly poised to rend him apart. "It seems your intellect leaves much to be desired," Lynn remarked with a shrug. "I have articulated my point rather clearly, yet you remain oblivious. Alas, there is little I can do." With one hand firmly gripping Schubert's throat and the other seizing his hair, he forcefully slammed his head against the wall. A wave of dizziness surged through Schubert, nearly inducing him to vomit, while excruciating pain compelled tears and snot to flow uncontrollably from his face. "I have merely provided you with a small assist to momentarily clear your mind. Now, can you comprehend my words?" Lynn's voice echoed in Schubert's ears like a sinister whisper. At merely 11 years of age, Schubert possessed no unwavering resolve, rendered speechless. He could only nod desperately, signaling his understanding. Lynn then released his collar. Schubert collapsed to the floor like a drowning man who had just been rescued, gasping for breath. Lynn, taking his time, shook out his robe, and remarkably transformed his expression into a warm smile, even crouching to help tidy Schubert's disheveled school uniform. "My apologies, but I have yet to master the spell to unbind your tongue, so you will have to wait until my magic wanes to speak freely. You won't hold that against me, will you?" Schubert hastily shook his head, indicating his lack of ill will, as he found himself bereft of the courage to meet Lynn's gaze. "You truly are an exceedingly magnanimous soul. I trust you will overlook this minor misunderstanding between us, and that we shall continue as amiable roommates and classmates, yes?" Lynn's smile was sincere, as though the preceding events had never transpired. Schubert nodded mechanically, wishing only to hasten the end of this torment and retire to bed for a restful sleep. Lynn was pleased with his demeanor, then turned his attention to the remaining 2 roommates, who had been cowering on their beds, trembling as they witnessed the cordial exchange between Lynn and Schubert. They now sought to diminish their presence, hoping to remain unnoticed by the victor. "Good night," Lynn said kindly, smiling at them, which sent the 2 children diving under their blankets in fright. At this juncture, Lynn's interest in reading had evaporated. He donned his pajamas, completed his evening routine, and lay down on the bed, ready to rest. His method of resolving the situation had been harsh, yet undeniably effective. Reality unfolds in such a manner, if one fears complications. It is imperative to convey to those who seek to trouble you that the consequences of provoking you are exceedingly grave, so severe that they may be unable to bear them. The meek tremble before the strong fear the audacious, and the audacious dread those who are reckless. Resolving violence with violence is undoubtedly the most effective approach, provided there exists a parity of strength. Currently, Lynn possesses but a scant repertoire of spells, easily counted on a single hand. The sole incantation that might be deemed somewhat formidable is the tongue-tying curse, a malevolent spell he acquired from some supplementary texts purchased at the Leaky Cauldron. According to the tomes, the creator of this curse is none other than the headmaster of his school, Severus Snape. Thus, it is not that Lynn yearns to roll up his sleeves and engage in combat, but rather that he has no other spells at his disposal. Surely, casting a cleaning charm at Hubert would be a farcical endeavor. The night passed in silence. At the break of dawn, Lynn's long-honed biological clock roused him promptly at 4 o'clock. After donning his robes and attending to his morning rituals, he took up his wand and the textbooks required for his morning classes before departing his dormitory. The common room was devoid of life, save for a creature that could scarcely be considered human, standing silently by the fireplace. The hollow gaze of this entity, reminiscent of a vortex capable of ensnaring one's very soul, sent shivers down Lynn's spine. He steeled himself and greeted the apparition. "Good morning, Mr. Barlow." Barlow the Bloody, the resident ghost of Slytherin, had been present at the previous night's feast, seated at the Slytherin long table. "Ah, the new student of Slytherin." Barlow's voice was soft, yet distinctly audible. "Why not linger a while longer in the warmth of your bed? The sun has yet to rise outside." Lynn replied candidly. "I typically arise at this hour at home. If I awaken and cannot return to slumber, I prefer to venture out and familiarize myself with the surroundings of Hogwarts." Barlow nodded in agreement. Early to bed and early to rise is indeed a commendable habit. Should you find yourself lost within the castle, do not hesitate to consult the portraits adorning the walls. They are usually quite eager to provide guidance. "Thank you for your advice." After bidding farewell to Barlow, Lynn exited the common room. Outside, the world was still shrouded in darkness, yet the eastern sky hinted at the faintest lightning. It would not be long before he witnessed his first sunrise at Hogwarts. He tightened his robes around him and, following the guidance of Prefect Betty from the previous day, made his way to scout out the charms classroom. The staircases within Hogwarts are notoriously capricious. Without a familiar route, one might easily become disoriented by their mischievous antics. After an hour of exploration, Lynn had gained a reasonable familiarity with the classrooms Betty had introduced them to the day prior. During his wanderings, he also meandered past the library, which he anticipated visiting frequently. Thus, it was prudent to map out the path in advance. Around 5:30, Lynn emerged from the castle, intending to embark on his daily ritual of morning jogs around the Black Lake. Upon arriving at the expansive lawn beside the Black Lake, he soon discovered that he was not the only young wizard up at the break of dawn at Hogwarts. Chapter 20, The Exploration of Charms. Greetings. The boy practicing spells by the lake greeted Lynn first. Noticing the style of his robe, predominantly in yellow and black, it was evident he was a student of Hufflepuff. The boy appeared quite pleased, as finding someone to converse with on such a dreary morning was indeed a delightful occurrence. "Yes, I am previewing the first charm that Professor Flitwick has prepared for us this year, the General Counterspell. I believe this is a charm typically introduced in the second year. Is it not?" The boy offered an apologetic smile to Lynn. "My apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Cedric Diggory, a second-year student of Hufflepuff." Upon hearing his name, Lynn paused momentarily, recalling that this individual was a tragic character who met an untimely demise in the original storyline. And even his girlfriend later shifted her affections elsewhere. Cedric regarded Lynn's sudden daze with curiosity. "Is something the matter? Forgive me, I was just lost in thought." "I am Lynn Belloc, a new student of Slytherin. A first year. You're up quite early to familiarize yourself with Hogwarts?" Cedric inquired. "I came to prepare for a morning jog, but you mentioned you were just practicing the General Counterspell?" Lynn asked, intrigued. Cedric explained. "It is a charm utilized to nullify the effects of other spells, generally applicable to most incantations. Would you like a practice partner?" Lynn inquired with a smile. "Given that its effect is to negate other spells, you would need one to first cast a spell." Cedric hesitated, eyeing him. "Aren't you a first year? Shouldn't you have yet to begin your studies in charms?" Lynn refrained from clarifying, instead drawing forth his wand and pointing it at the pair of dew-soaked, muddy shoes Cedric wore. "Scourgify." Cedric gazed in astonishment at his now pristine footwear, genuinely exclaiming, "What an excellent cleaning charm. Even among my peers, I doubt anyone could perform it better than you." "Thank you." Lynn graciously accepted the compliment. "So, does this now qualify me to be your practice partner?" Isn't that a bit of an imposition? Cedric, with his amiable nature, felt he was taking advantage of Lynn. "Not at all. I need to practice my spells as well. Of course, if you are willing to offer me some guidance on my shortcomings in spellcasting, that would be even better." Lynn replied, eagerly awaiting Cedric's response. It's not so much guidance, but I can certainly provide you with some advice. Poor Mr. Diggory remained blissfully unaware of how he had gradually fallen into Lynn's cleverly laid trap. Your incantation is delivered far too swiftly, with almost no pauses in between. It seems you have had no one to instruct you, relying solely on books to figure things out. This can be quite perilous. The incantation you just uttered for the cleaning charm was already somewhat deviated from the standard pronunciation. While it did not affect the spell's outcome, it could still lead to unpredictable variations in its effects. Cedric demonstrated the Scourgify spell on Lynn's shoes, his pronunciation distinctly different from Lynn's. So, one must leave a slight pause between an and is, correct? Indeed, he nodded. Moreover, consider the gesture of your wand. Do you recall what the book states? It should resemble smooth, curved arcs like letters. Did your movement perhaps elevate too much at the conclusion? Lynn pondered, looking upwards. It seems so. I might have unconsciously incorporated my usual letter-writing habits. He confessed, I thought my spell casting was flawless, yet I find it riddled with imperfections. Cedric shook his head. You're already quite proficient. Most newcomers struggle to cast a single spell at the start of their term. You are ahead of many. Let us begin. Lynn took the practice seriously, appreciating Cedric's significant assistance in deepening his understanding of spellcasting. His initial intention was to use the pretext of practice to receive guidance from Cedric, who was destined to represent Hogwarts in the Triwizard Tournament, undoubtedly among the finest of his year. He did not expect to gain so much. Though it was merely a cleaning charm, magic, akin to mathematics, is interconnected and consistent. With a bit of reflection, Lynn could resolve many issues in his spellcasting, providing a layer of stability to his incantations. Lynn was not fond of indebtedness. Even when Professor Fawkes offered to sponsor him, he initially declined. Yet, he now had to concede that he owed Cedric a favor. He could contemplate repayment later, but for now, he needed to focus during their practice. After an hour of spell practice by the Black Lake, they parted ways to have breakfast before commencing the first day of classes at Hogwarts. They agreed to meet at the same time the following day, and Lynn contemplated transforming his daily morning jog into a session of spell exchange with Cedric. The Great Hall was sparsely populated with young witches and wizards for breakfast. After a summer of revelry, many had yet to shake off the habit of sleeping in. The students from each Hogwarts house exhibited a strong sense of camaraderie, typically dining at the long tables assigned during the opening feast, rarely mingling across tables. Thus, Lynn made his way directly to the Slytherin table. As he passed the Gryffindor table, he was suddenly embraced by two arms from either side, those of the Weasley twins. I never imagined you would be sorted into Slytherin. Honestly, I thought you would be in our house. Even if not, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff would suit you well. Of course, I'm not suggesting Slytherin is inadequate. You must know that some of those in Snake House can be rather arrogant. Lynn conveyed his thoughts to either George or Fred, although he was uncertain which one he was addressing. Indeed, another Weasley remarked, although we have just met you, we do not perceive you as someone who merely regards others through their nostrils. Lynn tilted his head in contemplation, realizing that it could not exactly be termed arrogance. They were simply a tad aloof, possessing a rather unique approach to forming friendships. He smiled at the Weasley twins, inquiring, what is it? Would you sever ties with me simply because I have been sorted into Slytherin? The twins exchanged glances before turning to Lynn and exclaimed in unison, of course not. Let us not forget, our mother reminded us to look out for you at school before we departed. Lynn shrugged. Thus, why the concern over my house placement? As long as we get along, friendship can endure. You are correct. We owe you an apology for our earlier remarks, the Weasley twins said, their expressions suggesting a lack of genuine contrition. Having classes scheduled for the morning, they refrained from further conversation and agreed to explore Hogwarts Castle together in the future before parting ways. Lynn took his seat at the Slytherin table, where several upperclassmen had already gathered. Upon noticing Lynn, they greeted him, for they had become acquainted during the opening feast the previous night. Betty, the head girl, frowned and remarked, you are the earliest of all the newcomers to arrive today. I wonder how many will be tardy for the upcoming charms class. Professor Flitwick, despite his generally amiable demeanor, detests students who are not punctual. The breakfast spread was undoubtedly less lavish than the previous evening's banquet. Yet the oatmeal suited Lynn's palate quite well. They should all possess enough sense to cultivate an early rising habit within a week or two. The head students at Hogwarts are not caretakers for the young witches and wizards. They bear no obligation to oversee every aspect of the newcomers' lives. After a brief complaint, Betty ceased her nagging and glanced at the bowl of oatmeal in Lynn's hands, casually commenting, it seems the house elves at Hogwarts have recently updated their menu. I have never encountered such porridge for breakfast before. In the midst of their conversation, Lynn had already finished his bowl of oatmeal. Is that so? Their culinary skills are rather commendable. This tastes nearly as good as my own creations, he replied. Betty rolled her eyes, finally witnessing the thickness of Lynn's skin. Her words soon proved prophetic. In the charms classroom, Professor Flitwick stood atop a precariously stacked pile of books, his countenance grim as he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the lectern. 3 minutes had elapsed since the class was scheduled to commence. Yet 5 young witches and wizards remained absent. The Slytherin and Ravenclaw students already present hunched over their desks, resembling frightened quails, acutely aware of Professor Flitwick's displeasure. Just as the professor's last vestige of patience appeared to dwindle, 4 Slytherins and 1 Ravenclaw newcomer rushed into the classroom, flustered. "Professor, we had indeed calculated the time correctly. It was those stairs upstairs that played tricks on us." One new student attempted to explain, but Professor Flitwick shot them a disapproving glare. It was merely a reprimand without subsequent punishment that made the 5 feel as if they had been granted a reprieve, and they hurriedly trotted to their seats. Once Professor Flitwick observed that they were all settled, he cleared his throat and commenced the first lesson of charms. The magical arts, having evolved over thousands of years, have reached a point where the number of known spells is beyond enumeration. Nevertheless, regardless of the progression of magic, it fundamentally remains categorized into 2 principal types, charms and transfiguration. Before delving into the specifics of charms, it is imperative that I first instruct you on how to distinguish between charms and transfiguration. While this knowledge may not directly affect your spellcasting, it is foundational theory that every wizard must grasp. Now, who among you can elucidate the difference between charms and transfiguration? Almost as soon as Professor Flitwick's question lingered in the air, Lynn eagerly raised his arm high. The professor, reputedly of fairy lineage, appeared somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated a moment of silence among the newcomers. Lynn stood from his seat and proclaimed, "Charms augment a specific attribute of an object or being, whereas transfiguration transforms it into something entirely different." "Well articulated," the professor exclaimed. "That is the most standard answer. Have you truly read the entire excerpt?" "Indeed, Professor," Lynn replied, his face betraying no hint of pride, for he was aware that there was another young wizard present, seated nearby, who had also diligently read the entire charms textbook, the Ravenclaw student he had encountered on the train. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Lynn continued, "I recall the excerpt also explained that while dark charms, jinxes, and curses fall under the category of charms, they are collectively referred to as the dark arts. This textbook does not address such spells." "Excellent," Professor Flitwick commended. "You are the first freshman I have encountered who meticulously read the entire book without skipping any excerpts prior to class. 5 points to Slytherin. You have received the sincere praise of Professor Phileas Flitwick of the Charms class, gaining a General Charm Talent 1 and General Charm Effect 1. Your outstanding performance in charms has led Professor Phileas Flitwick to award points to your house, gaining a General Charm Talent 1 and General Charm Effect 1. The successive notifications from the system left Lynn momentarily speechless. It appeared that not only did praise come with rewards, but earning points for his house could also enhance his magical aptitude. "You may take your seat, Mr. Belloc," the professor added. After the initial shock of delight, Lynn quickly regained his composure. The enhancement of magical talent could not be so effortlessly attained. After all, the maximum limit was only 10. If a single compliment and point could yield such results, he might become a magical prodigy within a month of starting school. Indeed, Lynn's conjecture proved accurate. As Professor Flitwick began to formally instruct them on the levitation charm, Lynn's exemplary performance once again captured the professor's attention, earning him further accolades. However, this time the system did not announce an increase in magical talent. This indicated that the commendations and point awards from each professor were, in fact, one-time occurrences, meaning he could accumulate a maximum of 2 points of talent from various courses. Chapter 22, The History of Magic and Potions. The study of magical history itself is far from tedious. Rather, it is the teaching style of Professor Binns that renders it monotonous. It is said that when Hogwarts was first established, and he was still alive, his lectures were quite engaging. Even individuals from Slytherin praised his quick wit and clarity of thought. However, now he drones on in a breathless and monotonous manner, devoid of emotion, reciting from his notes with little interaction with the students. Lynn even felt that Professor Binns' voice possessed a peculiar magic. Even he, a diligent student who had never once dozed off in class, found himself battling drowsiness while listening to him. Though somewhat distracted, Lynn managed to take the necessary notes, which he now reviewed to reinforce his understanding. "I heard you," announced a sun-kissed, blonde upperclassman as he approached Lynn, smiling. "You earned 5 points for Slytherin in Professor Flitwick's class, especially in front of a group of proud Ravenclaws." The newcomer was named Raphael Williamson, the male prefect of Slytherin, and the boyfriend of the female prefect, Betty. "It was merely 5 points, hardly something to commend. I was simply fortunate, and I doubt I shall have such opportunities in the future," Lynn replied, not out of false modesty, but rather as a precaution. Having realized that points earned through praise and merit are fleeting, he had little desire to continue seeking recognition in class. In a place like Hogwarts, especially with the turbulent years ahead, Lynn believed it wise to remain inconspicuous. Raphael seemed undeterred by Lynn's words, lost in his own thoughts as he rambled on about their aspirations to uphold the glory of Slytherin. He proclaimed that if young wizards of all ages united in their efforts, the House Cup would indefinitely remain with the Serpent House. Yet, Lynn was acutely aware that these were mere fantasies. The following year, their headmaster, Dumbledore, would personally intervene, ensuring that the House Cup would take on the shape of Gryffindor. In the afternoon potions class, no one dared to be tardy. Despite being first years, they were well aware of the notorious reputation of Professor Snape, thanks to the upperclassmen's warnings. After witnessing one good-natured professor lose his temper earlier that day, no one would be foolish enough to rouse the ire of a second. In the potions classroom, each student faced a cauldron, surrounded by shelves displaying the various body parts and peculiar organs of magical creatures. The dimly lit environment caused the more timid girls to pale, their eyes fixated nervously on the cauldron before them. As Lynn sat there, his mind involuntarily drifted to a certain lackluster novel from his past life, where a callous author had dubbed him the man with no wife. "I am quite pleased that no fool chooses to arrive late to my class," intoned Professor Snape. Professor Snape's voice was soft, yet resonant enough for every young wizard to comprehend his words. He descended from the podium, navigating with deliberate, commanding strides between the desks. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. Given the absence of frivolous wand-waving, many of you may not believe this constitutes magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the enchanting essence of the simmering cauldron, emitting fragrant wisps of steam. Nor will you fully comprehend the mystical allure of the liquid coursing through one's veins, leaving hearts entranced and wills ensnared." His voice softened gradually. "I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew honor, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the foolish imbeciles I frequently encounter." Suddenly, his tone shifted. Each time his brooding gaze fell upon a young wizard, it sent a shiver of terror through the unfortunate child, compelling them to shrink away. Then, Snape's eyes locked with Lynn's. Lynn displayed no hint of fear. He smiled, unwaveringly meeting the cold, hollow gaze of the older man, raising his arm, while internally rallying himself. "He is a bachelor, destined to remain alone, a bachelor. Destined to remain alone, a bachelor, destined to remain alone. Oh, Belloc, do stand and share your esteemed insights." His tone held an edge of derision, yet it seemed intrinsically characteristic of his manner of speech. Lynn disregarded the tone and instead focused on the materials arrayed beside the cauldron, speaking fluidly. "Dried nettle, serpent fangs, horned slug, and porcupine quills. These are recorded in magical potions and elixirs as the third set of ingredients specifically for treating boils. This is a potent remedy for abscesses, measles, boils, and other lymphatic ailments. Caution is paramount when brewing potions. Improper preparation could result in the potion causing boils rather than curing them. The standard for successful brewing is the emergence of pink smoke from the cauldron." The text emphasizes that, particularly when adding porcupine quills, one must first remove the cauldron from the flame. Otherwise, the cauldron will melt, releasing a horrific odor. The spilled potion can also induce boils on any skin it touches. With that, Lynn finally paused amidst the astonished gazes of his fellow Slytherins and Hufflepuffs, turning to Professor Snape with humility. "This is all I can recall. I kindly request the professor to fill in any gaps." "Umph. I hope your practical skills are as commendable as your theoretical knowledge." 10 points to Slytherin. Your outstanding performance in potions class has earned your house points from Professor Severus Snape. Potion proficiency, 1. Potion effectiveness, 1. The system's notification chimed softly. Yet Lynn felt no surprise. He had long anticipated that Snape would be the type to award points to his house, while refraining from offering praise, a quintessentially proud Slytherin. Thus, he was fully prepared for a protracted engagement in potions class. Chapter 23. Transfiguration and Herbology. The first day at Hogwarts was spent in such a busy and fulfilling manner. As dusk approached, Lynn successfully completed the assignments from his 3 classes for the day in the library. During this time, he encountered Cedric, who generously assisted him in understanding the professor's criteria for evaluating student assignments and how to effectively select books in the library to aid him. In this newfound routine, Lynn even rediscovered a sense of familiarity reminiscent of his high school days in his previous life. In truth, the average young wizard was far less occupied than he was. Most tended to procrastinate their weekly assignments until the last moment, spending their free time playing wizard's chess, frolicking in the castle corridors, or engaging in adventurous games within the castle. It was only as the weekend drew near that they would remember their assignments, scrambling to borrow from those who had completed theirs or hastily scribbling something together in a manner that would hopefully not draw the professor's ire. Unfortunately, these young wizards often found their luck lacking, with many losing more than they won. Lynn, possessing the soul of an adult, found it quite challenging to engage in carefree play with such immature peers. In the dormitory, the other 3 seemed to coexist rather well. The other 2 boys, named Marco Oliva and Michel Camilleri, were engrossed in a game of wizard's chess, while Hubert appeared to be loudly advising the disadvantaged player on their next move. However, upon Lynn's entrance, their previously jovial atmosphere dissipated as abruptly as if a cat had crashed a mouse gathering. Hubert's gaze darted away from Lynn, and the 2 boys engrossed in the game looked quite uncomfortable, losing their sense of judgment regarding the chess piece's next movements, which resulted in a flurry of urging from the pieces on the board. It was evident that he had been isolated by the other three in the dormitory. It was hardly surprising that they formed a bond so swiftly, united against a common adversary. Lynn, after all, was fundamentally different from them. More than half of the first-year students hailed from pure-blood wizarding families, while the remainder had at least one wizarding parent. Their allegiances stood in stark opposition to Lynn's. Moreover, following the conflict from the previous day, irrespective of how it had initially sparked, Hubert had emerged as the underdog, easily garnering the sympathy of onlookers. Throughout the day, Lynn had scarcely interacted with them, while Hubert had spent the entire day in their company. Nevertheless, Lynn paid little heed to this situation. It aligned perfectly with his desires. He had no intention of entangling himself with these immature children, and maintaining clear boundaries would serve them all better. Of course, he was not naive enough to believe that Hubert would simply accept his defeat and cease to cause trouble after the lesson learned from the previous night. Based on Lynn's experiences across 2 lifetimes, it was evident that Hubert would require at least 2 more lessons akin to the one he had received yesterday before he would genuinely mend his ways. Good evening. Lynn smiled warmly, greeting his increasingly distant roommates. The 3 of them looked at him nervously, their lips moving silently. The discomfort of isolation is felt most acutely by the isolated, who are often oblivious to the awkwardness that surrounds them. At that moment, Lynn took on the role of an unwelcome disruptor, making his peers feel uneasy. A night passed in silence. The next morning, Lynn arrived early for Transfiguration class. As he crossed the threshold of the classroom, his body suddenly stiffened. Professor McGonagall acknowledged him with a slight nod, remaining silent. Lynn instantly grasped her intent and obediently found a seat, awaiting the commencement of the lesson. Clearly, Professor McGonagall intended to surprise the newcomers. This class was a joint session for Slytherin and Hufflepuff, and after the events of the previous day, no one dared to be late. Each student arrived punctually. The cat on the lectern attracted considerable attention, yet due to the presence of Mrs. Norris at Hogwarts, no one expressed surprise. It was only when the cat abruptly transformed into Professor McGonagall that nearly all the young witches and wizards gasped in astonishment, turning a matchstick into a needle. Lynn's talent for transfiguration was not particularly exceptional, starting at a mere 2. However, after a reward from the system, it increased to 3 points, making his learning efficiency rather modest. Yet, where talent may falter, diligence can prevail. With sufficient practice, even a novice could master basic transfiguration. And Lynn's talent was slightly above average. As expected, he once again earned Slytherin 5 points with his outstanding performance in this lesson, fully utilizing his 2 points of transfiguration talent. The afternoon's herbology class followed suit. Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, led the students to the greenhouse behind the castle, where they learned to identify the first magical plant, the myrtlap. This knowledge required little more than observation and memorization. Lynn received loud praise from Professor Sprout for noting that, aside from its medicinal properties, myrtlap was also used by wand makers as a core, thus earning Slytherin another 5 points. Within just 2 days at Hogwarts, Lynn's attributes experienced a significant enhancement. Name: Lynn Belloc. Title: Devious Seducer. Freshman, Magic Index, 3. Free points, 1. Magical talent. Dark arts, 6. Transfiguration, 4. Charms, 4. Herbology, 4. Offensive and defensive spells, 3. Potions, 3. Alchemy, 2. Ancient runes, 2. Divination, 0. Main quest. Earn commendation from corresponding course professors. Reward: corresponding magical talent and effect 1. Essentially, the talents for mainstream magic have reached a level of 4, with the highest in dark magic even attaining 6 points. Although he has yet to learn a single dark spell, the significance of a 6-point talent remains unknown to him. However, during a practice session with Cedric this morning, Lynn has already begun to appreciate the advantages of his 4 points in general spellcasting. For instance, after observing Cedric demonstrate a basic unlocking charm just 3 times, he was able to replicate both the incantation and wand movements with remarkable precision. By his 5th attempt, he successfully cast this magic, which he had never encountered before. Even Cedric couldn't help but exclaim that Lynn's speed in mastering spells was almost on par with his own. Cedric is no ordinary individual. He is a true champion of Hogwarts. Being chosen by the Goblet of Fire during the Triwizard Tournament among numerous upper-year students signifies that he is one of the most talented young wizards in his 6th or 7th year. Based on Lynn's estimation, Cedric's talents in mainstream magic should hover around 5 points, with Transfiguration being his strongest, nearly equal to his dark magic talent of 6 points. This morning, Cedric showcased his current level in Transfiguration, transforming a small stone by the Black Lake into a crab that scuttled sideways. Such an achievement, turning inanimate objects into living ones, far exceeds the typical standards for second-year students, truly deserving of the title genius. Moreover, his talent is complemented by his diligence. Had he not encountered Harry Potter, his future accomplishments would undoubtedly have been remarkable. On Wednesday morning, Lynn's most anticipated class, Defense Against the Dark Arts, arrived as expected. He arrived at the classroom early, as usual, and upon entering, he spotted Professor Fox organizing his lesson plans at the podium. Upon seeing Lynn, he greeted him with a warm smile. "Good morning, Lynn." "Good morning, Professor. You're quite early. There are still 20 minutes until class starts." Lynn felt at ease with Professor Fox, unlike his interactions with other professors. Fox, too, regarded Lynn not as an ordinary child. He yawned and waved his hand dismissively. "After all, it's my first class, and I didn't sleep well last night." He then looked at Lynn with keen interest, saying, "I've heard from other professors that you've been making quite a name for yourself lately, earning 20 points for Slytherin in just 2 days. They all speak highly of you during their discussions." Lynn raised an eyebrow. He did not feign modesty in front of Professor Fox. After all, as a recipient of investment, one must demonstrate corresponding value, mustn't one? Upon hearing Lynn's words, Fox laughed heartily. "Indeed, Lynn, I have yet to regret my investment. Do you have time this afternoon, Professor?" Lynn asked, maintaining a calm gaze as he met Fox's eyes. Fox's smile faded, as if he understood Lynn's intent. "I believe you must have heard something. You are welcome to visit my office at any time, for I am always present. Coincidentally, I also have matters to discuss with you." Gradually, young wizards have begun to arrive in the classroom. After Lynn had arranged a time with Professor Fox, he quietly settled into his seat, awaiting the commencement of the lesson. "I trust that after 2 days of study, particularly in the classes of Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, you have formed a relatively clear understanding of magic. Regardless of how bizarre, rare, or peculiar wizarding magic may be, it ultimately falls into 2 broad categories: spells and transfigurations. Thus, these 2 subjects can be deemed the foundational courses at Hogwarts. Other classes merely instruct you on how to recognize, control, and create non-wizarding magical items and creatures, such as potions, herbology, astronomy, and so forth. Now, what of our current class on defense against the dark arts? This subject, in essence, lacks a definitive classification. Its teachings can be distributed across various disciplines. Defense against the dark arts encompasses all that can shield one from dark magic, including but not limited to spells and transfigurations, as well as potions, herbs, and magical creatures. Therefore, the teaching of this course demands a high level of proficiency from the instructor, even if one is not a polymath well-versed in all forms of magic. A profound understanding of spells and transfiguration is essential. The young wizards in the classroom erupted in laughter, as Professor Fox's remarks bore a hint of self-promotion. Lynn, being a seasoned educator, could discern that Fox was intentionally attempting to create a lively atmosphere, as several students harbored grievances against him. Clearly, he achieved the desired effect. Likewise, for you, to attain better evaluations in the final exams, considerable effort must be devoted to this course. He clapped his hands and straightened his posture. "Now, we shall commence our formal lesson. The first task you are to undertake is to close your textbooks." Professor Fox, evidently unconventional in his approach, descended from the podium, arms crossed before him. "Before delving into the specifics of teaching, I must pose a question to you. If one day, you were to encounter a dark wizard or a perilous magical creature while alone, what would be the first action you would take?" As soon as Professor Fox finished speaking, several Gryffindor students raised their hands. He called upon one of them, who stood up looking quite pleased with himself, casting a few glances in Lynn's direction. Lynn felt a wave of exasperation. It was one thing to be shunned by his own housemates, but now even the fresh Gryffindors seemed to harbor discontent towards him. "Confront him directly," declared the Gryffindor boy, as though to assert his bravery. "Use a spell to defeat him. Which spell do you intend to employ to vanquish him?" The young man's face flushed crimson. They had only been learning magic for 2 days and had yet to master even the simplest levitation charm, let alone any offensive spells. Professor Fox observed him in silence for a long moment before gesturing for him to take a seat. No one in the classroom raised their hand. Even Lynn sat quietly, listening intently. "You may eventually learn many powerful spells and have a promising future, but for now, you are merely a fledgling wizard who has only just begun to dabble in magic. If you find yourself in peril, do not be tempted to engage the enemy directly. Instead, you must sound the alarm and seek assistance from the adult wizards nearby, buying time until help arrives. Allow me to demonstrate. The incantation is. The wand lighting charm is quite simple, yet it requires focus. Be cautious not to ignite your wand accidentally, as this could lead to irreversible damage." Chapter 25, The Snot Spell. Professor Fox's first lesson was remarkably effective. By the end of class, Lynn observed the beaming smiles on the faces of the young wizards. He, too, was pleased to earn extra points, being the first of the new students from both houses to successfully cast the wand lighting charm. Class was still in session, and the room was empty. Lynn opened his textbook while donning one of his 2 titles, the newbie freshman. Although the title bore an unflattering name, its effect was extraordinarily beneficial, tripling his efficiency in learning fundamental spells, allowing him to swiftly grasp and employ the many charms taught at the lower levels. However, it was not particularly suitable for use in crowded places, especially within the Slytherin common room. While the atmosphere in the Serpent House appeared relatively amiable at present, Human nature remains unpredictable. Who could discern whether the friendliness was genuine or merely a superficial facade? Lynn was reluctant to test others' attitudes toward him. Even a feigned kindness was preferable to openly antagonizing one another. Thus, he sought a secluded spot, adorned his title, and began to practice magic in solitude. Only through tangible progress could he find a modicum of comfort in the perilous realm of wizardry. The title's effect was remarkable. Once he donned it, Lynn felt his mind awaken with extraordinary clarity, and his control over his body had never been more acute. He glanced at the spell inscribed in his textbook, the snot spell, a charm that causes the afflicted to incessantly produce mucus. Lacking any significant offensive capability, it was, nonetheless, quite repulsive. Following the book's instructions, he waved his wand and softly uttered the incantation at a frog by the lakeside. Yet, nothing occurred. However, Lynn did not succumb to discouragement. At that moment, he sensed that his spell casting was unlikely to succeed. His mind clearly indicated that his wand movements needed to be swifter and that his pronunciation required greater precision. Thus, he directed the snot spell once more at the oblivious frog, which had unwittingly become his test subject. A brilliant beam of green light shot forth from Lynn's wand, striking the frog that was idly perched on the riverbank with precision. Startled, the frog let out a series of croaks and hopped twice before plunging into the lake. Lynn stifled a laugh. It was evident that his spell had succeeded. The frog's lack of a runny nose was merely due to its inherent inability to possess such a feature. Had the spell struck a person, it would have undoubtedly produced the intended effect. Before lunchtime, Lynn remained by the Black Lake, diligently practicing various incantations, a pursuit that proved to be quite addictive. In just half a morning, he had mastered 3 spells recorded in the Dark Arts defense textbook: the snotting spell, the repelling charm, and the smokescreen charm. Though these spells were not particularly formidable, they could yield unexpected results in specific situations. Lynn found himself in agreement with the notion that British cuisine left much to be desired. However, in Europe, the interconnectivity between nations blurred cultural barriers, particularly in the realm of gastronomy. While British salted fish was unpalatable, French cuisine was undeniably delightful. Lynn had developed a fondness for the culinary skills of the house elves at Hogwarts. The flavors of lunch were quite to his liking. As he savored his meal, head girl Betty took a seat beside him. "Hello, Lynn. Are you free this afternoon? Professor Snape needs assistance with some potion ingredients. But students from other years all have classes." Lynn shook his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, but I have an appointment this afternoon." Betty frowned slightly. "May I be so bold as to inquire who it is?" "Professor Fox," Lynn replied, with no intention of concealing the truth. He anticipated needing to borrow books from the restricted section of the library under Professor Fox's name, making it impossible to keep their connection a secret. Betty placed a hand on Lynn's shoulder, urging him to meet her gaze. She looked intently into his eyes, her tone grave. "Do you remember what I said at the start of term feast? Adrian Fox is a very dangerous individual, and I do not recommend you get too close to him." "Of course. I remember," Lynn said, having nearly finished his meal. He picked up his napkin to wipe his mouth. "Thank you for your concern. I will heed your advice and be cautious when interacting with Professor Fox. Goodbye." As Lynn walked away, Betty clenched her fists and struck the long table in frustration, realizing that Lynn had not taken her words to heart. Indeed, Lynn had paid little heed to the head girl's warnings. Having encountered numerous online rumors in his past life, he understood that a rational person would form their own judgments rather than be swayed by the opinions of others. At that moment, Lynn still believed that Professor Fox was not the monstrous figure they portrayed him to be. In the afternoon, Lynn stood before Professor Fox's office door and knocked. "Come in, Lynn," came the voice from within. Lynn pushed the door open and entered. The office was modest in size, yet impeccably organized, a stark contrast to the identity of the aging, single man known as Professor Fox. Lynn approached his desk and observed Professor Fox seemingly engrossed in preparing lesson plans for advanced courses. "Feel free to continue. I have only recently moved into this office and have no afternoon tea treats to offer you." Lynn settled into a chair, his curiosity piqued by a mural adorning the wall. It depicted a knight grasping a lance, with the knight's steed glaring at Lynn, puffing its nostrils. "How have you been adapting to life at Hogwarts these past few days?" Professor Fox inquired, laying down his quill and clasping his hands upon the desk, a smile gracing his face. Lynn, with a hint of worry, pinched his cheek. "The food at Hogwarts is exquisite. I fear I have put on quite a bit of weight." Amused by his remark, Professor Fox watched as 2 teacups leapt from the cupboard beside them and positioned themselves before the pair. The teapot then levitated, pouring steaming red tea into Lynn's cup. Professor Fox regarded Lynn with an earnest expression. "You have been exposed to magic for a few days now, and I assume you have heard certain things about me from your classmates. So, Lynn, are you still willing to accept my investment in you?" Chapter 26, The Book of Maledictions. The intricately crafted porcelain cup emitted wisps of steam from the red tea. "Professor, I wish to know if what they say is true. Did you truly use dark magic to torment and kill 5 wizards? And were you ultimately imprisoned in Azkaban?" Without hesitation, Lynn confronted his burning questions. After a moment of silence, Professor Fox gradually nodded. What they say is not incorrect. I was once a murderer. I tortured 5 wizards with the Cruciatus Curse for 3 days and ultimately ended their lives with the Killing Curse. The Wizarding Court of Wisingamot sentenced me to life imprisonment in Azkaban. These are facts I cannot deny. His voice remained calm, and his tense fingers began to relax as he gazed intently at Lynn. But do you know why Albus Dumbledore, hailed as the greatest white wizard of the 20th century, would choose to be my advocate? Why, after 8 years in Azkaban, I was granted reprieve, while those who despised me were of pure blood? Lynn met Professor Fox's gaze without flinching. He shook his head and replied, "This is also why I believe you are not the cold-blooded murderer they claim you to be." Can you explain why? I hold great hope for you, Lynn. You possess qualities that most wizards lack. When I sat in your home and listened to you recount how you found a foster father, I concluded that you would be sorted into either Slytherin or Gryffindor. At that moment, I deemed Gryffindor slightly more likely. However, even Slytherin would not be unfathomable, as the criteria for both houses are strikingly similar. Sometimes, whether one becomes a little serpent or a little lion rests solely upon the whim of the Sorting Hat. Professor Fox elaborated on matters tangential to Lynn's inquiries. Yet Lynn refrained from interrupting, listening attentively until the professor was ready to share more. During my time at Hogwarts, the professor of divination once proclaimed that I lacked the gift of prophecy, yet I have never experienced such a profound intuition. Lynn, I fear that my lifelong research may remain unfinished by the time of my demise, a notion I find utterly unacceptable. Thus, I seek an individual capable of continuing my work. After my release from Azkaban, I encountered numerous wizards, the majority of whom recoiled from dark magic, let alone engage with it, alter it, or explore its depths. Unfortunately, adult wizards possess their own convictions, which I cannot alter. By chance, Dumbledore approached me, informing me of several vacant professor positions at Hogwarts. I thought this might provide an opportunity to influence a young wizard's perception of dark magic, and thus, I selected you. Your decision holds great significance for me, Lynn, as it pertains to the validity of the path I have steadfastly pursued throughout my life. I wish for no misunderstandings to arise between us. He lifted the now lukewarm cup of red tea, taking a delicate sip before solemnly continuing. I have no desire to recount my past to anyone. Everyone harbors their own secrets, myself included. However, I can disclose that the 5 wizards I killed were far from virtuous. They were, in fact, the worst of the worst, notorious by the name of Death Eaters. Lynn gazed at Professor Fox in astonishment. Are they the followers of the Dark Lord? Professor Fox appeared somewhat taken aback as well. Since you are aware, you should understand why Dumbledore was willing to advocate for me, why I was released after 8 years, and why those from pure-blood families harbor such animosity towards me. Of course, we have only known each other a short while, and I can comprehend if you find my words hard to believe. Nonetheless, Dumbledore and McGonagall are aware of these matters. Should you harbor any doubts, you might consult them to ascertain the truth of my claims. No need for that, Professor. Lynn shook his head. Although our acquaintance is brief, my familiarity with Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall is even more tenuous. In fact, it remains uncertain whether Professor Dumbledore truly recognizes me, a mere first-year student. I believe your words. Lynn wished to avoid premature interactions with Dumbledore. He simply desired to reside quietly within Hogwarts, diligently and earnestly studying magic, with no inclination to become entangled in the Headmaster's grand design for a savior. Moreover, he genuinely believed what Professor Fox had said. Lynn looked at Professor Fox with barely concealed eagerness. So, Professor, can you now teach me dark magic? Professor Fox chuckled softly at Lynn's expression, which made him appear remarkably like an 11-year-old child. You underestimate dark magic, Lynn. It represents the pinnacle of spells and is among the most arduous forms of magic to master. At least 90% of adult wizards do not wield even a single advanced dark spell. Moreover, at your current age, even if you possess the ability to learn, you lack sufficient magical power to wield it. Lynn looked at him in confusion. What should I study first? Professor Fox gestured towards the bookshelf, and a jet-black tome floated gracefully from the shelf, landing softly before Lynn. The cover of the book bore its title, inscribed in silver, The Book of Maledictions. You may have encountered a statement by its author, Miranda Goshawk, in the excerpts of Standard Spells, Beginner, which reads, curses, hexes, and jinxes are collectively referred to as dark spells. This book will not cover such incantations. Dark spells, indeed, are a category of charms that, like their counterparts, impose specific magical effects on their targets, albeit with predominantly negative consequences. Furthermore, dark spells are associated with dark magic, though their effects are not as overwhelming and powerful as those of advanced dark magic. Professor Fox gently tapped the Book of Maledictions. Curses, among dark spells, are considered the least harmful, easily learned, and many upper-year young wizards master a few for the sake of jesting with their friends. This book contains a total of 9 common curses, and your first task is to learn all of them. Chapter 27, Ian Campbell. The astronomy class for first-year students takes place at midnight every Wednesday, atop the astronomy tower at Hogwarts. The young wizards from Slytherin and Ravenclaw trudged up the tower, yawning. Professor Aurora Sinistra awaited them there. Ian Campbell. Ravenclaw loses 10 points. We will commence class, and I will inform Professor Flitwick of this matter tomorrow. Tonight is a full moon. Be mindful not to let the moonlight cloud your judgment. Lynn was setting up his telescope according to Professor Sinistra's instructions. Recalling a certain Ravenclaw named Ian, the boy with white hair who unfashionably carried an umbrella on sunny days. He seemed to harbor some secret, though Lynn was not particularly intrigued by it. At that moment, Lynn's 3 roommates, Rupert, Michelle, and Mark, suddenly approached him. Is there something you need? Lynn shifted his attention from the telescope to them. Rupert appeared somewhat hesitant, but his 2 friends encouraged him to step forward. Lynn squinted, silently observing their little performance. Ultimately, Rupert mustered considerable courage and bowed to Lynn. I was wrong, Belloc. I should not have mocked you before. Please forgive me. Lynn gazed at him for a few seconds, then smiled and helped him up, as if he had completely forgotten the unpleasantness of the past. Didn't I say I had already forgotten that minor misunderstanding? Let us set our friendship boat upright and sail together for eternity. Rupert did not fully comprehend Lynn's whimsical words, but he sensed that Lynn genuinely forgave him. Instantly, his spirits lifted. That is splendid. To celebrate our reconciliation, I have ordered a selection of confections from the Honeyduke's candy shop with my pocket money. Would you do us the honor of joining us for dessert tomorrow afternoon? Lynn's smile radiated even more brightly, as if her sincere apology to Hubert had brought her immense joy. I would be delighted, my friend. Upon receiving Lynn's affirmative response, Hubert and the others chose not to depart, but instead joined him in observing the celestial trajectories through a telescope. The 4 of them shared laughter and conversation until the conclusion of their astronomy class, and Lynn's dormitory dynamics suddenly flourished with harmony. In recent days, Lynn had truly brought pride to our Slytherin house, to the extent that even the Gryffindor lions conversed with us with noticeably less bravado. Even before slumber, Hubert continued to chatter incessantly about Lynn's glorious achievements, appearing as if he and Lynn were the closest of companions. A friendly evening passed. At 4 in the morning, Lynn's biological clock compelled him to awaken after barely 4 hours of sleep. After refreshing himself and donning his robes, he left the dormitory as usual. He had not abandoned his morning running routine. Cedric typically arrived by the Black Lake at 5 o'clock, and prior to that, Lynn had been jogging around the lake for nearly an hour. At 5 o'clock sharp, Cedric arrived, circling around Lynn, who was resting on the grass, displaying an expression of surprise. As their acquaintance deepened, Lynn shed the initial politeness he had shown. Haven't you ever seen a handsome fellow? What are you staring at? Cedric scratched his forehead, uncertain, and said, I recall that our first-year astronomy class is at midnight on Wednesdays. Why are you up so early today? Lynn appeared somewhat lethargic. Upon hearing this, Lynn suddenly seemed to remember something and perked up. Can you cast curses? Cedric found it peculiar that Lynn would ask such a question, and he drew out his wand. Many young wizards at Hogwarts knew a few curses, as they could be quite useful in certain situations. As he spoke, he demonstrated a curse on a frog by the lake. The poor creature, struck by the curse, immediately collapsed to the ground, helplessly croaking. Lynn recognized that he had employed the leg locker curse, which was also detailed in the Book of Dark Curses given to him by Professor Fawkes the previous day. Furthermore, the tongue-tying curse he had used on Hubert on the first night of school also fell under the category of dark curses recorded therein. Then let us practice this today. Lynn produced his wand, focusing on a target. What made you suddenly want to learn curses? Cedric seemed to have realized the reason himself. Ah, you are a Slytherin, generally. Both Slytherin and Gryffindor have a penchant for these curses. And why is that? Lynn raised an eyebrow. Cedric explained, because your 2 houses often engage in brawls. Curses can inflict some pain without leading to overly severe consequences. Lynn was left speechless, in the eyes of the other young wizards from the 2 colleges. Slytherin and Gryffindor were merely 2 gangs of ruffians. This morning, Lynn had witnessed his own talent for dark magic. The dark curses were fundamentally intertwined with dark sorcery, and Cedric merely had to demonstrate the malevolent spells he knew, and Lynn was able to replicate them flawlessly on his very first attempt. Cedric only possessed 3 types of dark curses, yet Lynn mastered all of them within a single morning, applying them with remarkable proficiency, which filled him with a long-forgotten sense of frustration. Fine, I concede that you are the fastest learner of spells I have encountered. Lynn did not perceive this as self-praise. After all, how many young wizards had he truly met? Had this compliment come from Professor Dumbledore, perhaps he would have felt a flicker of excitement. As Lynn and Cedric idly conversed by the lakeside, a boy staggered towards them along the shore. They discerned the boy's appearance, striking silver hair, unnaturally pale skin, and a somewhat tattered robe that rendered him quite disheveled. Lynn recognized him. He was Ian Campbell, a first-year Ravenclaw who had fled Professor Sinistra's astronomy class the previous night. Ian stumbled past them, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Cedric furrowed his brow, tempted to approach, but Lynn grasped his arm firmly. He appeared to be in need of assistance. Cedric noted. Lynn shook his head, asserting his current state may pertain to his privacy, and it seems he does not wish for our help. Hearing this, Cedric hesitated but ultimately refrained from insisting. Ian limped into the castle, vanishing from their sight. Well, that will suffice for today. Breakfast time is upon us, Lynn remarked as he and Cedric stowed away their wands. Just as they entered the castle, a piercing, shrill scream echoed through Hogwarts. Chapter 28. The attack. Both Lynn and Cedric heard the dreadful scream. They exchanged a glance. The dungeons, Lynn said swiftly. Without hesitation, they hurried towards the source of the sound. There, seated on the ground, was a girl clad in Slytherin robes, trembling as if petrified. Her face ashen as she gazed towards the corner of the corridor. A young wizard lay there, silent, as if lifeless. Lynn and Cedric were the first to arrive at the scene, and they quickly divided their roles. Cedric remained to comfort the frightened girl, while Lynn approached the body to assess whether there was still hope. Upon seeing the face of the figure on the ground, Lynn's pupils dilated sharply. He recognized him. It was his roommate, Hubert McLean, who had feigned an apology and reconciliation just the day before. Though he lay motionless on the ground, he appeared to be alive, his chest rising and falling, his eyes wide open. However, his gaze was devoid of life, a dull gray that bore no semblance of vitality, resembling that of a lifeless corpse. Lynn refrained from making any unauthorized contact with Hubert's body, as certain curses within the magical realm are treacherous, and a moment's carelessness could invite dire consequences. This predicament was beyond our capability to resolve. We had to await the professor's arrival. Lynn stepped back to Cedric's side, hoping to inquire if the Slytherin girl possessed any knowledge regarding the situation. The hour was growing late, and numerous young wizards, drawn by the piercing scream, had gathered, including 2 Slytherin prefects. Betty approached Lynn. What has happened to McLean? She asked. I only arrived here after hearing the commotion. I am unaware of the details. Lynn shook her head in response. The crowd of young wizards continued to swell, and soon, the first professor arrived, Professor McGonagall. Disperse. Everyone, clear the area. Those with classes, hurry to prepare, she commanded. Do you wish for your house to lose points? Surrounded by a throng of young wizards, Professor McGonagall had no choice but to first usher them away. Upon squeezing through to the scene and witnessing Hubert's condition, she was momentarily frozen, her complexion rapidly draining of color as she trembled and shouted, What are you all standing around for? Quickly, take him to the hospital wing and let Madame Pomfrey examine him. The male prefect, Raphael, and the female prefect, Judy, immediately took hold of Hubert's arms, assisting him toward the hospital wing. Professor McGonagall turned to the lingering group of young wizards, her expression grave as she inquired, who was the first to discover him? All eyes shifted to Lynn and Cedric, prompting Lynn to step forward and elucidate. Professor, the first to find him was this girl. Cedric and I followed her voice here. The entire incident was perplexing, and Professor McGonagall could glean no clear understanding from it. All she could do was address the remaining young wizards, saying, Hubert will be fine. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Now, everyone, please disperse. Professor McGonagall was the second most esteemed figure at Hogwarts, following only Headmaster Dumbledore. And the young wizards dared not defy her orders, promptly vacating the scene. Lynn and Cedric proceeded in the direction of the Great Hall. That person seems to be your roommate? Cedric inquired. Lynn nodded. Indeed, he appears to have been attacked, and his condition seems quite dire. Cedric furrowed his brow. Is your relationship not amicable? He deems my lineage an affront to Slytherin house. Lynn replied with a shrug, candidly revealing the conflict between them. Cedric had no retort to offer. He patted Lynn on the shoulder, sighed, and cautioned, Then be careful. The professors may wish to speak with you again. Lynn raised her hands in surrender. You are my alibi. I have been with you all morning. I know. Should it come to that, I will testify on your behalf. The 2 individuals parted ways within the hall, each heading towards their respective house tables. The incident involving a young wizard being attacked at Hogwarts had quickly circulated throughout the school during breakfast. Perhaps it was merely a figment of their imagination. But even the morning meal seemed less appetizing than usual. He hastily consumed a few bites of bread and washed it down with a glass of milk before swiftly departing the hall. As he passed the Hufflepuff table, he observed Cedric experiencing a similar predicament. However, given Cedric's amiable nature, it was unlikely he would extricate himself easily. It was not until he reached the dormitory that he discovered his 2 housemates, Mark and Michelle, still present. Upon seeing Lynn, their expressions revealed an unmistakable unease. Lynn squinted his eyes and abruptly inquired of Mark, Do you know where Hubert has gone? He went to the Ollery to borrow an owl for sending money to buy pastries, Mark replied. In contrast to Mark, Michelle exhibited a far greater talent for deception. We'll be able to enjoy those delightful pastries this afternoon. I wonder if you've heard, Lynn, that honeydew sweets are renowned in the wizarding world. Clearly, they remained unaware of Hubert's assault. However, Lynn lacked the inclination to engage in any further trivialities. He interrupted Michelle, stating, Hubert does not know who attacked him. His life hangs in the balance, and he has been taken to the hospital wing. If you doubt my words, it is likely that a professor will soon summon you to ascertain the situation. Consider the consequences if you bear any responsibility in this matter. Mark and Michelle stood dumbfounded, their mouths agape at Lynn's startling revelation. Chapter 29, Snape, you have no heart. Lynn spoke the truth. Within 2 hours, they were summoned to the vice principal's office. Alongside Mark and Michelle, Lynn was also called. In Professor McGonagall's office, both she and Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, were present. Their expressions were inscrutable, betraying neither good nor ill. Upon their entrance, Professor McGonagall promptly addressed them. Do you know what McLean went out for so early in the morning? Mark and Michelle, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, dared not lie before the professors, especially since their relationship with Hubert was tenuous at best. He went to the Ollery to borrow the school's owl to buy something. Mark stammered, swallowing nervously. What does he intend to purchase? Professor Snape's gaze was piercing, as if he sought to penetrate their very thoughts. Mark trembled, his lips pressed tightly together as he struggled to articulate a response. Michelle, glancing furtively at Lynn, mustered the courage to speak. He intends to buy items from the shop in Knockturn Alley. The expressions of both professors shifted dramatically. They were acutely aware of the nature of Knockturn Alley and the sorts of wares typically found within Borgin and Burke's. Clarify, what exactly does he wish to buy? Professor McGonagall's voice had taken on a sharp edge, as if she were consumed by indignation. In such a tense atmosphere, Michelle completely betrayed Schubert, divulging all their previously conspired plans as if pouring out beans. He intends to procure the madness potion. Michelle exclaimed, his outrage palpable. He could hardly believe that someone like Lynn would be admitted into Slytherin, considering it an affront to all wizards of that house. He suggested that they feign reconciliation with Lynn, using the pretext of inviting him for dessert, only to surreptitiously lace his food with the madness potion. Upon the utterance of those 3 words, Snape's countenance darkened, resembling the bottom of a cauldron. How dare he contemplate such a scheme? Snape's voice dripped with a chill that could freeze one to the bone. As a master of potions, he was acutely aware of the nature of the madness potion, which was classified as a forbidden substance by the Ministry of Magic. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to Felix Felicis, seemingly innocuous, yet upon consumption, it could drive one to madness, rendering them akin to a lunatic. Though its effects were not permanent, it was abhorred by countless wizards and strictly prohibited by the ministry. The mere thought that one of his students would resort to such treachery against a classmate left Snape seething with fury. Professor McGonagall, now resembling an enraged lioness, glared coldly at Mark and Michelle, who dared not meet her gaze, rendering her judgment upon them. Slytherin loses 50 points. You too. From this day forth, you shall report to Filch every evening for detention, 1 month. No, 2 months. Snape's lips twitched slightly, yet he ultimately remained silent, acquiescing to McGonagall's punishment. However, the matter was far from concluded. McGonagall had not forgotten the purpose of summoning Lynn and the others. Snape shifted his gaze towards Lynn, who had been quietly assuming the role of a victim, remaining voiceless. Beauxbatons, were you aware of their plans beforehand? In the office, all eyes, including those of Mark and Michelle, were once again fixated on Lynn. With a blink, Lynn innocently replied, "How could I possibly know, Professor? They suddenly approached me for reconciliation yesterday, and I was quite pleased about it." As he spoke, Lynn secretly adorned himself with the title of Newly Enrolled Novice. Newly Enrolled Novice. When this title is worn, those who perceive themselves of higher status may subconsciously harass you. Note 1. The effects of this title are only active while worn. Note 2. This title will expire upon progressing to the 2nd year. Meanwhile, Lynn's performance was sufficient to outshine Mark and the others. His eyes were slightly reddened, tears swirling in his eyes, yet stubbornly refusing to fall. I have always wished to befriend them. I know they look down upon me because of my background, yet I believe that can change. If we treat each other sincerely, we can surely become friends in the future, can we not? Yesterday, I thought they might finally accept me, but to my dismay they. Lynn pressed her lips together, as if valiantly suppressing the urge to weep, her expression of grievance rivaling that of even the most tragic figures. Mark and Michelle stood agape, their jaws nearly unhinged in disbelief. Was it not you who had pinned Robert against the wall that day? Professor McGonagall's heart nearly melted at the sight. She was already aware that Lynn was an orphan, struggling to navigate life alone. She had been the one to conduct the home visit during Lynn's enrollment. From a different perspective, it was she who had ushered Lynn into Hogwarts. Yet, upon arriving, Lynn had to endure discrimination and bullying from her dormitory peers. Professor McGonagall now felt woefully inadequate in her role as a teacher. The anger and severity etched on her face gradually dissolved, and she spoke in a gentle and apologetic tone. "I am sorry, Belloc. The occurrence of such an incident signifies our failure as professors." Mark and Michelle were once again rendered speechless, astonished by this unfamiliar side of Professor McGonagall. However, Snape, standing nearby, interrupted her. "Wait, McGonagall. I have yet to finish my inquiry." Snape's gaze remained as icy as ever, seemingly untouched by Lynn's performance or her accolades. Observing Snape's perpetually unsmiling demeanor, Lynn could not help but internally scoff. Snape, you possess no heart. Nevertheless, despite Snape's indifference, Lynn was unperturbed by his questions, for Robert's assault had no bearing on her. I have a habit of jogging every morning, and since my arrival at Hogwarts, I have developed a keen fondness for magic. After my morning run, I often practice spells by the Black Lake outside the castle. Cedric from Hufflepuff can attest to this, as he practiced spells with me this very morning. Through the portrait in Professor McGonagall's office, Lynn's witness, Cedric, was swiftly summoned. Chapter 30, A Gift for You. Professor, I can vouch for my words. From the beginning of the term until now, Lynn has practiced spells with me by the Black Lake every morning, including today. He has not left my sight for a moment, and we discovered McLean together. Cedric's testimony held significant credibility among the professors, as he consistently ranked at the top of his year and embodied the quintessential values of Hufflepuff: integrity, honesty, and trustworthiness. At this juncture, the matter seemed largely resolved for Lynn, and Professor McGonagall permitted them to leave. However, Lynn intentionally lingered, waiting until Mark and Michelle had exited before hesitating, as if he had something to convey to the two professors. Belloc, do you have anything further to say? Professor McGonagall discerned his intention and prompted him. Lynn, appearing troubled, spoke hesitantly. Professor, may I move out of my current dormitory to live alone? Snape remained silent, while Professor McGonagall countered with a question. Why? I am frightened. Lynn's eyes brimmed with trepidation. Although they had not succeeded this time, who could say if there would not be a next time? I cannot bear to share a living space with them any longer. Professor McGonagall appeared reluctant to acquiesce to Lynn's request, patiently attempting to counsel him. Rest assured, Belloc, this is Hogwarts, where a cadre of professors stands guard over you. This incident was merely an unfortunate occurrence, and I assure you that such actions will not be repeated. However, Professor, no one can monitor them at all times. Lynn's words rendered Professor McGonagall silent. He was indeed correct. Even ordinary children could find themselves in dire situations during conflicts, let alone a group of audacious young wizards. Yet, Professor McGonagall was reluctant to let Lynn reside alone, believing it would hinder his development and foster isolation. I concur. Shortly, I shall inform the head boy, Raphael, to escort you to a new dormitory that you will occupy alone. At that moment, Severus Snape, who had remained silent thus far, unexpectedly voiced his agreement to Lynn's request. This prompted Professor McGonagall to furrow her brow. Severus, this is against the rules. Besides, a student has just been attacked. It is unsafe for him to be alone. Snape provided no justification to Professor McGonagall, merely responding coolly, he is a student of my house, and I have the authority to make such arrangements. Lynn expressed profound delight. Bowing respectfully to Professor Snape, thank you, Professor Snape. Snape inclined his head slightly, signaling that Lynn could depart. Lynn exited the deputy headmaster's office with deference, closing the door behind him. He had anticipated this outcome, including the fact that it was not Professor McGonagall, but Professor Snape who acquiesced to his request. From the moment he had employed the title, he had laid the groundwork for his plea to move into solitary accommodation. His earlier display of vulnerability was not a performance for Professor McGonagall. Rather, his true audience was Professor Snape. Professor McGonagall, who valued regulations, would undoubtedly reject a request for solitary living, but Professor Snape, who shared a similar experience, might not. Snape could certainly empathize with Lynn's current sentiments, and he was well known for his protective nature over his students at Hogwarts. Of course, this plan was not one that Lynn had initially conceived. He had merely seized the opportunity when he observed Professor Snape's fearsome countenance while Michelle recounted their plans. If it failed, it would merely be a performance. If it succeeded, he would reap great rewards. A dormitory to himself represented increased privacy, a more conducive environment for practicing dark spells, and a quieter atmosphere for study. Now he had succeeded. Lynn felt exceedingly pleased and silently expressed gratitude to Hubert. If it were not for Hubert's attempt to ensnare him, he would never have found an excuse to live alone. Regrettably, the benevolent Hubert remained unaware of who had attacked him, preventing Lynn from personally repaying his kindness. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lynn began to pack his belongings in the presence of Mark and the others. The atmosphere among the three was rather awkward, as their scheme had been thwarted before it could be executed, leaving Mark and Michelle uncertain of how to confront Lynn. What are you doing? Ultimately, it was Michelle who could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Michelle and Mark exchanged glances, evidently pleased to witness Lynn's departure from this place, as the underlying tensions among them had been laid bare. Just as Lynn finished packing his belongings, Raphael, the head boy, approached him, ready to escort him to his new dormitory. Before leaving, Lynn warmly bid farewell to his two roommates. Farewell, dear friends. In gratitude for your care during my stay and the kindness you prepared for me, I wish to present you both with a parting gift. Upon hearing this, Mark, with an innocent curiosity, inquired, what kind of gift? Lynn remained silent, but smiled as he pointed his wand at him. Fiendfire. a curse that causes one to break out in unbearable bumps. Lynn's new dormitory was of the same size as a typical four-person room. Everything, including the decor, mirrored his previous abode, but now it was solely his. Once he had organized his belongings, he gathered the materials needed for his afternoon class and made his way to the dining hall for lunch. As Lynn approached the Slytherin table, head girl Betty gravely took a seat beside him. Do you know what transpired with Hubert this morning? What happened? Lynn was intrigued and eager to learn more about Hubert's ordeal. The Cruciatus Curse. Someone tormented him with the Cruciatus Curse and then erased his memory with the Obliviate spell. Who said that? Betty's expression was serious, devoid of jest. Everyone is saying so. Apparently, Professor Snape let it slip, and the news spread. Lynn's countenance darkened immediately, his earlier good mood dissipating like mist. Lynn, do you recall what I mentioned to you previously? Betty gazed at him, seemingly hinting at something deeper. Chapter 31, Whispers. What is the Cruciatus Curse? You are still in your first year and haven't learned about it yet. By fourth year, your defense against the dark arts professor will enlighten you. It is one of the 3 unforgivable curses, the most potent dark magic. Who at Hogwarts would wield dark magic? Students certainly lack the capability, and the professors have been here for years, well known to all. Yet, there is one new professor, exceptionally skilled, and most crucially, he has a record. Betty incessantly recounted her reasoning to Lynn, nearly implying the identity of the culprit. Lynn's expression had returned to calmness as he regarded Betty. Does everyone believe that Professor Fawkes is the perpetrator? Betty widened her eyes and shrugged. Is there anyone else who could be suspect? But what about motive? Why would Professor Fawkes attack Hubert? Lynn questioned. The entire magical community knows what he has been researching. Perhaps this morning he required a subject for his dark magic experiment. And unfortunate Hubert happened to appear before him. Lynn had lost his appetite for lunch. He stood and, before departing, turned to Betty. Whatever the matter, it is imperative to speak with evidence. Until someone witnesses Professor Fawkes' wrongdoing or finds irrefutable proof, your statements are merely unfounded rumors. Betty felt somewhat aggrieved, gazing in confusion at Lynn's retreating figure. Why do you defend him? He is nothing but a murderer, a former inmate of Azkaban. Lynn strode out of the hall, disregarding Betty entirely. He understood that despite Betty's past assistance in dealing with Hubert, their positions remained fundamentally aligned. Both hailed from pureblood families. Perhaps Betty was more cultured than Hubert, yet their intrinsic interests and perspectives were congruent. The followers of Voldemort predominantly comprised pureblood wizards, as his ultimate objective promised them immense benefits. Nearly all pureblood families, aside from the Weasleys and the Longbottoms, could be equated with Death Eaters. Professor Fawkes, having slain 5 Death Eaters, had, in effect, made enemies of all pureblood wizards. Even though Voldemort had been vanquished for years, the interest groups had not disbanded. While families without direct kin lost to Professor Fawkes might harbor less animosity, they would not hesitate to foster a scenario where the walls would come crashing down on him. Lynn was certain that within 3 days, parents of students would begin exerting pressure on Hogwarts, enlisting the Daily Prophet for coverage, and demanding a thorough investigation by the Ministry of Magic, ultimately aiming to expel Professor Fawkes from Hogwarts. Ideally, they would also seek to see him imprisoned again. At this juncture, 2 questions remained. The first, who, indeed, attacked Hubert? Lynn had never believed that Professor Fawkes was responsible. It was not merely a matter of faith in the professor's character. Any rational individual in Professor Fawkes' situation would refrain from such actions. Hogwarts lacked surveillance cameras, making it difficult to apprehend the assailant. Lynn even doubted whether the perpetrator targeted Hubert specifically. Was it to punish Hubert? To frame Professor Fawkes? Or for some other reason altogether? The second question, why did Professor Snape deliberately spread the rumor that Hubert had been attacked by dark magic? Such an explanation, suitable for deceiving children, would hardly fool Lynn. Snape had certainly intended to divulge this information. But for what purpose? Did he harbor a grudge against Professor Fawkes? At this thought, Lynn paused, recalling that Snape had been a staunch Death Eater prior to his defection. Perhaps there truly existed animosity between them. During class, Lynn had also noticed Mark and Michelle. They bore marks of past injuries, indicating they had sought treatment from Madame Pomfrey. Upon catching sight of Lynn, they exchanged a fleeting glance before promptly turning away in fright. Take care not to damage their delicate exterior. If the white ash suffers harm during its juvenile stage, its potential efficacy will be significantly diminished in adulthood. Lynn listened intently to Professor Sprout's lecture, unconcerned about the situation involving Professor Fawkes, for he knew that worrying would be of no avail. His remarkable performance was merely a means of self-enhancement, rather than an effort to elevate Slytherin's reputation. Nevertheless, he remained active in potions class, determined to engage in a relentless contest with the heartless, wifeless figure before him, convinced that Snape would eventually bestow a compliment. It seemed that Snape was also playing along with Lynn. Although he refrained from praising him directly, he consistently seized opportunities to award points to Slytherin, unabashedly demonstrating his bias toward his own house. The hall was abuzz with activity today, as rumors spread rapidly. informing every young wizard in Hogwarts of the morning's attack and its primary suspect. One could only wonder if Professor Dumbledore was aware of the incident. Surely he would uncover the true nature of that old coot and expel him from the school. Yet, it would not be as simple as mere expulsion. Using an unforgivable curse against a human violated wizarding law, he would find himself imprisoned in Azkaban once more, condemned to a lifetime among the loathsome Dementors. Lynn could hardly remain seated at the Slytherin table any longer. Frowning, he grabbed a few pieces of bread and left the hall. The rumors had escalated too quickly. These young wizards displayed little discernment, believing whatever they were told. Now, not only the pure-blood Slytherins, but even students from the other three houses regarded Professor Fox as the perpetrator of the attack. Chapter 32, The Poison Curse. The day following the attack, Lynn visited Professor Fox's office after the morning's transfiguration class. "What brings you here today?" Professor Fox appeared preoccupied, diligently writing with a quill on a sheet of parchment. Lynn pulled up a chair and inquired with curiosity, "Aren't you concerned about the rumors circulating throughout the school?" Professor Fox paused his writing, rolled up the parchment filled with unfamiliar script, and placed it aside on a shelf. Folding his hands, he maintained his usual cheerful demeanor. "Rumors? They speak with such conviction that I almost find myself believing I am indeed responsible. Why do you not share that belief? Everyone claims you are the culprit." Lynn poured himself a cup of tea from the kettle on the desk, taking a delicate sip. "However, I possess my own judgment. I believe you are not the person they allege you to be." A deeper smile spread across Professor Fox's face, his eyes gleaming with a hint of gratitude and joy. Lynn, though, had no intention of lowering his guard. His visit to Professor Fox was not solely about the students' gossip. He also had another matter to discuss. He retrieved a book with a pure black cover from his robe's pocket and placed it upon the desk. Professor Fox displayed a hint of bewilderment. "What? Have you encountered a curse that you find difficult to master?" Lynn blinked and replied, "No, Professor, I have completed my studies of the spells in this book, so I am returning it to you." Professor Fox appeared utterly astonished, his squinted eyes widening in disbelief. Although the curses recorded in the Book of Maledictions were not particularly challenging to learn, their complexity certainly surpassed that of the spells found in the first-year textbook. Considering he had handed this book to Lynn just 2 days ago, he found it hard to believe that she could grasp the 9 curses within such a brief span. To his knowledge, Lynn was not one to boast. Thus, Professor Fox rose from his chair, resolved to verify her claims personally. After casting a shield charm upon himself, he gestured to Lynn, saying, "Let me assess your learning success. Go ahead, cast a disarming charm on me." Lynn hesitated, regarding him with suspicion. "Professor, 1 to your shield charm rebound my spell." Professor Fox chuckled softly, reassuring her, "Rest assured, the shield charm I cast is not so potent. It can merely negate your spell." Feeling reassured by his words, Lynn took up her wand. With a relaxed demeanor, a bright red beam of magic shot forth from her wand, striking a mere 2 centimeters from the shield charm in front of Professor Fox. The disarming charm dissipated entirely, while the shield charm merely rippled gently. Lynn felt somewhat dissatisfied with the outcome of her spell. She had not entertained the notion of overcoming a professor's shield charm, yet its dissolution seemed far too effortless. However, Professor Fox's eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded in approval. "Your pronunciation is precise, your gestures steady and swift, and the effect is quite commendable. Were it not for my knowledge of your prior inexperience with dark magic, I might have mistaken you for a dark wizard." Lynn pondered Professor Fox's words, sensing a peculiar note in his praise. Yet, at that moment, Professor Fox appeared thoroughly intrigued. He lifted the shield charm from himself and addressed Lynn. "Continue. Cast a repelling charm at me." Lynn hesitated once more, contemplating whether Professor Fox might have sustained an injury and his faculties were momentarily impaired. "Are you certain, Professor?" With a wave of his hand, Professor Fox affirmed, "I am quite certain. Come now, Lynn, allow me to experience the power of your spell." With his encouragement, Lynn cast aside her doubts, skillfully wielding her wand as she intoned the incantation. Full force repel. The dark charm struck Professor Fox squarely in the chest, causing him to emit a muffled grunt as he staggered backward several steps until his back met the wall, halting his momentum. His complexion flushed, yet he radiated an extraordinary excitement. "I reaffirm that my initial choice was correct," Professor Fox proclaimed without pausing to catch his breath. "In the realm of dark magic, you are truly a prodigy." At this moment, Lynn has finally gained a clearer understanding of the extent of her black magic talent. Being deemed a genius by Professor Fox, a wizard who specializes in the study of dark magic, places her among the elite in the magical realm. "So, Professor, what should I learn next?" In truth, the students at Hogwarts lead rather relaxed lives. Without seeking out new magical pursuits, Lynn often finds herself at a loss for how to occupy her days. Progressing gradually, even the greatest talents must build their foundations step by step. Now that you have mastered all the curses from the Book of Maledictions, we can begin practicing the poison curses. Poison curses? Lynn echoed the term spoken by Professor Fox. Indeed, poison curses belong to the category of dark spells. Among the 3 tiers of dark magic, poison curses inflict moderate inconvenience or harm, stronger than jinxes, yet weaker than curses, with a similar level of difficulty in learning. What book should I consult this time? Professor Fox shook his head, speaking earnestly. While you might be able to self-learn jinxes through mere reading, encountering errors along the way would not pose significant issues. However, poison curses are different. These spells carry a certain level of danger, and any mistakes made during self-study could threaten both your safety and that of those around you. Therefore, practice with poison curses must occur in my presence until you have fully mastered them. Chapter 33, The Investigation Team. The Tooth Expansion Curse is among the simpler poison curses. Its effects being quite straightforward. It causes the subject's front teeth to grow rapidly, with the size of the teeth reflecting the strength of the spell. Noticing the conflict on Lynn's face while explaining, Professor Fox paused. Do you find this spell to be of little use? Lynn nodded, believing this spell seemed more suited for childish pranks than worthy of the poison curse classification. Make the most of every spell you know, Professor Fox stated seriously. A truly powerful wizard may not possess a plethora of formidable spells, but they will adeptly utilize every spell they have mastered. For instance, the Tooth Expansion Curse, at first glance, merely enlarges the front teeth, perhaps rendering an opponent's appearance somewhat ludicrous. However, one must recognize that the mouth is one of the most crucial organs for any wizard. Even the most skilled cannot cast all spells silently. The Tooth Expansion Curse, by causing the subject's teeth to grow incessantly, will undoubtedly hinder their incantations, making it highly effective in practical combat. Observing the dawning realization on Lynn's face, Professor Fox gently tapped the desk with his fingers and posed a question. Do you understand why the tongue-tying curse and the tooth expansion curse serve similar functions, yet the former is less esteemed in the hierarchy of black magic compared to the latter? After a moment of contemplation, Lynn quickly arrived at the answer. The efficacy of the silencing charm is remarkably profound, as it completely inhibits a wizard's ability to vocalize. Meanwhile, the enlarging charm affects articulation. In certain instances, the disruption of incantation can cause greater harm than the inability to cast a spell at all. Professor Fox regarded him with approval. Indeed, Lynn, the most crucial asset for a wizard is to adeptly utilize one's intellect. Unfortunately, many in the magical realm lack nimble thinking. You evidently possess this talent, so be sure not to squander it. Lynn's first week at Hogwarts was anything but tranquil. While there was ongoing debate regarding Herbert's situation, speculation about the identity of the perpetrator had coalesced among the young witches and wizards into a consensus. Amid the brewing tensions, countless uninformed students had accepted as fact that Professor Fox was the culprit. It was rumored that a radical Gryffindor had openly berated Professor Fox during defense against the dark arts class, deeming him unworthy to teach the subject. Regardless of the perspective, Professor Fox found himself in a precarious situation. During this tumultuous period, the esteemed Professor Dumbledore had remained conspicuously absent. However, when inquired about the matter, Professor McGonagall provided clarification, stating that the recent disputes at Hogwarts had little to do with Lynn. He continued to lead a fulfilling life, practicing spells by the Black Lake with Cedric each morning, and spending the majority of his free time in the library. Professor Fox had granted him several passes to borrow books from the restricted section, all pertaining to dark magic, as he aimed to master the dark arts comprehensively along with its theoretical foundations. The private tutoring sessions were scheduled for after dinner. Professor Fox appeared unfazed by his predicament at Hogwarts, often jokingly inquiring of Lynn how many parents of young witches and wizards had sent complaints to the school that day. Yet, Lynn understood that the professor's decision to conduct their studies in dark magic post-dinner was a precaution to protect him. Those young witches and wizards who had discovered the truth might not have an outlet for their anger and could potentially ostracize students closely associated with Professor Fox. Before long, the weekend arrived. Typically, all second-year students and above would have the opportunity to visit the nearby village of Hogsmeade. However, due to the recent incident involving dark magic, Professor McGonagall had canceled this week's excursion. The older students expressed their profound disappointment. Nonetheless, the Weasley twins had approached Lynn the previous day, hinting that they possessed some unique means to reach Hogsmeade, inquiring if he would accompany them the following day. Lynn declined their invitation. Not only was the true culprit still at large, but there also remained a palpable danger surrounding Hogwarts. Even if there were no threats, he pondered what purpose there would be in venturing out. Wasn't it more pleasant to remain at Hogwarts? On Saturday morning, while Lynn practiced the newly learned hex in his single dormitory, Professor McGonagall was at the entrance of Hogwarts, welcoming 2 guests from the Ministry of Magic. Among the 2 individuals, a tall, balding wizard with dark skin and a golden earring adorning one ear clearly held the dominant position. It seemed he had known Professor McGonagall for quite some time, as they exchanged a warm embrace upon their meeting. Professor McGonagall, it has indeed been a long while, he remarked in a slow, deep voice. Indeed, Shackle, time flies. You have become an outstanding Auror, Professor McGonagall responded with evident satisfaction. The newcomer was Kingsley Shacklebolt, an Auror from the British Ministry of Magic. As he spoke, Kingsley turned slightly to introduce another Auror from Hogwarts who accompanied him. This is my assistant, Savage Quigley, who has just recently become an Auror. Though young, he displays remarkable potential. Savage, a tall wizard with fair skin, shook hands with Professor McGonagall. Hello, Professor. Hello. Then let us proceed inside. As they made their way into the castle, Kingsley wasted no time with pleasantries and got straight to the point. Professor McGonagall, we have examined the assaulted child at St. Mungo's Hospital. He bears clear signs of having been tortured by the Cruciatus curse, and the caster's technique was quite adept, maintaining the effects of the curse at a level that inflicted immense pain without causing the child's mind to break. This is evidently the work of an experienced practitioner. The child has regained consciousness, yet the assailant used a memory charm to erase his recollection of the incident, leaving us with no valuable intelligence from him. Hence, we have come to the scene of the incident in hopes of uncovering clues about the dark wizard who attacked the underage wizard. Chapter 34. The Great Hogwarts Search. Professor McGonagall had anticipated this development. With Dumbledore not present at Hogwarts, she was responsible for managing the myriad affairs of the school. On the day Hubert was attacked, she not only relayed the incident to Dumbledore, who was far away in Scotland, but also reported it to the Ministry of Magic. If it had merely been an ordinary case of campus assault, such measures might not have been necessary. But the involvement of dark magic placed it firmly within the jurisdiction of the Ministry's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Even if Professor McGonagall had chosen not to act, Hubert's parents would have reported the matter to the Ministry as well. Thus, on the third day following the attack, the two Aurors arrived at Hogwarts. Their response was swift. The previous day, they had conducted a thorough examination and inquiry with Hubert at St. Mungo's Hospital. Although the information gleaned was limited, they had initially deduced that the perpetrator likely remained within Hogwarts. The Cruciatus curse is primarily employed for interrogation, and one might wonder why a dark wizard would take such a significant risk to interrogate a child. The most plausible explanation is that the assailant sought something of value within Hogwarts, which the assaulted young wizard either possessed or knew the whereabouts of. While Hogwarts may outwardly appear to be nonchalant in its response, in truth, it was a facade of outward calm masking an inner vigilance. Whether by day or night, professors or upperclassmen patrol the castle incessantly. To date, no unusual activity has been detected, suggesting that the perpetrator remains concealed, perhaps having obtained their desired prize, or possibly still in the shadows, biding their time. There exists a remote possibility that the individual fled Hogwarts on the very day of the incident. We must first visit the scene of the occurrence, Kingsley urged Professor McGonagall. She guided them to the corner leading from the Slytherin Common Room to the Great Hall. This location serves as a necessary passage from the Slytherin Common Room to the corridor, and thus it no longer resembles its original state at the time of the incident. Moreover, even when Hubert was first discovered, no traces remained here. However, the Aurors possessed their own methods. Severus, the powder, Kingsley instructed, kneeling at the spot where Hubert had fallen. Severus produced a vial of black powder from his robes and handed it to Kingsley. Kingsley sprinkled the powder into the air, and it floated momentarily, its color rapidly lightening upon contact with the air until it vanished entirely. What clue shall we glean from this? Professor McGonagall inquired. Severus responded. This is not the actual site where the young wizard was attacked. Someone has merely discarded him here. Kingsley rose. Let us proceed. It has been far too long since we last conversed with the portraits of Hogwarts. They traversed the corridor, inquiring along the way. Yet the portraits reported no suspicious individuals on the day of the attack, and the disheveled Hubert appeared to have materialized out of thin air. Has there been any recent loosening of the anti-disillusionment charms within the castle? The young Auror Severus posed, albeit rather foolishly, after the trail had gone cold. Professor McGonagall shook her head resolutely. There is no doubt, no one can apparate within the castle. With no new discoveries at the scene, Kingsley resolved to approach the investigation from a different angle, just as he prepared to request Professor McGonagall to guide them to her office. A Slytherin student who had been trailing them mustered the courage to ask, "Are you Aurors from the Ministry of Magic?" Kingsley raised an eyebrow, sensing that this student might provide valuable information. "Indeed, young one, I am Kingsley Shacklebolt, an active Auror at the Ministry. Do you have something to share with me?" The Slytherin student trembled, whether from nervousness or excitement, resembling a zealous informant reporting treachery. "It's Professor Fawkes. He must be the one behind this. He was once a dark wizard, and only he has a motive to commit such an act at Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall's expression darkened instantly, her voice seething with anger. "Defaming a professor? Who taught you such slander? Now, at once, leave my presence. Furthermore, a report measuring 1 foot in length is due to me within 3 days." Professor McGonagall, observing Kingsley lost in contemplation, spoke earnestly. "Adrian indeed has a checkered past, yet I believe you, as an Auror, are more aware of the intricacies than I am. Thus, I trust him, as does Albus. The true perpetrator cannot possibly be him." Kingsley waved a hand, reassuring Professor McGonagall. "I comprehend, Professor. I am well aware of Fawkes's history and naturally believe he is incapable of such actions. However, as you can see, the audacity of the students to confront me with accusations against Fawkes in your presence indicates his reputation among them has significantly deteriorated. Professor McGonagall's countenance remained grim. What do you propose we do? Kingsley replied calmly. Let us visit Fawkes. We shall prove his innocence. 10 minutes later, within Professor Fawkes's office, Kingsley sat surveying the room's decor. Professor Fawkes had prepared red tea for the three of them and conversed with Kingsley as though they were long-lost friends. I had anticipated that you would be the first from Hogwarts to seek me out. Kingsley appeared at ease, as though this were not their initial meeting, both men exhibiting no hint of unfamiliarity. I trust you would not employ your research against your own students. Nevertheless, the current sentiments regarding you at Hogwarts are rather unfavorable. Let us dispense with pleasantries. How may I assist you? Professor Fawkes regarded Kingsley with a practiced demeanor. As it was a decade ago, old Fawkes, please surrender your wand to me. Recently appointed as an Auror, Kingsley undertook the task of examining Fawkes's wand. The results from that assessment revealed an alarming frequency of the Cruciatus Curse and 5 instances of the Killing Curse within a mere 3 days. Of course, Professor Fawkes withdrew his wand, handing it to Kingsley. Holding the rather aged wand, Kingsley mused, the Engorgement Charm, Bat Bogey Hex, Stinging Hex, Sticky Feet Jinx, Hard Tongue Charm, Disillusionment Charm. Have you recently employed such a plethora of various dark curses? The findings left Kingsley perplexed. These spells are seldom utilized by adult wizards. He was aware of Fawkes's experimental studies, which, while bordering on the dubious, remained within legal bounds. Thus he chose to refrain from further remarks. Should there be no issues? May I have it returned? Kingsley returned the wand to him, his expression devoid of regret or disappointment, instead heaving a sigh of relief. He then turned to Professor McGonagall and said, Professor McGonagall, could you assist me in summoning the students who first arrived at the scene? I have several inquiries for them. Subsequently, they departed Professor Fawkes's office and proceeded to Professor McGonagall's vice principal office, where Lynn and Cedric were soon summoned, accompanied by the Slytherin girl who had first laid eyes on Hubert. On the way, Cedric discreetly informed Lynn about the events that had transpired in the hall. Someone had reported Professor Fawkes and Professor McGonagall, who were both Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, and it was said that Professor McGonagall was exceedingly irate. Lynn nodded in acknowledgement, stating, I am aware. While I was in the common room, I observed a group gathering around him, listening to his tales of glory. Cedric could not restrain himself from asking, do you think Professor Fawkes is the culprit? Lynn had never expressed her opinion on the matter while practicing spells with him. I refrain from making hasty judgments, especially when the majority are biased, Lynn replied softly. Cedric scratched his forehead, seemingly contemplating her words. Upon arriving at the vice principal's office, Kingsley's primary focus was not on the two of them, but rather on the Slytherin girl. When you saw that boy, did you notice any peculiar occurrences around him? The girl appeared visibly anxious, stammering as she met Kingsley's gaze. Sir, I don't quite understand what you mean by peculiar occurrences. Kingsley remained silent for a few seconds before responding. Did you not feel as though an invisible presence was watching you near Hubert? At his words, the girl shivered, becoming even more apprehensive. I don't know. Sir, at that moment, I was simply too frightened to notice anything. Kingsley appeared somewhat disheartened. Her timidity rendered his inquiries futile. And what about you? He shifted his gaze to Lynn and Cedric. Did you observe anything suspicious? Both Lynn and Cedric shook their heads in unison, indicating they had not. Just as Kingsley was about to express his disappointment, Cedric suddenly recalled something. Instantly, Kingsley perked up, eagerly asking, at around 6 in the morning. He was walking along the Black Lake, in the direction of the Whomping Willow that the professors usually advised us to avoid. I don't know his name. His name is Ian Campbell, a first-year student from Ravenclaw. Kingsley now appeared exhilarated. He sprang from his chair, seemingly intent on personally seeking out the young wizard named Ian. However, Professor McGonagall's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the name. We must find him immediately. I have a strong feeling that even if this young wizard is not the perpetrator, he is undoubtedly connected to the culprit. Sit down, Kingsley. Just as Kingsley was about to spring into action, McGonagall's authoritative shout startled everyone present, both Aurors and young wizards alike, who were taken aback by her fervent demeanor. McGonagall struggled to compose herself, commanding Lynn and the others, you may leave, but heed this. Do not disclose what you witnessed concerning Campbell to anyone. Remember, to anyone. Lynn and Cedric, though somewhat perplexed, understood that the current situation was beyond their involvement. They nodded swiftly and soon departed from the vice principal's office. Is there an issue with that student, Professor? Professor McGonagall remained silent, her demeanor gradually regaining composure. She turned to the attendant, Savage, and instructed him. Savage nodded hastily and also exited the room. The office was left with only Kingsley and Professor McGonagall. Shacklebolt, I assure you that the child has no connection to this attack. You cannot continue investigating him. Kingsley appeared somewhat bewildered. Could you enlighten me as to why? Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, pausing for a moment before responding. You are one of us, Shacklebolt, but without Dumbledore's consent, I cannot divulge too much. Do you recall the previous incident with Remus? Ultimately, the Aurors returned empty-handed. After their departure, Professor McGonagall announced in the Great Hall that the Aurors had cleared Professor Fox of any wrongdoing regarding the dark magic attack. Although some young wizards remained convinced that Professor Fox was indeed a dark wizard, the majority of students found McGonagall's words persuasive. The incident seemed to drift towards obscurity, and Hogwarts gradually relaxed its vigilance over time. Chapter 36, Hamster Agent 007 Launch. The nights at Hogwarts were somewhat chilly. November had arrived, and temperatures occasionally dipped below 10 degrees, which was not uncommon. In the Slytherin boys' dormitory, within Lynn's private chamber, a pure white hamster, affectionately named Little My by its owner, stealthily and adeptly opened its cage with its tiny paws. With a sudden leap, it bounded from the desk onto the carpet. Initially, it instinctively sought out snacks in Lynn's bag, but noticed Lynn peacefully slumbering. Recalling that Lynn had previously discovered the missing cookies and become suspicious, Little My reluctantly altered its course. It scurried quickly, soon reaching the Slytherin common room. Faced with a door that required a password for entry, it did not pause. Racing beneath the door and skillfully squeezing through a small hole at the side. Once outside the Slytherin common room, it dashed off like a carefree child unmonitored by adults, heading in a singular direction, occasionally teasing the portraits that dozed within their frames or leaping to perform somersaults in midair. As it reached a staircase corner, a bony, dark gray creature suddenly leaped in front of it, obstructing its path. It was an ugly cat named Mrs. Norris, the pet of the Hogwarts caretaker, Filch. With bulbous, glaring eyes, Mrs. Norris glared angrily at the white hamster. This was not their first encounter. It was evident that a rivalry had been established between them. In the diminutive, green bean-sized eyes of the little creature named Xiaomai, a distinctly human disdain was evident. With a sudden leap, it directed a flying kick at the cat, which was twice its size. Lady Loris, taken by surprise, seemed to be struck in the eye, letting out a piercing scream before dashing off into the unknown. Xiaomai, resembling a valiant warrior who had just vanquished a dragon, struck a triumphant pose with its paws on its hips, indulging in self-satisfaction. Subsequently, it gracefully scampered on all fours through the halls of Hogwarts Castle, seemingly well acquainted with its surroundings. It leapt and bounded until it arrived at a wooden door beside the underground storage room of Hogwarts. Under the veil of night, an astonishing transformation unfolded in a secluded corner of the castle. The hamster, Xiaomai, began to expand, its fur shedding to reveal a pristine white dress and a cascade of fluffy white hair. Lynn's pet had metamorphosed into a petite girl, appearing no older than 7 or 8. Clad in black leather shoes, she playfully kicked the wooden door and chirped, reporting for duty, Officer. Hamster Agent 007, Sophia Bashak. Ready for action. A voice from beyond the door chastised her, provoking a pout of discontent from the young girl. What nonsense. How could anyone be here? I already chased that foul cat away. The foolish caretaker won't find this place. The voice on the other side continued, causing her to frown in contemplation. But he mostly feeds me grains and coarse biscuits. I'm nearly sick from it. I haven't had meat in ages, and I'm losing weight. Could you possibly add something to my meal today? The reprimands from beyond the door seemed to grow louder. Sophia, with a sulky expression, squatted down, covering her ears and exclaiming, "Don't call Sophia a fool. Sophia is not foolish at all." The individual on the other side, wary of her discontent, offered her gentle compliments and posed another question. Sophia furrowed her delicate brows, deep in thought, until she finally recalled, Lynn has already completed the poison curses with that professor, and they are about to commence lessons on curses. What should I do? Lynn appears to be growing stronger. If he discovers me, will I end up as a mere hamster snack? The person behind the door seemed pleased with the information she provided and instructed her further before granting her leave. Sophia, with a disgruntled expression, puffed up her cheeks and mumbled about not receiving meat while still being expected to work, lamenting that even the genuine 007 would be caught in such a predicament. Reluctantly, she departed. As winter approached, the days began to shorten, and Lynn's rising time shifted from 4 a.m. to an hour later. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. After donning his robe and replenishing Xiaomai's cage with water and biscuit crumbs, Lynn left the warmth of his dormitory, in a state of drowsiness. The hamster 007 cast a sidelong glance at the crumbs in its small bowl, filled with resentment, before drifting back into slumber. Lynn emerged from the Slytherin common room, placing his hands before his face, exhaling a warm breath, and then rubbing his hands together. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, he resolved to don gloves when he ventured out the following day. As was his custom, he brandished his wand and made his way to the edge of the Black Lake, where he fortuitously encountered Cedric just as he was stepping out. "Are you free tonight, Lynn?" Cedric inquired, draping an arm around his shoulder with enthusiasm. Lynn rolled his eyes and swatted Cedric's arm away. "Your actions and words resemble those of a flamboyant individual." Cedric feigned innocence, How could you think that? Don't act so pitiful, Lynn retorted, regarding him with disdain. If you have something to say, just say it. Cedric rubbed his hands together. Well, Professor Sprout, my head of house, asked me to find someone to assist in the greenhouse tonight, to gather some fresh leaves. You know, although I get along well with the Hufflepuffs, my closest relationship is with you, so. Is that all? Lynn did not decline, as he had no plans for the evening. I'm fine with it. I'm free whenever tonight. Cedric beamed as he seized Lynn's arm. Come on. Tonight, I shall be your dedicated practice partner. Whatever spells you wish to practice, we shall practice. Months of camaraderie had rendered Lynn and Cedric's relationship profoundly close. And Lynn's magical talent had astonished Cedric. In merely 2 or 3 months, Lynn had mastered spells that were typically learned by second-year students. Chapter 37, Advanced Dark Magic. Today was the weekend, granting Lynn a full day of leisure. After completing their daily spell practice together, Lynn finished breakfast in the Great Hall and proceeded directly to Professor Flitwick's office. The previous day, Lynn had finally concluded his studies on the mainstream curses in the magical realm. This study involved not just the ability to wield such spells, but a complete comprehension and digestion of this category of magic. The conclusion of his curse studies signified that Lynn was now ready to embark on the final phase of his dark magic studies, the art of curses. The concept of dark magic is inherently subjective. Some believe that any spell imbued with malice that inflicts harm upon a person falls within the realm of dark magic, while others contend that for magic to be classified as dark, it must be capable of causing significant harm, such as shattering bones or explosive destruction. There are also those who assert that only the 3 unforgivable curses can truly be deemed dark magic, with all other spells merely classified as dark curses. Before commencing practical instruction, Professor Flitwick provided Lynn with a detailed explanation of the definition of dark magic within the Wizarding World. What about your boundaries, Professor? What do you consider qualifies as dark magic? Lynn asked proactively. Professor Flitwick, however, countered with another question for Lynn. What do you believe is the most crucial aspect for a wizard when casting a spell? Lynn pondered for a moment before tentatively proposing an answer. Magic? Professor Fox could not help but chuckle. What is that? Without any pretense, Professor Fox earnestly responded. As he spoke, he shifted the conversation to the topic of dark magic. In my view, the boundary of dark magic lies in the intention. If a wizard harbors any malicious intent while casting a spell, then even a simple cleaning charm could be deemed dark magic. Observing Lynn's contemplative expression, Fox continued his explanation. The curses you studied previously, be they harmful or toxic spells, are considered by some to fall within the realm of dark magic. The curses we are about to study have a specific designation. Intrigued, Lynn could not help but inquire, what is it called? Professor Fox retrieved a book from his drawer and pointed to its cover, emblazoned with a skull and a series of ominous English words, Advanced Dark Magic, and Exploration. That evening, Lynn met Cedric in front of the greenhouse. So it's just us? Professor Sprout isn't coming? Lynn asked curiously, glancing behind Cedric. The professor is in greenhouse too. There seems to be an issue with the devil's snare, and she has gone to tend to it personally. Once they donned their dragon hide gloves and armed themselves with specialized pruning shears, they commenced their work for the night. White Fresh is an herb exceptionally effective for treating wounds. Once mature, its leaves can be harvested and, through a specialized process, transformed into White Fresh Essence, a portable white powder that significantly enhances wound healing. The task at hand was not overly complex. Lynn and Cedric needed only to carefully cut the leaves from their base along the vein. Lynn, what do you do every day in Professor Fox's office? Cedric inquired as they trimmed the leaves. The professor is giving me extra lessons on advanced spells, Lynn replied candidly, feeling no need for concealment. You are quite fortunate. Professor Fox has been renowned as a master of charms for over 20 years, Cedric remarked, instinctively scratching his forehead, only to forget that his hands were still adorned with grimy dragon hide gloves, resulting in smudges on his forehead. Lynn burst into laughter and, stifling his mirth, asked the embarrassed Cedric, do you hold any biases against Professor Fox? Just as you advised me before, one should not approach matters with prejudice. The disdain others feel toward him stems merely from the fact that he has slain those connected to them. You know that the individuals Professor Fox killed were all from pureblood families? What about you? I recall you are also of pure blood, aren't you? Surely. Some of those purebloods he has slain could be your distant relatives? Cedric said earnestly. They instinctively avoid acknowledging the fact that those 5 individuals are Death Eaters. Yet I refuse to do so. Those who commit malevolent acts must face the consequences. I do not perceive Professor Fox as a villain. Rather, I regard him as a hero. Lynn quietly observed Cedric, and after a prolonged silence, she suddenly chuckled. You truly are an anomaly among pureblood wizards. She carefully stored the cut white fresh leaves and inquired, you seem to possess considerable knowledge about Professor Fox's past. Could you enlighten me as to why he sought to eliminate those 5 Death Eaters? Cedric shook his head. I have only heard my father mention such an event. The specifics elude me. However, Professor Fox's actions coincided with the days when the Dark Lord had just fallen from power. The identities of the 5 slain wizards were unknown. And at that time, Professor Fox was mistakenly deemed a Death Eater by the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic and incarcerated in Azkaban. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore tirelessly sought evidence on his behalf and ultimately exonerated him 2 years ago, confirming that the deceased were indeed the Death Eaters, while Professor Fox was wrongfully accused. Lynn listened intently, her brow furrowed, lost in thought. The greenhouse was filled with numerous white fresh leaves to process, and the two of them worked diligently until past 8 o'clock, finishing just before curfew. As they passed by the edge of the Black Lake, Cedric suddenly pointed toward the direction of the Whomping Willow. It seems there is someone over there. Chapter 38, The Wolf's Attack. Lynn followed Cedric's gaze. Typically, the Whomping Willow appeared exceedingly agitated, thrashing its branches, yet tonight it stood eerily still, as if lifeless. Beneath the tree lay a figure writhing in apparent agony. Without hesitation, Cedric rushed over, and Lynn, attempting to stop him, found herself unable to do so, reluctantly trailing behind him. As they approached, they recognized the struggling figure on the ground. It was Ian Campbell, a first-year Ravenclaw student. Cedric, embodying his kind-hearted nature, knelt before Ian and urgently asked, "You seem to be in need of assistance. What can we do to help?" However, the young wizard on the ground did not appreciate their concern. His pale face contorted in agony, revealing glimmers of canine teeth. "I don't need help. Go. Hurry." Yet, it was already too late. Ian underwent a startling transformation before their eyes. A terrifying roar erupted as his head elongated, and his body grew as well. His shoulders hunched. Fur sprouted from his face and hands, and his fingers curled into sharp claws. A complete transformation into a werewolf unfolded right in front of Lynn and Cedric. Cedric appeared paralyzed with fear, instinctively pulled by Lynn as they fled toward Hogwarts Castle. However, as they passed the Whomping Willow, the ground suddenly gave way beneath them, and both fell into the abyss below. Lynn felt utterly unfortunate. It was only now that she recalled the mention in the original text of a secret passage leading to Hogsmeade beneath the Whomping Willow by the Black Lake. The secret passage was originally constructed for the werewolf wizard Remus Lupin, allowing him to journey to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade each full moon to transform, thereby preventing harm to others. Now, with the arrival of another werewolf young wizard at Hogwarts, it was only natural for the professors to decide to reopen this passage. However, this decision inadvertently led to dire consequences for Lynn and Cedric. The normally vibrant Whomping Willow had suddenly fallen silent, evidently because Ian had activated the passage. Though he had yet to enter, the transformation had already begun. Consequently, Lynn and the others had unwittingly walked into a trap. "We cannot ascend now," Cedric, having regained his composure, stated. The two raced through the passage, but as they neared its midpoint, Lynn abruptly halted Cedric. "What is it?" Cedric gasped. Without a word, Lynn focused intently, listening carefully. "He hasn't followed us," he observed. "Indeed, why hasn't he pursued us?" Cedric too sensed something amiss. "How much do you know about werewolves?" Lynn inquired. Cedric, a pureblood with a wealth of knowledge from childhood readings on the magical world, had far more exposure than Lynn, a self-taught wizard. Werewolves lose control during their transformations, compelled to change with each full moon. Once transformed, they typically succumb to primal instincts, attacking other humans. If no one else is present, they may inflict harm upon themselves until the full moon wanes. So, we should be among the only two near him, right? Why hasn't he given chase? Lynn pondered, increasingly perplexed. Cedric, still young, found himself at a loss. No, the proposal was not born of bravado, but rather from the sudden emergence of a long-dormant system in my mind, which issued a task. Side quest unlocked. Task 1. Converse with the werewolf Ian Campbell. Reward. Unlock physical attribute, Physique 1. This task implied something significant about the werewolf named Ian. He was not like the others. Lynn paced anxiously within the passage. Truthfully, remaining calm would be the wisest choice at this juncture. Yet, the allure of the physical attribute was too tempting. Although his system panel lacked this attribute entirely, he sensed that if he missed this opportunity, it might never present itself again. Half an hour swiftly passed, and there was still no sign from the passage's entrance. Resolute in his decision, Lynn resolved to take a risk. He turned to Cedric and said earnestly, "Stay here, I will check the entrance. If all is well, I will call you over." Upon hearing Lynn's words, Cedric's face flushed with anger as he glared at him. "Lynn, you don't consider me a friend." Lynn was taken aback by Cedric's intense reaction. His intention to take a risk was purely for personal gain, and there was no necessity for Cedric to accompany him in this perilous endeavor. Rubbing his forehead in exasperation, Lynn felt a headache coming on. "My intention is that we cannot embark on this adventure together. Otherwise, if anything were to happen, it would be for naught. It is only prudent that I venture forth first to ascertain the situation, considering my seniority. Were it not for me, you would not have encountered such peril." After Cedric finished speaking, he disregarded Lynn and proceeded towards the entrance of the secret passageway. Lynn, unable to contend with his stubbornness, could only hasten to keep up with him. As they approached the entrance, their steps gradually grew lighter. The exit loomed just above them. Yet an eerie silence enveloped the outside world. Suddenly, Lynn pressed his hand on Cedric's head, whispering, "Hold still, let me see if he is out there." Cedric shot him a glare from below, but recognizing the gravity of the moment, he refrained from protesting. Lynn cautiously poked his head out from the entrance, swiftly scanning the surroundings. In the next instant, his gaze locked onto a pair of emerald eyes. A jolt of surprise coursed through him, quickly followed by a sense of relief, for the eyes reflected neither chaos nor savagery, but rather a tranquil coldness akin to still waters. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, a young werewolf, its fur as white as snow, sat quietly beside a willow tree. It seemed to meld seamlessly with the nocturnal ambience, exuding an aura of natural uniqueness, serenity, and solitude. Chapter 39, Be More Normal. After determining there was no immediate danger, Lynn and Cedric cautiously emerged from the secret passage. Observing the werewolf sitting quietly beneath the tree, gazing indifferently at them, Cedric leaned in to whisper, "He doesn't appear to be in a frenzy. Could it be that we were mistaken and he is not a werewolf after all?" Lynn rolled his eyes. What else could he be? A dogman? They believed their voices were hushed, yet they failed to notice Ian, seated beneath the tree, twitching his ears, his wolfish countenance darkening. Should we approach and greet him? Cedric now looked to Lynn for guidance. Naturally, Lynn would not decline. To accomplish his mission, he needed to converse with Ian. They cautiously approached Ian, maintaining a safe distance of about 10 meters. Lynn then offered a polite smile and waved. "Hello." However, Ian appeared disinterested, his gaze remaining cold and devoid of any friendliness. "I suspect you may have forgotten me," Lynn ventured, seeking to establish a connection between them. "We shared a compartment on the Hogwarts Express, and I introduced myself. My name is Lynn Belloc." Ian remained silent. "No need for you to reintroduce yourself. I recall your name from the sorting ceremony. Ian Campbell, if I am not mistaken? You were sorted into Ravenclaw. Honestly, I recognized you as a brilliant mind the moment I laid eyes on you." Ian did not respond. "What is your current state? In werewolf transformation? Remarkably maintaining your wits." "Oh, how impressive." Ian continued to remain mute. "The moonlight tonight is truly enchanting, and your transformation is quite majestic. If only we could share a conversation, it would be even more splendid." Ian had yet to utter a word, but his gaze had shifted from indifference to one that suggested he perceived Lynn as somewhat unhinged. Even Cedric was nearing his limit with Lynn. He had never witnessed Lynn engage in such excruciatingly awkward small talk with anyone. Lynn, despite his thick skin, was now seething with indignation. Were it not for the system's mandate compelling him to converse with this wolf cub, would he really need to put on such a warm front only to be met with coldness? Had becoming a werewolf rendered him mute? Surely, he could utter a single word. Even a wolf's howl would suffice. Though Ian did not howl, he was finally compelled to speak, exasperated by Lynn's incessant chatter. "Can you be quiet for a moment?" The instant he spoke, surprise illuminated Lynn's face, but it quickly faded into disappointment. Task 1 completed. Physical attributes unlocked. Physique 1. Task 2 initiated. Gain the friendship of werewolf Ian. Reward, Physique 3. To elicit a response from this wolf cub was already a Herculean task. Now he was to forge a friendship? In contrast, he would much prefer the system assign him a task to feed Professor McGonagall some fish snacks or tug on Dumbledore's beard. Yet, that tempting physique attribute was simply too alluring. Upon receiving the reward for the physique attribute points, Lynn could distinctly perceive the changes within his body. His senses were heightened, his physique more robust, his breath deeper, and even his heart felt as though it beat with greater vigor than before. This exhilarating sensation of evolution captivated Lynn immensely. How should a wizard allocate their points? Lynn could now definitively answer that any points spent on spirit or intelligence were misguided. The only path worth pursuing was to invest in physique and attack. After all, do not true wizards shatter their enemies' skulls with the swing of their wands? What utility does magic possess beyond mere illumination? In an instant, Lynn resolved within himself to become a genuine wizard, and for that enticing 3 points in physique. He was determined to befriend Ian. He settled cross-legged before Ian, wearing a smile so nauseatingly sweet that it might make Cedric retch, and with longing in his eyes. He said, "Campbell, do not be so heartless. Look at how splendid the weather is today. You startled us just a moment ago. Surely it is not too much to ask for you to chat with us a little as compensation?" Ugh! A sound of dry heaving emanated from Cedric's direction. Even Ian appeared somewhat restless, sensing that Lynn was either mentally unwell or had questionable inclinations. Their reactions left Lynn feeling somewhat embarrassed. He shot a dark glance at Cedric, silently urging him to explain his previous retching. "Be normal, Lynn. Your behavior is genuinely frightening," Cedric replied, his face pale, as though he had truly been unsettled by Lynn's earlier antics. Lynn, indeed, struggled to forge friendships with strangers, particularly when the other party was not proactive. He cleared his throat twice to ease the awkwardness, then addressed Cedric. "It is now past 10 o'clock. precisely the time when Felch is most diligent in patrolling the castle. How about we sit here for a while? It must be rather dull for our companion Campbell to be alone. It would be delightful to accompany him in gazing at the stars and the moon. Before Cedric could speak, Ian could no longer contain himself. I do not find it boring. I merely feel you are somewhat noisy. Nonsense. You are clearly quite bored. Ian suppressed the urge to retaliate against Lynn and chose to remain silent. Cedric found Lynn's observation quite reasonable. Ian's admission to the school as a werewolf must have had the tacit approval of Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall. Reflecting on the time when an Auror named Kingsley mentioned investigating him, he considered McGonagall's response. They would undoubtedly wish to keep Ian's secret as a werewolf from becoming common knowledge, for even if he was a special werewolf retaining his rationality post-transformation, panic would surely ensue among the young wizards, and parents would exert pressure on Dumbledore. Thus, Cedric settled onto the ground, forming a triangle with Lynn and Ian. Why did you transform outside the secret passage? Did you not manage to enter? I misjudged the weather today. The moon is rather bright. As soon as I opened the secret passage, the transformation commenced prematurely. May I inquire if your transformation into a werewolf was due to a bite from another werewolf? He gazed up at the luminous full moon, lost in silence. After a lengthy pause, he evasively replied, I hope you can assist me in concealing my secret. Of course, that is not an issue. Chapter 40, Friends with Wolves. Luck was on their side. They navigated smoothly without being caught by that old pervert, Felch. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lynn did not immediately rest. He had arranged with Cedric to postpone their spell practice by 3 hours the following morning. Although tomorrow was Sunday, that very fact meant that Hogwarts would not be overly crowded. Most upper-year students would be reveling in Hogsmeade, while the younger ones would likely still be nestled in their warm beds at 8 o'clock. Lynn adjusted the desk lamp's brightness and then opened the book that Professor Fox had given him today, Cutting-Edge Dark Magic and Exploration. According to the professor, this book contained little in the way of spell instruction, focusing instead on a more accessible explanation of the principles, effects, and applications of various dark magics. It was not classified as a forbidden text. Rather, it resembled a type of textbook used in advanced defense against the dark arts classes, teaching young wizards to recognize various forms of dark magic so they might adequately respond. Lynn did not read too late. He merely skimmed through the book before extinguishing the light and retiring for the night. The following day, once more by the edge of the Black Lake, Cedric was practicing his petrification spell on a frog with his wand while discussing the events of the previous night with Lynn. I pondered all night and could not fathom why there exists a werewolf who retains their sanity post-transformation. Or rather, can someone like Ian still be considered a werewolf? At the moment Lynn countered Cedric's petrifying curse, he deftly employed a spell to nullify it. This particular incantation had been imparted to him by Cedric, and mastering it had taken Lynn 3 arduous days. Are you aspiring to become an expert in lycanthropy? Cedric shook his head in disagreement. Then why concern yourself with his rationality post-transformation? The fact that he can retain his wits is a tremendous boon for us, given our predicament last night. Otherwise, in that narrow passage, we would have faced dire consequences. Merely being bitten and turned into a werewolf would have been a stroke of luck, as the more likely outcome would have been death by a single bite. Perhaps we could indeed establish contact with Ian in the future, Lynn mused, twirling his wand on the tip of his fingers, leaving behind a trail of shimmering silver in the air. Cedric concurred, revealing his own solitude. To conceal his identity as a werewolf, he felt compelled to maintain distance from those around him, even though he knew he would not harm anyone after transforming. Others would remain skeptical, and now they were privy to his secret. Lynn shrugged. Do you mind his lycanthropic identity? Are you afraid he might bite you? Cedric resolutely shook his head. Of course not. If he had wanted to, he could have easily harmed us yesterday. He is quite unfortunate, though. I noticed he often sits alone in Ravenclaw, even during meals, with no one beside him. Lynn stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems Hogwarts doesn't mandate that every student must dine at their own house table, does it? Cedric affirmed, certainly not. Meanwhile, Ian felt as though he had fallen victim to some inexplicable curse. Ever since arriving at Hogwarts, he had found no clue regarding what he sought. Last night, he had miscalculated the timing of his transformation, resulting in his change occurring within the castle. To his dismay, the entire process had been witnessed by 2 young wizards, one of whom was a rather peculiar Slytherin boy, who, despite his social awkwardness, insisted on engaging in clumsy conversation, leaving Ian, a werewolf, with goosebumps all over. As if that were not enough, these 2 young wizards seemed intent on sticking to him. Ian fidgeted restlessly with a silver fork, contemplating whether to jab it into the side of Lynn, who was grinning at him with an infatuated smile. Lynn, however, believed his smile to be exceedingly amiable, convinced that Ian would sense his goodwill and, in a fit of tears, proclaim him to be his lifelong friend, ultimately receiving a reward from the system that would set him on the true path of a wizard. Each time he entertained this thought, he couldn't help but smile even more warmly, much to the embarrassment of Cedric sitting beside him. Cedric tugged at Lynn's robe. Mind yourself, you're about to drool. Lynn blushed deeply, instinctively touching the corner of his mouth, finding nothing there. Enraged, he seized Cedric by the neck, shaking him furiously. How dare you deceive me? Cedric felt as though his mind was being thoroughly shaken by Lynn, but fortunately, Ian's timely intervention provided him respite. Why have you come to dine at the Ravenclaw table? Lynn's smile returned to a friendly demeanor, as if he had not just been the perpetrator of a verbal assault. Who decreed that every little wizard from each house must dine together? Hogwarts is a collective of 4 houses, not merely 4 houses that comprise Hogwarts. The greater the differences among the houses, the more we ought to engage with one another. His words were noble in sentiment, yet Ian clearly remained unconvinced. Responding with biting sarcasm, then why sit beside me? Having grown accustomed to Ian's barbed remarks, Lynn was unfazed by his words. Can you truly not see it? We wish to befriend you. Sorry, I have no need for friends. Lynn was resolute, prepared to cling stubbornly like a piece of chewing gum. Do not be this way. No one can live in this world without friends. Besides, your distance from others stems from your fear of your secrets being uncovered, does it not? You can rest assured about Cedric and me. We harbor no other opinions regarding your identity. At this point, he lowered his voice slightly. We can even help provide you cover. Every full moon, your solitary disappearance will inevitably raise suspicions, but with our support, you will have a reasonable excuse. Though not particularly proactive in making friends, Lynn possessed an acute understanding of others' psyches. At this moment, he offered Ian an excuse to continue their interactions. What excuse? Ian inquired. When you transform next time, you can tell your roommates that you are going to explore Hogwarts at night with us, Lynn replied with a smile. For the young wizards of Hogwarts were all quite enamored with the idea of a nocturnal adventure within the castle. Chapter 41, Lynn's Christmas Eve. The weather gradually turned colder. Before departing, Cedric had invited Lynn to celebrate Christmas with them, yet Lynn declined. After a few days of interaction, Lynn had also discerned the dynamics of Cedric's family background. Like him, Ian hailed from a purely Muggle family, yet he had both a father and a mother, unlike Lynn, who was an orphan. Hogwarts began to feel increasingly desolate, with few young wizards remaining in the castle. Even mealtimes were no longer segregated by house. Instead, the remaining students shared a single table. Professor Fawkes appeared to have no intention of leaving Hogwarts, and during a cautious inquiry, he indicated that he was currently a bachelor, claiming that wherever he went, that place became his home. On Christmas Eve, Lynn arrived at the Great Hall, which had been meticulously adorned by the professors. In the center stood a magnificent Christmas tree, specially selected by Hagrid from the Forbidden Forest. Earlier that morning, Lynn had exchanged greetings with him as he carried it in. The small, shimmering stars floating above the tree were the handiwork of Professor Flitwick. Given his stature, it was no easy feat for him to charm the tree, requiring him to stand on 2 stools, with the assistance of 2 young wizards to steady the stools and prevent any mishaps. Professor McGonagall had long adorned the hall with an array of colorful ribbons, bells, and garlands, transforming the once monotonous space into a vibrant spectacle. Though the number of young wizards remaining at the school was few, nearly all the single professors were present, including the not-yet professor, gamekeeper Hagrid, the castle caretaker Filch, Madame Pants the librarian, and Madame Pomfrey the matron, all gathered in unity. Not only the living were in attendance, but also the ghosts of Hogwarts, who escorted Peeves, compelling him to don a reindeer costume, led by the Bloody Baron, who joined the festivities in the hall. Professor Dumbledore had already taken his seat at the head of the long table, donning a red Christmas hat, his face adorned with a gentle smile, reminiscent of a benign neighborly grandfather. The banquet was lavish, with the table laden with Western delicacies, including an enormous turkey enhanced by the enlargement charm, a cake resembling a tree trunk, German gingerbread, sausages, roast pig, and individual servings of Christmas pudding for all. After the young wizards, professors, and ghosts harmonized a carol before the Christmas tree, the feast officially commenced. The professors did not cluster together, but rather interspersed themselves among the young wizards, creating a rather peculiar seating arrangement for Lynn, who found himself beside Professor Dumbledore. This was his first encounter in such proximity with one of the greatest wizards of the 20th century. Dumbledore appeared quite aged, with hair and beard a snowy white, skin sagging, and numerous wrinkles etched upon his face. Yet, he seemed remarkably spry, not at all resembling a centenarian. Lynn Belloc, is it not? Dumbledore's gaze exuded an air of trustworthiness, having beckoned Lynn to sit beside him as soon as he entered. Lynn felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, Dumbledore stood atop the magical hierarchy, and Lynn could not ascertain whether the brain-closing spell awarded by the system would prove effective. Moreover, he was perplexed as to why the headmaster, who had been absent from the school for half a semester, recognized him. Indeed, Professor, do you know me? Lynn's nervousness was genuine, not mere theatrics. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Adrian frequently speaks of you, claiming you are the most exceptional student he has encountered at Hogwarts. Oh, the culprit has been identified. Lynn's expression darkened slightly. He felt betrayed by his most trusted professor. He cast a discreet glance at Professor Flitwick. who was engaged in light conversation with Professor McGonagall, then shook his head. Professor Flitwick is mistaken. I have much room for improvement. Among my peers, Cedric in second year and Ian in my year surpass me in skill. While they are indeed talented students, do not sell yourself short. Each of you possesses a bright future ahead. Dumbledore continued to savor his Christmas pudding, noted for his sweet tooth, much like Lynn himself. The professors were amiable, the students were kind, and the magic was delightful. Compared to his solitary existence before, this place could only be described as paradise. Lynn believed he had flattered the old bee perfectly, certain it would bring great joy to Dumbledore. Indeed, Dumbledore chuckled merrily, yet his subsequent words caused Lynn's laughter to falter. I heard from Minerva that, during my absence from Hogwarts, your roommates attempted to ensnare you. Do you not harbor any resentment towards them? Lynn pondered the old wizard's intent, but could not decipher it. He could only respond with forced courage. Of course, I feel some bitterness, Professor. Yet, as you know, Rupert has suffered enough punishment already. I cannot change their mindset. I do not hate them, merely wish to avoid them. Lynn's demeanor grew somewhat despondent, prompting Dumbledore to offer consolation. Belrock, every individual holds steadfast beliefs. You need not bear the weight of others' prejudices. Consider your friends and those professors who care for you. They are the ones you can trust. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. No need for thanks. Do try this pudding. It is simply exquisite. As the faculty and students of Hogwarts celebrated Christmas Eve, a little girl in a white dress stood before the storeroom door of the castle, blissfully savoring the steak in her hands. Her hands were greasy, and so was the area around her mouth. As she continued to eat, while patting the wooden door with her tiny hands, Sophia wants another piece. Before long, another steak suddenly appeared on her empty plate. The person behind the wooden door uttered something, and a joyfully teary-eyed Sophia nodded vigorously. I know. I will leave after I am full. I will definitely not raise Lynn's suspicions. Chapter 42, Hermione's Christmas. The snowfall outside was not heavy. Hermione lay curled up in her bed, gazing blankly at the snowflakes through the window, when her mother's voice echoed from the hallway. Hurry and get up. Breakfast must be eaten on time, otherwise, it will be bad for your stomach. I know, she replied. Slowly, she changed out of her pajamas, donned woolen socks, and, with her slightly disheveled, fluffy hair cascading down, shuffled into the bathroom to wash up. When she arrived in the living room, Mr. Granger had finished his breakfast and was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the newspaper. Go eat breakfast. Once you finish, you can open your gifts. At that moment, Hermione became animated, scampering in her slippers towards the family's small Christmas tree. Indeed, a small pile of presents awaited her there. Mrs. Granger's voice wafted from the kitchen. Hermione, you must eat first. Mom, I'm not opening gifts. I just want to take a look, she exclaimed, counting the differently sized gift boxes beneath the tree with her fingers. One for Dad, one for Mom, one for Grandma and Grandpa, one for Grandma and Grandpa from my mother's side, one for Aunt Percy, Uncle Carlson, Uncle Mike, Cousin Cecil, Nancy, and Helen. After counting, her expression soured. She stamped her foot in frustration and angrily marched to the dining room for breakfast. Mr. Granger set down his newspaper, puzzled by his daughter's inexplicable outburst. What's the matter? This year, your gifts surpassed those of last year. The little girl viciously sliced the fried egg on her plate into 4 pieces with a dining knife. Her subsequent words grew increasingly softer, leaving Mr. and Mrs. Granger unable to discern her murmurs. After finishing breakfast, Hermione unwrapped her gifts with a sense of indifference. The presents from the adults were monotonously similar each year, and her school friends offered little surprise as well. I'm heading out. After tidying up the unwrapped gifts, Hermione changed her shoes at the door and called out cheerfully. With her gloves and scarf secured, and her hat snugly in place, she reminded herself not to lose them while frolicking outside. I know. The frigid air outside made Hermione instinctively hunch her shoulders. She tightened her scarf around her neck, bounced on the spot a couple of times, and then dashed through the light snowfall towards the neighboring yard. Upon reaching the garden gate, she deftly retrieved a small bunch of keys from her pocket. Swiftly selecting one to unlock the gate, she first ran into the garden to check on Lynn's most cherished flowers. After confirming that the troublesome stray dogs hadn't disturbed the graves of her beloved plants, Hermione finally stepped into Lynn's house. It remained as pristine as it had been when Lynn left. True to her promise, Hermione visited weekly to clean. At home, her mother often lamented her lack of initiative in household chores, yet Hermione was diligent when it came to tidying Lynn's abode. Skillfully wielding a mop, she began her weekly cleaning routine from the innermost room on the second floor. By the time she concluded her tasks, it was nearly noon. She gazed at the tidy room, exhaling deeply, then rubbed her slightly reddened cheeks, donned her scarf, hat, and gloves anew, locked the living room door, and exited the garden. While securing the garden gate, she noticed the accumulating snowflakes, contemplating that she would need to return in a couple of days to clear it away, lest the melting snow ruin Lynn's lawn. On her way back, her mood shifted like the unpredictable London weather, suddenly turning to anger. She was upset with herself. After a futile morning, Someone had failed to deliver the promised gift. Oh, Hermione, how foolish you are. Where have you been frolicking all morning? Nowhere at all. She lay on her bed, burying her face in the blanket, feeling increasingly aggrieved, her emotions swelling to the point of tears. Just as she pouted, her eyes reddening, ready to cry silently, a series of knocks sounded from outside her bedroom window. An owl was staring at her through the glass. Noticing the little girl's attention, it pecked at the window with its beak. Hermione was initially taken aback, but soon excitement coursed through her, for she glimpsed a small, cleverly wrapped gift box clutched in the owl's talons. She immediately dashed to the window, flung it open, and welcomed the owl inside. The owl from Hogwarts elegantly shook the snowflakes from its wings before entering Hermione's room, delivering a gift box into the young girl's hands. Hermione, brimming with anticipation, eagerly unwrapped the box. As she suspected, the gift was indeed sent by Lynn. Inside lay a pendant, featuring an exquisitely crafted crystal ball containing a castle, and, like the weather outside, magical snowflakes danced within it. Hogwarts? Hermione brought the crystal ball closer to her eyes, finally discerning the plaque on the castle. At the bottom of the gift box was a note left by Lynn, which read, "This is your future castle." Upon reading this, Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling that Lynn was playfully calling her a princess. Flattery, she inwardly chastised, yet couldn't resist glancing at the pendant in her hand, delightfully placing it around her neck. The distant owl circled above her for a while, observing the little girl alternate between silly smiles and moments of irritation. Sensing that she had no intention of offering it a reward for its labor, it took off in a huff from her room. At that moment, Hermione was rolling on her bed, clutching the pendant, entirely unaware of the owl's departure. After a while, feeling a surge of excitement, she scolded herself once more. Hermione, you truly are a fool. Chapter 43, The Wand That Leaves No Trace. Lynn felt as though his pet hamster had gained a considerable amount of weight overnight. He scrutinized little My for an entire morning, ultimately confirming that he was indeed round as a ball. With a perplexed expression, Lynn checked all his snacks, finding none missing, and reluctantly decided to interrogate the culprit. Speak. Did you sneak out last night to steal food from others? The little ball of fur lay haphazardly in its cozy nest, diligently digesting its meal, completely oblivious to Lynn's inquiries. Lynn poked its plump belly with a finger, prompting it to roll over in discontent and change positions. Having gleaned no results, Lynn realized he wouldn't extract any answers from a hamster, donned a thick robe, and departed the Slytherin common room. With nothing else to do, he wandered around Hogwarts, and as he passed Hagrid's hut near the Forbidden Forest, he heard a familiar voice. Remember to add more hay to its nest. It's colder here near the Forbidden Forest at night, which is one reason it might be sick. Professor Fox emerged from Hagrid's hut, with Hagrid following closely behind. Thank you, Fox. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have realized that Yaya was ill. He's my best friend, and yet I have neglected him. Hagrid's voice bore a tone of self-reproach. Professor Fox comforted him with a gentle pat on the arm. This is not your fault, Hagrid. Animals are, after all, different from humans. You have already done enough for him. This time, I find myself in a bit of an inconvenience. Let us wait for another week, Fox, and then I shall accompany you into the Forbidden Forest to seek out any red caps. Professor Fox adjusted his top hat and straightened the collar of his coat. Thank you, Hagrid. We shall meet again next time. Hagrid bid him farewell at the gate of his small yard. Until we meet again. Lynn did not conceal himself. The moment Professor Fox emerged, he noticed him. Merry Christmas, Lynn. What brings you here? Merry Christmas, Professor. I merely ventured out of boredom. I did not intend to eavesdrop. But what is a red cap? Lynn inquired. A red cap belongs to a breed of goblins. They are malevolent creatures that delight in blood. They tend to appear wherever there is spillage, hunting human blood and soaking their caps in it to maintain their vivid hue. This is all part of the third-year curriculum, which you will learn in due course, Professor Fox elucidated. When I teach the third years, I often require such a creature as a demonstration. Though they are typically found only in Northern Europe, they are quite rare in England. But it is conceivable that one or two may lurk within the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts, which is why I sought Hagrid's assistance to accompany me on this venture. At this, he cautioned Lynn with a serious demeanor. The Forbidden Forest is the most perilous locale in Hogwarts. Even I must call upon Hagrid if I wish to enter. You must never venture into the Forbidden Forest alone. Lynn had never contemplated sneaking into the forest. He would have to be quite foolish to do so. While the main characters later treat the Forbidden Forest as their own backyard, venturing in and out at will, Lynn did not possess such audacity. He believed he lacked that protagonist's aura. By the way, Professor, I have finished reading cutting-edge dark magic and exploration. Is there anything else I should study? Your progress is remarkably swift, Professor Fox remarked. To be engaging with the most advanced dark magic at the age of 11 is a talent I have never encountered. However, I happen to be well prepared. He led Lynn to an empty classroom for defense against the dark arts, withdrawing his wand and pointing it at a demonstration post. In fact, I have been quite troubled about which advanced dark magic to teach you. Ultimately, an old adversary of mine assisted in resolving this dilemma. and I paid a considerable price for it. However, those sacrifices pale in comparison to the value of this spell. With that, he pronounced the incantation, the killing curse. An invisible blade sliced through the air, instantly cleaving the post. Thud. This dark magic was invented by your housemaster, Professor Snape, during his 5th year at Hogwarts. He is also a genius, with extraordinary talent in potions and the dark arts. However, I have had my share of conflicts with him, and it is no small feat to have him impart this spell. Lynn's expression was rather peculiar. He was certainly familiar with the curse god Sharp Shadow, a proud creation from his days of youthful exuberance when he had no wife. He had even recorded it in his potion book alongside his self-invented dark curses, such as the inverted golden bell. Originally, Lynn had contemplated seeking it out in the upper-year potion classroom given the opportunity, believing there was a significant chance of finding it there. However, he did not anticipate that Professor Fawkes had already negotiated the acquisition of this curse from Snape on his behalf. Lynn felt a surge of emotion. From the incident involving Hubert, he discerned that there was a considerable enmity between Professor Fawkes and Snape. Otherwise, Snape would not have been so ruthless at that time. Thus, it was evident that Professor Fawkes must have paid a hefty price to procure God Sharp Shadow from Snape. And now he was imparting this curse to Lynn free of charge. Indeed, Professor Fawkes had not included the teaching of dark magic in his investment in Lynn. Compared to the more than 500 galleons, the teaching and guidance in magic were undoubtedly far more precious. In other words, Professor Fawkes was Lynn's guiding light on the path of magic. Great kindness is often unspoken. With sincere dedication to Lynn's education, he would uphold his promise after graduation and assist the professor with his research into dark magic. Although even now, he remained unaware of the specific aspect of dark magic that Professor Fawkes was investigating. As Lynn commenced his genuine studies in advanced dark magic, his learning pace noticeably slowed. The reason was not due to encountering difficulties in his studies, but rather because his magical capacity was insufficient. It was too meager to support the casting of a complete God Sharp Shadow. Chapter 44, The Dispute. During lunchtime, in the cozy hall, at the Ravenclaw table, Lynn and his companions were embroiled in an intense debate regarding spells. The green and red sparks fell within the realm of spells, and they bore an inseparable connection to the wand's illumination charm. Thus, these two spells ought to be regarded as branches of the illumination charm. Cedric spoke confidently. However, Lynn held a different perspective. I concur with your earlier statements. These two types of sparks are indeed simple, yet constitute spells, and they are indeed related to the wand's illumination charm. Yet, they cannot be classified as branches of the illumination charm. Rather, they should be considered a distinct category under the summoning spell within the realm of spells. Cedric furrowed his brow. Summoning spell? What is the primary criterion for distinguishing summoning spells? The effects or objects produced by spells already exist. A summoning spell serves as an intermediary. So, where do these green and red sparks originate? Lynn replied earnestly. The natural world conceals countless elements, and those capable of producing sparks are innumerable. For a wizard endowed with magical power, altering their color is as effortless as lifting a cup to drink. The crux lies in the fact that these two sparks, upon being released, undergo a process of ascent, and they are not mere light. They are explosive sparks, fundamentally differentiating them from the wand's illumination charm. Cedric still found it difficult to accept Lynn's theory, and they both turned to Ian, who had remained silent. What do you think? Ian replied succinctly as ever. I find myself inclined to agree with Lynn. Cedric, perplexed, asked why. Because I have also studied the natural sciences. Cedric did not grasp the meaning of this. But Lynn interjected, this cannot be classified strictly as natural science. The essence of natural science lies in adhering to dialectical methods when confronting issues. I merely put forth a hypothesis, and to validate it, we must conduct experiments. Opportunities will arise. Ian methodically sliced his steak with a knife and fork, his demeanor suggesting he had received considerable education in such matters from a young age. As their discussion progressed, a sudden commotion erupted from the Slytherin table, drawing the attention of others in the hall. The disputants were Slytherin's two prefects, the female prefect Betty and the male prefect Raphael. They appeared genuinely enraged. Their faces flushed as they argued vehemently before parting ways in displeasure. Cedric whispered, I recall they were a couple, weren't they? Lynn, aware of the situation, nodded. It is said they began dating in their 4th year, so it's nearly been 2 years now. Cedric sighed and shook his head. They genuinely seem angry, showing no regard for each other's dignity, arguing in front of so many people. What a shame. Ian spoke coolly. Are you hoping for a third party to intervene? Cedric, startled, quickly waved his hands. Don't say such things. I have never entertained such thoughts. Then why are you worrying? Lynn chuckled heartily, relishing Ian's sharp tongue, which often left Cedric at a disadvantage. That night, by the edge of the Black Lake, beneath the Whomping Willow, the trio gathered under the cover of darkness. The Whomping Willow, typically thrashing its branches in a forbidding manner, now stood still like an ordinary willow. Ian, with an impassive expression, looked at Lynn and Cedric. Are you certain you wish to join me? Cedric patted Ian on the shoulder. It's all right, Ian. Besides, leaving you alone in that place for a night would be far too lonely. Tomorrow is the weekend. We have no pressing matters. Seeing their determination, Ian said nothing further and led the way into the secret passage, with Lynn and Cedric following closely behind. It is truly remarkable. The last time we came here, it was to evade Ian, and this time we are willingly accompanying him, Cedric remarked with a sense of nostalgia. The passage was lengthy, and after approximately half an hour, they finally reached the exit. They emerged from a dilapidated house, crawling out from a basement storage area. Their feet landed on the creaky, worn floorboards, producing an eerie sound. The dim light flickered. Cedric cast a Lumos charm, illuminating the space around them. As they exited the storage room, motes of dust swirled in the air with their movement, prompting Lynn to cover his nose with his sleeve. Have you been here alone all this time? What else would I have done? Ian was quite accustomed to this place, clearly having visited more than just a couple of times. They arrived at the living area of the Scream Shed, where Ian found a clean spot to sit and quietly awaited the transformation. Lynn and Cedric settled not far from him. Before long, Ian suddenly collapsed onto the ground, emitting a muffled groan of pain. The transformation into a werewolf is often excruciating, and even Ian, a special werewolf capable of retaining his sanity post-transformation, was no exception. However, the process was not lengthy. With a chilling roar, Ian completely transitioned from human to werewolf. This time, Lynn and Cedric did not flee. Instead, they stood up to closely observe Ian's metamorphosis. Can you still use magic in this state? Lynn inquired curiously. Ian, panting heavily, shook his head. I've tried, but the magic within me feels as if it has been sealed by an invisible force, unable to emerge. Suddenly, Lynn had an idea. He found a sturdy wooden plank from somewhere and approached Cedric first. Come on, hit this plank with all your strength. Cedric, being an earnest individual, complied wholeheartedly. But the plank remained unscathed while he cradled his aching fist, gasping in pain. Next, Lynn delivered a mighty punch to the plank, which, although intact, produced a sound far more resonant than Cedric's. Your turn, Lynn said, holding the plank up before Ian. Understanding Lynn's intent, Ian did not hold back and delivered a straight punch to the plank. Crack. Are you all right? Ian stepped forward to help Lynn up from the ground. Lynn dusted himself off and waved his hand, indicating he was fine. His eyes sparkled with excitement, showing no concern for Ian's thick fur as he threw an arm around his shoulder. Ian, under his gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine. What are you doing? Ian, do you think we are friends? Lynn asked earnestly. Ian hesitated for a few seconds before reluctantly nodding. I suppose so. You are lying. How am I lying? Lynn gazed at him with a hint of melancholy, unable to articulate a reason. He certainly could not claim that the system had not deemed his task complete, thus concluding that he was deceiving Ian. A simple test allowed Lynn to discern the disparity between his current physical condition and Ian's after his transformation into a werewolf. With the activation of his physical attributes, Lynn possessed 2 attribute points, plus an additional point from a side quest reward, totaling 3 points. He speculated that 3 points represented the physical fitness of a typical adult, while a first-year student at Hogwarts likely possessed only 1 point, like Cedric. After transforming into a werewolf, Ian's physical attributes were at least 5 points. This was a conservative estimate, and Ian had yet to reach adulthood. A fully grown werewolf would undoubtedly possess even more formidable physical prowess. Of course, werewolves have their own limitations as well. It is said that ordinary werewolves completely lose their subjective consciousness upon transformation. Even Ian, despite becoming a werewolf, finds himself incapable of wielding magic. However, the enhancement provided by the Lynn system is devoid of such flaws. This advancement is immeasurably significant for any wizard. In fact, if physical attributes could be maximized, Lynn has already begun to envision himself as a humanoid tank, barreling through countless beams of magical spells. As these thoughts consumed him, Lynn could not help but fix Ian with a piercing gaze. Ian, feeling unnerved under his scrutiny, instinctively distanced himself. In the Slytherin common room, Lynn was plagued with a headache as he observed Betty, who had just quarreled with her boyfriend, sitting beside him and incessantly lamenting. Previously, he had witnessed the ambiguous relationship between Ian and fifth-year Angela, even catching a glimpse of her kissing his cheek. Ian had explained that it was merely a gesture of gratitude for his assistance, devoid of any ulterior motives, and Lynn had believed him. Yet now, due to the fact that his brother had married a muggle, Ian insisted on drawing a line with his family. Lynn found himself in a difficult position. He had no desire to become entangled in the romantic tribulations of the 2 Slytherin heads, yet he felt compelled to act as a confidant. So, is he disparaging your brother for marrying a muggle? Not only that, the once strong and capable Betty now had reddened eyes, on the verge of tears. She was, in fact, harboring resentment towards Lynn's brother for not marrying her cousin, as their families had previously arranged a betrothal. Yet, his brother. What a melodramatic family saga. Is it not time for your sister-in-law to clash with your mother over in-law disputes? Followed by pregnancy, abortion, and divorce, only to entangle themselves in a convoluted relationship for years on end. Lynn mentally berated the situation while outwardly offering comfort. It is a good thing that your brother has found true love. Senior Williamson will understand. Lynn felt his words lacked substance. Yet he found himself with little else to say. He cannot comprehend. His family is an exceedingly traditional pure-blood lineage. Do not be deceived by his apparent lack of prejudice toward you. That is merely him maintaining his decorum. He has told me more than once to keep my distance from you. How did I become involved in this? Lynn exclaimed, bewildered and increasingly uncomfortable, feeling that it was best to excuse himself. His reasoning was sound, and Betty did not press him to stay, only quietly inquiring, "Are you free tonight? I am feeling down. Could you accompany me for a walk by the Black Lake?" Lynn was immediately filled with trepidation and hastily waved his hands, saying, "I'm sorry, Senior, but Cedric has invited me to go fishing tonight." "Yes, fishing. Therefore, I cannot, as this was a prior arrangement. I truly have no time. I'm terribly sorry. Farewell, Senior." With that, Lynn fled the Slytherin common room as though escaping. In truth, he was utterly indifferent to Betty's claims that Raphael had been speaking ill of him behind his back. He had never expected the young wizards of Slytherin to take a liking to him, maintaining a superficial harmony where everyone coexisted without interfering in each other's affairs was more than sufficient. There was neither reason nor necessity to delve deeper. What left Lynn horrified was the implication behind Betty's earlier words. Despite his 2 lifetimes spent in solitude, he had not been blind to the nuances of romantic encounters. The romantic dramas he watched during his idle hours were certainly not in vain. Betty's insinuations conveyed a singular message. The possibility of anything between her and Raphael was non-existent, thus opening the door for something to transpire between them. Lynn's face drained of color, overwhelmed by her thoughts that he could scarcely comprehend. He was merely 12 years old. Betty, in 7th grade, was nearly 17. The 5-year age difference between them was substantial, and although Lynn often exhibited a degree of maturity beyond his years, his youthful appearance remained quite tender. Was this what one might call a crucible of emotions? In a state of inner turmoil, Lynn had no inclination to visit the library for any non-existent assignments. Instead, he sought out Cedric and Ian, proposing an evening fishing trip at the Black Lake. "Are you out of your mind?" Cedric exclaimed, placing a hand on Lynn's forehead, only for Lynn to swat it away. "Who are you cursing? Are you mad? What fish could we possibly catch at the Black Lake? If we were to fish, it would be for the fishermen. I don't care, even if it's for fishermen." "You must accompany me tonight," Lynn insisted. Ian had astronomy class that evening and could not join their frivolities. Thus, only Cedric remained to accompany him by the lakeside to bait hooks. "What exactly are you planning?" Cedric grumbled while threading a piece of stolen beef onto his hook for dinner. Their actions were bound to attract attention. A group of idle young wizards observed them from a distance, eagerly anticipating what they might catch. Lynn had already cast his line into the lake, sans bait. For fishing had never been his true intention. He turned his head towards Cedric, speaking cautiously. "I feel as though I am being targeted by an old cow." "What? What old cow?" Cedric was perplexed, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Lynn sighed heavily, explaining with a hint of melancholy. "This afternoon, the head girl of my house, she's the one who quarreled with her boyfriend, suddenly invited me for a walk by the lake tonight, and even reported that her boyfriend had previously spoken ill of me behind her back." Cedric's expression morphed into one of disbelief. "What does she mean by that? What do you think she means?" Lynn leaned on his chin, his tone laced with a subtle sorrow. "It's all my fault. I must blame my handsome visage and striking demeanor. If I were a girl, I would probably be smitten as well." Cedric stammered, "But she has a boyfriend. Wouldn't you consider her actions a form of infidelity?" "Not really," Cedric replied hesitantly. "She seems to be arguing with Raphael daily, and it looks like they are on the verge of breaking up. Help me think of a way to reject her that won't break her heart too much," Lynn suddenly proposed. "You don't like her?" Lynn rolled his eyes. "Come on. I'm only 12. What has happened to all of you? Why do you consistently overlook my age?" At this moment, Cedric realized that Lynn's face still bore a youthful innocence. Not to mention, Cedric himself was merely 14 years old. "Apologies. Your usual demeanor often leads me to perceive you as if you were already 18. But wait. What is wrong with being 12? She is only 5 years your senior. It is not impossible." Lynn cast a peculiar glance at Cedric. "Well, the tradition of copper refining is indeed an old Western custom. To be frank, I merely regard her as a senior, nothing more." "You have asked the wrong person. I have yet to experience declining a girl's confession." Cedric stated the painfully honest truth with an impassive expression. Lynn, feeling a headache, tapped his forehead, dismissing his worries momentarily, and suddenly recalled Cedric's future girlfriend. "Do you have any particularly memorable first-year students from Ian's academy?" Cedric, unaware of Lynn's intentions, pondered seriously for a moment before shaking his head. "No, I do not know any of the new Ravenclaw students this year." Lynn regretfully shook his head. Perhaps Autumn was still too young, her beauty not yet fully blossomed. He speculated that by the 3rd or 4th year, Cedric would have a revelation. They sat by the Black Lake for an hour with their fishing rods, but of course, they caught not a single fish. He also noticed Lynn, who snorted dismissively. revealing no favorable expression. Lynn felt a twinge of unjustness. Why act so fierce? It was your girlfriend who approached first. 2 days passed. Since that day when Betty extended her invitation, she had not spoken to Lynn again, as if she had completely forgotten him. However, on Saturday noon, Cedric surreptitiously shared a piece of information with Lynn. It seems your 2 upperclassmen have officially broken up today. Lynn nearly spat out his pumpkin juice onto Ian's face across the table. How do you know? Earlier this morning, on the grass during flying class, they were arguing quite fiercely. Many witnessed it. Betty initiated the breakup, and Raphael reportedly looked quite upset, but ultimately he agreed. Lynn's face darkened. I suddenly have a very bad premonition. Ian, who had been quietly slicing his steak, had not understood their conversation from the start, but sensed it was not a good matter, so he refrained from inquiring further. Lynn spent the entire weekend sequestered in his dormitory. Lynn, are you avoiding me lately? Lynn calmly displayed the book in his hands. Not at all. Senior, isn't the end of the term approaching? I am simply studying harder, hoping to achieve good results in the final exams. His explanation was quite reasonable, and Betty believed him. Are you free next Saturday? Professor Snape requires 2 students to assist with potion materials. Would you join me? Her reasoning was also quite sound. Lynn was skeptical, but had no way to refuse. Surely, he could not say he had planned to go fishing with Cedric, could he? Senior, I am rather apprehensive about Professor Snape. May I decline? You can find someone else. I believe Mark and Michelle would be very suitable. No way. Professor Snape specifically requested your presence. Betty mentioned this, and Lynn dared not inquire further. His amiable relationship with Professor Fox was no secret at Hogwarts. The fact that Professor Snape did not actively seek to undermine him was already a cause for gratitude. How could he possibly summon the courage to approach him? With no means of resistance, Lynn could only acquiesce weakly. Nevertheless, he resolved to find an opportunity to clarify this matter with Betty. He harbored no romantic interest in her. While matters of the heart posed a certain complexity for Lynn, they merely constituted a minor episode in his academic life. His primary focus at Hogwarts remained steadfastly on his studies. Whether in the realm of dark magic or light magic, the pursuit of knowledge filled him with a profound sense of wonder. As for the task concerning Ian, he could only allow events to unfold naturally. This underage werewolf evidently harbored some inner turmoil. On the surface, he appeared to share a decent rapport with Lynn and Cedric, almost as if they were friends. Yet he had not truly opened up to them. However, Lynn was not anxious. If those 3 physical traits were so easily acquired, it would indeed be suspicious. Each day, aside from the formal classes at Hogwarts, Professor Fox allocated time to teach him the intricacies of dark magic. Yet, due to the limitations of his magical threshold, the efficacy of the stunning spell he cast paled in comparison to that of Professor Fox. This was despite the fact that Lynn possessed a talent for dark magic rated at 7, which enhanced the effects of his spells. Otherwise, his performance would be even weaker. Lynn found no satisfactory solution to the issue of insufficient magical power, apart from the tasks issued by the system, which granted him magical rewards upon completion. He could only wait for his age to gradually increase, allowing his innate magical capacity to grow alongside it. Nonetheless, during this interim, he would not cease practicing dark magic. Although the results of his spells were significantly diminished, he could still wield them. Following the stunning spell, Professor Fox introduced Lynn to another new dark spell, the Exploding Curse. The incantation, Thunderous Explosion, could induce a violent blast in its target, the explosion's magnitude depending on the caster's capability. Chapter 47 Ugh. Disgusting. Besides practicing spells by the Black Lake, Professor Fox had also designated a private location for Lynn to hone his dark magic skills, an abandoned classroom for advanced defense against the dark arts. This spacious area had previously been reinforced with protective enchantments, ensuring that the commotion from standard spells would remain contained. Lynn possessed considerable talent. However, before he could transform this potential into tangible power, he remained a novice. When he was with Cedric, he would certainly not practice forbidden spells indiscriminately. Should word get out that Professor Fox was clandestinely instructing an underage wizard in dark magic, it would surely lead to considerable trouble. Lynn had already acquired a substantial repertoire of spells. Aside from the standard incantations taught in his first year, he had mastered 9 dark curses, 8 poison curses, and 2 curses that could be classified as dark magic. The most formidable among these were the Stunning Spell and the Exploding Curse. Although the effects were limited, dark magic remained dark magic. With a single explosive spell, Lynn could nearly obliterate a tree that had the audacity to strike. He was fortunate that Professor Fox had assisted him in finding this reliable classroom. Otherwise, he would have been burdened with the task of locating a suitable space for practicing such formidable spells. However, he could not linger here for long, as some upperclassmen had already taken notice of his solitary practice during their lessons, and continued isolation would inevitably raise suspicions. Lynn felt compelled to seek out the Room of Requirement, hidden within the halls of Hogwarts Castle. Adopting the title of a novice, he leveraged this designation to practice all the spells he had learned. The practice itself was rather monotonous, requiring him to repeatedly cast spells to familiarize himself with their nuances, making minute adjustments to pronunciation and gestures to maintain optimal effects. Raphael's mood had recently soured considerably. His girlfriend of 2 years had abruptly ended their relationship just days prior. Their connection had transcended mere romance. Their families had been intertwined for generations, and he and Betty had grown up as childhood companions. Yet, as they matured, their perspectives diverged increasingly. This rift had led to a buildup of unresolved tensions, with the incident involving Betty's brother and his cousin merely serving as a catalyst. He could not fathom why Betty had developed the notion that wizards and muggles were equals. How could they be equal? Wizards possessed everything that muggles had, and more. By the standards of species superiority, wizards should be regarded as the pinnacle of humanity. Conversely, muggles, and particularly Betty, had not only criticized his unwavering beliefs, but also gravitated towards those of mixed or even muggle lineage, especially a first-year wizard named Lynn. Raphael was not blind. He could see that Betty was evidently investing more effort into her interactions with Lynn. Thus, when Betty proposed their breakup that day, he acquiesced. The once pure-blooded and noble Betty had changed. She no longer deserved to be the future matriarch of the Williamson family. Post-breakup, although Raphael felt dejected, he was not truly angry. It was Betty who had lost out, was it not? She had chosen to forsake someone as exceptional as him, and now she was rumored to be pursuing the progeny of that monkey, Lynn. Upon learning of this, he could only scoff at Betty's apparent folly, devoid of any further emotion. As for seeking revenge on Lynn, that was preposterous. As a senior prefect, it would be foolish to confront a first-year wizard. Regardless of the outcome, he would be the one to suffer. His ascendance to the position of prefect indicated his sound judgment. He was not a reckless brute acting on impulse. Even after the breakup, Raphael's life at Hogwarts continued as before. Could it be Peeves? He always delights in such mischief, luring us in and pelting us with rotten eggs. One of Raphael's roommates quipped half-jokingly. Raphael merely shook his head. The mischievous Peeves dares not provoke us. Let us not forget the warning issued by the blood-curdling barrow. Shall we venture inside? Indeed, let us see if perhaps some Gryffindor students are up to mischief within. If we catch them, we could report to the professor, which might result in a deduction of points. They engaged in idle chatter before pushing open the door to the classroom. Inside, there was neither Peeves nor any Gryffindor wizards, but rather a first-year Slytherin student diligently practicing spells. Ah, it is Lynn. So, you practice spells here every day? No wonder your grades are so impressive. With so many students at Hogwarts, it is no surprise that Raphael's roommates recognized Lynn, who has made quite a name for himself since the start of the term. Lynn set down his wand, feeling a slight headache as he contemplated the necessity of prioritizing the quest for the Room of Requirement, while maintaining a facade of politeness and greeting them. Hello, upperclassmen, I'm merely practicing here at random. Raphael noticed Lynn, but was inexplicably consumed by a sudden surge of unbridled fury upon seeing his face. Memories of his ex-girlfriend Betty's flirtations with Lynn flooded his mind, alongside thoughts of Lynn's humble origins and his remarkable talent despite his background. He sneered derisively and remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm, "Indeed, you were just practicing at random. Even if you were serious, you wouldn't amount to anything of note." As soon as the words left his mouth, even his roommate's expression soured. "Raphael, what is wrong with you?" Lynn sensed the shift in tension, recalling that he had forgotten to change his title. Yet, even if he were to change it now, it would be futile. Raphael, in a fit of rage, continued to unleash increasingly venomous words. Chapter 48. Cry? All of you cry? In the abandoned classroom, the atmosphere had frozen to an unbearable chill. The silence was so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, broken only by Raphael's heavy breathing. Lynn appeared unfazed. He delicately brushed his fingers along the wand's shaft, his expression blank as he stared into Raphael's bloodshot eyes. So, are these the true thoughts harbored within the upperclassman's heart? Raphael was bewildered by his own sudden outburst, having unconsciously spilled his innermost feelings. However, now that the words had been spoken, he felt no need to back down from Lynn's probing question. "Indeed, you wouldn't actually believe I was respectful towards you out of admiration, would you? Huh, don't dream. Someone like you doesn't deserve it. Raphael, what is wrong with you?" His roommates, finding Raphael's behavior unsettling, grabbed his arm in an attempt to pull him away. Lynn silently nodded, seemingly in agreement with Raphael's sentiments. As if he were resigned to endure it all, Raphael cast a mocking glance at him, and, yielding to his roommate's insistence, prepared to be dragged away. But in the next moment, Lynn suddenly brandished his wand. Legs freeze. A brilliant red beam struck Raphael, who was caught completely off guard. Simultaneously, Lynn's actions did not cease. He swiftly aimed his wand at Raphael's two roommates. "All of you petrify." The simultaneous casting of two petrification spells struck them with remarkable precision. Bound by restraints, Raphael collapsed helplessly to the ground, frantically attempting to draw his wand. However, Lynn was evidently not inclined to grant him the opportunity to utter an incantation. With a swift motion, he executed the binding spell, rendering Raphael voiceless. Lynn showed no mercy, advancing quickly to kick the wand from Raphael's grasp. Grasping Raphael by the collar with one hand, he forcefully pinned him to the ground, while his other hand formed a fist, delivering a decisive blow to the already bruised half of Raphael's face. Do you comprehend why I have not petrified you? It is because, should I do so, you would be rendered immobile. No matter how fiercely I strike, your inability to struggle would diminish my interest. Lynn, a man with obsessive tendencies, believed that Raphael's visage appeared disjointed with only half of it swollen. Therefore, as he spoke, he aimed another punch at the untouched side of Raphael's face. Though Raphael's legs were bound, he exerted all his strength from the upper half of his body, yet Lynn's strength was astonishingly overwhelming. Despite Raphael's desperate resistance, he could not budge an inch. Ah, indeed, you possess noble lineage. And what of it? Will you retaliate? Come on. Are you capable of striking back at this moment? Raphael's face bore the marks of 2 of Lynn's punches, now swollen like that of a pig's head, with crimson blood trickling from his nose and mouth. Presenting a ghastly sight, Lynn squinted as he observed Raphael, who was groaning in agony. Perhaps in the eyes of your kind, my bloodline is deemed inferior. Perhaps I am regarded as a mere insect. Yet here I am, a first year against your 6th, with you having studied magic for 5 additional years, yet reduced to being subdued and beaten by me. Do you not find that exceedingly frustrating? Does it not provoke tears of indignation? Having spoken, Lynn raised his wand once more, a smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed that he had conceived an entertaining idea. Shall we engage in a game? From this moment, I shall grant you 5 seconds each time. I will count down from 5, and if you do not weep within those 5 seconds, I shall reward you with a random dark curse. To give you a hint, I have mastered a total of 17 dark curses. This means, if you can endure for 2 minutes, I shall consider it my defeat and grant you your freedom. How splendid does that sound? Raphael clenched his teeth. Glaring fiercely at Lynn, he held no belief in Lynn's claims. A mere first-year student, even with exceptional talent, could not possibly know so many dark curses. And even if he were capable of learning them, who would instruct him? He acknowledged that this first-year wizard had easily dispatched their trio. But that was under conditions of their own carelessness. Had they been vigilant, Lynn would have stood no chance against them. Currently, he may have suffered some superficial wounds. Yet could Lynn truly kill him? He was the head of Slytherin, the firstborn of a pure-blood family, wielding power, influence, and connections. What did Lynn possess in comparison? After this encounter, he would ensure that Lynn understood the true meaning of suffering. Lynn blinked. You seem somewhat skeptical. Very well. The first curse shall not await the 5 seconds. I shall bestow it upon you now. The spell Malaris Maximus. The first incantation did not inflict pain upon Raphael. Yet he could distinctly perceive his incisors elongating, stretching beyond his lips. Raphael remained resolute, convinced there would be no further consequences. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I commend your fortitude, though you seem restless. An all-encompassing itch overcame Raphael, yet his limbs were restrained by Lynn, rendering him incapable of scratching. Anxiety began to creep in. Another 5 seconds passed. I hope you can endure this game a bit longer. The heat is palpable. This time, Raphael's body was beset with a multitude of dense welts, inducing a sense of claustrophobia. His resolve began to waver, and he despairingly realized that Lynn appeared to be truthful. 5 seconds elapsed. Horns sprouted from his head, curling like those of a ram. He dared not confront Lynn head-on, his gaze betraying a hint of pleading. Another 5 seconds passed. Still not weeping? I, Lynn, shall deem you the strongest. Hence I reward you with a head-shaving spell. Another incantation fell, and Raphael's hair vanished, leaving only 2 horns glistening upon his bare scalp. Finally, Raphael could bear no more. He broke down in a fit of sobs, tears streaming down his face, mingling with mucus and blood, a pitiful sight indeed. Lynn clicked his tongue in disapproval, shaking his head. I had thought you a man, yet here you are, weeping so soon. It is rather disappointing. He honored his word, releasing Raphael, rising to sincerely apologize to Raphael's 2 roommates. I regret that I cannot assist in lifting the spell for you at this moment. I feel truly remorseful for the involvement of both of you. Raphael's roommates lacked the courage to meet Lynn's gaze, having been thoroughly startled by his earlier display. Lynn ignored Raphael, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog. His anger had dissipated, and he felt it was now time to head to the dining hall. Objectively, Lynn bore some responsibility for the situation. Had his system's title not influenced Raphael, perhaps he would not have uttered such harsh words. Unlike his 2 roommates, who remained unaffected, Lynn felt no psychological burden in being stern. Initially, they had maintained a cordial distance, yet now, Lynn found himself provoked to action. Chapter 49, The Incompetence of Hogwarts. The professors received news swiftly. After all, Raphael had been sent to the infirmary in such a state, and everyone was watching. That very evening, Lynn was summoned to Professor Snape's office. Belloc, You are quite impressive, Professor Snape remarked with a cold smile. Lynn lowered his head, remaining silent. He certainly did not interpret Snape's words as praise. He had yet to receive any additional talent points for being commended by the potions professor, as the system had not deemed it worthy. In the realm of advanced wizardry, a first-year novice has conjured not only the petrification curse, but also 7 other dark spells. Should I laud you as a prodigy? Alas, the boy's timidity prevents him from embracing such recognition. If it were Harry Potter, he might have deemed it feasible. However, his boldness would only provoke Snape to wish him dead. At this moment, Snape is indeed incensed, yet he cannot deny that Lynn is an exemplary student of his house. And thus he grants him the opportunity to explain himself. But now, why the silence? Speak up. What has prompted this altercation? Lynn, shedding any pretense of victimhood and devoid of the title that sways Professor's emotions, pauses in contemplation. He then raises his gaze, a mixture of confusion and earnestness in his eyes, and poses a question. Professor, is it true that purebloods truly hold themselves in such high regard? Snape finds himself momentarily taken aback by Lynn's inquiry. Do young wizards hailing from pureblood families genuinely possess a sense of superiority over their peers from Muggle backgrounds? Snape remains silent. Such discrimination permeates Hogwarts. What of the wider wizarding world on this Isle of Great Britain? Is this perspective shared among all wizards? Throughout the annals of magical history, there have been multiple dark wizards who sought to dominate Muggles and elevate purebloods to supremacy. But what of those who have been perpetually oppressed? Has no one ever felt a sense of injustice on their behalf? In Snape's office, Lynn's question flickers like a solitary candle in the dark, starkly out of place amidst the shadows. Ultimately, Snape allows him to depart without imposing any punishment, likely deducing the nature of the conflict through Lynn's probing questions. After exiting Snape's office, Lynn strides towards the Great Hall, his earlier inquiries devoid of any intent to elicit sympathy from Snape. They stemmed purely from genuine reflection on the matter at hand. In a previous life, the Harry Potter series was merely a children's tale, beautifully depicting the story of the savior Harry Potter and his companions rescuing the wizarding world of Britain. Yet, upon truly immersing himself in this world and engaging with its realities, Lynn finds himself pondering why, within a mere century, the scarce population of wizards has witnessed the rise of 2 dark lords driven by extreme nationalism, whether it be Grindelwald or Voldemort. Both naturally delineated wizards and muggles as 2 distinct species, believing an irreconcilable conflict exists between them, with only war and conquest promising a brighter future for the wizarding community. Their ambitions not only cast muggles as adversaries, but also fracture the wizarding populace, alienating a significant portion of wizards born to muggle families. What then is the root of such ideologies or conflicts? Lynn senses he has unearthed an answer. The so-called magical institutions merely impart spells to the younger generation of wizards, neglecting to nurture their ideological foundations. The prevailing narratives within the magical realm have long been dominated by pure-blood families who take pride in their ancient lineage. A wizard born into a muggle family, upon becoming a magician, essentially joins a new society. However, Hogwarts, as an educational institution, astonishingly lacks a course in ideological or moral education to guide these newcomers in navigating the beliefs and values of the magical realm. Consequently, the regressive, discriminatory, and feudal ideologies of pureblood families have become the prevailing notions within the magical community, perpetuating their influence on subsequent generations. Under the guidance of such mainstream perspectives, bloodline discrimination has become commonplace, fostering a sense of superiority among purebloods and giving rise to dark wizards representing extreme nationalism. Hogwarts bears significant responsibility in this regard. Rather than aiming to guide students' thoughts, it instead categorizes them into houses based on their personalities with the sorting hat from the outset of their education. While perhaps the founders of ancient times preferred to teach students akin to themselves, such an approach is decidedly detrimental within a sound educational system. A society lacking in ideological education is destined to develop into an abnormal one. Although the castle appears peaceful and quiet, filled with the laughter and joy of young witches and wizards, Lynn, drawing from his past life as an educator, perceives Hogwarts as a school that teaches knowledge but neglects character, which is evidently incompetent. During dinner, the events of the afternoon had clearly spread throughout Hogwarts. Upon entering the Great Hall, many young witches and wizards instinctively turned their gaze towards him, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions: surprise, curiosity, disdain, excitement, and fear. Lynn remained indifferent to their opinions. He was merely hungry and desired food. As usual, he took his seat at the Ravenclaw table, where Cedric and Ian awaited him. After taking a bite of his bread, he recalled Raphael's state when he left, finding the analogy of him becoming unrecognizable quite apart. He shook his head, dismissing it as a minor issue. It's nothing, just that he berated me, calling me a mudblood. Upon hearing the origin of the incident, Cedric's face flushed with anger. As a head of house, how could he utter such words? Where was his decorum? Had it been fed to the dogs? Ian, also from a muggle background, was baffled by the term. What is a mudblood? Cedric explained. It is a malicious and derogatory term. If anyone ever uses that word to address you, do not hesitate. Ian, simply point your wand at them and give them a stern lesson. The following day, in the Slytherin common room, Betty approached Lynn once more. This time, Lynn did not evade her. In fact, he had come to the very spot to await her arrival. I heard, Lynn, that Raphael troubled you yesterday and even used such vile language towards you. Are you all right? Lynn inwardly lamented that childhood sweethearts could scarcely compete with fate's sudden interventions. Just yesterday, Raphael had been thoroughly reprimanded, and yet Betty's immediate concern was whether he was unscathed. I am well, Senior, Lynn responded, grateful for her kindness. As for Raphael, he was likely not faring so well. When her ex-boyfriend was mentioned, Betty's demeanor soured noticeably. He deserved it, she remarked, after this incident. Professor Snape would likely strip him of his prefect position. To emphasize her point, she casually twirled a strand of hair around her finger. Why have you been dining at the Ravenclaw table lately? Are you free this evening? My family sent me some snacks. We could enjoy them by the Black Lake. Apologies. Senior, Lynn inhaled deeply. Despite having never experienced romance in either of his lives, he was no stranger to rebuffing advances from girls. One could say he had become adept at this art. I understand you harbor feelings for me. But I am still quite young and have no intentions of pursuing a girlfriend at this time, especially since you are a wonderful person. His rejection was uncharacteristically blunt, leaving no room for ambiguity, which left Betty feeling dejected and embarrassed. All right, fine. Perhaps straightforwardness is best. It will prevent any lingering attachments and the potential for melodramatic entanglements in the future. After the herbology class on Thursday, Lynn resolved to seek out the room of requirement hidden within the castle. The previous defense against the dark arts classroom was off limits to him now. Who could predict if a similar incident might occur again? He could only vaguely recall one clue about the room. It was opposite a tapestry depicting a giant and a ballet teacher. The precise location remained elusive. However, in the vastness of Hogwarts, there were plenty of portraits to inquire for directions. As he wandered the corridors, he found himself on the 3rd floor. This area was sparsely populated, save for a statue of a one-eyed, hunchbacked old woman. As he passed by, a hand suddenly emerged from behind the statue, grasping his arm. Lynn remained calm, for he recognized the hand's owner. What are you two doing hiding here? He asked, exasperated as he regarded the mischievous Weasley twins, who seemed to appear and vanish at will. George threw an arm around Lynn's shoulders. We've heard all about your exploits. Well done, Lynn. I've never liked that Raphael. He always looks down on others with that nose of his. Lynn felt powerless against the chaos-loving duo, glancing at Fred, who was furtively concealing something behind his back. The twins exchanged a conspiratorial glance, as if silently agreeing on a matter. We're planning to sneak into Hogsmeade to procure some ingredients for making dung bombs, Fred announced. There's actually a secret passage behind this statue that leads to the basement of Honeydukes. We intend to slip through shortly. Subsequently, the two brothers stealthily led Lynn behind the statue, where Fred mysteriously produced an object concealed at his back. Moments prior, they had been observing the individuals within the castle. Otherwise, if someone had passed by while they were opening the secret passage, it would have spelled disaster. Lynn cast his gaze upon the object in Fred's hand, which was an aged piece of parchment, covered with intricate dark ink lines that distinctly outlined every nook and cranny of the castle, including all secret passages. Remarkably, it also indicated the location of every individual within Hogwarts, with their names shifting in accordance with their movements. Lynn noticed Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape were situated in their respective offices, while Professor Dumbledore's name was conspicuously absent from the map, suggesting he might have left Hogwarts. Professor Sprout remained in the greenhouse, tending to her precious magical plants, just as she often did. Furthermore, Professor Flitwick was not within the castle. His name appeared to be in a cabin beside Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest, possibly discussing matters regarding the Red Caps. He also spotted Raphael wandering about the Hogwarts hospital wing, seemingly on the verge of discharge. Additionally, the twins' greatest concern, Filch and his cat, were somewhere on the 1st floor of the castle, posing no immediate threat of interruption. Notably, aside from the trio's presence, the surrounding area was utterly devoid of other souls, rendering it a safe environment for the Weasley brothers' excursion. What is this? Lynn inquired, feigning curiosity despite knowing the name of the parchment. The Marauder's map, George proclaimed, as if introducing a rare gem to a friend, his pride evident. Fred chimed in. This was discovered in Filch's office when we were in our 1st year. Initially, we believed it to be merely an ordinary piece of parchment, but it took considerable effort to uncover its true function. Thanks to it, George and I have never once been caught by Filch during our nightly escapades. Every individual's whereabouts within the castle are laid bare before us, Fred boasted. Lynn nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling a matter of significance. On the morning when Hubert was attacked, did you happen to check the Marauder's map? Both George and Fred shook their heads in unison. No, we typically rise just before classes. We were still asleep when the attack occurred. We're about to leave, Lynn. Would you care to join us? There are many intriguing shops in Hogsmeade, George suggested. Lynn shook his head, his interest in the wizarding village waning. Not this time, perhaps another occasion. George shrugged. Very well, but we hope you can keep this a secret. Absolutely. Just as the Weasley brothers prepared to enter the secret passage, Lynn suddenly posed another question. During your observations of the Marauders map since the beginning of this term, have you noticed any peculiar movements of certain individuals? Fred and George pondered Lynn's question with great seriousness, ultimately uttering a single name. If one were to speak of the most peculiar individual, it would undoubtedly be Professor Fox. Chapter 51, The Second Attack. Professor Fox? I am aware of your close rapport with him, Lynn, but I must convey that he indeed exhibits some troubling behaviors. He stated earnestly. Fred continued in agreement with George. We noticed something amiss during the beginning of the term when we observed his peculiarities on the Marauders map. He seemed to wander the castle almost every night for an extended period. Lynn regarded them with skepticism, questioning their words as somewhat inconsistent with their characters. Shouldn't you two be audacious enough to investigate Professor Fox's eccentric actions? How could fear deter you from nocturnal excursions? Fred and George shared an awkward chuckle, and eventually, it was George who spoke up. You truly understand us. Well, I concede that we did attempt to follow Professor Fox one night to uncover his activities within the castle. But each time we endeavored to tail him, Filch would appear unexpectedly. Though he never managed to catch us, we were deterred from further risks. Lynn contemplated for a moment, sensing that this was rather coincidental. And what about recently? Has he ventured out at night again? Thank you both. I shall remember your words, Lynn expressed with sincerity. The Weasley brothers bid farewell to Lynn, slipping into the secret passageway to Hogsmeade for their purchases. Lynn continued her quest for the Room of Requirement, reflecting on the brothers' earlier remarks. Eventually, she smiled and shook her head, deciding not to dwell on the matter too much. At the start of the term, Professor Fox had openly admitted to harboring secrets, just as Lynn herself did. She had no desire to pry into his secrets, nor did she wish for anyone to probe into hers. At the very least, she was certain that from the moment she encountered Professor Fox, he had never wished her harm and had, in fact, provided her with considerable assistance. Therefore, the Weasley brothers' words did not waver her impression of Professor Fox. She still regarded him as a delightful and respectable elder. Mealtimes were the moments when Lynn would meet Cedric, Ian, and the others. During dinner, Cedric shared news he had recently learned. Raphael was discharged from the hospital this afternoon. Madame Pomfrey has cured him of all his dark curses. However, she was unable to remedy your baldness curse, as hair-growing potions are rather obscure, and the hospital wing had none in stock. Professor Snape also lacked the materials to concoct it, so he had to leave the hospital bareheaded. As Lynn sipped her pumpkin juice, Cedric's words caused her to cough. How unfortunate, she managed to say amidst her spluttering. Ian, with a deadpan expression, quipped, if you refrained from laughing, it would at least seem more sincere. Who said I was laughing? I am merely expressing my sympathy for him. Lynn weakly defended herself. You ought to be more cautious. Cedric looked at him with concern. Although he had not been relieved of his position as head boy, he had been sentenced to a month of confinement. Upon exiting the infirmary, he had openly declared before many that he would make him pay. Lynn curled his lip in disdain. With him, it's possible that before he even gets a chance to retaliate, I might already send him back to the infirmary. As soon as he finished speaking, Professor McGonagall hurried into the hall, her face grave. Hensworth from Slytherin, Professor Snape has appointed you to temporarily take over the position of head boy from Raphael Williamson. The hall erupted in a murmur of surprise as the heads of the various houses immediately stood up to heed Professor McGonagall's directive. The female head students comforted the younger wizards remaining in the hall, while the male heads rushed outside. Cedric and Ian simultaneously turned to Lynn, their expressions peculiar. Lynn stared at them, bewildered. Why are you looking at me like that? Ian's gaze pierced through him. Did you do it? What did I do? It was clear from Professor McGonagall's statement that something had happened to Raphael, Cedric analyzed calmly. So how does this relate to your suspicions of me? Lynn felt utterly innocent at that moment. You just said you would send him back to the infirmary. Ian recounted Lynn's earlier words. I was just what? Forget it. I want to discuss it with you. Even if I had a motive, I certainly didn't have the opportunity. News of the incidents within the castle had also reached the hall. Another attack. The victim was none other than Raphael, who had been discharged from the infirmary less than half a day ago. Moreover, he had suffered in the same manner as Hubert, tortured near the Slytherin common room with a Cruciatus curse, ultimately resulting in memory loss. The news spread rapidly among the young wizards, and the previously suppressed rumors reignited. Once again, there was an attack by dark wizards. The perpetrator had never truly left, lurking among us. Adrian Fox. He does not deserve the title of professor. How could he inflict such harm upon his own students? The failure of the ministry's aurors to apprehend him last time has led to yet another tragedy, Lynn remarked. His appetite lost amidst the turmoil. Professor Fox's situation appears dire, Cedric murmured. Even Ian nodded in agreement. Unless the true culprit is captured, even in the absence of evidence, He will undoubtedly be taken by the Ministry for a thorough investigation given the multitude of accusations against him. The outcry against Professor Fox grew louder among the young wizards, with even a Slytherin student calling out to Professor McGonagall, who remained in the hall. Professor McGonagall, I believe there is no need for the other professors to search for a non-existent murderer within the castle. Where is Professor Fox right now? The priority should be to restrain him. Professor McGonagall replied coldly to the Slytherin student. She had also heard the whispers circulating among the students, but felt increasingly anxious, unable to defend Fox. For at the moment Raphael was attacked, Fox had vanished. Chapter 52, The Missing Fox. All the young wizards of Hogwarts were gathered in the Great Hall. The professors, with the exception of Professor McGonagall, who was supervising the students, were scouring the castle in search of the unknown murderer, except for the defense against the dark arts professor, Adrian Fox, who seemed to have vanished into thin air, eluding all attempts to locate him. In a corner of the staircase on the second floor, Severus Snape encountered Professor Flitwick. Have you made any discoveries, Severus? Flitwick inquired. Snape shook his head. No, I have not encountered a single soul. And what of Adrian? Have you found him? Snape scoffed. He has likely fled in fear of his guilt. Professor Flitwick furrowed his brow. I am aware that you had your disagreements, but it is prudent not to jump to conclusions in the absence of concrete evidence. You are not one of those immature students. I am quite capable of forming my own judgments, Flitwick, without your guidance. Meanwhile, the professors searching the castle were not the sole focus of attention. In the Great Hall, the young wizards continued to murmur among themselves. Lynn furrowed his brow, disregarding the rumors, and fixated intently on the task that had just appeared before him. Urgent quest. Rescue Professor Adrian Fox from danger. Quest description. Your beloved professor is currently in peril, and while everyone else is questioning his integrity, only you believe in his innocence, and only you can assist him. Quest reward. Randomly acquire one of Adrian Fox's talents. Please, do me a favor, Lynn suddenly said to Cedric and Ian. What are you planning to do? Cedric felt a sudden unease. What do you think you're doing? It's too dangerous in the castle right now. You can't go out. Cedric anxiously grasped Lynn's arm. Lynn looked at him earnestly. I have my reasons for needing to go out. Trust me, I fear for my life, so believe that I will be all right. Lynn's gaze was resolute, and Ian patted Cedric on the shoulder. Trust him, let him go. Cedric relented, releasing his grip, his teeth clenched. Just don't be reckless, Lynn. Lynn smiled at them, assuring, I won TB. He then turned and stealthily slipped out of the Great Hall. Once outside the hall, he did not linger within the castle, but rather proceeded along the corridor and out into the night. The darkness enveloped the exterior, clouds obscured the stars, and a light drizzle descended from the heavens. Waterproofing himself, he cast a waterproof charm on his robes and plunged into the night without hesitation. He recalled the Marauders map that the Weasley twins had shown him that afternoon. The last known location of Professor Fox was Hagrid's hut. Utilizing the illumination charm with his wand, he jogged along the rugged path until he reached Hagrid's abode. The door to the hut was tightly shut, and the interior lay in darkness, indicating that no one was home. However, the hound Fong, raised by Hagrid, remained restless in the yard, barking incessantly towards the forbidden forest. Lynn observed the large footprints left on the path leading to the forest and surmised the direction taken by Professor Flitwick and Hagrid. He refrained from recklessly entering the forbidden forest, as it would be tantamount to courting death. Instead, he approached Fong, who was tethered and barking fervently, and softly spoke. I wish to venture into the forbidden forest to find Hagrid. Can you guide me there? Fong seemed to comprehend Lynn's intent, ceasing his barking and wagging his tail, eagerly offering his chain to Lynn with his mouth. Lynn unfastened the chain, and Fong immediately bolted towards the depths of the forbidden forest with Lynn in tow. That afternoon, as Lynn encountered the Weasley twins within the castle, Hagrid honored his promise, prepared to accompany Professor Flitwick into the forbidden forest in search of a boggart. Regrettably, Fong had not fully recovered from his ailment. Otherwise, their task would have been considerably easier. What a pity, Hagrid lamented before entering the forest. Professor Flitwick, however, remained unfazed. I have faith in your abilities, Hagrid. You have been the keeper of keys and grounds here for decades. With you by my side, I believe we can find whatever we seek. Ha ha, do not flatter me so, Flitwick, Hagrid replied, though it was evident that he relished the compliment. As they prepared to enter the forbidden forest, Hagrid cast a wary glance at the sky. The weather does not appear promising today. I fear it may rain shortly. Do you not always carry an umbrella? Professor Flitwick chuckled, gesturing toward the pink umbrella in Hagrid's hand. Moreover, the damp weather is advantageous for us, as boggarts tend to prefer such conditions. Hagrid instinctively concealed the small umbrella, his gaze drifting as he changed the subject. If that is the case, then let us proceed. Together, they ventured into the forbidden forest, following the familiar path that Hagrid usually took. We must not wander aimlessly, Flitwick. Are you familiar with the habits of these little creatures? You mentioned they enjoy damp environments. Perhaps we should check by the riverbank. Professor Flitwick shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he produced a weathered silver cup from seemingly nowhere. There is no need for such complications. I possess a cup previously used by those little beings. We can utilize it to locate their kin. No sooner had Flitwick spoken than he cast a spell upon the cup. Revelio. A blue light emanated from his wand, swirling around the silver cup before pointing towards a specific direction within the Forbidden Forest. Flitwick's body trembled slightly with excitement, his tone unmistakably exhilarated. It is indeed hidden here. Hagrid observed Professor Flitwick's demeanor with a sense of unease, a chill creeping over him. You are lagging behind. Hagrid, catch up with me. Flitwick called as he forged ahead, beckoning Hagrid to follow. Chapter 53. A Revenge a Decade in the Making, Part 1. This path must traverse the tribes of those horsemen who harbor a distinct aversion towards outsiders. The centaurs have informed me that they recently lost a member of their kin, and the tribe has entered a state of alert. It would be prudent for us to take a detour. Professor Fox and Hagrid have been navigating the Forbidden Forest for over an hour. The sky has completely darkened, and under Hagrid's guidance, they have successfully avoided the centaur tribes, the unicorn sanctuaries, and numerous other perilous locales. They meandered through the forest, nearly traversing its entire expanse, ultimately arriving at its deepest recesses. Hagrid gazed at the familiar webs surrounding them, a subtle change washing over his countenance as he stammered. Fox, are you certain we haven't arrived at the wrong place? Will we truly find a creature like the Red Cap here? Professor Fox's strides were remarkably swift, not once allowing Hagrid to slow his pace for his sake. His demeanor grew increasingly composed, the initial excitement on his face giving way to an astonishing calm. I cannot be mistaken, Hagrid. However, I have visited this place many times. Hagrid's gaze darted about nervously, attempting to dissuade Professor Fox from pressing further. There is no such creature as the Red Cap here, I can assure you. Witnessing Professor Fox's resolute demeanor, Hagrid's anxiety escalated. He clenched his fist, roughly the size of a football, gritting his teeth before finally confessing the truth. I have kept some pets here, Fox. They do not quite adhere to the Ministry's regulations. But I swear, I have never allowed them to leave the forest, nor have they ever harmed anyone. Professor Fox interrupted him. No need to elaborate, Hagrid. Do you truly believe I would concern myself with such matters? I didn't come here to cause trouble for your pets. Though Hagrid was generally straightforward, he was not a fool. But you cannot truly be seeking a Red Cap here. Perhaps in other parts of the Forbidden Forest, but certainly not in this particular area. Not only here, but this entire forest cannot sustain such creatures. Red Caps dwell exclusively in Northern Europe, thriving in places with traces of human blood. The Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts offers none of the conditions they favor. So, I apologize, Hagrid. I have deceived you. Hagrid's expression shifted entirely. He had presumed that Professor Fox, upon entering the forest, had discovered the whereabouts of his pets, leading him to abandon the search for the elusive Red Cap in favor of seeking out his dangerous magical creatures. He did not anticipate that Professor Fox's initial target was never that fanciful Red Cap. Then what are you truly seeking here? He asked, his voice trembling. Professor Fox continued to advance, following the guidance of the enchantment. I am in search of a person, an adversary. What sort of adversary are you seeking? Are there others in the Forbidden Forest? Professor Fox was entirely unconcerned with Hagrid's continued presence. Rather, he seemed pleased to have a listener by his side at that moment. He held many identities, an unregistered animagus, a blood purist, a dark wizard, a Death Eater. But I prefer to refer to him as a fleeing rat. He is a Death Eater who has not been apprehended by the Ministry of Magic. Hagrid felt an unsettling chill creep over his limbs, a sense of anxiety gnawing at his heart. No, you misunderstand my meaning. Professor Fox shook his head. Addressing Hagrid, I refer to him as a rat not because he evaded the Ministry's pursuit. You must be aware of the reason I was incarcerated in Azkaban, and subsequently released, correct? Hagrid. As Hagrid opened his mouth, it seemed he was beginning to grasp what Professor Fox was about to reveal. I killed 5 Death Eaters, he stated with a smile. Originally, the count should have been 6, but the last one received word and fled beforehand. Following that, I was captured by the Ministry. After my release 2 years ago, I traveled the world under the guise of exploration, but in truth, I sought him out. Can you guess where he has concealed himself? Night had fallen, thick clouds obscuring the stars from the earth, rendering the Forbidden Forest particularly dark. They seemed to be walking into the maw of a colossal abyssal beast, with an inky blackness ahead that swallowed all light. Glimmers flickered. Professor Fox cast a Lumos charm with his wand. Hagrid hesitated for a moment, choosing not to conceal himself, and brandished his pink umbrella, also employing the Lumos spell. As they ventured deeper, the trees began to be ensnared in a web resembling a fishing net, and enormous forms flickered ominously in the shadows of the web. So, your pet is a giant spider. I recall they are known to consume humans. Professor Fox discerned the creatures lurking within the webs. Hagrid defended their friend, asserting, Aragog listens to me. He has restrained his kin, ensuring they do not harm others. However, Professor Fox remained unconvinced. A beast is ultimately a beast. Even if its leader has established a code of nonviolence for his kin, What will happen once you are gone? Or if your friend lacks the strength to maintain control over his brood? Suddenly, Professor Fox halted. From an indeterminate moment, a crackling sound had begun to resonate through the woods. The sound resembled countless feet snapping brittle twigs underfoot. Professor Fox's expression grew grave. He shrugged and said to Hagrid, I believe we need not wait for that moment. Your friend's descendants are already eager to feast upon us. The spiders concealed in the shadows ceased their attempts at hiding, converging from all directions to encircle Professor Fox and Hagrid, like a dark ocean ready to engulf their small rocky refuge. Hagrid, incredulous, gazed at the massive spiders surging around them like a damp tide, roaring in fury as he called out to his friend. Aragog, where are you? Come out at once. Do you intend to kill me now? Professor Fox intervened, halting Hagrid's futile outburst. His hair was gray, his face lined with wrinkles, yet he stood erect, his gaze bright, and his demeanor remarkably vibrant. The howling cold wind billowed around him, and Adrian Fox deftly drew his wand, akin to a medieval knight unsheathing his sword. Do not shout, Hagrid. It is evident that your friend has encountered an unfortunate incident. The only course of action available to us now is to fight. Chapter 54, A Long-Awaited Revenge, Part 2. The fine rain pattered against the lush foliage. Deep within the forbidden forest, Professor Fox and Hagrid simultaneously cast the armored charm upon themselves. A shield of invisibility enveloped them. And at that very moment, swarms of gigantic spiders, each the size of a millstone, charged towards them as if commanded by an unseen force. Professor Fox brandished his wand, splashing water into the air. Without uttering a spell, he performed a silent transfiguration, transforming the surrounding underbrush into creeping vines that encircled them. The leading spiders, caught off guard, stumbled as their 8 legs proved less coordinated than Hagrid's 2, and many were ensnared by the suddenly appearing vines. Hagrid promptly raised his small red umbrella, aiming it at the beleaguered spiders behind the first wave, and cast a barrier spell. Heavy obstacles erupted. Simultaneously, Professor Fox unleashed an exploding charm. A resounding blast echoed before them, and blinding flames swiftly engulfed the spiders that had been toppled or ensnared. Accompanied by anguished screeches, countless spider bodies were obliterated, their viscous, repulsive green blood mingling with fragments of flesh and organs splattering everywhere. The power of Professor Fox's exploding charm was formidable, a stark contrast to the one practiced by Lynn, akin to the difference between a grenade and a firecracker. If the forbidden forest is set ablaze, surely Dumbledore would not hold me responsible for the damages to the school, Professor Fox jested, even in the face of peril. While many spiders were killed or injured, the living ones multiplied, undeterred by the carnage, as they surged forward over the bodies of their fallen kin. If we manage to survive this ordeal, I shall bear the cost that Professor Dumbledore demands from you, Hagrid declared through gritted teeth. Back to back, they continued to unleash spells into the mass of spiders, with many falling, yet more closing in. How many offspring does your friend possess? Professor Fox panted. I have never counted, but it has been alive for over 40 years. Then we are doomed. At this rate, they will exhaust us, Professor Fox lamented. Good idea, he affirmed. You, with your towering stature, charge ahead while I follow to hold them off. Can you keep up? Hagrid questioned, finding no fault in Professor Fox's words. A flash of fire erupted as another exploding charm was cast, yet the effect was negligible against the relentless tide of spiders. On the count of 3, you shall charge. 1, 2, 3. At the conclusion of Professor Fox's countdown, Hagrid bellowed, turning with eyes closed and sprinting towards the oncoming horde. The spiders seemed to have an unspoken understanding, parting before Hagrid as he charged, clearing a path for him. So effortlessly, Hagrid burst forth from the throng of spiders. Yet Professor Fox remained motionless amidst the encirclement, calling out to Hagrid's retreating figure, "Run faster, Hagrid. I'm about to overtake you." Hagrid sprinted ahead, quickly vanishing into the embrace of the night. Professor Fox squinted at the spider swarm that had once again sealed the exit, a faint chuckle escaping his lips as if conversing with an unseen companion. I wish to slay you, and yet you do not flee. Instead, you wish to seize this opportunity to eliminate me. He flexed his wrist, which had grown weary from incessantly brandishing his wand. Your release of Hagrid suits my intentions perfectly. Did you think I summoned him for assistance? With his departure, I can finally unleash my full potential. Professor Fox held his wand in an unusual grip, both hands clasped tightly around its hilt, the tip aimed at the ground. As the spider horde charged once more, he remained unfazed, a somewhat reckless smile adorning his face as he intoned the incantation that instilled terror in countless hearts. Avada Kedavra! A blinding green light erupted from his wand, the death curse striking the ground, yet curiously failing to dissipate. The beam scattered into a cascade of luminous tendrils, flowing gracefully across the ground from Professor Fox's position, swiftly enveloping the entire spider tide. Aside from the sound of raindrops pattering upon leaves, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Thousands of giant spiders collapsed lifelessly to the ground, like puppets severed from their strings. Muddy water splashed up, landing on the lifeless compound eyes of the arachnids. Rain and darkness consumed him, leaving only the sprawled corpses of spiders as testament to the fierce battle that had just transpired. Hagrid had not run far when he realized that Fawkes had not followed. Despite having been deceived by Fawkes twice, he was not one to abandon a friend. Hagrid aimed several fire spells at the webs, but before they could ignite, the rain extinguished them, inciting his frustration. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through him, his vision blurred, and he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, he caught a fleeting glimpse of an approaching figure before enduring a second, brutal assault. This time, Hagrid could not withstand it. He was knocked unconscious, collapsing into the muddy ground. The assailant discarded the wooden club, their face devoid of warmth and expression. They strode away, unconcerned with the fallen Hagrid. Chapter 55, A Delayed Revenge, a Decade in the Making, Part 3. The ground was strewn with webs, indicating that this territory had been overtaken by the spider clan. All the giant spiders had perished under Professor Fawkes' spell, leaving only a few undeveloped young spiders behind. The term young was relative, even in their juvenile state. They were as large as a grown man's fist. After advancing a short distance, Professor Fawkes halted, for the tracking spell that had guided him here had vanished. This signified that the person he sought was nearby. Yet, there was not a soul in sight, when suddenly, a colossal figure erupted from a cave. Professor Fawkes casually waved his wand, and in the moment before a shadowy figure surged forth, the stone before him abruptly transformed into a sharp stone spike. The unsuspecting colossal creature was instantly lacerated across its underbelly, emitting a pained shriek as its 6 blade-like limbs curled helplessly inward, unable to advance. Professor Fawkes swiftly retreated 2 steps, gaining a full view of this monstrous entity. It was an extraordinarily large, 8-eyed spider, even larger than a Muggle automobile. Its 6 legs sweeping through the trees like scythes with each movement. Its 8 eyes appeared rather abnormal, exhibiting an unusual grayish-white hue, reminiscent of blindness. This spider was unmistakably Aragog, Hagrid's friend. However, its current state seemed rather unsettling, as if it were under someone's control. Such large creatures may appear terrifying, yet they are the most manageable targets for wizards. Their massive size renders them excellent living targets. Stiff and motionless, it would indeed be easy to eliminate it. But out of consideration for Hagrid, Professor Fawkes chose to show restraint. "Are you not coming out, Wilkes?" He called out loudly into the empty woods on that rainy night. "I presume you have had enough by now. Even when I was imprisoned in Azkaban, you dared not emerge. You have hidden here for a decade. And now you finally muster the courage to retaliate. So why not come out and face me?" Professor Fawkes furrowed his brow, as he seemed to hear a voice. Suddenly, a wooden arrow shot forth from the depths of the forest, its aim precise as it flew toward his head. Yet, mere inches from his face, it was halted by an invisible barrier. His shielding charm remained intact. The missed strike was followed by the swift sound of hooves trampling the ground, as a shadowy figure concealed in the night rapidly shifted positions among the trees, denying Professor Fawkes any opportunity to lock onto him with his wand. It was a centaur. Professor Fawkes instinctively narrowed his eyes, recognizing the identity of his assailant. He recalled Hagrid mentioning that a centaur had recently gone missing from their tribe upon entering the Forbidden Forest. It now seemed that the centaur had not merely wandered off, but had been ensnared by dark magic. The arrows of the centaur posed little danger to Professor Fawkes. The true threat lay in the hidden individual lurking in the shadows. He refrained from making any rash moves, standing still and waiting for the concealed mouse to reveal itself. They remained in a stalemate for 5 minutes, until the wandering centaur could no longer contain itself and launched an assault. Aware that arrows were ineffective, it decisively stowed its longbow, brandishing a wooden spear and charging forth, aiming to impale Professor Fawkes. Avada Kedavra! Professor Fawkes responded without hesitation. Sparing Aragog was a courtesy to Hagrid, but he held no such reservations regarding the centaur. He raised his hand and unleashed the killing curse. The ghastly green light seemed to suffocate the very air, piercing through the curtain of rain, aimed directly at the centaur. No one dares to confront the killing curse directly, yet the centaur moved with remarkable agility, unlike Aragog, who was treated as a living target. He leapt gracefully, twisting his body at an angle, and charged once more. Professor Fawkes swiftly adapted his strategy against such a nimble opponent. Spells that rely solely on direct hits would prove ineffective. Only area effect spells could adequately target him. With a thunderous explosion, flames leapt skyward, and debris and mud flew through the air. The centaur narrowly evaded the direct damage of the explosive spell, but was staggered several steps back by the ensuing shockwave. Seizing the opportunity, Professor Fawkes unleashed his decisive move, the Shadowless Blade. A sense of dread gripped the centaur, prompting him to instinctively roll to the side. The invisible blade sliced through the night, allowing him to narrowly escape a fate of being cleaved in two. However, blood still erupted as his left arm was severed. A heart-wrenching wail echoed through the Forbidden Forest, just as Professor Fawkes prepared to cast another spell to claim the centaur's head. A ghastly green curse seemed to materialize from thin air, surging towards him from behind. Avada Kedavra! The moment the incantation rang out, Professor Fox realized it was too late to evade. Thus, he opted for an alternative means of escape. His body suddenly shrank, his form and features transforming rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Professor Fox had become Professor Flitwick. Due to the reduction in height, the curse that should have struck him merely grazed Flitwick's hair as it flew past. Without pausing, the newly transformed Professor Fox seized the long-awaited opportunity. The rat had finally revealed itself, and he could not afford to let this chance slip away. Another silent transfiguration spell ensued. From the location of the killing curse, several branches quietly morphed into long, serpentine ropes, swiftly coiling around the black wizard who had just exposed himself. The ropes tightened instantly, binding him effectively. However, in the next moment, the ensnared dark wizard vanished, and the ropes fell limply to the ground, revealing a spider of normal size in his place. The animagus of this dark wizard, Wilkes, was a spider. With his form exposed, the black wizard no longer concealed himself. He transformed back into human shape. He appeared to be a disheveled middle-aged man, his complexion sallow, hair unkempt as if neglected for ages, and his robes tattered. Yet, his gaze was fiercely intent, fixed on Professor Fox, as he gripped his wand tightly and spoke through clenched teeth. Fox, I never expected you to be a natural animagus. Chapter 56, A Revenge a Decade in the Making, Part 4. You have yet to encounter many surprises. Realizing Wilkes was no longer hiding, Professor Fox decided to avoid further pleasantries and immediately cast another killing curse. As Wilkes dashed to evade the curse, he retaliated with bursts of green light. For a moment, the forest was alive with vibrant green hues. Fox, I believe we could have a discussion. Wilkes attempted to negotiate with Professor Fox. What do you wish to discuss? Though Fox professed a willingness to negotiate, he relentlessly unleashed the killing curse and the blasting curse, interspersed with the deadly curse, leaving Wilkes no respite. I never laid a hand on anyone. It was all Lestrange and his cohorts. They did it. I was merely a bystander. Just a bystander. Just a bystander? Professor Fox seemed incensed by his words, growling ominously. Do you know what I have regretted all these years in Azkaban? His eyes, bloodshot and ablaze with fury, seemed capable of incinerating one's very soul. I have always regretted that those 5 scoundrels met such an easy end. The Cruciatus curse could never suffice. I should have tormented them, made them repent from the depths of their souls, eternally remorseful for their past deeds. The deadly curse, an invisible blade, emanated from Professor Fox, sweeping in all directions. Countless trees were severed in half, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Wilkes's expression shifted immediately. He had once been a Death Eater following the Dark Lord, having witnessed the devastating power of the dark magic conjured by his comrade Snape. Yet he was certain that the effect of the deadly curse was not nearly so exaggerated. Much like the killing curse that had just annihilated the swarm of spiders, the deadly curse had also been enhanced by Professor Fox. Acting decisively, he dropped to the ground, and almost in the next instant, the blade swept past. All 8 of its legs were severed in an instant. The foul green blood gushed forth as if it were free. Aragog, resilient as ever, had not yet perished despite the loss of all its limbs, lying on the ground in anguish with its round, swollen body. The effect of the deadly curse wielded by Professor Fox was nothing short of terrifying. Trees within a 20-meter radius were entirely uprooted, creating a vast clearing in the forbidden forest. Madman, you're a madman, Wilkes shouted as he scrambled to his feet, covered in mud and looking utterly disheveled. Professor Fox, having just unleashed a powerful spell, was not in the best condition either. The excessive expenditure of magic left him pale and panting, struggling to support himself on his knees. His stamina depleted. As smoke billowed around them, Wilkes suddenly cast a low-level smoke screen charm. White mist began to rise around them, obscuring visibility, and Professor Fox felt a surge of caution. He did not underestimate this spell, which even a first year at Hogwarts could wield. Instead, he opted for the quickest method to dispel it. All spells must end. The universal countercharm could forcibly negate the effects of most spells, and the smoke screen charm was no exception. However, just as the smoke was about to dissipate, the sound of hooves suddenly echoed in Professor Fox's ears. Had the centaur risen once more? The two were now perilously close, too close for any spell to evade. Professor Fox had no time to concern himself with the centaur behind him. The shield charm had been protecting him all along, and the centaur had already sustained considerable injury. Even if it struck him, the damage would be minimal. The most pressing concern was the imminent threat posed by Wilkes. In this distance, whoever can cast the spell first shall emerge as the ultimate victor. Wilkes's face contorted in agony, as he had already uttered half of the incantation for the killing curse. However, before he could complete the spell, countless wounds suddenly erupted across his body. A dozen deep gashes, revealing bone, elicited a blood-curdling scream of pain from him, rendering him incapable of continuing the incantation. Professor Fox chose not to cast the killing curse, but instead opted for the silent variant of the stunning spell. Though the effectiveness was significantly diminished, the speed of casting was astonishingly swift. Recognizing the opportunity for certain victory, Professor Fox refrained from the folly of a villain who speaks too much. Ignoring the centaur behind him, he brandished his wand, prepared to invoke the killing curse. At that moment, an immense force collided violently against his back. The ironclad charm could not withstand such power and was instantly shattered. A searing pain coursed through Fox's back, propelling him upward. Looking down, he discovered a sharp horn had pierced through his abdomen. The assailant was not a centaur, but a unicorn under the control of the soul snare curse, its eyes vacant and devoid of life. Wilkes, now engulfed in pain, felt his spirit stretch to its limits. Upon witnessing the unicorn's effective assault, he relinquished his hold over it. The magical resistance of such a wondrous creature was formidable. Had he not relentlessly employed the soul snare curse, he would never have managed to control it. Now that his plan had borne fruit, Wilkes laughed in exultation. Fox, I have triumphed. The unicorn regained its consciousness, staring blankly at the professor ensnared upon its horn, momentarily bewildered. It then extracted its horn from Fox's belly and fled in a panic. Professor Fox was not yet dead, but he sensed his demise was imminent. Lying in the mud, he trembled as he rummaged through the pockets of his coat, retrieving various potions and pouring them into his mouth, even applying some to the horrifying wound that allowed light to penetrate from front to back. Wilkes was exhilarated. Despite his own severe injuries, he felt vastly stronger than Fox. You are about to perish, Fox. Once you are dead, I shall be liberated. I will escape this cursed place. I must leave England. I must flee this wretched land. With almost all his strength, he managed to rise from the ground, blood staining the earth beneath him. He grasped the centaur's spear, using it as a makeshift crutch, determined to approach Fox. I will kill you. Only by taking your life can I forget the horrific scenes of Lestrange and the others as they perished. Only by your death can I finally find peace. Wilkes suddenly let out a chilling scream as the wounds on his body continued to elongate and expand, resembling countless worms feasting upon his flesh in silence. He stumbled to the ground again, less than 10 meters from Fox. The agony etched deep within his soul, driving him to madness. Professor Fox, clutching his still bleeding abdomen, offered a faint chuckle. This situation is rather agreeable. I am willing to perish alongside you, and I genuinely find it satisfactory. My gratitude extends to Merlin. His voice gradually faded, resembling a soliloquy. All that I could leave behind, I have entrusted to you, Lynn. I hope you can continue and accomplish all that I could not. Chapter 57. The Delayed Revenge of 10 Years, Part 5. Yaya darted about the forbidden forest with Lynn. It followed the scent of Hagrid, delving deeper into the woods, until 2 centaurs obstructed their path. Halt, human whelp and that dog. Ahead lies our tribe. Without permission, you cannot proceed. Lynn restrained Yaya, who attempted to advance, leveraging Hagrid's connection with them. I am searching for Hagrid. Have you seen him? The 2 centaurs exchanged glances and shook their heads. No, Hagrid has not come here. Lynn pointed to Yaya. You must recognize this dog that Hagrid raised. It tracked his scent to find this place. Recently, we have been searching the forbidden forest for our missing kin, prohibiting any outsiders from entering the tribe, including Hagrid, hence he could not have been here. Upon hearing the centaur's words, Lynn's eyes brightened, a wicked glint emerging. So it is you he spoke of, he exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. The centaur guards, perplexed, asked, What do you mean, us? One of the centaur guards regarded him with suspicion. Then why did you not mention this earlier? How was I to know you were centaurs? Lynn feigned ignorance. I have never seen you before. I thought centaurs were beings with horse heads and human bodies. Lynn's words were somewhat infuriating. Yet he was merely a whelp, and the centaur guards deemed it unworthy of their ire. Are you telling the truth? Is there any necessity for me to lie? Lynn blinked, appearing remarkably sincere. The expressions of the 2 centaur guards grew grave, prompting one to depart to notify their leader. Soon, the ground trembled as dozens of centaurs approached. The one leading them was named Firenze. He appeared much more refined than the others and exuded an air of wisdom. Are you the bearer of news? Firenze inquired as he stepped before Lynn, their towering figures imposing a sense of pressure. Lynn remained unfazed. Indeed, it is I. This astute centaur immediately identified the inconsistency in Lynn's deception. If Hagrid wished to convey this message to us, why would he send the dog instead of coming himself? Lynn shrugged. Are you well acquainted with Yaya? Not at all. Then there you have it. If Hagrid instructed Yaya to find you, could it locate you? And even if it did, would you comprehend its intent? Ultimately, even if you understood its message, would you trust an unfamiliar dog? As he spoke, Lynn patted Yaya's head, and the dog wagged its tail in agreement. I, however, am different. I am familiar with Yaya and can interpret its meaning. What advantage would I gain by deceiving you for your trust? Firenze remained silent for a moment, finally casting a deep glance before commanding the centaurs behind him. Let us follow him. Upon receiving his agreement, Lynn tentatively suggested, I run too slowly. Could you carry me? The centaurs immediately glared at him in indignation. Dream on. Do you take us for mules? Firenze halted their protests with a nod of consent. Very well, hop on. The centaurs gazed at Firenze in disbelief. But Lynn cared not for their reactions. His objective had been achieved. He nimbly climbed onto Firenze's back, holding onto Yaya, and they raced deeper into the forbidden forest. The commotion caused by dozens of galloping centaurs startled numerous magical creatures into a frenzied retreat. Lynn's collaboration with the centaurs served not only to expedite the search for Professor Fox, but also to ensure his own safety. Though Professor Fox and Hagrid were undoubtedly in peril, the specifics of that danger eluded Lynn. In the Forbidden Forest, the centaurs, as indigenous inhabitants, possessed unparalleled knowledge of the terrain, surpassing even Hagrid. Despite Lynn's extraordinary talents, he could not match the power of an adult wizard. Even if he found Professor Fox, he might be unable to rescue him and could potentially endanger himself. However, being accompanied by the centaurs made all the difference. With their presence, Lynn felt a newfound confidence to traverse the Forbidden Forest. Should they locate Professor Fox alongside Hagrid and their missing kin, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. Even in the event that they did not find their companions, or if the worst-case scenario of Lynn's deceit being uncovered came to pass, the backing of Hogwarts and Dumbledore would render the centaurs powerless against him. It could be said that encountering the centaurs was an unequivocal stroke of fortune for Lynn. For legs, after all, could outrun too. Yaya, bearing Lynn and the centaurs, soon arrived at the spot where Hagrid had collapsed, only to tire and collapse to the ground. Upon seeing Hagrid unconscious, a wave of dread washed over Lynn. The situation was even graver than he had anticipated. Professor Fox had evidently become separated from Hagrid. The rain had rendered the ground a thick mire, and a centaur discovered the footprints of the one that had attacked Hagrid. Firenze's expression darkened, as he sensed an ominous foreboding upon witnessing Hagrid's current state. Yaya remained behind, and Firenze wished for Lynn to stay put while a few centaurs kept watch over them. However, Lynn firmly declined. You are but a cub. The path ahead may be perilous, and you have already found Hagrid. Why persist in following us? Firenze inquired. Lynn, earnest and forthright, replied, not only Hagrid, but another professor has also ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Now that Hagrid is in danger, your kin and my professor are likely facing peril as well, and I must accompany you. Firenze and Lynn locked gazes, and at last, he spoke softly. You are somewhat distinct from the other young wizards. Since you are so resolute, then accompany us. We shall ensure your safety. The centaurs left a few to guard the unconscious Hagrid, while the rest ventured deeper. This was the territory of Aragog, the spider that Hagrid had nurtured. Some centaurs recognized this place. They soon arrived at the web that obstructed their path. The centaurs attempted to dismantle the web with their spears, but their efforts proved futile. Firenze furrowed his brow and declared, we must find another route. There's no need for such complications, Lynn asserted, leaping down from his mount. I shall clear the way. With just you, a mere cub? One of the centaurs scoffed. Lynn, without offering an explanation, brandished his wand towards the web. A thunderous explosion ensued. Chapter 58, A Delayed Revenge of 10 Years, Part 6. Lynn unleashed the blasting curse, propelling the centaurs through the debris. They quickly arrived at the site where Professor Fox, Hagrid, and the spiders were engaged in battle. The scene was one of devastation, strewn with corpses, shattered trees, and countless craters in the ground. The centaurs were most horrified by the sight of the spider carcasses. It's the killing curse. The Dark Wizard's killing curse. A centaur exclaimed in terror. All of these were slain by the killing curse. The centaurs gazed in dread at the multitude of spider bodies, their faces pale. Each killing curse could only take one life. The sheer number of deaths left them unable to fathom the magnitude of curses unleashed here. Fear gripped the centaurs. Yet Firenze pressed on, determined to locate the body of their fallen comrade. Just as they prepared to set forth again, a bloodied unicorn, in a state of panic, bolted towards them. The centaurs did not impede its passage, parting to allow its safe escape. Lynn observed the blood on the unicorn's horn, an ominous sensation weighing heavily upon him. They continued forward, and soon the surrounding environment transformed drastically. Even the stoutest trees appeared as if they had been sliced with precision. A clearing, as vast as a football field, emerged within the Forbidden Forest. Lynn recognized the curse responsible for such devastation, the blasting curse. The magnitude of this destruction was terrifying. If unleashed amidst a crowd, the consequences were too harrowing to contemplate. Then, a keen-eyed centaur, holding a specially crafted waterproof torch, discovered two wizards lying in the mud, alongside a centaur who had lost an arm and lay unconscious. Blood was spattered everywhere. Lynn's gaze fell upon the two fallen wizards. His breath quickened. He rushed over to them. Though he did not recognize the one covered in lacerations, he immediately identified the severely wounded Professor Fox, who had been pierced through the abdomen. Professor, Lynn gasped, kneeling in the muck, staring at the seemingly lifeless figure of Professor Fox. Just as waves of sorrow surged within him, the professor slowly opened his eyes and weakly spoke. Ah? Is that you, Lynn? Instantly, Lynn's heart soared with joy as he lifted his gaze. You are not dead. Professor Fox coughed painfully twice, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Please check if Wilkes is dead, he implored. Lynn wiped the rain from his eyes, rose, and rushed to the side of another wizard. He was unfamiliar with Wilkes. But there was no one else present apart from this wizard. Wilkes lay on the ground, his eyes wide open yet unmoving, a horrifying pool of blood forming beneath him. Lynn crouched down, cautiously probing for signs of breath, then checking for a heartbeat. Ultimately, he confirmed with a heavy heart that this wizard was beyond salvation. He has no breath or heartbeat. He is dead. Professor, Lynn's voice was soft, as if he feared disturbing Professor Fox. The professor's expression shifted to one of solace, his eyes closing in a manner that suggested relief. It is better this way. It is better this way. Noticing something amiss in Professor Fox's condition, Lynn grasped the professor's shoulders, shaking him gently while calling out, Professor, it is he who is dead, not you. You cannot die. If you do, it would be to my detriment. Professor Fox, already lightheaded from excessive blood loss, felt as if he might retch from Lynn's vigorous shaking. If you keep this up, it will indeed be to your advantage. Lynn quickly released his grip, realizing the professor's precarious state. He was perilously close to death. He ran to Forenza, pleading for assistance to carry Professor Fox back to Hogwarts. However, the centaurs refused. Look at Adam's arm. It must have been severed by that wizard's dark magic. You should consider yourself fortunate that we are not seeking revenge. How dare you ask for our help? Even Forenza, who typically held a friendly disposition towards wizards, shook his head. We will not aid a wizard who has harmed our kin. Lynn found himself at a loss for words. For the evidence of the dark magic's devastation was all around them, and it was clear who had caused Professor Fox's grievous wound. He ceased his pleas, knowing they would yield no fruit. Yet, he could not bear the thought of witnessing Professor Fox perish before his eyes. If he were to save the professor, it would have to be by his own means. Lynn discovered a small, broken tree on the ground, not too thick, and with a transfiguration spell, he transformed it into a wooden board. With great effort, he hoisted Professor Fox onto the makeshift stretcher and fashioned 2 branches into ropes to secure the professor to it, ultimately binding the ropes around his own body. Thus, dragging Professor Fox, Lynn laboriously made his way towards their point of entry. Behind him, the centaurs watched with indifference as he departed. Do not waste your strength, Lynn. In my current state, I will not last until you can carry me out. Professor Fox weakly advised from atop the board. That will not happen, Professor. Consider this. I still owe you 525 galleons. If you die, would that not be to my advantage? Lynn fervently wished for Professor Fox to engage in conversation, fearing that without the exchange of words, the professor might slip into eternal slumber without ever awakening. Those were originally my contributions to your support. It was not merely the fact that I had already drafted my will prior to my arrival. All my possessions, including the house I own in the UK, shall belong to you upon my demise. What do you perceive me as? Am I to become one of those affluent heirs, reliant on rental income and devoid of dreams? Have you forgotten the words you once spoke to me? You wished for me to serve as your assistant. An assistant. I shall not be relegated to the role of your heir apparent. Fortunately, the rain has begun to subside, and the extensive hoofprints left by the centaurs remain vividly evident. Yet, the forbidden forest is shrouded in darkness. The illumination charm from Lynn's wand is insufficient, requiring him to tread carefully. He continuously converses with Professor Fox, hoping he can sustain himself until Lynn can lead him out of the forest. Professor, do share your secrets with me. Chapter 59. The Revenge of a Decade Delayed, Part 7. My secrets? Huh. Even in this moment, Professor Fox manages a laugh. Although Lynn's physique has been enhanced, it barely parallels that of an adult. Moreover, he has yet to grow taller. His legs are short, and his feet small, making it quite arduous to assist Professor Fox, an adult, through the forbidden forest. Despite having learned a considerable amount of magic from the professor, all he possesses are dark curses, which serve only to harm rather than to heal. The only spell he can currently employ is the levitation charm, which makes lifting the wooden board somewhat easier. Lynn threatened ominously. The board had been stained a deep crimson, and the blood that had been staunched by potions at Professor Fox's wound began to seep out once more. Very well, since you wish to know, I have nothing to conceal. He opened his lips, now pallid from blood loss, and recounted his tale to Lynn. I was born into a quintessential pure-blood family. However, by the time of my father, the entire Fox lineage consisted solely of him. My parents were fervent proponents of wizard supremacy, which ultimately led to their demise in a wizarding civil war. I was not a student at Hogwarts. At the age of 11, I was accepted into Durmstrang. Unlike Hogwarts, where internal conflicts among young wizards are less pronounced, the atmosphere at Durmstrang was quite oppressive. Nonetheless, I found my time there tolerable, as the school's ethos was relatively liberal, allowing professors to openly conduct research in dark magic, which students could opt to pursue if interested. It was during this time that I was introduced to dark magic. I had no inclination towards the then prevalent Grindelwald ideology, nor did I wish to align myself with the opposing Dumbledore philosophy. Dark magic piqued my interest immensely, and I devoted nearly all my time and energy to it. After graduating from Durmstrang, my parents had long since abandoned our home. They became staunch followers of Grindelwald, declaring themselves saints, and endeavored to indoctrinate me into becoming an ardent supporter of Grindelwald. At that time, my mind was solely occupied with my research into dark magic. Alongside a few like-minded companions, I established a laboratory in Iceland dedicated to the transformation and study of black magic. Had it not been for that fateful incident, I might have remained there for the entirety of my life. In 1953, one of my friends succumbed to madness. He employed an inadequately refined curse to extinguish the lives of 3 individuals, and subsequently, my other friend and I were compelled to terminate his existence. I later married this friend, and together we settled in England, where we encountered Albus Dumbledore, who was then the headmaster of Hogwarts. As he was a distant uncle to my wife, he provided us with invaluable assistance, enabling us to live a stable life. As Professor Fox recounted this tale, his voice was imbued with tenderness. Lynn listened intently to his narrative, yet when he reached this juncture, he fell into a prolonged silence. After an extended pause, just as Lynn was about to speak and ascertain whether Professor Fox was still lucid, he resumed his account. Subsequently, turmoil erupted once more within the magical community, and it was not long before a new Dark Lord emerged. However, in comparison to Grindelwald, his ideology was rather crude and his ambitions significantly smaller. Still, he was more deranged and perilous. Fortunately, my family, being of pure blood, remained unscathed by persecution. Our daughter grew up without incident, graduated from Hogwarts, and ultimately formed her own family. Yet, from that point onward, my nightmares began. A band of Death Eaters, having learned of my former research, sought to coerce me into relinquishing my findings and joining their ranks to curry favor with their Dark Lord. I resolutely refused, prompting them to capture my wife and subject her to torment in an attempt to extract our past studies. Tragically, my wife did not survive. She could not endure their brutal interrogations. My hatred for them was boundless, and I yearned for vengeance, but they did not relent, seizing my daughter and my newborn grandchild. That day is etched in my memory forever. In London, beneath its vast sky, 6 of them soared on broomsticks, with my daughter cradling her child in their grasp. They laughed maniacally, taunting me with questions of whether I dared to refuse, whether I wished to become a solitary figure. My daughter was terrified, weeping as she desperately implored me, insisting that she could not die, nor could her child. Professor Fox's voice remained calm, as if he were recounting the tale of another. I succumbed to their demands, bellowing my agreement. I would surrender the research materials and join the Death Eaters, serving the so-called Dark Lord. However, in that moment of capitulation, one of them lost his grip, and my daughter, clutching her child, began to plummet. I mounted my broomstick, desperately pursuing them, striving to grasp them once more. Yet, before my very eyes, they met their tragic end. Yes, right before me, at my closest proximity, I could have touched the hem of her garment. I collapsed to the ground, cradling my head in anguish, attempting to gather their remains, but they could never be revived. Lynn trudged onward, straining to follow the discourse of Professor Fox, feeling a chill enveloping his limbs. He could scarcely fathom how he would have succumbed to madness had he been thrust into the same predicament as the professor. It was no wonder that upon their initial encounter, the professor confessed to his acrophobia, an affliction likely born from that very ordeal. As for the subsequent events, you are already aware. I embarked upon a quest for vengeance, tracking them down one by one. I employed the Cruciatus curse to torment them, ultimately leading them to their demise. However, after I had apprehended the 5th, the Ministry of Magic intervened, incarcerating me in Azkaban and allowing the 6th to escape. Yet, how could I possibly allow him to elude me so easily? Dumbledore advocated on my behalf, securing my release after merely 8 years, and I scoured the world for him, yet found not a single lead. By chance, I encountered the spirit of his father, and through various means of torment, he eventually broke, revealing that his son was hiding at Hogwarts. Thus, I arrived at Hogwarts, assuming the role of the defense against the dark arts professor. And it was through this position that I encountered you, Lynn. Do you recall our excursion to Diagon Alley? That day, Gringotts was robbed, and I was the thief, having pilfered a cup from his father's vault, a relic I intended to use as a medium in my pursuit of revenge. My arrival at Hogwarts was solely to find him and exact my vengeance. As for the young wizards who suffered at the hands of dark magic, their misplaced blame upon me is of no concern. I searched the castle for 3 months, scouring nearly every corner of Hogwarts, yet he remained elusive. It was as if he anticipated my arrival, for he had preemptively ensnared the centaurs and unicorns with the Imperius curse. Nevertheless, the outcome was satisfactory. I killed him. Although I too would perish, avenging my grievances rendered my continued existence meaningless. To die in such a manner provides a sense of closure, a fitting end to my tale. Professor Fox, seemingly aware of his impending demise, grew increasingly verbose, sharing his arrangements for the afterlife with Lynn. I stumbled upon this during my time at Hogwarts, and it may serve you well should you seek a place to practice spells in the future. After my demise, do not neglect your studies in dark magic. Your innate talent is remarkable and should not be squandered. In my office drawer lies a will I have prepared for public viewing, designating you as the sole heir to my estate. The entirety of the Fox family fortune resides within my Gringotts vault, alongside a plethora of tomes concerning dark magic, many of which will be of use to you. Beyond that overt will, however, I have employed a clever ruse. Upon your acquisition of the parchment, 2 addresses will manifest on its reverse side, one within the United Kingdom, my former residence, containing extensive research materials on war magic and enhancements in dark magic, which will undoubtedly serve you in the future. Another location lies in Iceland, a place that once served as a laboratory for my wife, friends, and me, and it holds paramount significance. Lynn, you must earnestly heed my words and remember each syllable. Professor Fox's breathing grew increasingly labored, his body was frigid, and his consciousness began to wane. Within that laboratory lay the groundbreaking results of our experiments on dark magic. Not solely dark magic, but a monumental shift for all spells. We endeavored to extricate the emotions of the wizard from the conditions required for release. Though we did not achieve success, we were tantalizingly close. It was an old house, and you could unlock the door with the unlocking charm. Upon entering, proceed to the kitchen and turn on the faucet. It would not yield water. Yet it would unveil a mural on the innermost wall of the second floor, depicting a hunchbacked old witch with a hooked nose. Stand before her and recite these names in order: Antonin Vigo, Gareth Landrock, Isaac Motslassi, Adolphus Chalet, Elizabeth. After you utter the names, the old witch will inquire as to their identities. Respond that they are the living dead. At this moment, a door will materialize on the wall. Open it to reveal a vast chamber filled with numerous books and parchments, though those are of little consequence. Simply address the empty room and ask, "Could someone sing a song for me?" A teapot, cups, and spoons will join in harmony to serenade you with a rendition of Happy Birthday. These 3 objects are well versed in the research material. Once their song concludes, you may pose any inquiries you wish. Initially, I had no intention of bequeathing that laboratory to you. My friend succumbed to madness due to those very studies. However, since you ventured into the Forbidden Forest and discovered me, perhaps this is fate. It would be best if you could comprehend those studies. If not, simply forget them. Even if success is ultimately achieved, it may not necessarily herald good fortune. Professor Fox's voice dwindled further, while Lynn's strength ebbed. Gritting his teeth, he pressed onward towards Hogwarts with all his might. I did not retain a single word you uttered. Who could possibly remember such a convoluted process after a single recounting? If you wish to prevent your research from remaining concealed forever, you must retrieve it yourself. Do not rely on me. I am but a worthless idler, living off your resources, reveling in your abode, squandering my days without delving into dark magic, leaving you to ponder if you still wish to perish. You will not. You will not. Professor Fox's voice began to falter once more. He was not only losing blood, but also slipping into a haze of confusion. His survival was solely attributed to the robust constitution of a wizard compared to that of an ordinary person. Professor, you cannot succumb to slumber. If you do, it will truly be the end. We are almost at Hogwarts. Once there, you shall recover. You will recover. Severus Snape, with his myriad potions, will heal you, and Madame Pomfrey, with her exceptional skills, will ensure your survival. In despair, Lynn collapsed into the muddy earth. Having traversed this world for so long, he had remained a detached observer of those around him. During his time in the orphanage, there were indeed individuals who showed him kindness. However, Lynn was not blind to their ulterior motives, as most were merely seeking to exploit the wealth left to him by his parents. Exhausted by the environment, he willingly relinquished a portion of his inheritance and seized leverage over a particular individual. Through a combination of coercion and persuasion, he ultimately managed to escape the cold, unfeeling confines of the orphanage. Yet now, he found himself on the brink of death. Lynn silently observed the professor, whose breathing grew increasingly shallow, as his mind descended into a void. At that moment, a golden light suddenly illuminated his surroundings. A fiery red bird accompanied by an elderly gentleman with a white beard and crescent-shaped spectacles appeared beside Lynn. Shocked by the unexpected arrival of Professor Dumbledore, Lynn quickly regained his composure. "Professor, please, look at Professor Fox. He is on the verge of collapse." Chapter 61, The Disguise of Magnus. Professor Dumbledore knelt to examine Professor Fox's injuries. Lynn watched anxiously, fearing the professor might utter the dreaded words, "It's over. There's no hope." "Fox, tears." Professor Dumbledore murmured to the phoenix, also named Fox, perched on his shoulder. The vibrant, immortal bird fluttered its wings, shedding a single tear that fell into Dumbledore's hand. That tear seemed to transform from liquid to solid, which Dumbledore gently placed upon Professor Fox's grievous wound. The phoenix's tears were renowned healing potions, and as the droplet made contact, the The penetrating injury on Professor Fox's abdomen began to mend at an astonishingly visible rate, ultimately leaving no trace of a scar. Lynn observed this extraordinary, almost magical scene with wide eyes. Professor, is Professor Fox going to be all right? Dumbledore's brow remained furrowed as he shook his head. The external wounds have healed, but Adrian's current state is dire. His soul has endured severe trauma, and he requires a substantial amount of blood replenishment potions. He then regarded Lynn, who was caked in grime and blood, resembling a mud-stained monkey, and earnestly cautioned him. Lynn nodded vigorously, indicating his sincerity and willingness to comply. The Phoenix Fox, along with Professor Dumbledore and Professor Fox, departed. With the tension that had gripped him finally easing, Lynn collapsed onto the blood-stained wooden planks. Just as he prepared to catch his breath, the system abruptly chimed in. Emergency task completed. Adrian Fox is no longer in life-threatening danger. Extracting talents. Acquired talent. Disguise of Magnus. Lynn stared blankly at the series of system notifications. When the task was initially assigned, he had never anticipated receiving any reward. Talents varied widely among individuals, and given Professor Fox's erudition, he would not have been surprised if the outcome had been some trivial culinary skill, wine-tasting ability, or other mundane talents. As for the art of disguise, Lynn had never contemplated it. He was even unaware that Professor Fox possessed such a remarkable talent. It now appeared that the so-called fierce was merely a guise created by the professor himself, intended to intimidate the twin brothers. This gift of transformation, when viewed from any angle, is undeniably a top-tier practical skill, a quintessential choice for thievery and malevolence. The crux of the matter is that it cannot be cultivated through effort. It is an innate ability. Either one has it, or one does not. Lynn, akin to a child with a newfound toy, could hardly contain his desire to experiment with this extraordinary gift. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. The efficacy of such a talent is maximized when no one is aware of its existence. If discovered, particularly by Dumbledore, any subsequent misdeeds would likely cast suspicion upon him, especially if the perpetrator remained elusive. Thus, Lynn diligently suppressed his urge to transform and immersed himself in contemplation, pondering what pretext he might employ to address Professor Dumbledore. Indeed, the foremost question loomed. How did he ascertain that Professor Fox was in danger? This was a conundrum Lynn could neither explain nor fathom. Dumbledore was not easily deceived. Despite possessing a cerebral shield granted by the system that protected his thoughts from prying eyes, a lie remains a lie, though he could effortlessly mislead the less astute. Dumbledore was an entirely different challenge. Admitting the truth was out of the question. The secret of his transmigration and the system was one he intended to guard for a lifetime, even to the grave. After a prolonged period of deep contemplation, Lynn found himself at a loss for ideas. He surmised that his only option was to remain silent, hoping Dumbledore would not press him for answers. Lynn hastily rose and approached, inquiring about Professor Fox's condition. Dumbledore's demeanor relaxed considerably. He regarded Lynn with a smile and a nod. Lynn exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet he quickly steeled himself for the possibility of an impending interrogation from Dumbledore. However, to his surprise, Dumbledore seemed entirely unconcerned with why Lynn had appeared in the Forbidden Forest, instead offering him a friendly wink. At present, Hogwarts remained on high alert, and all students were required to stay overnight in the Great Hall. Allow me to assist you with a cleansing charm. It would be best to wait until the alert is lifted if you wish to bathe, he said, casting a powerful scouring charm upon Lynn. The effect was remarkable. The grime and mud vanished entirely, leaving Lynn impeccably clean and pleasantly fragrant. Dumbledore then grasped Lynn's arm, prompting him to respond. Professor, Hagrid remains unconscious in the Forbidden Forest, and there lies a Death Eater slain by Professor Fox. The centaurs in the forest, witnessing the professor's refusal to aid their fallen kin, harbor resentment due to the spell he cast that severed the arm of one of their own. Professor Dumbledore listened intently as Lynn spoke, nodding in acknowledgement. Do not worry. I shall handle this matter. For now, your focus should be on how to explain the situation to Minerva. She is nearly beside herself with anger since discovering you sneaked out. Dumbledore's words left Lynn feeling apprehensive. In certain circumstances, Professor McGonagall's wrath could be even more daunting than Dumbledore's. Chapter 62. Return to the castle. Strangely, Dumbledore had not posed a single question throughout their conversation. This only heightened Lynn's unease, as the old wizard's silence suggested an unsettling awareness, as if he were saying, I need not inquire, for I already possess all the answers. Lynn could not fathom what Dumbledore knew. His immediate concern was how to endure Professor McGonagall's fury. After escorting him to the entrance of the Great Hall, Dumbledore departed to attend to the Death Eater's body, the still unconscious Hagrid, and the centaurs. Lynn hesitated, pacing before the door twice, when suddenly it swung open from within. The Lioness of Gryffindor glared at him, her countenance darkened with fury, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Lynn, taken aback, stammered before her, Professor McGonagall, I am truly sorry. I shall not repeat my mistake. Belloc, I always believed you to be a clever individual, yet today you have committed a most foolish error. Professor McGonagall's disappointment in Lynn was palpable, and she resolved to impose a penalty. Slytherin would lose 20 points, and he would face a month of detention. Such a punishment, though severe, was still lenient considering Lynn's actions. He promptly accepted the professor's reprimand, vowing to correct his missteps and to ensure they would not recur. As for the month of detention, even if Professor Fox survived, his current condition would preclude him from continuing his role at Hogwarts. Thus, Lynn would find himself with ample free time. Unless he were confined to Filch's custody, this punishment hardly felt punitive. The Great Hall was filled with sleeping bags. It was nearing midnight, and the professors were still searching the castle for the dark wizard who had attacked the students. Until safety could be assured, they dared not allow the young witches and wizards to leave the hall. In less than a semester, 2 students had already been assaulted, both victims of dark magic. Most troubling was the fact that the parents of these students wielded considerable influence within the magical community, should word of this incident spread. The ensuing negative ramifications could leave Hogwarts in a precarious position. Lynn cautiously navigated through the sleeping bags, weaving between the little wizards nestled within. He swiftly located Cedric and Ian, as both remained awake. Lynn gestured silently to them before slipping into a sleeping bag beside them. "Did anything happen in the Great Hall after I left?" he inquired. The warm sleeping bag began to thaw his previously chilled body, soaked from the rain. Cedric whispered. Everyone erupted in chaos. Now, all believe that Professor Fox is the culprit. Even those who were once skeptical have been swayed. They spent the entire evening discussing evidence of Professor Fox's supposed dark wizardry. He continued. They claim he has fled in guilt, while others suggest he has completed his dark magic research and no longer needs test subjects, thus rendering his continued presence at Hogwarts unnecessary. Some Slytherin students even complained about Professor Dumbledore, arguing that he should never have hired such a dangerous individual as a professor, especially for defense against the dark arts. Lynn listened quietly, recognizing the disdain the young wizards harbored for Professor Fox, who, in turn, no longer required their approval. His revenge had been successful, and even if unscathed, it was unlikely he would choose to remain at Hogwarts. As for the identity of the assailant, Lynn harbored an unsettling suspicion. For him, the 2 attacked individuals were connected, and their relationships were far from favorable. Such a coincidence seemed excessively fortuitous. However, Lynn did not wish to dwell on it further. The events of the night had been overwhelming, and what he needed most was rest. The following morning, as the students gathered for breakfast, Dumbledore entered the Great Hall. He ascended the dais and announced to all the young wizards that Hogwarts had lifted its alert status, for the assailant had been apprehended. The Great Hall erupted into a lively chatter, with one student boldly inquiring, "Professor, was it that dark wizard Fox you captured? Has he been sent to Azkaban?" Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. "Firstly, regardless of the circumstances, Adrian Fox remains your professor, and you should address him as Professor Fox rather than by his surname alone. Therefore, I must deduct 5 points from Slytherin." The Slytherin boy's face darkened, revealing his discontent, yet he dared not challenge the esteemed headmaster. "I understand that you hold many biases against your defense against the dark arts professor," Dumbledore proclaimed solemnly, "but you should not allow those biases to cloud your judgment. Your defense against the dark arts professor, Adrian Fox, apprehended the dark wizard responsible for the attacks, who had been hiding in the Forbidden Forest last night. They engaged in a fierce battle, culminating in Professor Fox's victory. However, he found himself in grave peril. Had it not been for the timely arrival of a young wizard who steadfastly believed in him, he might have departed this world forever. Professor Fox has now been transported to St. Mungo's Hospital for treatment, while the dark wizard has met his demise. I have also informed the Aurors at the Ministry of Magic, who will arrive today to retrieve the body of the dark wizard. In gratitude for the young wizard's valiant efforts to save a professor's life, Slytherin has been awarded 100 points. The announcement brought astonishment among all present young wizards. And after a prolonged silence, the hall resonated with enthusiastic applause initiated by Gryffindor. Someone called out, "Thank you, Professor Fox." Soon, a chorus of voices echoed in response. "Thank you, Professor Fox." Their thunderous applause and heartfelt gratitude seemed to erase any memory of their earlier vitriol directed at Professor Fox. In a corner of the hall, Snape could not suppress a smirk. The unwarranted 100 points awarded to Slytherin felt as delightful to him as winning a lottery of 5 million galleons. Although Dumbledore did not reveal the identity of the young wizard who aided Professor Fox, many had witnessed Lynn sneaking out the previous night. And the 100 points added to Slytherin effectively implied that this young wizard was indeed Lynn. The young wizards gazed at Lynn with eager eyes, with many wishing to approach and inquire about his experiences from the night before. Lynn maintained a humble smile, claiming he had done nothing of significance. Yet, inwardly, he felt an overwhelming despair, for he could not comprehend why Dumbledore would resort to deception. Chapter 63, Conflict. Dumbledore is lying. The true perpetrator could not possibly be the Death Eater named Wilkes, whom Professor Fox had slain. to exonerate Professor Fox and obscure the motive of vengeance. Dumbledore emphasized the capture of the Dark Wizard, creating a psychological suggestion among the young wizards that Professor Fox had fought valiantly for their protection. Lynn could understand Dumbledore's actions. According to Professor Fox's account, their bond was indeed extraordinary. However, why would he assert that Wilkes was the killer? If Hogwarts were to lift its state of alert now and further attacks were to occur, how would Dumbledore justify his actions? Lynn did not believe he would engage in such self-sabotage unless he had apprehended the true culprit. Alternatively, he might know the identity of the real murderer and be certain that they would not strike again, even if they had not been captured. Coupling this with Lynn's earlier speculations, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Hubert had a conflict with him, and on the very day he plotted revenge, he was attacked by dark magic. Raphael also had a confrontation with him, and on the day he emerged from the hospital wing, he too was assaulted. Both attacks targeted individuals who bore animosity towards Lynn, all of whom were preparing to retaliate against him. Moreover, in both instances, Dumbledore was absent from the castle. Lynn felt a chill run down his spine upon reflecting on Dumbledore's current demeanor. Just then, the system unexpectedly activated. Side quest: uncover the true culprit hidden within Hogwarts. Quest description: you have discerned suspicious elements surrounding 2 attack incidents, and the enigmatic reactions of Dumbledore have left you deeply unsettled. Thus, bravely pursue the truth of the matter. Quest reward: unlock talent, bloodline heritage. Quest duration: 30 days. Other information may be disregarded. Yet the mention of the quest reward left Lynn momentarily stunned. Bloodline heritage. What manner of talent is this? However, the young wizards in the Great Hall did not afford him the luxury of contemplation. They engaged him in spirited conversation, and Lynn could only nod mechanically in response. With Hogwarts lifting its state of alert, it signified that after breakfast, they would resume their classes. Dumbledore announced that due to Professor Fox's concerning health, the defense against the dark arts class would temporarily be taught by Professor McGonagall, the transfiguration instructor. Lynn parted ways with Ian and Cedric at the entrance of the hall, as the morning's charms class was to be attended by Slytherin and Ravenclaw together. You seem a bit off, Ian remarked. Lynn rubbed his eyes and sighed. Even you can tell? I am somewhat uncertain about a matter, and I find myself hesitating. Ian fell silent, his naturally aloof demeanor becoming even more pronounced in their company. Lynn turned to him and suddenly said, "Could you do me a favor?" "What sort of favor?" Lynn remained silent, studying Ian's face intently for a considerable time. "Well, your acting may leave much to be desired, but your stoic expression could prove advantageous." This task bore a hint of danger. In truth, having Cedric assist would be preferable. Yet his congenial nature rendered him unsuitable. The entire school knew him as a quintessential good guy. Ian subtly twitched his lips. "So he is a good guy, and I am to be cast as the villain?" Lynn leaned closer to Ian, whispering a few words. Ian regarded him with a peculiar expression, hesitated for a moment without inquiring further, and nodded in agreement. During lunch, Lynn vented his frustrations to Cedric, who gazed at him with a bemused look, as if observing a mindless giant. "Your gaze makes me want to give you a swift knock to your front teeth," Lynn said unkindly. Cedric, puzzled, asked, "Why would you do that?" Lynn refrained from providing a thorough explanation, merely stating, "I wish to conduct an experiment." "What experiment could possibly warrant such measures?" Cedric inquired. "If successful, you'll find out in due time." The afternoon herbology class concluded without incident, and Hogwarts seemed to have returned to its usual rhythm, save for the change in the defense against the dark arts instructor. However, a minor incident arose during dinner when Lynn and Ian found themselves quarreling in front of an audience. "You merely snuck out to play the hero. It was mere luck," Ian retorted coldly. Lynn shot him a sidelong glance, responding with sharp sarcasm. "I see your jealousy is palpable, practically knocking at the door. You envy my moment in the spotlight while remaining unnoticed yourself. Desperate for attention, are we?" Ian was born with a face devoid of expression, yet it perfectly mirrored his current emotions. "Am I envious of you? I am merely amused by the mischief maker who has unexpectedly stumbled upon fortune, blissfully unaware of their own good luck." "Huh, am I the one with luck? That fortune stems from my audacity to venture out. Would you dare?" Cedric, feeling a headache coming on, positioned himself between the two, perplexed by whether their quarrel was genuine or merely a facade. "Calm down, both of you, please," he implored. The young wizards of Hogwarts were stirred with excitement. Discerning right from wrong was beyond them, yet they excelled in observing the unfolding drama, stretching their necks like giraffes for a better view. Ian's face contorted into a sardonic expression, capable of inciting ire in others. "I am perfectly calm. It is merely that some individuals have turned their eyes into the backs of their heads, and their nostrils into their eyes." "Oh, my nostrils are observing you?" "They do not gaze upon a person, but rather a wretched insect who dares to harbor jealousy, yet lacks the courage to admit it." Ian's expression remained unchanged, but it was evident from the atmosphere that his demeanor had darkened. "You have gone too far, Lynn Belloc." His voice was not loud, yet anyone could sense the chill in his tone. Lynn responded with a scoff. What can you do about it? Ian, seemingly provoked to his limit, unexpectedly raised his wand and pointed it at Lynn. You are merely enjoying a fleeting moment of fame, Lynn. In the eyes of others, you are just a fortunate mudblood. I shall awaken you from this delusion. Fiery and searing, Lynn appeared utterly unprepared for Ian's sudden spell. Caught off guard, he was immediately afflicted with a rash of welts covering his body. In a fit of rage, he raised his own wand, and the two engaged in a magical duel right in the great hall. The young wizards scrambled to avoid the chaos, gathering at the edges of the hall, eagerly watching the spectacle until Professor McGonagall charged in like an enraged lioness. You are utterly audacious. Ravenclaw and Slytherin lose 20 points each. Belloc's detention is extended until the end of the term. Campbell, you will assist Professor Sprout for 2 months. Chapter 64, Drawing the Snake Out of Its Hole. Lynn and Ian had a falling out. The entire Hogwarts witnessed their confrontation in the Great Hall. In the Hogwarts hospital wing, Lynn spent 2 consecutive days there, until Madame Pomfrey finally cured him of the malevolent curse. You audacious little monkeys, how dare you cast spells in the Great Hall? Professor McGonagall's punishment has been remarkably lenient. Ian's injuries were significantly lighter than Lynn's. He had already been discharged the previous afternoon. Upon hearing Madame Pomfrey's words, Lynn had no retort. After expressing his gratitude, he departed from the hospital wing. Even though the welts on his skin had subsided, Lynn found himself unconsciously scratching his back from time to time. It was clear that he and Ian were merely performing, yet in their pursuit of authenticity, they had both genuinely suffered the effects of the dark curse. Such petty tricks are rather superficial. Anyone with even a slight understanding of him or Ian would realize that the occurrence of this conflict is entirely inconsistent with their character. However, it is precisely because Dumbledore is at Hogwarts that Lynn dares to allow Ian to accompany him in this charade. Otherwise, he would never risk Ian's safety. Lynn finds himself with no other options. He has noticed that the task reward from the system is quite extraordinary, and the name of the talent, Bloodline Heritage, has instilled doubts regarding his current identity. This talent was not bestowed upon him by the system. The task reward explicitly states that it unlocks the talent, Bloodline Heritage. Similar to the previous physique talent, this is something he inherently possesses. The system merely grants him the means to access its attributes and the possibility of enhancing them. In contrast, talents directly rewarded by the system, such as the disguise Magnus extracted from Professor Fox, differ significantly. This talent was not part of his original repertoire. Although it can be utilized post-reward, it lacks quantification, meaning he cannot augment it. Bloodline Heritage, as its name suggests, undoubtedly pertains to lineage. Lynn had previously believed that both of his parents in this life were Muggles. He possesses a thoroughly comprehensive identity as a normal person in Britain. His parents, allegedly perished in a car accident, were executives at a certain company, residing in London, a modern metropolis, complete with a car and a house. Even when Lynn first traversed into this world and was in the orphanage, he had visitors from his parents' workplace. This created an illusion for Lynn that his adoptive parents were merely ordinary Muggles. Otherwise, considering the Wizarding World's prejudice against Muggles, who among Muggle-born wizards would ever resume a normal life in society after entering the magical realm? Yet now, Lynn feels that the situation may not be so straightforward. From the initially high value of his dark magic talent to the present revelation of the Bloodline Heritage talent, it becomes evident that he is not the lowly mudblood he initially perceived himself to be in the eyes of pure-blood wizards. Thus, what position does the assailant, who is clearly intertwined with him, occupy? The available clues are too scant for him to deduce. Nevertheless, the performance he is coordinating with Ian is Lynn's attempt at unraveling this mystery. The day when results are revealed seems to stretch indefinitely. Following the conflict, Lynn no longer dines with Ian and Cedric at the Ravenclaw long table. However, upon discerning her wolfish ambitions, Lynn strives to minimize contact with her, lest she becomes further ensnared. Subsequently, 2 weeks passed, during which Lynn outwardly appeared to be at odds with Ian, seemingly severing ties. In reality, aside from Ian's time in the common room, Lynn has been lurking in the shadows, quietly following him. Ian was quite cooperative. Whenever he had a different class from Lynn, he would make every effort to be with the young wizards from the same college. Conversely, when Lynn had the opportunity to follow him, he would deliberately distance himself from the crowd, often wandering into secluded corners. Over the past 2 weeks, the castle remained tranquil, with nothing amiss. Even during Lynn's surveillance of Ian, he had not encountered any suspicious individuals, just as Lynn began to believe that the murderer had seen through his little ruse. Or perhaps felt emboldened by Dumbledore's presence at Hogwarts, an unexpected incident occurred that Saturday evening. At dinner, as usual, Ian finished the last of his sausage and rose to leave the Great Hall. "Campbell, are you going for a walk in the castle today?" inquired a Ravenclaw student. Ian nodded indifferently. "Yes." The young wizard sighed regretfully. "Today the curfew riddle has changed. We were hoping you would solve it first, since you're going for a walk. I suppose you want to have the chance now." "I'm not particularly interested in riddles," Ian replied coolly. The Ravenclaws had grown accustomed to his temperament and felt no offense. Ian departed the great hall alone, seemingly intent on a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. At the Slytherin table, Lynn caught a glimpse of Ian leaving after finishing his meal. He took a final sip of pumpkin juice and rose from the table, deliberately dragging his feet. Only after Ian exited the hall did Lynn leisurely make his way outside. He did not linger directly behind Ian, but maintained a distance of about 100 meters, far enough that he could not see Ian's figure. Yet their paths had been previously mapped out. Although they could not see each other, they moved in tandem, ensuring that any disturbance ahead would alert Lynn, allowing him to rush over at the earliest opportunity. They followed their established route through the Hogwarts castle, yet nothing transpired. Suddenly, a peculiar twist of fate arose. A diminutive, grotesque, and ancient-looking creature appeared with a startling pop beside Ian. Its gaze was filled with hatred and fury as it extended its long, bony finger toward him. Ian pressed against the wall, his typically icy demeanor betraying a rare flicker of anxiety. He fixed his gaze on this unfamiliar creature, demanding, "Who are you? What do you want?" Not far away, Lynn heard Ian shout, and his expression shifted dramatically as he hurried toward Ian's location. Chapter 65, Kira. By the time Lynn reached Ian's side, Ian had just succumbed to a stunning spell, collapsing to the ground. The assailant was a diminutive, hideous creature with pointed ears, large eyes, wrinkled skin, and wrapped in tattered cloth, a being resembling a goblin but differing in subtle yet significant ways. Lynn's understanding of the magical realm surpassed that of Ian. At a glance, he discerned that the creature before him was an ancient, disheveled house elf. This house elf, currently turned away from Lynn, grasped Ian's arm as if intending to disapparate him away. "Stop!" Lynn brandished his wand. The aged house elf, startled by Lynn's voice, trembled violently. Gradually, it turned to face him, its expression one of profound sorrow, with eyes as large as ping-pong balls brimming with tears. "The little master has commanded Kira to cease, so Kira shall obey." Upon hearing this designation, Lynn felt a jolt in his heart. Still holding his wand aloft, he cautiously approached the house elf named Kira. "Who is your little master?" he inquired in a low voice. Kira knelt upon the ground, cradling its large head in its hands, weeping uncontrollably. "It is Lynn Belloc. Lynn Belloc is Kira's little master." Kira's words inadvertently confirmed a significant truth. At least one of its parents hailed from a pure-blood lineage, and one that was exceedingly ancient. Such a family would be inclined to keep house elves as companions. After Lynn's arrival, Kira seemed to abandon any thoughts of continuing its assault on Ian or fleeing. Instead, it remained on the ground, weeping incessantly. "Are you also the one who attacked Hubert and Raphael?" Lynn had approached Kira and maintained his vigilance, directing his wand at the creature's head. "They are insulting your lineage." Kira suddenly shrieked. "How dare they use such vile, lowly, despicable terms to address you? And this person? They all deserve to perish." Its voice then fell to a whisper, sobbing softly, "But Kira cannot kill them. If Kira does, Dumbledore will discover that Kira has committed a wrongdoing, and he will trouble the little master." Lynn's heart sank. "Does Professor Dumbledore know of our connection?" Kira was uncertain whether Dumbledore was aware, but it suspected he might be. A palpable hatred for Dumbledore emanated from Kira, its teeth clenched as it uttered his name. Lynn fixed his gaze upon the elf and asked, "You call me little master. Then who is your former master? Or are you in service to that family?" Kira trembled all over, suddenly losing control, and began to batter its head against the ground in a frenzy. Kira cannot speak. The former master commanded Kira not to reveal this to the little master. Kira has disobeyed the little master's order. Kira is guilty. Kira is a bad elf. This was not an act for Lynn's benefit. Kira was genuinely distressed. In mere moments, it had bruised its forehead, crimson blood trickling down its head. Lynn's expression darkened as he contemplated intervening to halt Kira's self-destructive behavior. But suddenly, the aged house elf ceased its actions and vanished with a sharp pop before Lynn's eyes. Behind Lynn, hurried footsteps echoed, and Cedric rushed towards him, breathless. He had been trailing behind Lynn, a plan previously devised by the trio. Ian remained in plain sight, while Lynn concealed himself in the shadows. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, Lynn was poised to swiftly emerge and assist. He felt confident that he could hold his own even against an adult wizard. Meanwhile, Cedric, who was also discreetly following Lynn, would promptly summon a professor upon hearing any commotion. Gazing at the unconscious Ian sprawled on the ground, along with the remnants of blood, Cedric's eyes widened as he inquired, "What transpired?" Lynn's emotions were somewhat convoluted at that moment. He shook his head and replied, "Let us first awaken Ian with a counter-curse." Cedric employed the counter-curse to rouse Ian from his stupor. As Ian regained consciousness, he rubbed his still dizzy head and questioned, "What manner of creature was that?" "It resembled a goblin somewhat." "House elf?" Cedric responded, incredulous. "Are you suggesting that these attacks were perpetrated by house elves?" Lynn nodded affirmatively. "That is utterly absurd. I would sooner believe Professor Flitwick to be the true culprit." Lynn, however, found no absurdity in the situation. It was precisely the unwavering loyalty of house elves to wizards that could lead them to commit such acts. A multitude of realizations struck him. It was no wonder that the meals presented to him since the start of the term had been more to his liking. Clearly, someone in Hogwarts' kitchen had been looking out for him. Yet, several questions remained. The conflicts with Raphael and Ian had all transpired within the castle, while his initial discord with Hubert had occurred in the Slytherin boys' dormitory. How did Kira come to know? Was there a spy in his midst? What now? Should we report this to a professor? Ian queried. They all turned their gazes to Lynn, who pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. Let us wait a while. There are still matters I need to clarify. It became increasingly certain that Lynn's former identity was not that of a Muggle orphan, but rather descended from an ancient pureblood family, one that bore a grudge against Dumbledore, as inferred from Kira's tone. Kira speculated that Dumbledore was already aware of the connection between them, and Lynn suspected that the old wizard could not possibly be oblivious. Given Dumbledore's prior demeanor towards him, Lynn found himself uncertain of the wizard's intentions. He even doubted, no? He was convinced that Dumbledore must have known about his meeting with Kira. What course of action should he take next? Lynn pondered indecisively. Should he proactively confess to the old wizard in hopes of leniency? At that moment, the system prompt indicating the completion of his task resonated in his mind. Chapter 66. The Dismissed House Elf. Side quest completed. Quest reward. Unlock talent. Bloodline heritage. Bloodline heritage. Affect ancient blood flows within you. The immortal legacy shall continue. Your spells will randomly receive a boost in potency. Bloodline heritage. Value 2. 50 chance of doubling the enhancement. Without further ado, the effect of the talent bloodline inheritance has indeed lived up to Lynn's expectations, although it presently appears that the chance for a twofold amplification is merely 50%. This is solely the outcome at 2 talent points, and Lynn harbors high hopes for its future growth. Upon returning to the boys' dormitory, Lynn promptly began a meticulous inspection of all his belongings, searching for any surveillance devices. After rummaging through for 2 or 3 hours without discovering anything, his gaze settled on his pet, Little My. Without uttering a word, Lynn sat before the cage, holding it aloft, and silently observed her. Agent Hamster 007 was exceedingly anxious, lying in her cage with her eyes shut tight, feigning death, repeatedly whispering to herself, "He does not suspect me. He does not suspect me. He does not suspect me." After self-soothing for quite some time, she hypnotized herself into a belief that Lynn held no doubts about her, and then she boldly sprang up, chirping softly for a morsel to eat. Lynn opened a box of biscuits for her, breaking them into pieces as usual and placing them in her small bowl. Little My buried half her body in the bowl, engaging in her routine self-hypnosis, contentedly munching away. "This is meat. This is meat. This is meat." Suddenly Lynn, who had been quietly watching her, spoke up nonchalantly. "Eating this every day must be quite a challenge for you." In the midst of her delightful meal, Little My froze, then feigned ignorance, peeking out from the bowl with her small, bewildered eyes fixed on Lynn. After his inexplicable remark, Lynn chose not to further probe her. Even if Little My were indeed Kira's spy, it mattered little. Aside from the system, he harbored no secrets, and the system was invisible to anyone but himself. The following day was Saturday, and the upperclassmen wizards joyfully departed Hogwarts, commencing their weekend in Hogsmeade. The castle grew eerily quiet as Lynn declined Cedric and Ian's invitation to play wizard's chess by the Black Lake, opting instead to wander alone near the Hufflepuff common room. He had previously heard Cedric mention that the entrance to the Hogwarts kitchen was situated close to their common room. A painting depicting a silver bowl brimming with fruits adorned one side of the hallway. By scratching a pear in the painting, it transformed into a green doorknob, which, when turned, revealed the kitchen behind it. Entering the kitchen, Lynn found himself in a spacious room bustling with house elves. Upon his arrival, one little elf immediately set aside its task and approached him. "How may I assist you, sir?" it inquired, nervously tugging at the tattered cloth of its attire. Lynn got straight to the point. "Is there a house elf named Kira here?" Lynn furrowed his brow. "Do you know where he has gone?" The house elf shook its head. "I am not certain." Then, suddenly, it became indignant. "He is truly a bad elf." Headmaster Dumbledore presented him with a pair of socks, which he not only failed to appreciate but disdainfully discarded, proclaiming that he had never sincerely served Hogwarts, and that Dumbledore was in no position to bestow such gifts upon him. While the house elf continued to hurl insults and indignation, Lynn had already departed from the kitchen. Instead of seeking Cedric and the others by the Black Lake, he resolutely ascended the staircase, making his way to the 3rd floor. This floor was indeed the entrance to the headmaster's office, where Lynn intended to confess his transgressions. Dumbledore's recent dismissal of Creature was, in essence, a signal that he was fully aware of the situation, leaving Lynn to determine his own course of action. Lynn found himself in a quandary, thus contemplating the notion of returning the matter to Dumbledore. "I shall confess, and you may dictate the resolution." A conspicuous stone creature adorned the corridor on the 3rd floor, and as Lynn approached it, the grotesque statue unexpectedly spoke, demanding the password. Unfamiliar with the required incantation, Lynn stated, "I seek Professor Dumbledore. Would you kindly relay my message?" The creature fell silent, seemingly communicating with an unseen entity, before it was commanded to step aside, granting Lynn passage. Behind it lay a spiraling staircase, which Lynn ascended until he reached the 8th floor, arriving at the staircase's terminus. There, he encountered a gleaming wooden door, adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin's head. After politely tapping the knocker, he entered upon hearing an invitation from within. The circular office was adorned with portraits of past headmasters, all seemingly serious, yet smiling warmly at Lynn as he entered. In the center of the room, a slender table was laden with exquisite silverware, emitting swirling mist. Behind the table rested the sorting hat upon a shelf. Additionally, a tall, gilded perch housed the phoenix fox, who, upon noticing Lynn, acknowledged him with a slight nod. "Good morning, Belloc. Please have a seat. Would you care for some snacks? Raspberry jam, toffee, or perhaps some fizzing honey sweets?" Dumbledore inquired, setting down his quill and gazing at Lynn with his crescent-shaped eyes shimmering with warmth. Lynn swallowed nervously, tempted to respond with an adult-like declaration of wanting it all, but he was not there to indulge in refreshments. He had come to confess and seek leniency. Thus, he shook his head in refusal. "Thank you, Professor, but I have already had breakfast." Seating himself in the chair opposite Dumbledore, he had yet to articulate his purpose when Dumbledore waved his hand again. "Since you're not hungry, how about a glass of sour soda?" A glass of pale yellow soda suddenly materialized before Lynn, reminiscent of lemon flavor. Sipping it, he found it not overly tart but exceedingly sweet, which pleased him greatly. Dumbledore regarded him with a smile, fingers intertwined on the table, adopting an attentive demeanor. After a moment of hesitation, Lynn seized an opportune moment to speak. "Professor, I heard that you dismissed a house elf named Creature today?" Chapter 67. A long conversation with Dumbledore. "Are you referring to Kyra?" Dumbledore nodded slightly. "Indeed. It attacked the young wizards within the castle, and since the Ministry of Magic does not impose penalties for house elf assaults, I believe its dismissal was a fitting punishment." Lynn inwardly rolled his eyes in disbelief. He gathered his thoughts and continued, "Professor, I'm not sure if you are aware that I am an orphan, raised in a Muggle orphanage. My parents passed away when I was very young, leaving me a considerable inheritance. In my recollection, they were utterly ordinary individuals. After being accepted into Hogwarts, although I was sorted into Slytherin and faced discrimination regarding my lineage from my peers, I have never harbored resentment or doubt about my origins." He raised his gaze to meet Dumbledore's, who nodded gently, encouraging him to proceed. "However, after Hubert insulted my heritage, he was immediately attacked, as was Raphael. This has given me the impression that someone is covertly protecting me within Hogwarts. On the night of the battle between Professor Fawkes and the Death Eaters, you informed the entire student body that the culprit was that dark wizard, and I wholeheartedly believed your words. Yet, Professor Fawkes had recounted to me the reason why that dark wizard was hiding at Hogwarts. Perhaps he is indeed the true perpetrator. But there may well be accomplices lurking within the castle as well. Thus, Ian, Cedric, and I devised a plan. Ian and I feigned a conflict in the Great Hall, where he used the same derogatory words as Hubert and Raphael. 2 weeks later, just yesterday, a house elf, Kyra, attacked Ian. I captured it on the spot, and it knelt before me, weeping, calling me master and admitting that it was responsible for the previous 2 assaults. Having perused numerous tomes about the Wizarding World, I understand that house elves are typically kept by ancient pureblood families. If it acknowledges me as its master, it implies that at least one of my parents must have belonged to a pureblood lineage. I am eager to uncover my heritage. Hence, this morning, driven by my inquiries, I sought it out in the castle kitchen, only to be informed by another house elf that it had been dismissed by you. This prompted my visit to you. Seeking guidance on my next steps, Lynn candidly laid everything bare, effectively placing the ball in Dumbledore's court. The assaults were the work of house elves, of which Dumbledore was oblivious. Lynn merely wished to locate the house elf to clarify his lineage, and it had just been sent away by Dumbledore. Naturally, if all else fails, perhaps you could share any insights you might possess. With the mental fortitude bestowed upon him by the system's rewards, Lynn felt emboldened. Confident that Dumbledore could not delve into his thoughts, Olby listened quietly to Lynn's account, nodding in appreciation. An exhilarating experience, Belloc. Your decisions and methods of handling the subsequent events are impeccable, truly evoking admiration for your wisdom and composure. The Sorting Hat's placement of you in Slytherin is undoubtedly among its most astute choices. However, there is one point you have just misrepresented. The dark wizard slain by Adrian was not the assailant targeting the students. I deceived the entire school that night. I am fully aware that you are fabricating this narrative, yet to declare outright my disbelief would be to undermine your dignity. And you might just record it in your little notebook, wouldn't you? Lynn silently scoffed to herself, but outwardly maintained a compliant demeanor, inquiring, "Then, Professor, why did you choose to lie?" Dumbledore offered no concealment, candidly revealing his intentions to Lynn. At that time, I too was unaware of the identity of the true culprit. Adrian fortuitously dispatched the dark wizard hiding in the Forbidden Forest, and at that moment, he appeared to be the prime suspect. Although I harbored doubts about his guilt, I possessed no other leads. Thus, I proclaimed him the perpetrator. If he were indeed guilty, it would be a cause for celebration. If not, it might serve to lull the genuine culprit into complacency, and perhaps they would inadvertently reveal themselves. To my astonishment, Belloc, you and your friends managed to draw him out. Lynn did not wholly trust Dumbledore's words. While he seemed to bare his soul, it was conceivable he wished for the true perpetrator to be none other than Lynn herself. It was likely that Dumbledore had also discerned the connection between Lynn and the two attacks, aware of Lynn's association with Keela. Upon realizing that Lynn and Ian Cedric had orchestrated a scene to lure Keela out, he seized the opportunity to confront them both and expel Keela from Hogwarts. As for his motives in doing so, Lynn could not fathom them. She believed that if Dumbledore's sole intention was to apprehend the true criminal, the outcome would not merely involve Keela's expulsion from Hogwarts. A house elf, audaciously employing dark magic against two young witches, and attempting a third assault, such an act could not simply culminate in a trivial punishment. Dumbledore was no benevolent saint. Lynn felt certain his motives were likely self-serving. Professor, might I still find that house elf? Should I inquire about my heritage? Lynn ventured cautiously. Dumbledore regarded her earnestly. Since Keela considers you her master, she will indeed reappear in your presence. You need not worry about that. Whether to inquire about your lineage is a decision for you alone. I can only offer this advice. Sometimes, ignorance fosters a more tranquil existence. Yet should you seek knowledge, you must be prepared to shoulder the responsibilities that accompany it. Lynn sensed the depth in Dumbledore's words, hesitating for a moment before posing her next question. Professor, do you know of my heritage? Could you share a few details? Dumbledore shook his head. I possess some knowledge, yet I believe that if you truly wish to uncover the truth, it is far better to seek the answers on your own. Only through personal experience can one grasp the significance it imparts. Lynn felt a twinge of annoyance, as Dumbledore was clearly playing a riddle with him. Suddenly, Dumbledore turned to Lynn with a smile and remarked, you bear a striking resemblance to one of my former students. He, too, grew up in an orphanage and hailed from a prestigious lineage, a clever and composed Slytherin. Alas, he ultimately strayed onto a misguided path. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, a chill ran down Lynn's spine, and an unexpected wave of perspiration drenched his robes. Chapter 68, A Visit. Lynn's heart surged with tumultuous waves, yet his exterior remained stoic. Regardless, he donned the title of newcomer without hesitation. I do not believe I resemble anyone, Professor. I am simply myself. Even if chance has led to certain similarities with another individual, I will forge my own path and pursue the righteous direction. Lynn composed his thoughts with calm resolve. He must articulate his stance to prevent Dumbledore from spiraling into that line of thought. The old wizard, taken aback, nodded in reluctant agreement. Indeed, you possess your own path. Your daring venture into the Forbidden Forest to seek Adrian and your friendships with many from different houses at Hogwarts clearly set you apart from him. In the brief span of a minute, Lynn's emotions oscillated dramatically, akin to a roller coaster. He gazed at the elderly man before him, feeling a simmering frustration while suppressing any outward expression. Very well, Belloc. If you wish to learn more about Kyra, rest assured that she will seek you out after this term concludes and you depart Hogwarts. For now, let us discuss other matters. He winked at Lynn with a smile. Do you have any other plans for today? Uncertain of the old wizard's ulterior motives, Lynn hesitated before shaking his head. I have no other matters to attend to, Professor. Dumbledore, upon hearing this, rose from his chair. Perfect. Since you have no other engagements, join me in visiting Adrian at St. Mungo's. A look of surprise illuminated Lynn's face. Professor Fawkes, has he awakened? Indeed, he stirred last night. According to the hospital's healer, his recovery is progressing well. Come, let us depart at once. He summoned Fawkes the Phoenix, allowing it to perch upon his shoulder while he grasped Lynn's arm, advising, this will be your first experience with apparition. Upon arrival, you may experience considerable discomfort, so be mindful not to embarrass yourself. Lynn nodded, assuring that he would not disgrace himself. However, he soon felt he had made his promise too hastily. With that, Fawkes whisked Dumbledore and Lynn away from the headmaster's office. In an instant, Lynn felt as though he had been forcibly thrust into a washing machine, his entire being contorted and spinning within an exceedingly confined space. It seemed as if only a second had passed, yet it felt like an eternity. After a moment of disorientation, his feet once again found solid ground. He doubled over the trash can, retching violently. Dumbledore, seemingly having anticipated his inability to hold back, stood nearby, shrugging his shoulders. I warned you to take it easy. Lynn quickly emptied his stomach, his legs trembling and his face pale as he steadied himself against the wall, wiping his mouth and forcing out the words, I'm fine. Professor. He raised his gaze, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. They stood in a small square, facing a Gothic structure that appeared to be nearly as old as Dumbledore himself. Its exterior dilapidated. A sign for changing department store was precariously affixed to the glass display window, threatening to fall, as if it could not endure much longer. The entrance bore a sign indicating it was closed for renovations, Yet Dumbledore paid it no mind and led Lynn to the window beside the door. Behind the glass, a poorly crafted doll sat, hideously unappealing and devoid of any charm. Should a toy company ever produce such a thing, it would likely remain unsold for a lifetime. "We are here to visit a patient named Adrian Fox," Dumbledore spoke to the grotesque doll. The doll, with a semblance of sentience, gave a slight nod and waved its stitched-together hand, beckoning them to enter. Dumbledore grasped Lynn's arm, guiding him through the glass display as one would traverse the barrier of platform 9 3/4. The scenery transformed instantaneously. A cacophony of sounds erupted around Lynn, and a scent reminiscent of disinfectant filled the air. They found themselves in a bustling hall, teeming with witches and wizards, many of whom were bizarrely adorned. Some sported cacti-like plants atop their heads, while others had empty sleeves, only to reveal their arms leading the way in front of them. Lynn gazed in astonishment at the eclectic assembly of wizards, marveling at their whimsicality. One wizard, his neck twisted a full 180 degrees, walked forward while his face remained fixed behind him, and upon noticing Lynn's curious stare, shot him a menacing glare. "What are you staring at, you ignorant brat?" Emboldened by Dumbledore's presence, Lynn responded defiantly, making a face in return. The wizard, upon catching a glimpse of Dumbledore, visibly recoiled, scoffing before departing. Dumbledore patted Lynn's shoulder, signaling him to follow. They arrived at a reception area, standing before a desk marked Inquiry, its surface cluttered with parchment. Dumbledore swiftly sifted through the documents, seeking the information he desired. On the second floor, within the Department of Biological Hazards, they arrived at the Ben Hadley ward. "Come on, Belloc, I have located his room," Lynn said. Together, they ascended the stairs and eventually paused before a door adorned with a sign that read, "Out of danger. Severe penetrating wounds." Dumbledore knocked gently, and soon the voice of Professor Fox resonated from within, inviting them inside. As Dumbledore opened the door, Lynn followed closely behind. Professor Fox was reclining on the bed, engrossed in a tome of magic. Upon recognizing his visitors, a joyful smile illuminated his face. "Albus and Lynn, I am truly grateful for your visit." Unbeknownst to him, Dumbledore had procured a carnation, which he delicately placed at the foot of Professor Fox's bed. "Wishing you a swift recovery, Adrian." Professor Fox appeared to be in good spirits, smiling as he responded, "Indeed, I shall recover. After avenging my grievances, I feel remarkably well." His gaze shifted towards Lynn. Chapter 69, The Priceless Nature of Knowledge. "Of course not. Were it not for your current predicament, I would challenge you to a duel to assess my progress," Lynn replied, relieved to see Professor Fox in good condition. With a hearty laugh, Professor Fox remarked, "I am but a frail shadow of my former self. I cannot withstand the exuberance of youth like yours." His expression sobered abruptly as he turned to Lynn with earnest gratitude. "Thank you, Lynn. I owe you my life, but for you, I would likely be resting in a coffin underground." Lynn waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks, Professor. You were the one who invested in my education and taught me magic. Thus, we are even." Dumbledore's presence restrained Lynn from disclosing his studies in dark magic under Professor Fox's tutelage. Professor Fox shook his head. "One matter does not negate another. My initial investment in you was with the intention of having you as my research assistant upon graduation. Are you having second thoughts?" Lynn raised his hands innocently. "Not at all. I am still uncertain what I will do after completing my studies at Hogwarts. You must ensure my sustenance and shelter when the time comes." "Huh. Your wit remains as delightful as ever. Rest assured, I will provide for you. My only concern is that your accomplishments will reach such heights that you may no longer wish to associate with my modest laboratory." He turned his gaze towards Dumbledore, silently observing him. Dumbledore, understanding the unspoken communication, cleared his throat and patted his back. "Alas, age has rendered me less capable. A stroll is in order, as my back and legs protest against inactivity. Please, continue your conversation. I shall take a brief walk." Once the somewhat intrusive Dumbledore departed, Professor Fox began to convey the words he truly wished to share with Lynn. "Do you recall our conversation in the Forbidden Forest?" Lynn promptly shook his head. "I do not remember. It has completely slipped my mind." Professor Fox chuckled softly at his response. "You may have forgotten, but it matters little. I can reiterate it for you. The matters within Gringotts do not require your intervention. Once I have fully recovered, I shall make a special visit to finalize the transfer of the vault. At that time, I shall hand over the keys to you. As for my residence in England, feel free to visit whenever you wish. Just remember to take all the documents with you. Regarding the laboratory in Iceland, those items are still too perilous for you at this moment, and there is no rush." Lynn observed him, as he spoke with an air of arranging his own affairs, causing him a slight headache. Stop, Professor. Are you not alive and well? Why are you already contemplating passing on your legacy to me?" "I am currently alone, Lynn," Professor Fox replied. "Having avenged my great grievances, I find myself devoid of other ambitions. The experiments with my friends remain unfinished, but I had relinquished them once before. Even if I entertain the notion of resuming, it matters not when I begin. My plan is to explore the world once I am well again. Are you not continuing your tenure at Hogwarts, then? Lynn inquired, furrowing his brow. Moreover, those children do not care for me. I shall not seek to make a fool of myself any further. So, where do you intend to go, Professor? Lynn asked. It seemed as if Professor Fox had only now begun to contemplate his destination. After a moment's reflection, he replied, I suppose I shall first explore England thoroughly. I have a fondness for the Muggle society. Their inventions and way of life strike me as far more advanced than that of the magical world. Following that, I shall venture to France and Germany. I have heard that Russia is experiencing some unrest, so I shall avoid that. Finally, I will travel to Asia. Having visited China once, I find myself yearning for their delectable cuisine. Will you not require finances for your travels? With the vault transferred to me, will you subsist on air? Do not underestimate wizards, Lynn. Suddenly, a spark of joy illuminated his face as he recalled something. When I was wandering the world in search of Wilkes, I witnessed Muggles employing tricks akin to magic to earn a living. They call it magic. I could do that. I could disguise my magic as a performance and earn money while traversing the globe. How delightful would that be? Seeing Professor Fox so animated, Lynn felt reluctant to dampen his enthusiasm. The professor was right. It would be quite unmagical for a wizard to fret over finances in a Muggle society. Do not feel as though you are receiving something undeservedly. Professor Fox observed Lynn's reluctance. As an old man, I might depart this world at any moment. To whom else could I bequeath my possessions? If you refuse, they will ultimately fall into the hands of those greedy goblins who profit from the deceased. You are the most deserving of them. Lynn fell silent, contemplating. He had never perceived his assistance to Professor Fox as anything significant. Rather, he had always benefited from the professor's generosity. The thought of receiving his entire fortune left him feeling uneasy. However, given the professor's insistence, to continue refusing would seem ungracious. After some consideration, he finally spoke. Perhaps you might consider that vault as my safeguard for you. Should you ever change your mind or find yourself inclined towards that child and wish to adopt him, I will gladly return it to you. As for the dark magic materials you possess in your home in England, Lynn declared with unshakable confidence, I shall accept those, for you are my esteemed teacher. And imparting knowledge is your rightful duty. Ultimately, Lynn was indeed coveting Professor Fox's arcane knowledge. Although he had never witnessed the catastrophic killing curse or the lethal blasting curse firsthand, he had seen the gruesome aftermath, a multitude of spider corpses and a vast expanse, as large as a football field, cleared by the blasting curse. What was gold compared to the priceless wealth of knowledge for a wizard? Professor Fox, seemingly perceiving Lynn's true intentions, chuckled and shook his head. No, Lynn. I have stated before that my decision to invest in you may very well be the wisest choice of my life. Chapter 70. 007 will never betray. Unless there is meat. After concluding his conversation with Professor Fox and arranging for future communication via owl, Lynn was ushered out of the infirmary. Dumbledore soon entered, engaging in a private discourse with Professor Fox. Outside, Lynn entertained himself with Fawkes the Phoenix, who appeared rather indifferent to his presence. It was not long before Dumbledore emerged, summoning Fawkes and beckoning Lynn to accompany him as they departed from St. Mungo's Hospital. Each morning, he practiced spells with Cedric, Ian, and the others by the Black Lake, attended classes during the day, and utilized his free time to delve into the various tomes on dark magic that Professor Fox had left behind in his office. Occasionally, he would visit the room of requirement to experiment with dark magic that was unsuitable for public practice. Time passed swiftly, and the end of term approached. At lunch, Cedric could not help but comment on the visibly disproportionate green scores towering over the other 3 houses in the Great Hall. How on earth are you accumulating points? Why does Slytherin's score surpass ours by such a margin? Despite being an enthusiastic student who consistently strived for Hufflepuff's points, he found the gap between their scores widening rather than narrowing. Lynn, focused on slicing his sausage, chose not to respond, while Ian cast a sidelong glance at him, fully aware of the reason behind their predicament, having shared potions classes with Lynn's house. Of course, it is due to Slytherin having an exceptional student and an equally commendable head of house, he remarked, emphasizing the word exceptional with a deadpan expression. Lynn, unfazed, defended himself. Points earned through merit cannot be deemed mere manipulation. If you possess the capability, why not secure points for your own house in herbology and charms? Cedric and Ian fell silent, wishing they could, but regrettably, Professors Sprout and Flitwick did not exhibit the same lack of humanity as Snape. This thought prompted Lynn to gaze thoughtfully at the ceiling of the hall. How might I elicit a compliment from Professor Snape, I wonder? Cedric and Ian exchanged a peculiar glance, and then Cedric scrutinized Lynn from head to toe, shaking his head. Something is amiss with you. What do you mean? What are you thinking? This is merely a personal collection obsession of mine, a desire to gather praises and points from all the professors at Hogwarts. What is so strange about that? Although Lynn's explanation seemed rather tenuous, it was not entirely unacceptable. Cedric sighed and shook his head again. It would be quite easy to have Professor Snape award you points, but getting him to commend you is far more challenging than receiving praise from Professor Dumbledore. Indeed, eliciting praise from Snape was a Herculean task. Lynn had been competing with him for an entire semester, and despite Slytherin's points nearing double that of the second-place house, he had yet to hear a kind word from Snape. Let us not dwell on this anymore. Lynn decided to abandon the topic of Snape's attitude. After all, it was merely a matter of potion proficiency points, which he could easily forego. Exams are starting tomorrow. How prepared are you all? The three of them typically performed well academically, with Ian being slightly behind, though this was only in comparison to Lynn and Cedric. Even in the intellectually stimulating environment of Ravenclaw, Ian was still among the top of his year. Moreover, although Ian frequently frequented the library, he tended to delve into rather peculiar books, often exploring bizarre tales from the magical world and obscure curses. Engaging with such material consumed a considerable amount of his energy. Otherwise, his grades would likely be even higher. As they discussed this, their expressions relaxed, and Cedric raised an eyebrow. You know, I self-studied all the second-year spells as soon as the school year began, and Transfiguration is my forte. Professor Flitwick teaches defense against the dark arts quite well, and I feel confident about it. Herbology is personally taught by our headmaster. As long as Professor Snape doesn't make things difficult for me, I should have no problem securing good grades across the board. Ian nodded in agreement, expressing that he felt no pressure. The material taught at Hogwarts was not particularly challenging. With a bit of diligence, exams should pose no issue. Their lightheartedness contrasted sharply with the dread that other young witches and wizards felt towards the end-of-term examinations, which were regarded as the nemesis of all students. Final exams are the enemy of every student, George exclaimed indignantly. Beside him, Fred nodded in full agreement. If I ever become the headmaster of Hogwarts, I will abolish final exams and prohibit any professor from assigning homework. Lynn rolled his eyes and handed over the notes he had borrowed from Cedric. If you two become headmasters, the future of the British magical community will be bleak. Cedric was already delving into the third-year spell curriculum and had no need to review the second-year notes when Lynn asked to borrow them. Cedric had assumed Lynn intended to self-study in advance and generously offered them outright. Once you've finished, don't forget to return them to me. I'll need to use this notebook to prepare during the summer at home, Lynn reminded them. The twins patted their chests, assuring him not to worry. They would return the notes intact after completing the spell exam the following day. After months of abstaining from meat, Xiaomai's eyes widened at the sight of it. Though she still retained a flicker of rationality, with her hamster-like head tilted back, she gazed in confusion at the smiling Lynn. After so long subsisting on bread and biscuits, anyone would struggle to resist. It was acceptable to indulge. In that moment, Xiaomai felt tears of gratitude welling up within her. Yet, even as Lynn harbored doubts, the performance must go on. She peered into the bowl, feigning uncertainty about the beef, as if questioning why today there were no biscuits. You don't like it? Very well. I shall pour out the meat and replace it with biscuits. Lynn pretended to reach for her small bowl. Xiaomai would not allow him to succeed, like a famished mouse. She leapt into the bowl and ravenously gnawed at a piece of beef. As the rich flavor of the meat enveloped her senses, she felt both satisfied and a touch apprehensive. Oh, how delightful the meat is. Chapter 71, the end of the semester. On the day of the final exam, the first subject was charms. Professor Flitwick stood watch over the students as they entered and exited the classroom. Upon Lynn's arrival, he was informed of the exam's content. Before Flitwick lay a pile of shattered glass fragments, and he instructed Lynn, use the repairing charm to mend this cup. I eagerly anticipate your performance, Belloc. Lynn nodded, drawing his wand. This examination posed no anxiety for him. The repairing charm, a spell immensely useful in daily life, was one he had mastered to perfection. Restoration, he declared, waving his wand at the glass shards. Professor Flitwick observed Lynn's work with satisfaction, exclaiming, absolutely flawless. An excellent application of the repairing charm. You shall receive the highest mark. Belloc. Thank you, Professor, Lynn replied with a bow of gratitude before exiting the classroom. The subsequent potions exam posed no challenges either. Not only was Snape the head of Lynn's house, but the two also exhibited remarkable synergy during potions class. Since Raphael's incident, it had been Lynn who managed Snape's potion ingredients, a favor that warranted significant consideration on his report card. The confinement area was located in Snape's office. As for history of magic, despite Professor Bin's lackluster teaching, the purely rote nature of the exam was childish play for Lynn. In the afternoon, Professor McGonagall oversaw 2 exams, with Professor Fawkes confined to St. Mungo's Hospital for the remaining 3 months of the semester. McGonagall had taken over the defense against the dark arts class, and thus the exam fell under her supervision. The Transfiguration exam was notoriously challenging for most young wizards, not only due to the complexity of the magic, but also because McGonagall's standards were far stricter than those of her colleagues. Before the exam commenced, McGonagall glanced at Lynn and remarked, Belloc, you have certainly caused me a fair amount of trouble this year. Her tone lacked reproach. Rather, it resembled playful banter. Lynn offered a sheepish smile, acknowledging his immaturity and the troubles he had caused over the past year, requesting Professor McGonagall's understanding. The esteemed professor had no intention of being harsh. She pointed to a beetle on the table and informed Lynn about the requirements for the transfiguration exam. He was to transform it into a button, with the intricacy of the button determining his score. Such a task was effortlessly within Lynn's capabilities. And the button he produced was not only exquisitely designed, but also featured distinctly visible patterns. His performance was outstanding, warranting the highest marks from Professor McGonagall. After completing the transfiguration exam, Lynn lingered to inquire about the magical art of animagus transformation. Professor, while perusing advanced transfiguration in the library, I stumbled upon a category known as animagus, which includes the innate form of transformation. I find it quite fascinating. Can it be learned? Lynn, mindful of subtlety, refrained from directly stating his curiosity. As a professor, McGonagall was pleased to observe Lynn's enthusiasm for transfiguration post-exam. Animagus transformation can indeed be learned by talented wizards. However, the innate form is different. One either possesses it or does not. There is no way to acquire it through study. McGonagall firmly stated. The animagus transformation is confined to the human form. Attempting to transform into an animal can lead to dire consequences. Lynn felt a twinge of fear, relieved that his timid nature had prevented him from experimenting. Is it possible for someone naturally gifted with the innate form to subsequently learn to become an animagus? Lynn gazed at Professor McGonagall with anticipation, his aspirations extending beyond mere innate transformation. After all, adults often desire it all. This question proved somewhat perplexing. And after a moment of contemplation, McGonagall shook her head. There has never been such a precedent. The probability of possessing the innate form is exceedingly low. And given the immense difficulty of learning animagus transformation, I have never heard of anyone mastering both simultaneously. Disappointed, Lynn bid farewell to Professor McGonagall, knowing that their paths would soon cross again for the upcoming defense against the dark arts exam. The subsequent examinations posed little challenge for him. Once all assessments concluded, Hogwarts erupted into a jubilant celebration among the young witches and wizards. Those with commendable results took the opportunity to relax, while those with less favorable outcomes indulged in revelry. Even Lynn, seeking amusement, joined Cedric and Ian by the Black Lake for a game of wizard chess. Both Ian and Cedric were adept players, while Lynn had little experience with chess and found himself utterly defeated. In the end, the black and white pieces began to refuse his commands, inciting a nearly explosive reaction from Lynn as he felt on the verge of losing his composure. After the results were announced, there were no surprises. Lynn had excelled in all his subjects, becoming the only first-year student to achieve perfect scores. This brought considerable prestige to Severus Snape, especially with Slytherin clinching the House Cup for the 7th consecutive year, which allowed him to speak with greater authority in front of the other professors. Moreover, upon the release of the results, the system bestowed upon him a delightful surprise. Your performance at Hogwarts has been recognized by all subject professors, granting you 1 talent point for each subject corresponding to your first year. Your talent in dark arts has reached the common enhancement limit. The awarded talent points for dark arts have been converted into free points. Should you wish to enhance it further, please use legendary points. You have earned the title, Slytherin's Most Exceptional Scion. Effect of the title Slytherin's Most Exceptional Scion. 1. The care of Slytherin's headmaster towards you is doubled. 4. There will always be doubts about your intentions. Note 1. This title's effect only activates when worn. Note 2. This title will disappear when you are no longer the most outstanding student of your year. At the end of the first year, Lynn's attribute panel was as follows. Name, Lynn Belloc. Title, Devious Kidnapper, Newcomer, disappears upon promotion to second year. Slytherin's Most Exceptional Scion. Magic Index, 4, naturally increased by 1 point. Free points, 2. Physical points, 3. Magic Talents, Dark Arts 7, Transfiguration 5, General Charms 5, Herbology 5. Offensive and Defensive Charms 5, Astronomy 5, Potions 4, Ancestral Bloodline 2, Alchemy 2, Ancient Runes 2, Divination 0. Reward Talent, Disguising Magus. Main Quest, obtain commendation from corresponding subject professors. Reward, corresponding magical talent and effect 1. Chapter 72, Lynn disappeared. Although the newly acquired title bore an awkward name, its effects were quite beneficial, effectively compensating for the disappearance of the newcomer title upon promotion to second year. Furthermore, this enhancement revealed a crucial piece of information. The normal enhancement could elevate a talent to a maximum of 7 points, beyond which one would need a resource known as legendary points. Currently, Lynn possessed no legendary points and was uncertain how to acquire them. However, he was not in a hurry. As it stood, a talent level of 7 was already sufficient for him to delve into the profound knowledge of dark arts. For most young wizards, a week of revelry was fleeting. On the eve of the semester's end, Hogwarts hosted a grand banquet. The Great Hall was adorned with floating green and silver streamers, and at the Slytherin table, the young serpents were all aglow with joy. Up on the dais, Dumbledore was announcing that Slytherin had won the House Cup for the year, marking their 7th consecutive victory. What pleased Lynn most about Dumbledore was his brevity. He never indulged in lengthy speeches, especially when everyone was famished. A sumptuous dinner graced the long tables of various colleges. Although the food remained delectable, Lynn felt that ever since he had apprehended Kyra and subsequently had Dumbledore expel her, the meals presented to him were far less to his liking than before. It was evident that the dishes he had previously enjoyed were specially crafted for him by Kyra in the kitchen. During this banquet, Lynn deliberately refrained from sitting at the Ravenclaw table alongside Cedric and Ian, as such an act would be exceedingly gauche. The atmosphere within Slytherin was, in truth, quite agreeable. Despite having been at school for merely one term and already having had altercations with both a peer and a senior, the upperclassmen still treated him with a semblance of warmth. The dinner did not extend late into the evening, as Dumbledore soon announced the conclusion of the term, wishing everyone a pleasant holiday. Recently, the hamster suspected of espionage had become rather pampered, seemingly unafraid of Lynn's suspicions, and openly began to express disdain for its previous diet of bread and biscuits, eagerly anticipating the meat that Lynn would bring from the hall. Lynn, in turn, relished the opportunity to indulge her, for Kyra was a domesticated sprite left to him by his parents, and since she regarded him as her master, she certainly harbored no intent to harm him. Her actions, though extreme, were undeniably aimed at protecting him, as evidenced by her 3 confrontations at Hogwarts. Thus, Lynn found no reason to treat his little spy hamster harshly. The night passed without incident. The following morning, the newly appointed male prefect of Slytherin commenced a round of knocking on doors, rousing the young wizards from their slumber to ensure they did not miss the Hogwarts Express. The train remained stationed at the dilapidated platform where they had first arrived, and as they boarded, their hands were empty, with their belongings being transported by their house elves. Lynn, Cedric, and Ian settled into a compartment, engaging in discussions about the upcoming term's curriculum. Have you heard who will be taking over the position of defense against the dark arts professor next? Cedric confided in them with a hint of intrigue. It is Professor Quirrell. Who is he? Ian inquired, unfamiliar with the name. Lynn elucidated. He is the instructor for Muggle studies, reputed to be quite good, and he graduated from your Ravenclaw house. Lynn recalled this particular professor who made his first appearance in the initial book, only to meet an untimely fate. Was he not possessed by Voldemort during this past summer? Lynn pondered silently, struggling to recall the original plotline. And there's more. Cedric appeared somewhat exhilarated as he continued, stating that a significant figure would also be enrolling next year. Ian, unimpressed by the notion of a big name, questioned, who is it? The Minister of Magic's son? Certainly not. It is Harry Potter. Who is he? He is the savior who vanquished the Dark Lord when he was merely an infant, an astonishing feat indeed. And it is unfathomable to consider how he will fare at Hogwarts in the future. Ian and Lynn exhibited a distinct lack of interest in the matter at hand. Ian was oblivious to the historical intricacies of the magical realm, while Lynn, possessing foresight into future events, regarded the mere enrollment of Harry Potter with indifference. Noticing their lack of enthusiasm, Cedric found little joy in continuing the discussion and thus shifted the topic. Do you have any plans for this summer? He inquired. Me? Lynn tilted his head in contemplation. I suppose I shall have little to occupy my time this summer, staying home every day, unable to use magic. I will likely read, tend to some flowers, and perhaps tease the neighbor's little girl. He refrained from mentioning his intention to seek out Kira for the truth about his origins, instinctively sensing that such matters were best kept discreet. My family vacations at the seaside every summer, Ian remarked. That sounds delightful. A summer retreat by the sea is indeed enjoyable, though I fear when I see you next term, you will have tanned considerably, Cedric lamented, observing that his companions had their plans in place. I still do not know what my father thinks. He wanted to take us on a trip last summer, but the ministry's workload was too demanding. We postponed it to this year, and I wonder if it will come to fruition. Lynn and Ian were at a loss for words to comfort him, resorting instead to purchasing a plethora of sweets when the candy cart arrived at their compartment, hoping to distract him with treats. Although the Hogwarts Express bore the word express in its name, its speed was undeniably slow. It ambled along for an entire day, only arriving at platform 9 3/4 as dusk approached. The trio assisted each other in unloading their luggage from the train and placing it onto a small trolley. There were no house elves to lend a hand here. Beside Lynn's suitcase, in a cage, a previously slumbering hamster suddenly opened its tiny eyes, peering cautiously around. It noted that Lynn was engrossed in bidding farewell to Cedric and, seizing the opportunity, gingerly unlatched its cage and made a swift escape. Cedric's parents, both wizards, awaited him on the platform. Thus he could only bid farewell to Lynn and Ian in advance. I'll go ahead, you follow closely behind. Unaware that his pet had already slipped away, Lynn was discussing the sequence to traverse the magically concealed wall with Ian. Ian nodded in agreement, affirming his understanding. As Lynn pushed the trolley, he closed his eyes and, with a burst of speed, passed through the wall, silently counting to 10 in his mind. This interval was to prevent Muggles from noticing the frequent appearances of individuals emerging from the wall. After 10 seconds, he opened his eyes to find himself amidst a bustling crowd of modernly attired individuals at the station. none of whom paid any heed to his passage through the wall. Ian felt a twinge of reflection, but soon realized something was amiss. For Lynn was nowhere to be seen. Frowning, Ian meticulously scanned his surroundings for a considerable time. Yet Lynn's presence eluded him. Lynn has vanished. Chapter 73, The Disappearing Magic. At the moment Lynn traversed the wall of platform 9 3/4, an unsettling sensation engulfed him. The familiar wave of dizziness stirred tumult within his stomach, as if an invisible force were relentlessly tugging at him. Suddenly, it felt as though he had plummeted from a great height, causing him to stagger and land upon the soft earth. Around him, a cacophony of thuds resounded as his belongings cascaded from above like dumplings falling from the sky. The largest of the luggage carts crashed to the ground right before his face, prompting him to retreat hastily. Having previously experienced the disorienting effects of apparition, Lynn managed to suppress the urge to vomit this time. He leaned against his knee, retched a few times, and, with his cold hands, patted his face until the dizziness began to subside. Surveying his surroundings, Lynn soon realized he stood upon a small hill with a vast ocean behind him. In the distance, he could discern scattered houses, and further still, a town could be seen. It was evident that he was no longer at King's Cross Station, and he hesitated to ascertain whether he was even still in England. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks echoed behind him, and coupled with the twilight glow of the setting sun over the tranquil town, it should have formed a picturesque scene. Yet, at that moment, Lynn felt no inclination to appreciate it. His face was as dark as soot, for he knew that the wall at the station had not malfunctioned on its own. Even if it had, it would be an uncanny coincidence for it to happen to him. Clearly, he had been duped. Lynn immediately began rummaging through his belongings. Yet he could not find his pet. The cage containing his little companion had mysteriously opened, allowing it to escape. The absence of his pet only solidified his suspicion of who had betrayed him. "Kira, get out here," Lynn shouted angrily, responding to his call. The aged house elf Kira timidly revealed herself from behind a nearby rock. "Little master," she said, "do not call me master." Yet Lynn Belloc was indeed Kira's master. The house elf suddenly grew defiant, raising her head and shrieking, "No. The little master must obtain what belongs to the old master. Otherwise, the little master does not deserve the old master's possessions, nor his surname." Kira shook her large head, her voice rising in hysteria. "Kira cannot obey the little master's commands. Kira will punish herself, but Kira is not a wicked elf. Everything Kira does is for the little master's benefit." In a fit of rage mixed with absurdity, Lynn found himself engaged in an argument with an incorrigible house elf. "All right, let us both calm down. First, did you bring me here to obtain something?" "Yes." Kira's voice weakened. "Is that something left to me by my father?" Lynn probed, seeking to glean more from the house elf. Kira shook her head. "Is it my mother's?" he inquired again, to which Kira once more responded with a shake. "Then who is it?" Lynn grew impatient. "Kira cannot say." The old master commanded Kira not to reveal it to the little master. Lynn suppressed his anger and posed another question. "You must tell me what you want me to retrieve, don't you?" Kira was equally perplexed. All Kira knew was that the young master needed to acquire it. Lynn was thoroughly incensed and disregarded the capricious house elf, gathering his belongings from the ground and placing them back onto his cart. Kira did not follow him. Instead, it continued to shriek behind him. "The young master must obtain that item. It is your proof. It is the testament to your noble lineage. Only the most exalted bloodline deserves it. Only it can befit the supreme ancestry." Kira would not harm the young master, but the young master would seek it out himself, for he was the one most in need of it. Lynn snorted disdainfully, falling silent as he pushed the cart toward the distant town. The sky gradually darkened. Kira had seemingly vanished, and Lynn stepped onto the sturdy concrete road, occasionally observing cars passing by. Gradually, he could discern the figures illuminated within the nearest house. Suddenly, Lynn felt something within him evaporate. He stood frozen in place for 5 seconds. Then, as if bitten by a venomous snake, his expression shifted dramatically as he quickly retreated. His magical energy had vanished. Although he was unaware of what transpired, Lynn was certain that Kira had orchestrated this predicament. There was something amiss with that town. It had deliberately withheld information, aiming to lure him inside. Now, the presence of house elves had dissipated, clearly having fled the moment Lynn sensed something was wrong. "Just wait." Lynn seethed through clenched teeth. He still intended to enter the town. The sudden disappearance of his magical power was evidently linked to this enigmatic place. Fortunately, although he had lost his magic, the system remained intact, and it promptly issued him a new task. Emergency task: retrieve the stolen magic. Task reward: 1 legend point. 3 magic points. Failure penalty: permanent loss of magic, complete severance from the magical realm, and imposition of a forgetfulness curse, erasing all memories of the magical world. Damn it, Lynn cursed under his breath. He hardly paid attention to the task rewards. This was the first task issued by the system that carried a failure penalty, one that he could not afford to bear under any circumstances. After contemplating the consequences, Lynn no longer hesitated and resolutely turned back toward the town. Chapter 74, Abros. The small town appeared exceedingly tranquil and serene under the night sky, yet to Lynn, it resembled a hellish demon, gaping with an abyssal maw capable of devouring everything. Leaving no trace behind, the town was not enclosed. Vehicles sporadically traversed the roads, entering and exiting. A pickup truck, heading from the town toward the outside, halted before Lynn. A middle-aged woman leaned out of the vehicle. "Hello, child. You seem to be in need of assistance," she said, her words in English, though her accent differed from the one Lynn was accustomed to. "Thank you, madam, but I have no pressing matters at hand. My father has gone to a nearby shop to purchase cigarettes, leaving me here to watch over our luggage." The woman nodded, failing to perceive that Lynn was fabricating a tale. "It's good that there's nothing amiss, but although the security here is relatively decent, it seems rather irresponsible of your father to leave you alone at this hour," she murmured, restarting her car as if to depart. However, Lynn called out to her once more. "Excuse me, madam, may I inquire about something?" "What is it?" Lynn appeared somewhat bashful, his smile tinged with shyness. "My parents are divorced. They reside in different places. I live with my father in London, while my mother lives here. Since their separation, I haven't seen my mother for quite some time. My father never divulges her whereabouts, but recently he agreed to bring me to visit her. However, he has consistently refrained from revealing where this place is. Could you tell me what this location is? That way, when I grow up, I can find her on my own." The expression on the woman's face softened with compassion as she gazed at Lynn, her heart aching for the poor child. "My dear, you are truly unfortunate. I can certainly inform you that this city is called Abroth. It is situated along the northeastern coast of Scotland, a rather small town." Lynn's hesitation was genuine as he processed this information. "Is it a city?" "Indeed, compared to a large city like London, it appears quite diminutive, does it not? It has a permanent population of just over 20,000. Nevertheless, the scenery here is quite lovely. Your mother exhibited considerable discernment in choosing to reside here." Having clarified his current location, Lynn felt no further need for conversation. He bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, madam. My father will be arriving shortly, so I shall not trouble you any longer." The middle-aged woman waved farewell as she drove away, and Lynn pushed his cart into the small town of Abroth. There was also some disheartening news. This wretched place was indeed within the confines of Britain. Lynn was certain he had entered a realm where some force had siphoned away his magical abilities, even though he was unaware of the extent of this realm. The strange entity capable of draining a wizard's power could not possibly be the handiwork of Kira, that house elf. This indicated that the town, capable of robbing wizards of their magic, had likely existed here for an indeterminate time. It was unfathomable that such a perilous location, within the jurisdiction of the British Ministry of Magic overseen by Dumbledore, had gone unaddressed or uninvestigated. He could hardly comprehend the implications of this. Was it that no one could resolve the issues plaguing this area capable of draining a wizard's power? Or was he simply the first unfortunate wizard to stumble into this place? Then there was the matter of what Kira had urged him to find. It went without saying that it was undoubtedly linked to the disappearance of his magic. The small town at night exuded a sense of tranquility, perhaps due to his failure to reach the bustling district. Lynn contemplated where he might find lodging for the night. He was affluent, possessing both gold and pounds. Thus he had no fear of ultimately ending up homeless. However, he was concerned that at his age, checking into a hotel alone might attract undue attention and potentially lead to unnecessary troubles, especially since he was unable to utilize magic. Lynn lingered momentarily in a dimly lit corner, where he spotted a middle-aged man a short distance away, fumbling for cigarettes from his empty pack. The man cursed under his breath, discarding the empty box onto the roadside before heading towards a convenience store that was still open. Seizing the opportunity, Lynn pushed his laden cart forward, deliberately brushing against the man as they passed each other. "Watch where you're walking, kid," the man grumbled. "My apologies," Lynn replied, tilting his head to speak, though his expression betrayed no hint of remorse, instead reflecting a certain cheerfulness. "Strange little brat," the middle-aged man muttered, ignoring him as he entered the store. Lynn then made his way to a hardware store directly across from the convenience store. Inside, a young girl leaned against the counter, gazing vacantly out at the street. She happened to witness the exchange between Lynn and the man. "Excuse me, may I leave my father's luggage here for a while?" Lynn inquired. The girl hesitated, reluctant to involve herself in matters outside her duties as a stand-in for her parents. Lynn sighed, adopting a look of feigned frustration as he pulled out some money from his pocket. "I knew my father gave me some money for a storage fee. If you could assist me, I was thinking of leaving it with you, but it seems that's not possible now. So, could you help me for the sake of this money?" "Your father doesn't seem to have the best temperament," the girl remarked, glancing at the middle-aged man who had just exited the convenience store, cursing as he unwrapped his cigarettes. "Indeed, if you choose not to help me, he might very well take it out on me." "All right then, but how long will you be?" She agreed, accepting the pounds from Lynn. "If all goes well, just 3 to 5 days, Lynn replied, pushing his cart to a corner of the hardware store, where his belongings were securely packed in boxes that would deter any casual inspection. "I'll keep an eye on them," the girl assured him. Until we meet again. As Lynn departed the hardware store, the man at the convenience store had just lit his cigarette and was preparing to leave. Lynn quietly followed closely behind, his head lowered, and the man remained oblivious to his presence. To the girl, Lynn appeared as an ordinary child, disgruntled from not having gained anything substantial, trailing behind his father. The earlier charade was merely a means to add a layer of security to his stored luggage. Ultimately, a child's identity lacked the gravitas of an adult's, rendering him merely a shadow, wielding the authority of another to dissuade the girl from meddling with his belongings. After being outmaneuvered by Kira, he was now exceedingly cautious. Once his luggage was safely stowed, Lynn began to earnestly observe the quaint little town. He gradually found himself in the most bustling part of the city, where even during the night, the atmosphere remained lively, illuminated by the vibrant glow of various establishments unsuitable for children. At this moment, Lynn was certain that this was merely an ordinary Muggle town. Thus far, he had not discovered anything extraordinary, nor had he encountered any individuals who might be suspected wizards. As he pondered where to spend the evening, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a corner. Instantly, Lynn was taken aback, questioning whether he had misperceived. Was the disheveled old man lying in that corner someone he recognized? Chapter 75, The Church. I am now being laid to rest. My time has come. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Henceforth, there is laid up for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to me on that day, and not only to me, but also to all who have loved his appearing. Amen. In the solemn church, the elderly pastor concluded the lengthy eulogy, and the dozen or so elderly attendees in black garments slowly lifted their heads, which had been bowed in mourning. At the forefront sat an elderly nun, her face marked by wrinkles and spots, yet her posture remained upright, devoid of the gentleness one would expect from a woman of her age. Instead, her demeanor was stern and cold, instilling a sense of dread in those who gazed upon her. It was a grave error to have appointed you as pastor. A simple eulogy has been rendered so poorly. If Green were to know, he would surely scold you. Hearing the nun's scorn, the pastor laid down his Bible and spread his hands. I have long asserted that I am not cut out for this. Thus, isn't it fitting for you to deliver the eulogy? The nun shook her head. I am a nun of the church. I cannot assume the role of a pastor. The pastor smirked slightly, wishing to laugh, but lacking the courage, silently muttering to himself. A mere day's false pastor is no match for your 40-plus years of being a false nun. Very well, let us sing hymns to bid farewell to Green. The nun instructed. The elderly attendees, trembling, rose unsteadily from their seats, some so frail that they could barely stand upright, their teeth completely gone. Yet even the oldest among them leaned on their canes to rise. As the singing concluded, no one sat down. Silence persisted for what felt like a minute before the nun slowly began to speak. Today, yet another dear friend has departed from us. In the 45 years of living here, Green has been the 23rd to pass away, yet his contributions, like those of the 22 colleagues who preceded him, shall forever be etched in the hearts of each one of us, until the last among us grows old and departs. She stood tall, solemnly proclaiming the unwavering belief held for 45 years. For the greater good. The elderly voices echoed in unison. For the greater good. Their aged voices remained resounding. Yet like the tolling of the evening bell, they would inevitably fade into silence over time. They formed a line, each approaching the elevated platform to pay their final respects to their departed friend lying in the coffin. Sister Rosie Ree stood silently, watching them leave one by one, until she called out to 3 individuals, Smith, Simon, and Leon, you are to remain. Upon hearing her voice, a limping man with a cane, a stout fellow with a bushy beard, and a gaunt old man who had just removed his clerical robes paused in their actions and gathered around the nun. What is it, Rosie Ree? I haven't fed the cattle on my ranch yet tonight. I cannot linger here for too long, grumbled Simon, his bearded face contorted with annoyance. A sorcerer has arrived, Sister Rosie Ree replied calmly. Instantly, her words struck the 3 elderly men like a thunderclap, rendering them momentarily speechless. The faux priest, Leon, appeared anxious. Stammering, what? Is there really a sorcerer bold enough to come here? Indeed, there is a sorcerer here, echoed Smith, the old cripple, with a sturdy voice that contrasted with Leon's trepidation, exuding a formidable demeanor. Just 2 days prior, a sorcerer had entered this place, his magical prowess potent. A fully matured sorcerer. This afternoon, another sorcerer arrived, his magic feeble yet vigorous, likely a juvenile around 15 or 16 years of age. What audacity do they possess to come here? Simon questioned, disbelief etched across his features. Rosie recast a disdainful glance at the foolish man, retrieving a pack of lady cigarettes. Lighting one for herself, she exhaled a plume of smoke within the church, exhibiting little reverence for her clerical duties. While Leon, though somewhat timid, was the sharpest among them. His complexion paled as he murmured, our concern should not be why they have the audacity to come here, but rather whether their intentions are directed towards us. Simon shot him a glare, seemingly displeased. We are all ordinary folk here. What is there to fear? Leon, his face flushed, defended himself. I am merely worried for our married friends. The Ministry of Magic has connections with the Muggle government in Britain. If they send someone to have the local Muggle authorities trouble us, how will our married friends manage? Rosie Ree flicked the ash from her cigarette. Frowning at the two men, her voice cold. If you wish to argue, take it outside and do not disturb the sanctity of the Lord. The two old men recoiled slightly, silencing themselves, though their minds were likely swirling with unspoken thoughts. As long as we do not leave this city, the Ministry of Magic will not trouble us again. This was a promise made to us by Dumbledore, Rosie reasserted, acknowledging that despite their enmity, Dumbledore's credibility was beyond reproach. Shall we then do nothing? The old men gazed expectantly at the nun, awaiting her guidance. Rosie Ree stared at the cross for a moment, as if lost in thought or seeking clarity. One of you must go and ascertain what their intentions are, and then we shall discuss our next course of action. The three old men exchanged glances, contemplating their fateful decision. You must attend to the cattle on your farm. Smith, being a cripple, is somewhat hindered in his movements. Allow me to go instead. Surprisingly, it was the timid Leon who volunteered. Simon shook his head. Those cows can endure a missed meal. You were once our ace. And far too many wizards are familiar with you. If you were to be recognized, it could lead to disastrous consequences. I shall go. Smith, who had remained silent until now, tapped the floor with his cane, halting their polite refusals. Silence, he exclaimed irritably. What is there to argue about? I am a cripple. This very identity will make others lower their guard. There is little for me to attend to at home. I shall go. With that, he donned his hat, and, leaning on his cane, hobbled towards the church. Rozier extinguished his cigarette with a derisive snort. You intend to go like that? Do you even know where they are? Smith froze, turning back with a scowl. Where are they? They are near the pubs on Malton Road. Wizards possess an aura distinct from muggles. Be discerning. Why have you stopped casting your votes? Today, the numbers have dwindled significantly, shrinking threefold. I do not seek rewards. Everyone earns their money through hard work. A mere token of appreciation would suffice, but you must cast your votes. Each vote is a pillar of support during this free period. Chapter 76, The Fallen Professor. Professor Fox. Lynn gasped at the sight of the disheveled figure sprawled on the ground, silver hair in disarray, and a coat stained as if he were a beggar. Resting in a corner with a few pennies offered by passers-by, Fox, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them in surprise upon hearing Lynn's voice. Belloc, how did you come to be here? Lynn shrugged helplessly. It's a long story. I was led here by a house elf who insisted I search for something. Yet, upon entering this small town, my magical abilities vanished. Professor Fox sighed and shook his head. My misfortune is even greater. My travel plans had barely commenced before I found myself here, and now my magic has also disappeared. The plan to perform street magic has become futile. Strangely enough, it seems fortunate to encounter you here, Belloc. Lynn furrowed his brow, studying him closely, then circled around him. Suddenly, he inquired, what was the first amount you provided me? 25 galleons, followed by an additional 500 withdrawn from Gringotts. How did you entertain me when I visited your home? With German dark beer? Or perhaps I tricked you into buying it. Where is your home in England? 608, Queen Street, Lisburn, Northern Ireland. Do not forget to retrieve the dark magic materials. You will need them. Relieved by his fluent responses, Lynn sighed. Professor, you used to call me Lynn. Why the sudden shift to my surname? Fox blinked and smiled. Lynn continued to study him for a moment before shaking his head. Had I not known that this place could siphon the powers of wizards, coupled with your ability to answer any inquiry I pose, I might have doubted your true identity. Fox shrugged, seemingly unfazed by Lynn's suspicions. It is indeed prudent to maintain such vigilance. As I have previously advised you, do not trust anyone too easily. Yet, how did you find yourself in such a predicament? Lynn was still quite astonished by Professor Fox's current state. Even if you can no longer rely on magic for your livelihood in this small town, what has become of the wealth you once amassed? Professor Fox rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothing while picking up a few coins scattered on the floor. I shall elaborate on this matter later. Do you have any money, Lynn? It has been over a day since I last had a meal. Let us first indulge in some food. 10 minutes later, within a fast food establishment, Professor Fox devoured his third hamburger with great gusto. Lynn, cradling a cup of iced cola, sipped cautiously, mindful of his surroundings. He felt a sense of ease with the presence of the adult professor, allowing him to relax somewhat. So, Professor, how did you fall into such disarray? Having seemingly satisfied his hunger, Professor Fox wiped his mouth with a napkin, exhaling deeply as he slumped into his chair, squeezing an entire packet of ketchup over his fries and savoring them one by one. On my first day here, I sent a letter from the Muggle post office. To ensure its swift delivery, I expended all the money I had on me. It is inconceivable for a place like this to remain unnoticed in the British magical community. We must have unwittingly stumbled into this locale. Just wait, news should arrive shortly. Lynn nodded, feeling considerably reassured by the professor's presence in such circumstances. He aimlessly scanned the fast food restaurant, noticing an elderly man with a beret and a cane entering. He paid little heed to the newcomer, as the restaurant was bustling with patrons during the meal hour. Shall we settle here for the time being? Do you have sufficient funds? Lynn mentally calculated. If we are frugal, we could manage to stay here for at least 2 weeks. Even if it falls short, I still possess some gold galleons. These are genuine gold. And if necessary, we can exchange them for pounds. Professor Fox shook his head in disapproval. That would be a significant loss. If it comes to that, we will have no choice. We cannot simply starve and wander the streets. The limping old man appeared to be heading towards the restroom. His mobility seemed quite limited, and as he approached Lynn and the professor's table, he suddenly lost his footing. Lynn instinctively reached out to steady him. Be careful, sir, Smith said apologetically. Thank you. Young man, I apologize for interrupting your meal with your grandfather. Both Lynn and Professor Fox squinted in unison. Maintaining a composed smile, Lynn replied, no need to worry. My grandfather often teaches me the importance of helping others. Do you require any assistance? The elderly man waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. This is merely an old habit of mine, and I shall not trouble you further. With that, he released Lynn's supporting hand and limped awkwardly into the restroom. Lynn exchanged a glance with Professor Fox, sensing something amiss. Professor Fox nodded in agreement. His previous words bore a hint of probing. Were we being watched? Had someone in the city recognized us? Professor Fox rose from his seat. Regardless, we must leave this place. Lynn followed suit, hastening out of the fast food establishment. Smith, having timed his exit from the restroom, was startled to find that the spot where Lynn and the others had been seated was now empty. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he too departed the fast food joint. Lynn and Professor Fox concealed themselves in a corner, observing the front of the convenience store for an extended period, but only saw the old man enter without re-emerging, confirming that they had lost track of him. However, this also indicated one crucial point. That old man was specifically searching for them. Lynn rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It was quite possible that we were not the only 2 wizards in this city. The old man was evidently affiliated with another group of wizards. They must have some connection to the mysterious disappearance of magical power. At the very least, they should possess some knowledge regarding it. Chapter 77. They have captured us. Lynn and Professor Fox secured lodging at a modest inn. Simon and Leon had yet to depart. They were awaiting Rogier while smoking inside the church. The sanctity of the Lord's abode was now shrouded in a haze of smoke. Smith pushed open the church's grand door and was immediately struck by the thick fog of smoke that engulfed the room. Have you not had enough to smoke? If any parishioners were to arrive and witness this scene, Rogier, would you not fear the repercussions from the church? Rogier extinguished his cigarette, a look of disdain on his face. If I were afraid of those old zealots, I would have long forsaken my vows as a nun. Leon and Simon assisted in opening the windows to ventilate the room while inquiring about Smith's findings. Exhausted, Smith sank onto a bench and shook his head. Their vigilance is excessively heightened. I fear I may have startled them. Leon and Simon exchanged glances, prompting Rogier to speak. So, you ventured out not only without gathering any intelligence, but also exposed our presence? Our existence here is no secret. They will inevitably discover us. Yet, I have not returned entirely empty-handed. Smith rubbed his injured leg. I have a lingering impression of that adult wizard. Leon, go fetch last year's daily profit. Why am I always the one being summoned? Leon grumbled, yet he rose and proceeded to the inner chamber of the church, emerging with a thick stack of newspapers. Smith flipped through the stack from the back, swiftly locating what he sought, extracting the daily profit and laying it before the 3. The newspaper was dated September 1990. The front page boldly proclaimed, "Former prisoner, present defense against the dark arts professor." It featured a photograph of Fox from a decade prior, disheveled hair, sunken eyes, a pallid complexion, staring blankly at the camera, unblinking. It was he. Smith tapped the photograph in the newspaper, affirming his observation. Beside him was a young boy. Not the 15 or 16 years old that Rosiel had mentioned. He appeared to be no older than 13, likely a student. Hogwarts professors and young wizards? Simon exclaimed in astonishment. What brings them here? Bang. Rosiel slammed her palm onto the table, startling the 3 elderly men. What does it matter why they are here? Now that they have entered this town, they are under our control. Capture them. Her expression remained impassive, yet the hatred in her gaze and tone was unmistakable to Smith and his companions. The 3 men fell silent. Rosiel glared at them sideways. Are you afraid? Seeing that the other 2 remained mute, Ryan reluctantly took it upon himself to speak. So many years have passed. I know you still harbor resentment towards Dumbledore, but we need not provoke him further. What then, after capturing the Hogwarts professors and young wizards? Are we to kill him? He continued. This is a society governed by law, even if we are but a few old bachelors with nothing to lose. You must consider the lives of our colleagues who have families. They need to survive. Rosiel scoffed. You have indeed forgotten your identity as wizards. You chant for the greater good while willingly accepting Muggle laws and governance. Ryan and his companions exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of bitterness. They had lost their magical abilities. Aside from themselves, who would still regard them as wizards. What alternative was there to accepting Muggle rule? To persist in their former ideals and end up imprisoned by Muggle authorities? After all this time, Ryan and his companions had resigned themselves to their fate, while Rosiel clung to the ideals of the individual who had confined himself in Nurmengard. Despite the fact that even that individual had relinquished his aspirations, Rosiel had not let go. She yearned for their past glory and resented Albus Dumbledore for casting them down to the mundane. Instinctively, Rosiel reached into her pocket for her cigarette pack, only to find it empty. The recent passing of an old friend, coupled with the arrival of wizards in this small town, left her agitated. She had already smoked quite a few today. The church fell into a prolonged silence. I never said I wanted to kill them, Rosiel eventually spoke. Simon pondered her words. So, you mean to capture them and make them pay homage? We are not a mafia. Rosiel was exasperated by Simon's lack of wit. After capturing them, we will notify Dumbledore. Let him come to claim them himself. Leon grasped Rosiel's intent. You wish to embarrass Dumbledore? Humph. Rosiel snorted. Even though the Dark Lord is now confined in Nurmengard, the remnants of his legacy are not to be trifled with by ordinary wizards. Let Dumbledore witness how powerless his professors and young wizards are without their magic. Silence enveloped the church once more. Finally, Smith forcefully tapped his staff against the floor. Enough. We have held our breath for so many years. Uncertain of how many more days we have left to live, let us bind them and vent our frustrations. It is evident that they have already reached a conclusion. Simon has always been led by the decisions of others. Leon hesitantly inquired. How shall we bind them? Smith leaned on his cane and walked out of the church. The three elderly gentlemen dispersed, leaving only Rogier seated in the empty hall, gazing at the cross. Her hands clenched tightly before her, uncertain whether she was praying or merely conversing with herself. Recently, a notorious gang responsible for a significant robbery in Edinburgh has been fleeing towards our city. Inside a small inn, a beautiful female, host on the old television, was reporting local news. Lynn and Professor Fox lay on their beds, discussing their current predicament. Who did you consult for this information? Professor Dumbledore? Fox shook his head. Certainly not. Dumbledore might not even be in England at this time. He is a wizard of international renown, and there have been considerable disturbances in the region of Sue. The Ministry of Magic there is showing signs of disintegration, and he is likely aiding in mediation. Then who is it? Alastair Moody, an Auror from the Ministry of Magic. We have had some acquaintance in our efforts against dark wizards. How would he convey the information to us? By Muggle mail? I suspect he might still use owls. This place merely suppresses a wizard's magic, which should not affect owls. At that moment, a sudden sound of something hard striking the window interrupted them, and Lynn and Professor Fox turned their heads in unison. An owl was perched outside, tilting its head, holding a letter in its beak. Chapter 78, named City. Truly a prison. Lynn opened the window and retrieved the letter the owl had brought. I apologize, the conditions are not favorable at the moment, and I have nothing to offer you. The owl appeared somewhat displeased, pecking at Lynn's finger with its sharp beak before soaring into the night sky. Lynn handed the letter to Professor Fox. He opened it. The contents were brief, and he quickly finished reading. A grave expression shadowed Professor Fox's face. We are in deep trouble. What is it? Lynn questioned, bewildered, taking the letter from him. After reading it, her expression also darkened. This is essentially a wizarding prison. Professor Fox stated gravely. It houses the former followers of the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, known as the Saints. These individuals ought to have been imprisoned in the various Ministry of Magic facilities after Grindelwald's downfall, akin to Azkaban in Britain. However, Grindelwald left behind a safeguard for his former followers. No one knows what it is. It is rumored to be a curse that strips wizards of their magic, rendering them as impotent as muggles. This curse resides within the small town of Abros. Even the former saints are not immune to such a powerful curse. They may exist here, yet they have lost their magical abilities. The Ministry of Magic found itself unable to dispatch Aurors to apprehend them, for such an endeavor would merely squander manpower. Ultimately, Dumbledore established a set of regulations for these so-called saints. They were to remain within the confines of this small town for eternity, with no interference from the various European ministries of magic. Thus, this place morphed into an unconventional wizarding prison. Given the nature of this affair, which was hardly a matter of pride for the ministry, coupled with the passage of time, it did not gain widespread notoriety. It was more of an unspoken secret. Due to its remote location, warnings visible only to wizards were issued by the ministry. However, Lynn was brought here via apparition, and Professor Fox informed him that he had not seen any such warnings. Now ensnared within this prison, the Auror Moody, who had sent them a letter, offered but one piece of advice. They should hasten to acquire a skill that would enable them to sustain themselves in the Muggle world, lest they face starvation in their latter years. After reading the letter, Lynn's heart plummeted. With knowledge of the city's circumstances, he grew increasingly skeptical of the identity of the old master that Kira had mentioned. Here, imprisoned were Grindelwald's former followers, most of whom hailed from pure-blood families. Was it conceivable that among the prisoners in this city, there might be a relative of his? And if Kira had sent him here, was it possible that this relative possessed what he was seeking? Yet, if that were the case, why had he been deceived into this predicament, resulting in the loss of his magic? Would one forsake their identity as a wizard for the sake of a pureblood lineage? Was this not a profound inversion of priorities? Lynn could not fathom the reasoning behind it, but he could not accept the prospect of permanently losing his magic and becoming an ordinary person. His only hope lay in the belief that the system would not assign him an impossible task. The singular lead he had was the criminals imprisoned within this city. He turned to Professor Fox, who wore a similarly contemplative expression. Professor, I recall you mentioning that your parents were once followers of Grindelwald, thus, saints themselves. Professor Fox shook his head. I understand what you are contemplating, Lynn, but as I have stated, once they formally joined Grindelwald's ranks, I had virtually no contact with them. The surname Fox is not uncommon. The saints in this town would not recognize me. Despite Professor Fox's explanation, Lynn felt there was a potential avenue to exploit in this connection. Hearing Lynn's reasoning, Fox conceded that it might indeed be feasible. There was no inherent conflict between them and the saints. The only tenuous link was Fox's brief tenure as a professor at Hogwarts, effectively serving under Dumbledore. However, he had only held that position for less than a year, and given the isolation of this place from the wizarding world, it was improbable that anyone would recognize him. As the hour grew late, they realized that any plans would have to be postponed until the morrow. Today's experience was rather unpleasant, causing Lynn to fall asleep quite late. The following day, Smith and his companions, having resided here for over 40 years, were indeed the local authorities. Without much effort, they located the inn where Lynn and his group were staying. Simon carried a long cloth bag that appeared somewhat heavy. Why on earth did you bring your shotgun? We're not here to kill anyone, Leon exclaimed in a hushed tone, his eyes wide in disbelief. Simon grinned, revealing a set of large yellow teeth. No worries. My gun has been broken for ages. It's utterly useless. I brought it along merely to intimidate them, in case they get unruly. Smith and Raymond exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the dim-wittedness of their companion, having long since abandoned hope for his intellect. Have you taken care of matters at the police station? Smith inquired of Leon. Given that Rogier was out of the church and Simon was, regrettably, still a simpleton, any significant decisions rested solely upon the two of them. It's all sorted out. Their leader is Hoffman's brother-in-law. I informed them that Simon's farm was robbed, and we aim to catch the thief ourselves. If anything goes awry, as long as no one gets killed, he'll back us up, Smith explained. Smith nodded, acknowledging Leon's seemingly timid demeanor, yet recognizing him as the most dependable in critical moments. After all, this unassuming, gaunt old man had once been the top enforcer among their ranks. Very well. Let us proceed upstairs. Simon, ensure your gun remains concealed, or we may attract unwanted attention. With that cautionary remark, he led the group up to the second floor of the inn. A knock at the door jolted Lynn awake. Professor Fox was still snoring, and Lynn rubbed his weary eyes before rising to answer. Fortunately, he was not yet in a daze and prudently peered through the peephole to ascertain who was outside. He recognized only one of the three elderly men, a limping fellow he had encountered at the fast food joint the previous day. Then, he noticed the portly man with a scraggly beard holding a long cloth strip, from which a short, round metal pipe protruded. Instantly, Lynn felt a jolt of alarm. His sleepiness vanished in an instant. It was a gun. Chapter 79. They've discovered his lair. Lynn dashed to Professor Fox's bedside, pulling the covers off him. Startled, Fox blinked in confusion at Lynn. Quick, we must leave. The limping man from yesterday has brought a group with him. They're armed, Lynn whispered urgently. In the next moment, Professor Fox was also jolted awake, his drowsiness evaporating. Do they intend to kill us? But why? He exclaimed, leaping from the bed, appearing more puzzled than panicked. Let us not concern ourselves with that now. We must execute a strategic retreat. Lynn insisted fervently. Why not just say run? Because that lacks a certain gravitas. Surely they haven't yet risen? Smith pondered aloud as Leon shouted for room service while knocking heavily on the door. His brow furrowed in concern. Leon sensed that something was amiss, and he stepped aside, instructing Simon, charge through. This seemed rather inappropriate, considering that the proprietor of the inn was Stock's brother-in-law. What does that matter? If we don't break through, they'll escape. Simon retreated a few steps before launching himself at the door. With a single impact, the door swung open. Three elderly men surged forward. But the room was utterly devoid of any presence. Damn it, they've slipped away, Smith cursed. The window stood wide open, with tied bed sheets fluttering in the wind outside. Leon leaned out to catch a glimpse, spotting Lynn and the others fleeing down the street. We pursue. Countless guests poked their heads out from the inn's doorway, watching the three elderly men clumsily descend the stairs, their faces a picture of bewilderment. They climbed into Simon's pickup truck and sped off in the direction Lynn had escaped. Professor Fox sighed regretfully. What a pity about the lodging fees. We've paid for 3 days. It's a miracle they managed to flee. The real question is, why are they chasing us? Do they mistake us for Ministry of Magic agents? What crime would they charge us with for pursuing Ministry operatives? The magical law does not prescribe the death penalty. It would likely mean life imprisonment in Azkaban. As they conversed, they suddenly realized they had unwittingly run into a dead end. Over the wall, Lynn declared, eyeing the not-too-high barrier. Professor, you climb first, then pull me up. Just as Professor Fox managed to hoist Lynn over the wall, a sudden, thunderous voice halted their movements. Don't move, or I won't hesitate to shoot. Simon sneered, aiming his shotgun at Lynn and the others, while Leon, panting heavily, caught up behind him, with Smith, the limping man, lagging even further behind. Well done, Simon. At least you haven't botched this one, Raymond exclaimed, clapping the hefty man's shoulder in delight. Lynn and Professor Fox felt their spirits plummet, even raising their hands in surrender. At that moment, Lynn's keen eyes caught sight of Simon's shotgun. Keep running, Professor. That gun is a bluff, Lynn urged, shoving Professor Fox, and the two leaped down from the wall, fleeing at full speed. Simon was baffled. How did they know my gun was a fake? Leon shot a glance at Simon's weapon and nearly exploded with rage. You fool. The barrel is crooked. Who could you possibly deceive? The wall had obstructed them. And once they climbed over, Lynn's figure vanished from sight. They had lost track of him. Lynn and Professor Fox ran for over an hour before finally stopping to rest at a bus stop. This doesn't make sense. We've never even met them. What grudge could they possibly hold? Professor Fox murmured. Lynn pondered a possible explanation. Could it be they recognized you as a professor from Hogwarts? Perhaps they intend to capture you and me to extort Dumbledore. Professor Fox's eyes widened in disbelief. With their current predicament, do they still possess such audacity? What other explanation could there be? Lynn replied. What shall we do now? Given the current situation, reconciliation seems virtually impossible. Lynn tugged at her hair, feeling utterly despondent over the past few days, as if misfortune had befallen her at every turn. We cannot remain passive. We must retaliate. Professor Fox now relies entirely on Lynn's judgment, yet he finds this proposal rather dubious. They are numerous and possess the home advantage. We cannot possibly contend with them. Lynn stared vacantly at Fox. Professor, you misunderstand my intent. This is not the realm of magic, but rather a society governed by law. Engaging in violence will lead to imprisonment. Then how do you propose we retaliate? Lynn raised an eyebrow. Did I not mention? We live in a society governed by law. It is utterly lawless for them to wield firearms in public. There is a saying, isn't there? When in trouble, seek the police. We shall dial 999. 5 minutes later. Inside a telephone booth, Professor Fox hung up the phone with a pallid expression. His demeanor was peculiar, akin to a father who has just learned that his son underwent gender reassignment surgery in Thailand. What did they say? Lynn inquired, blinking in confusion. Professor Fox appeared still in a state of shock. They claim we stole cattle from those farmers. What? He was urged to report to the police and seek leniency. Lynn trembled with rage, her hands and feet cold, boiling with indignation over the political corruption and incompetence of the British Empire. Another avenue has been cut off. Professor Fox lamented. What shall we do now? Perhaps we should simply leave this place and live as muggles for the rest of our lives. I believe the muggle existence is not so bad compared to that of wizards. There is food, drink, and television to enjoy. How can you think that way, Professor? We have not yet reached a dead end. There remains an opportunity. What opportunity do we have left? Lynn replied. The curse upon this city is the protection left by Grindelwald for his subordinates. We could investigate the lair of the saints. Perhaps we might uncover something. Professor Fox looked at him in astonishment. Do you know where their lair is? Lynn instinctively touched his smooth chin. I know the lair of one of them. He pointed to a nearby billboard. Simon S. Farm at your service. This farm specializes in wheat, vegetables, and quality live cattle. Farm address, 106 Hankstown, northwest of Abros. The billboard featured a large photo of Simon, a rotund man grinning widely, displaying a mouthful of crooked yellow teeth, looking rather foolish. Chapter 80. If we're going to act, let us go all in. Let us steal his cattle. Inside Simon's pickup truck, 3 elderly men appeared despondent. Simon drove the vehicle, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately falling silent. Smith irritably tapped his cane against the back seat. What can we do then? This city is small, but aside from Rogier, who can find 2 people among a population of over 20,000? Leon stared out the window in silence for a moment before hesitantly suggesting, perhaps we could seek assistance? Simon interjected, unable to restrain himself. Who shall we find? Our old comrades, he replied. In the northwest suburbs of Abros, in a small town with a population of merely a few hundred. Lynn and Professor Fox crouched behind a fence, peering into a nearby farm. The house adjacent to the farm was quite well constructed, with 2 dogs tied up in front. And in the distance, a black man could be faintly seen tending to the manure. Is this the place? Indeed it is. Did you not notice the sign over there? Lynn remarked. By the way, that plump old fellow named Simon is quite narcissistic, displaying his own photograph everywhere, as if fearing that others might not recognize him. What shall we do next? Shall we force our way in? Lynn pondered for a moment before turning to inquire. Professor, can you handle that black man? Professor Fox nodded. I can indeed. Even without magic, a wizard's physical prowess surpasses that of a muggle. But what do you mean by handle him? Lynn looked perplexed. Of course. I mean to knock him out or bind him, rendering him incapable of movement. What other solution could there be? Then I have no objections, Professor Fox replied, a peculiar smile gracing his face, though Lynn was oblivious to it. Let us commence our operation. Lynn and Professor Fox separated beneath the fence. Lynn crouched low, while Professor Fox stealthily approached the barn. Between the wooden planks of the structure, Lynn could perceive shadows moving within, yet the details remained obscured. Professor Fox silently entered the barn, and the man tending to the manure sensed something amiss. He turned, momentarily taken aback at the sight of Professor Fox, before raising his pitchfork in anger. Who are you? Why have you intruded upon this private farm without permission? Professor Fox exhibited no sign of anxiety, shedding the lethargic demeanor he had while with Lynn. He smiled and winked. I apologize, but you need to take a nap. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. He removed his glasses, delicately wiped them with his sleeve, and then donned them again as he exited the barn, gesturing for Lynn to follow. Upon receiving the signal, Lynn sprang over the fence like an agile monkey. Professor, your efficiency is astounding, he exclaimed. Professor Fox brushed off non-existent dust from his hands. A mere triviality. He shall sleep for half the day. We should begin our search. That rotund old man clearly is not of reputable character. He likely has a habit of keeping a journal, perhaps noting some information regarding curses. They dashed into the small house adjacent to the farm and began rummaging through its contents. Soon, Lynn made an intriguing discovery, a copy of the Daily Prophet. He beckoned Professor Fox, having unearthed the old newspaper from beneath the old man's bed, dated 3 years prior. The fact that we have obtained the Daily Prophet means we can glean information about the magical world. Thus it is no surprise that you are aware of my identity as a Hogwarts professor, Professor Fox remarked, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. A newspaper could only be considered a minor gain. They rummaged through the room without any notable discoveries. Lynn murmured, perplexed that the old man seemingly lacked the habit of keeping a diary. Their expedition yielded almost nothing, which left Lynn feeling somewhat disheartened. He stared blankly at the cows in the barn outside. Professor, when you dialed 999 earlier, what charge did they assign us? Lynn suddenly inquired. Professor Fox hesitated, as if he had surmised Lynn's intentions. They claimed we stole his cows, he replied. Lynn gritted his teeth, saying, if this is how it is being cast upon us, it's akin to having mud fall into our trousers. Whether or not it is what it seems, we might as well go all in. 10 minutes later, the barn door swung open, and the cows were forcibly driven out. Lynn and Professor Fox mounted the backs of the cows, howling as they led the herd out of the farm. The 2 guard dogs tethered at the entrance could only bark helplessly behind the stampede. Unaware that his home had been thoroughly ransacked, Simon was driving, visiting his former colleagues with Leon and the Smith family. How many have we visited now? Smith inquired. Leon counted from the roster in his hands. 32. The next one is the last. How many people can we mobilize in total? Smith calculated with his fingers. Today being a holiday, at least 5 from each household means 33 households could yield around 165 individuals. Abrose is a small town with only 20,000 residents. Over 100 people with connections to this town should suffice to find those 2 rats. Simon expressed his concern. What if they have fled, already left Abrose? Leon shook his head resolutely. Smith, upon hearing his analysis, was momentarily taken aback. But we are clearly intent on capturing them. How can they possibly engage with us? Leon scratched his head, pondering, what would I do in such a situation? Their gazes drifted outside the car window, soon landing on an exceptionally distinctive billboard. In the next moment, they exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed the answer. Home invasion. Simon was utterly baffled by their cryptic dialogue. What are you 2 talking about? Smith, frustrated by his ignorance, kicked Theo from behind with his uninjured left leg. Fool, head home. Your house is in danger. Stumbling out of the car, he fell to his knees, wailing like a cuckoo mourning its bloodied fate. My cows, do you truly not understand what I am writing? For the greater good. Rockhill, Saints, Grindelwald. Although the original Demon King has confined himself to Moncade, his former influence is unlikely to dissipate into thin air. Those who once regarded wizards as supreme have now become indistinguishable from the muggles they once opposed. Devoid of magic, they have lived among muggles for over 40 years, growing old with their own lives, friendships, families, and farms. Gradually, they have been assimilated into muggle society, oblivious to the transformation. When they eventually regain their magical powers, what sort of wizards will they become? And how might they assist the future of Lynn? Is this not a prospect worth anticipating? Furthermore, what of Lynn's identity and the rather peculiar behavior of Professor Fox? Should we not look forward to these developments? Why cling so tightly to the notion of lost magic? It is only human to encounter setbacks. Without his current experiences, will future successes simply fall from the heavens? The circumstances surrounding Lynn's loss of magic were not contrived for the sake of plot development. They aligned perfectly with the logic of their situation and choices at the time. Kyra is merely a stubborn house elf, utterly obedient to his master's commands, while Lynn would never heed such arrangements. It is precisely because he disregarded those plans that he was ensnared in Abros, leading to the subsequent events and encounters, a classic narrative arc of rising action following initial adversity. Why, then, do some criticize my writing? Ultimately, I must express my gratitude to all the esteemed readers for their support. My heartfelt thanks to those who follow my updates daily. Your encouragement is my greatest motivation. Moreover, I am not merely a salted fish updating once a day, but rather one who offers 2 updates daily, still fresh and unseasoned. Chapter 81. Raise your hands. Professor, do you feel that the eyes of those around us seem somewhat amiss? It does indeed feel quite odd. Professor Fox, his expression grave, grasped Lynn's arm firmly. An old man with white hair and a child. That's them. A passerby suddenly shouted. In an instant, 3 to 5 people surged towards Lynn and Professor Fox. Realizing they could not remain there and surrender, they turned and fled. They aimlessly dashed through the city's streets, as if the entire populace were in pursuit of them. No matter where they ran, someone always recognized them. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, 3 middle-aged men wearing baseball caps and sunglasses at night were also in a state of panic, fleeing for their lives. Brother, something feels off. When did these people become so well-mannered? We committed a robbery in Edinburgh. Why are the people of Abros helping the police apprehend us? The leader of the trio, a burly man with a long scar across his face and a fierce gaze, clearly a man of ill repute, spoke impatiently. How should I know? But if this continues, we will inevitably be caught. According to British law, with charges of robbery and murder, we'll never see the outside of a prison again. Shut up. We will not be imprisoned. The ship taking us away will arrive at this port tomorrow. If we can survive tonight, we will escape. His subordinates recoiled, asking, where shall we hide tonight? We must find a way. I refuse to believe that we cannot escape this vast encirclement around Edinburgh. In this small town of Abros. Shall we truly fall? Something feels amiss, Professor, Lynn gasped, struggling for breath. Where do they derive such energy to mobilize so many in pursuit of us? Indeed, Professor Fox's physical prowess surpassed that of the average individual. He remained unfazed, his complexion unchanged, having run alongside Lynn for so long. But weren't they once saints? Followers of the Dark Lord of Heir. Everything was purportedly for the benefit of wizards. Why, then, do they maintain relations with so many muggles? Professor Fox spoke earnestly, as if lecturing. Time and circumstance can alter a person's perspective, Lynn. They may have once harbored disdain for muggles, yet after decades in muggle society, it is inevitable that many would have revised their views. They have chosen to embrace and communicate with muggles. After all, wizards and muggles are both human, and as humans, they are driven by emotion. It is this emotion that leads to changes in thought, and through such changes, they adapt to their current existence. They found refuge in a deserted corner, with Lynn resting his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Professor, since when have you taken to such discussions? I recall it was only that one person who enjoyed speaking like this. Who was that again? Professor Fox interrupted his musings. Enough of that. They are upon us once more. We ought to focus on how to escape. Escape? Lynn stared at Professor Fox in astonishment. I thought when you suggested living as a muggle, you were jesting. Why would you so readily abandon the hope of fleeing? Professor Fox raised an eyebrow. Lynn slowly rose, regarding the somewhat peculiar Professor Fox with a steady gaze, then resolutely shook his head. You two have your grand travel plans yet to fulfill. Without magic, how shall you use illusions to deceive for profit? Without magic, how will you continue your studies in dark arts? Without magic, how can I assist you in your endeavors? The sky gradually darkened as they dashed through the streets of the city, their vision aiding them in evading many of their pursuers. Professor Fox came to a halt, observing the determination reflected in Lynn's bright eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke softly. Given your thoughts, Lynn, do you have a plan? Lynn pondered. Professor, do wizards universally despise the church? Indeed, for it was they who initiated the witch hunts during the Middle Ages, marking the first large-scale conflict between muggles and wizards in history. Then let us take refuge in a church. Muggles hold a reverence for churches, while wizards, due to historical animosities, harbor disdain for them. If we can conceal ourselves there, we may evade their search. Lynn's eyes sparkled with realization as he devised a way to remain in their current predicament. They proceeded forward, uncertain whether the clergy there would be willing to accept them. Of course, they will, Professor Fox asserted confidently. Under the cover of night, they swiftly located the church that Lynn had mentioned. From the outside, it remained brightly illuminated. With people still inside, Lynn approached the grand entrance of the church, and an inexplicable flutter surged within him, a peculiar sensation washing over his heart. He felt as though something within the church was beckoning to him, shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the feeling. He quickly realized it was not merely an illusion. It lingered in his mind. Professor Fox stepped past Lynn. What are you waiting for, Lynn? Let us enter. He pushed open the church's grand door, and Lynn followed closely behind him. Inside lay an expansive hall, flanked by rows of pews designated for worship. Before them hung a colossal depiction of Jesus Christ on the cross. In the front pew, a nun sat quietly. Suddenly, Lynn sensed an unfamiliar object in his hand. Simultaneously, a long-lost feeling of fullness surged through his body. He grasped the item tightly, remaining silent. Rochelle stood from her pew, a cigarette dangling from her lips, and chuckled lightly at the sight of Lynn and Professor Fox unexpectedly entering the church. Before either could utter a word, Rochelle lifted the hem of her nun's habit, revealing a Remington from beneath her skirt. She aimed the gun at the bewildered pair, casually flicking her cigarette butt aside. If you wish to avoid a bullet, kindly raise your hands. Lynn swiftly slid the object in his hand into his sleeve and, along with Professor Fox, raised both hands in surrender. This time, he discerned clearly that the gun's barrel was straight, not bent. Chapter 82. The Dark Lord? Does he even deserve it? Lynn and Professor Fox found themselves under the gun's threat, hands raised in capitulation. At that moment, Lynn could not resist a quip. Didn't you say that wizards despise the church, Professor? Professor Fox shrugged. Unexpected events do occur. Unfortunately, today a surprise has caught us off guard. Enough chatter, Rochelle commanded, directing her gun toward the adjacent pew. Sit down quietly, do not attempt any sudden movements, and do not doubt my willingness to pull the trigger, for the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Lynn and Professor Fox obediently seated themselves on the pew, wary of testing Rochelle's limits. Concurrently, a panel visible only to Lynn rapidly updated before his eyes. Side quest completed. Quest reward, Magic Index 3, Legend Value 1. The numbers representing his Magic Index on Lynn's attribute panel suddenly transformed. It surged from 4 to 6, and then from 6 to 9. Just a fraction away from achieving a perfect score of 10. An indescribable sense of fulfillment rose within Lynn. Suddenly, a surge of magical power enveloped him, instilling a sense of buoyancy akin to the presence of Dumbledore before him, reduced merely to a buzzing old bumblebee, or Voldemort, who appeared as nothing more than a hapless, furious, noseless creature. Rather than feeling exhilarated by such thoughts, Lynn was gripped by a sense of dread and hastily expelled these illusions from his mind. He was still youthful, with a promising future ahead, unwilling to embrace an early demise. He had no inkling of what transpired. The moment he stepped into the church, an object resembling a small crucifix materialized in his hand. Clearly, he alone had regained his magical prowess. Was it his incantation that was uttered swiftly? Or was it Rogier who acted with undue haste? The outcome was predictable. Should he exhibit even the slightest sign of magical ability, he would soon find himself reduced to a sieve. To extricate himself from this predicament, he needed to bide his time. Madam, may I inquire if there exists any animosity between us? Why have you chosen to capture us? Lynn hesitated momentarily in addressing Rogier, ultimately refraining from addressing her as grandmother. Rogier scoffed derisively. What animosity? Is it not evident? I am a saint, while you are but professors and students under Dumbledore. Is that not a monumental grievance? Yet, so many years had elapsed since then, with even the second Dark Lord having met his demise. Why clung they so fiercely to the past? Rogier chuckled coldly, seemingly unperturbed by the notion of conversing with Lynn for a while longer. The second Dark Lord? Does he even merit such a title? A man who conceals his name, reluctant to allow it to be uttered. How can he be compared to Lord Grindelwald? His so-called ideology of blood supremacy is merely enforced through brute force, a mindless, deranged lunatic, leading a faction doomed to failure. They would only quell dissent through slaughter. Devoid of ideals, beliefs, or a coherent agenda. Has there ever been a leader or organization within history that established a lasting regime under such circumstances? However, we are different. Lord Grindelwald leads us with a shared vision and purpose. We refuse to languish like vermin in the Muggle world. We aspire for all wizards to live openly in the light. We bear no prejudice against Muggleborns, half-bloods, or werewolves. We believe in uniting all possible forces, as long as the goal is the future of wizards. Yet, what has resulted from this? All due to Dumbledore, that once trusted friend of Lord Grindelwald. He vanquished him, extinguishing Grindelwald's spirit, leaving us leaderless, with countless saints apprehended by the European Ministry of Magic. Were it not for the final safeguard left by Grindelwald, perhaps we too would have perished in Azkaban long ago. Tell me, why should I not be consumed by these grievances? How heartless must I be to relinquish such a profound hatred? Rogier's words rendered Lynn speechless. He had not witnessed the era of Grindelwald, hence he could not voice any opinion. He would similarly not take Rogier's word at face value, truly believing that the actions of the saints were solely for the benefit of the sorcerer, and that Grindelwald's ideals were indeed so noble and selfless. Moreover, discussing such matters has become rather futile. The era of Grindelwald has long since turned the page, leaving the saints unable to stir any significant commotion. What do you intend to do with us? Lynn inquired, resembling a harmless little rabbit, blinking innocently. Rogier chuckled softly, yet her demeanor alongside that smile was undeniably intimidating. Of course, I shall dismember you all and send the remains to Dumbledore, she replied, her voice dark and chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. However, Lynn responded with an air of nonchalance. The more you say such things, the less likely you are to harm us. Why is that? Rogier glared at him. Because someone like you, if truly intent on killing us, would have drawn your weapon upon our first meeting, rather than waiting until now. Rogier huffed, offering no rebuttal to Lynn's assertion. The church fell into silence as Rogier aimed her gun at them, waiting in quietude. Before long, the grand doors of the church swung open. Leon, Smith, and a dazed Simon stumbled in, cursing as they entered. We searched the entire city and couldn't find those two rascals. They sure know how to hide. They could only rely on Rogier now. They had endured her scolding for years already. My cow, woe is me. As they spoke, they suddenly noticed the two individuals they had been desperately searching for were now positioned under the muzzle of Rogier's gun. Smith and Leon were taken aback. They had been running around outside, having achieved nothing, while Rogier had simply waited within the church and captured both of them. Simon, however, was beyond caring about the rest. Upon seeing Lynn and Professor Fox, his eyes blazed with fury as if he had encountered a sworn enemy. You two thieves, where's my cow? What have you done with my cow? Chapter 83, An Unexpected Turn. Professor Fox remained silent, while Lynn turned his head away, refusing to meet Simon's chubby face or engage in conversation. Where's my cow? Where is it? Simon continued to lament, prompting Rogier to kick him lightly. Stop your incessant wailing and bind them both. Then write a letter to Dumbledore, asking him to come collect them. Smith and Leon approached with ropes in hand, assisting in securing Lynn and Professor Fox. Simon, still gazing expectantly at Rogier, insisted, before Dumbledore takes them away, you must find out where my cow is. Even if you cannot retrieve it, the loss will not fall solely on you. The three of us will share the burden of the losses. Upon hearing this, Simon ceased his entreaties, his face flushed as he waved dismissively. That won't be necessary. After Lynn and Professor Fox had been securely bound and cast into a corner, he watched as Rogier lowered her gun, her fingers behind her back twitching with anticipation. Although he currently possessed no wand, Lynn felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. A sudden object appeared in his hand, enabling him to cast spells even without a wand. However, just as he was about to untie the ropes, the church doors were forcefully flung open once more. 3 men wearing caps rushed into the church, clutching unknown items in their arms. Upon entering, the trio was momentarily taken aback by the scene before them, but as their gaze fell upon the gun in front of Rogier, they swiftly regained their composure. Each drew a handgun from their coats, aiming at the 4 individuals still capable of movement within the church. These assailants had equipped their firearms with silencers, emboldening them to fire without fear of causing a commotion. There were indeed many present. The scar-faced leaders scanned the congregation. Don't move. Comply, and you may live, otherwise. You must have seen the recent news. We've come from Edinburgh, we've killed before, and we're not afraid to kill again. In a corner, Lynn narrowed his eyes, recognizing the 3 intruders at a glance. They were notorious robbers and murderers, currently wanted, having escaped from Edinburgh to Abros. It was unexpected that they had chosen this small church as their hideout. With guns trained on them, Rogier and the others were rendered incapable of resistance, enduring the same fate as Lynn and his companions, bound and discarded in a corner. The scar-faced bandit observed Lynn and Professor Fox, who had already been imprisoned prior to their arrival, with a twisted sense of amusement. You all seem to be separate parties. I don't care what transpired among you. But for now, behave, or we won't hesitate to add a few more lives to our count. The 5 individuals, aside from Rogier, nodded in unison like chicks pecking at grain. The 3 criminals took seats on the church pews, remaining vigilant despite Lynn and the others being bound. They kept their firearms concealed, conversing amongst themselves about their escape plan for the following day. We need to take a hostage with us. Even at sea, safety isn't guaranteed. Having a hostage serves as insurance. Let us take that child. They're easy to manage and unlikely to cause trouble. They believed their whispers were discreet, but with the innate heightened senses of wizards, the bound individuals could discern the gist of their conversation, albeit not clearly. Consequently, all eyes turned toward Lynn, including Rogier's. Lynn felt utterly bewildered. He had assumed these criminals bore no intent to kill, making it unnecessary for him to take risks. Yet now, he had no choice but to act. Resolute, he exchanged furtive glances with the 5 others around him and then, in a barely audible voice, recited an incantation. Shatter. In the next instant, the ropes binding his wrists suddenly snapped. The 3 intruders and Rogier stared in wide-eyed astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Rogier almost couldn't suppress a gasp, abruptly turning her gaze toward the statue of the crucified Jesus. Indeed, the strength she once relied upon was now absent. Smith and the others observed Rogier's reaction, fully aware of its implications. They stared at Lynn, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Only Professor Fox remained impassive, watching the scene unfold with a calm demeanor, his thoughts a mystery. Lynn, puzzled by their reactions, found himself too preoccupied to dwell on it. He gestured to Rogier and the others, indicating that he would assist in freeing them from their bonds. Each of the three criminals wielded a firearm, and despite his proficiency in spells, Lynn knew he could only manage to neutralize two of them in a short time. He had yet to master Professor Fox's technique for group curses. His current spells only inflicted singular damage. Thus, cooperation with Rogier and her companions was imperative. Despite their previous conflicts, the dire circumstances warranted a truce. Once the three criminals were subdued, Lynn would be the sole wielder of magic in the vicinity, rendering him invincible and securing his authority. Lynn refrained from immediate action, biding his time for the opportune moment. As the minutes ticked by and night deepened, the three criminals, having lived in fear for several days, found it increasingly difficult to maintain their tense vigilance. However, they did not fully succumb to sleep, keeping their handguns close, their consciousness hovering between wakefulness and slumber. This state was sufficient for Lynn and his allies. He quietly employed 5 spells of fragmentation to free Professor Fox and the others from their restraints, then whispered, "I will first petrify the leftmost and middle criminals. You distract the last one while I handle him." This time, Rogier cast aside her usual indifference, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Smith and the others echoed her sentiment, their expressions reflecting unwavering trust in Lynn. Lynn did not ponder the sudden shift in their attitudes, narrowing his eyes. He pointed his finger at the target. "Petrify them all." The brilliant spell could not be concealed. A beam shot forth from his fingertips, striking the leftmost criminal with precision. The other two were immediately alerted, their faces expressing horror as they turned to Lynn. Before they could raise their handguns, Lynn unleashed his next spell. Petrify them all. It was not that Lynn wished to use a different spell. The only area of effect spell he knew was the thunderous explosion. However, he was currently casting with a mere finger. At present, he lacked the strength of Blue Shao, and thus the spell's potency was incomparable to before. Lynn feared that casting the spell might injure his finger. The second incantation struck its mark unerringly, leaving only the scar-faced leader able to act. The existence of magic had utterly surpassed his understanding. Fear etched across his face. He raised his handgun, shouting and firing wildly in Lynn's direction. "Demon, you are a demon." Before the gunfire erupted, Simon had already charged out with a fierce roar. The scar-faced man was utterly thrown into disarray. He fired several shots, managing to graze Simon's arm with one bullet, only to be subsequently tackled to the ground by the stout old man in a bear hug. Lynn was taken aback. He set aside his hand, which was poised to unleash another incantation, utterly bewildered as to why Simon was fighting so desperately. Chapter 84 truly is a marvel of fate, is it not? Lynn approached the criminal, who was nearly suffocated under Simon's weight, and cast a petrification spell upon him. Simultaneously, he discreetly transformed the 3 handguns and the shotgun that Rosiel had previously wielded into magical wands. Fearing that Rosiel and her companions might suddenly turn against them and unleash a barrage of bullets. Thus, he transformed these perilous items into harmless toys. With the danger averted, an eerie silence enveloped the church. Leon and Smith intended to take the wounded Simon to see a doctor, but Simon shook his head vehemently, unwilling to go. He clutched his arm and gazed fervently at Lynn. Rosiel, along with the others, wore a similar expression, sending a shiver down his spine. Yet, Lynn needed to ascertain the situation. The object that had suddenly reappeared in his grasp, restoring his powers, was unmistakably what Kyra had intended for him to obtain. This item had previously remained in the possession of the group of saints. "Does anyone among you know what it is?" He revealed the object in his hand. It was a black cross, distinct from a crucifix due to its evenly proportioned arms, lacking the characteristic longer upper limb. The saints present regarded the black cross with a reverential expression, akin to that of veneration. Rosiel struggled to steady her voice, suppressing a tremor, and spoke in her gentlest tone. Lynn furrowed his brow, perplexed by her and Kyra's penchant for cryptic speech, never articulating their thoughts plainly. "Who left this for me?" Lynn posed a more direct inquiry. Rosiel opened her mouth, as if poised to divulge the answer, but her body suddenly stiffened. She found herself unable to control her own movements, desperately yearning to speak the answer, yet unable to do so. Just as despair enveloped Rosiel, her mouth inexplicably opened. It was Martin lingered. In terror, she attempted to shift her gaze toward Lynn, hoping to signal her predicament, her peripheral vision catching sight of Professor Fox behind him. She had no prior acquaintance with the silver-haired, bespectacled elder, yet the warmth in his perpetually smiling eyes felt hauntingly familiar. Rosiel relinquished her struggle, her spirit extinguished. For she recognized who Professor Fox was, feeling utterly powerless to resist. Not only she, but Smith and the others were equally ensnared. They were shocked to hear Rosiel utter a name they had never encountered, wishing to refute her words, yet finding themselves utterly incapable of doing so. Their bodies were silently commandeered by an unseen force. Lynn was taken aback by the name that Rogier uttered, which was starkly different from what he had imagined. "Who is he?" Rogier mechanically opened her mouth, reciting the lines that had been scripted for her. Lynn furrowed his brow as he gazed at the black cross in his hand. Why had it suddenly appeared to me? Not only restoring my magical powers, but also allowing me to cast spells without a wand. Lynn looked at her and the three elderly men behind her, feeling an unsettling sense of incongruity that he could not articulate. Tentatively, he inquired of the three elders, "Is what she said true?" Smith and the others nodded, their faces reflecting a consensus. Lynn scratched his head, aware of the answer, yet finding it vastly different from his assumptions. He waved the enigmatic black cross before his eyes, pondering, how do I return the magic contained within to Professor Fox? He turned to Rogier, including you all? Yes, including us, Rogier affirmed with a nod. Why didn't you take it outside the city yourself before? Only members of the Lungard family and Lord Grindelwald could lift it. It had been kept on that grand crucifix by Lord Grindelwald until now. The saints watched him with eager expressions, a mix of manipulation and their true feelings reflected in their eyes. For now, with just a word from Lynn, they could regain their status as wizards. They yearned. They were excited, yet they were also fearful. I shall not interfere with your decision. Do what you feel is right, Professor Fox said with a smile. Lynn turned back to the saints and softly inquired, once your powers are restored, will you continue to be dark wizards and commit evil deeds? As Lynn posed this question, the control over Rogier and the others was lifted, yet no one dared to loudly declare that their previous utterances were not genuine, but rather compelled by someone else. They understood that under the gaze of that individual, defiance could spell doom not only for themselves, but also for Lynn. There is no problem that a forgetfulness spell cannot resolve. Thus, they voiced their true thoughts. No, I have grown accustomed to being a farmer. Even if my powers are restored, I will likely remain here to continue farming and raising cattle, Simon remarked, scratching the back of his head. Smith and Leon exchanged glances and shook their heads. We too have grown accustomed to life here. It is likely we shall reside here until we draw our last breath. Only Rogier remained silent. She longed to express her desire to follow Lynn, to guide him in magic, and to shape his ideals, ensuring he became a worthy heir. However, upon catching a glimpse of encouragement in Fox's eyes, fear gripped her. It was not fear for herself, but fear for Lynn. She feared he would become the target of that individual's scrutiny because of her, forever living under watchful eyes. Ultimately, she could only reluctantly nod in resignation. I will also remain here, in this church, as a nun for the rest of my life. Moreover, the black cross was something he had to take with him. His inquiry was merely to elicit a promise from them. He gestured to Professor Fox, saying, Professor, we can finally depart. They exited the church together and first retrieved their luggage from the place where Lynn had initially stored it. It was already deep into the night, and Lynn, not wanting to disturb the family, quietly used the unlocking charm, left a note, and stealthily took the luggage. Upon reaching the outskirts of Abros, as soon as they left the city, Lynn distinctly sensed an immense surge of magical energy emanating from the black cross in his possession, dispersing into the small town. Additionally, a strand of magic entered the body of Professor Fox, who stood beside him. Of course, he said, grasping Lynn's arm and brandishing his wand to perform apparition. Having experienced apparition twice before, Lynn managed to maintain his composure. The familiar lawn and scents instilled within him an inexplicable sense of comfort. Naturally, he invited Professor Fox. Would you care to visit my home? Professor Fox shook his head. It's quite late, perhaps another time. Besides, I have belongings left at the Abrosen that I need to collect. As he prepared to leave, he offered Lynn a word of advice. I shall remember, Professor. This has been quite the experience, has it not? Professor Fox smiled as he departed. Standing in the backyard under the cloak of night, Lynn tightened his grip on the black cross and murmured into the air before him. Indeed, it has been quite the spectacle. Subsequently, instead of retreating indoors to rest, he called out loudly for his house elf. Kira, come forth. The elderly house elf cautiously peeked out from behind the fence, accompanied by a white hamster. Abros. Contrary to what he had said, they did not return to the small inn where Lynn had once stayed, but instead found themselves back at the little church. Professor Fox remained silent. The saints also refrained from speaking. The professor quietly sat on a bench, reverting his body to its original form. Professor Fox's appearance began to transform. His hair grew longer, his beard extended, and his glasses morphed into a crescent shape. If there is something you wish to express, do so. Why did you not allow us to tell him his true identity? Rogier could not contain her outburst. She had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting Dumbledore again, imagining her own fury and defiance. Yet, in the end, she found herself gripped by fear, afraid of the elderly man who had once shattered her faith, and could only muster a feeble inquiry. Dumbledore blinked, his demeanor as amiable as that of a kindly neighbor. This matter cannot be disclosed by you. Do not regard me in such a manner. Rest assured, he will come to know. Furthermore, he gently clapped his hands. Your sentence has been served. However, Rogier was indifferent to her own freedom. Her sole concern was Dumbledore's stance towards Lynn, and she clenched her teeth, demanding, then why did you deceive him? Dumbledore stroked his long beard, not shying away from Rogier's inquiry, and earnestly elucidated the matter to him. The inability to perceive his thoughts instilled a certain trepidation within me. It seemed as though he had anticipated my intentions, compelling me to probe him cautiously. I had granted him 2 opportunities to depart from this place. A chance to distance himself from the tumult of the magical realm and embrace a more blissful existence. Regrettably, he declined my offer and sought this place of his own volition. Dumbledore reflected. Is it not a curious twist of fate? On a rainy night in 1979, in a dense forest in Austria, raindrops pelted the lush foliage, cascading down to form puddles of murky water upon the earth. A sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. As a house elf, its bare, roughened feet splattered with mud, raced through the mire. It stumbled and darted erratically, yet with utmost caution, cradling a baby in its arms, a swaddled infant. The powerful anti-apparition charms in this vicinity were formidable, rendering even house elves unable to bypass them. It could only manifest at the forest's periphery, running along a route etched in its memory. The baby was well protected. A waterproof charm ensured that the swaddling remained dry and comfortable. The boy slept soundly, seemingly undisturbed by the harshness of his surroundings. After what felt like an eternity of running, through the haze of night, a mottled, cold tower gradually emerged from the gloom. The elf gazed up at the entrance, where a line of text had become obscured with time, its large eyes filled with sorrow and loss. The prison known as Nurmengard lay unguarded, allowing the house elf to enter unhindered as it ascended the steep spiral stone staircase, clutching the boy tightly. It finally slowed to catch its breath upon reaching the uppermost level of the tower. After carefully cleaning the mud from its feet on the stone steps, it stepped into the tower's loftiest chamber. This was a cramped room, its floor, ceiling, and walls constructed of dark stone, imparting an inexplicable sense of oppression to the confined space. Aside from the stone, the only piece of furniture was a wooden bed, upon which sat an elderly man, curled up with his knees drawn to his chest. Hearing the commotion created by the house elf, he turned his gaze from the window to the staircase. The old man's eyes were calm, yet intimidating, for they seemed to harbor an abyss of darkness that sent shivers down one's spine. "Master," the house elf cried in anguish, kneeling on the ground while still holding the boy, uttering only the title before breaking into inconsolable sobs. The elderly man curled his lips into what resembled a smile. Kira trembled, its grotesque visage marred by fear. It lifted the child, fearfully explaining, "No, master. Kira would never defy your commands, but the Grindelwald family is no more." It wept bitterly. "Someone has gone to Switzerland to kill your nephew. They are all dead, leaving only him, the sole descendant of your lineage." The old man shook his head. "There is no such thing as the Grindelwald family. They have long since changed their surname. The only Grindelwald in existence is me. But this child possesses blood that flows through his veins, akin to yours." The elderly man chuckled softly. "Blood, indeed. It is the lineage that wizards hold in utmost regard. Do you know who killed his parents?" he suddenly inquired. Kyra shook his head vehemently. Kyra arrived too late. His parents had already succumbed to a deadly curse, yet they had hidden him away. Kyra discovered him in the cellar, but he did not see who the murderer was. However, he felt that the culprit was undoubtedly Dumbledore. He exclaimed sharply, "It must be Dumbledore. Only he would annihilate your kin." "I have many enemies," the elder replied, "but the least likely to commit such an act is him." He turned his gaze towards the boy in Kyra's arms. "Had you not brought him here, he would undoubtedly have been the safest. But now, that is no longer certain." Kyra wailed, "But he has only you as his family in this world. I do not know where else to take him." The elder fell silent for a moment, contemplating the boy's fate. "Take him to England, to Dumbledore's very doorstep, where he will feel secure. Create a false identity for him, ensuring no ties to wizards, and then place him in a Muggle orphanage. You may protect him from the shadows, but he must remain unaware of your presence. If he does not exhibit magical talent in the future, that would be for the best. You shall watch over him and allow him to live an unremarkable life as a Muggle, devoid of surprises. Should he possess wizarding abilities, he will naturally attract Dumbledore's attention, and his fate will lie in his own hands." Kyra sobbed. "What should he be named then?" Gator Grindelwald tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the floorboards. "Let us call him Lynn Belloc." Chapter 85. Hermione's Extraordinary Day. Miss Granger was somewhat irked. She had been wandering in the yard next door for quite some time, and the yard remained unchanged, devoid of any signs of visitors. "Fraud," she muttered under her breath. After leaving Lynn's home, she felt unsatisfied and kicked a tree at the entrance. Great deceiver. Only after she departed did Kyra's unsightly head peek out from the second floor of Lynn's house, accompanied by a small head of fluffy white hair. She seemed quite upset with Lynn. "Kyra appears quite angry," the small one remarked. Kyra shot her a glare. "I told you not to pilfer from the young master's belongings. If she discovers it, it will trouble the young master." Despite being scolded often, the small one still clutched her head in indignation. "But those snacks are almost expired. It would be such a waste to throw them away if we don't eat them. That does not justify eating them without the young master's permission. It is theft." "Oh, you foolish Kyra. Bad Kyra. Mr. Granger sat on the sofa, reading the newspaper, and could only smile wryly at the exchange between the mother and daughter. What places would you like to visit during the summer vacation? As a reward, this year, the destination of our trip will be determined by you. Of course, I am willing to go anywhere. She rested her chin on the table, gazing vacantly out the window. Suddenly, a flapping owl landed on her windowsill, capturing her attention. The owl gently tapped the glass with its sharp beak, which also drew the attention of Mr. and Mrs. Granger. What is this? Mr. Granger frowned as he approached the window. Hermione felt a pang of anxiety, wondering if this was a letter from Lynn, yet unsure of how to explain it to her parents. After all, using an owl to send a letter was rather unconventional. While she was in turmoil, Mr. Granger had already opened the window and retrieved a thick stack of envelopes from the owl. A letter delivered by an owl, he exclaimed in astonishment. Hermione rushed to his side, standing on tiptoe to peek at the envelope. Is it for me? The topmost envelope contained an acceptance letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Mr. Granger read aloud. A school of magic? He said, raising his voice. Upon hearing him read the contents of the letter, Hermione realized it was clearly not from Lynn, and her face turned pale. They are an evil organization, specifically seeking individuals like you and me who possess extraordinary abilities, coercing and enticing them to serve their interests. Hermione, I will do my utmost to conceal your existence within the organization, allowing you to continue living this peaceful and joyful life. This made Hermione ponder deeply about what Lynn was currently facing and what she herself would encounter in the future. At that moment, Mr. Granger pulled out another letter from beneath the first one and read, Potions Master Severus Snape will visit on July 3rd at 4 p.m. Dad, Hermione suddenly screamed. Let's go to Grandma's house today. Mr. Granger, noticing Hermione's startled demeanor, reassured her, there's no need to be afraid. It's just a fraud. We will stay at home and see if this self-proclaimed professor of magic dares to come this afternoon. Hermione struggled to persuade her father. The matter of magic was simply too bizarre, and her own abilities were inconsistent, making it impossible to provide her parents with any proof. The Granger family finished a rather bland lunch, and then remained quietly at home, waiting. Mr. Granger even found an old baseball bat from the storage room to use as a means of intimidation. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the doorbell of the Granger household rang punctually. Mr. Granger instructed his wife and daughter, you both stay seated and don't move. I will go take a look. He opened the living room door just a crack. Outside stood a middle-aged man in a black robe, his face pale and his hair greasy. Well, it's obvious he must be single, Mr. Granger thought. Snape, noticing the cautious Mr. Granger, did not seem surprised. Many such parents existed in the Muggle world, who remained skeptical until they witnessed true magic. Good day, I am Severus Snape, the potions master at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Bang. Snape. Well, he was mistaken. He had never been treated with such rudeness before. Snape inhaled deeply, his face darkening as he knocked on the door once more. This time, no one answered. Only Mr. Granger's threatening voice echoed from within. I warn you, we will not believe a word from you, you fraud. If you persist, I shall call the police. His protective instincts for his daughter were understandable, albeit more cautious than most. Snape consoled himself with this thought. He ceased knocking and instead used the unlocking spell, pushing the door open. Upon his entrance, the expressions of the Granger family shifted dramatically. Mr. Granger raised a baseball bat to shield his daughter and wife. Who let you in? You are trespassing. I have the right to defend myself. Snape, exasperated, waved his wand, transforming the bat in Mr. Granger's hand into a balloon. Surely this will convince you? The Grangers stared in astonishment at the balloon that had merely moments before been a bat, their faces etched with disbelief. Their gazes towards Snape began to waver, teetering between doubt and acceptance, for the evidence lay plainly before them. Just then, Hermione suddenly shouted, Liar. You are not affiliated with any magic academy. You are part of an evil organization that captures children with extraordinary abilities. Snape gazed at Hermione in shock. Who informed you of this? Hermione wiped her tears and demanded loudly. Snape's countenance darkened profoundly. He knew who was orchestrating this. Chapter 86. Danger. Inside Lynn's home, he sighed heavily, pocketing the black cross he held. Honestly, the title of being a descendant of Grindelwald sounded impressive, but in reality, besides the innate talent for dark magic, it only brought him trouble. As for those saints, Lynn speculated that their subsequent lies might have stemmed from the presence of that false Professor Fox, or perhaps other reasons. However, this was of little significance. He could not possibly seek out those former followers of Grindelwald. Under Dumbledore's watchful eye, to dare engage with such forces was tantamount to courting death. He no longer blamed Keelah for deceiving him into venturing into Abros. The circumstances at the time warranted such a decision. Had Keelah informed him that entering that city would result in the loss of his magic, Lynn would have turned away immediately. His life at Hogwarts had been smooth sailing. Why would he risk that? The enhancement of his magic and the wandless casting capabilities of the Black Cross were merely embellishments to him at present. They were not necessities. Conversely, The loss of his magic would strip him of his very essence as a wizard. Lynn did not converse extensively with Keela. He had not rested properly in days and now longed to lie down on his familiar bed for a restful slumber. He slept soundly until noon the following day. Upon waking, he found that Keela had already prepared lunch for him. This debasing lifestyle, reminiscent of ancient feudal lords, left Lynn both disdainful of himself and ravenously consuming the meal in front of him. Kyra hesitated as it sat across from Lynn, having initially stood. It was only at Lynn's urging for the sake of conversation that it acquiesced to take a seat. Your ostensible parents do indeed exist within the Muggle society, albeit without children of their own. Kyra employed a forgetting charm, altering certain Muggle memories to furnish you with this false identity. But what of it? What is it? Lynn pointed towards the small creature, a white hamster, intently fixated on the meat on his plate. After a moment's hesitation, Kyra addressed the situation. Upon hearing Kyra's cue, the hamster leapt from the table, swiftly transforming from a mere animal into human form. Tada! The newly formed young girl even provided her own sound effect. Lynn was momentarily stunned. She truly transformed. Who is she? The abruptness of the situation and the overwhelming amount of information left Lynn somewhat bewildered. Kyra clarified. Her full name is Sophia Bashak, and she is essentially your distant cousin. Is she an animagus? Lynn gasped, as she appeared far too young. Scarcely 7 or 8 years of age. Her situation is somewhat peculiar. Kyra struggled to explain. Her animagus form was innate from birth, yet not entirely natural. Related to her mother. Why is she with you? Her mother entrusted her to Kyra, who has cared for her over the years. The hamster girl made a face at Kyra and then turned to Lynn, blinking her innocent eyes. Cousin, won't you give me a greeting gift? Hearing this, Lynn hastily rummaged through his pockets. This is rather sudden. I wasn't prepared. How about I make it up to you next time? The young girl shook her head vigorously. No. Actually, that will do just fine. Following her gaze, Lynn observed she was pointing at the meatball on his plate, which was intended for the young masteress' lunch. Not for you, Kyra exclaimed in exasperation. Lynn hesitated as well, not out of reluctance, but because he felt this gift was rather trivial. Is this truly adequate as a greeting gift? It's not trivial at all. This meatball is quite substantial. Very well. Then, you may have it. He pushed the plate towards the little girl, but before he could extend the fork, Sophia eagerly bit into the meatball. Delicious. You are called Sophia? That's the name Kyra gave me, but I dislike it. You may call me James Bond. Lynn was left speechless. I think I shall continue to call you Sophia. How did you live with Kyra before? Kyra used to take me to a place not far from here. It was quite nice, actually. It prepared my meals every day, though the meat was somewhat scarce. At least 3 times a week, I had a meal. And it even let me watch television. 007 was particularly cool. And Terminator. However, after you went to Hogwarts, I was relegated to living as a hamster, surviving on bread and biscuits. Later, did I not also feed you meat? Yet, at that time, you clearly harbored doubts about me. I feared that upon discovering my true identity as a spy, you might resort to chopping me up and cooking me. Hence, every meal of meat felt like my last supper. You are a hamster, not a bamboo rat. All rodents are off the menu. Lynn conversed with Xiao Mai for quite some time, finding this unexpected cousin rather intriguing. After lunch was settled, Keela busied herself in the kitchen, tidying up the dishes, while Lynn offered to help, but was firmly rebuffed. Xiao Mai lay comfortably on the sofa, cradling her little belly. Her eyes closed in contentment as she prepared for a nap. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lynn strolled to the balcony to digest his meal. Having been away from home for a year, he noticed that the garden remained meticulously maintained, showing no signs of prolonged neglect. Lynn certainly remembered who was responsible for this upkeep, and he intended to visit Miss Granger later that afternoon to express his gratitude. Just as he contemplated what gift to bring for his visit, he suddenly felt 2 malicious gazes fixated upon him. Startled, he turned towards the source of the stares. Outside the entrance of his home stood 2 individuals, one tall and one short. The taller one had slicked back white hair and a pale complexion, clad in a flowing black robe that enveloped him entirely, resembling an old bat spirit. The shorter one sported a wild mane of chestnut hair, with large eyes and a prominent nose, dressed in an adorable little dress, akin to a small squirrel spirit. Both bore blank expressions, their icy stares capable of freezing one to the core, as they coldly regarded Lynn on the balcony. After standing frozen for a good 5 seconds, the realization of the situation dawned upon Lynn, causing him to break into a cold sweat. A large, glaring warning sign loomed above his head. Chapter 87. Take my head butt. Belloc in front of the door. Lynn stood before Snape and Hermione, eyes cast down in submission. You dare to tarnish the reputation of Hogwarts in such a manner, Snape's deep voice thundered, his gaze fixed on Lynn, revealing his displeasure. Lynn weakly defended himself. I was merely joking with friends. He stole a sidelong glance at Hermione, who had been glaring at him ominously since their encounter, not uttering a single word. Moreover, considering this child has yet to receive her Hogwarts acceptance letter, had you not mentioned magic, You would have already violated the laws set forth by the Ministry of Magic. Snape's tone was stern, clearly intending to issue a warning to Lynn. Once school commences, I shall deduct 10 points from your house for this. Lynn gazed at him in shock, feeling as though he had borrowed a line from Professor McGonagall. Professor, you haven't forgotten, have you? I am a Slytherin. Snape cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, perhaps deducting points is too lenient. Instead, I shall require you to come to my office every evening for the first month of the term to assist with potion materials. Very well, Professor, I accept my punishment. There was no dispute. Aiding Professor Snape with potion materials was not a bad ordeal. If he was pleased, he might even commend Lynn or bestow upon him some rare ingredients. Snape nodded slightly. After being berated by the young girl in tears the previous day, he found himself compelled to return here once more today. Now that Lynn and this newcomer were acquainted, he naturally felt no need to intervene further. Before departing, he shot Lynn a disdainful glare and vanished with a flicker of apparition. Once Professor Snape had left, Lynn remained tense, fully aware that the most challenging part was yet to come. Hermione, allow me to explain. No, let me clarify. Hermione continued to regard him with a stoic expression, not hindering his attempts to continue. Lynn, sensing the gravity of her anger, quickly abandoned his defense. I was wrong. I should not have deceived you. A furtive glance at her expression revealed no change. You know, you are my only friend. Without you, I have no one else to help care for my garden. Another glance, and while her expression remained inscrutable, her eyes seemed to soften slightly. And truly, you have been diligent in tending to my garden. I can see the effort you have put in. Thank you, Hermione. One more look revealed a hint of irritation. Irritation was preferable to indifference. Lynn pressed on. I shall strive to make amends for my misdeeds. This summer, I will take you to Diagon Alley for shopping. I will introduce you to the magical world, share tales of life at Hogwarts, and introduce you to my friends at school. He spread his arms wide, preparing for his final plea. So, can you forgive me, Hermione? At that moment, Hermione finally reacted. She took a step forward, using her rear leg to propel herself, and with her head lowered, she unexpectedly charged at Lynn with a powerful headbutt. Forgive you? Not a chance, you great deceiver. Lynn, caught off guard, staggered back several paces, clutching his chest and grimacing in pain. Does it hurt? He gasped, nodding vigorously. Of course it does. Of course it didn't. His 3 points of physical attributes allowed him to match the physical prowess of an average adult. He could easily withstand a headbutt from a small girl. If one were to lift his shirt to inspect his chest, the red mark there would certainly be less pronounced than the one on Hermione's forehead. That's what you get for lying. You deserve it. Hermione remained furious, her concern evident. She had diligently come every week to help him tend to his garden, only to discover he had been deceiving her. Lynn readily played along. Indeed, I deserve it. So please, calm down. Look at how well you've maintained my home. I must repay you. If you stay angry, how can I repay you? Wouldn't that only make you more upset? I don't want your repayment. Ultimately, Hermione was still a young girl, her anger flaring quickly, yet just as swiftly dissipating under Lynn's coaxing. Magic is truly fascinating. Lynn's voice dripped with temptation. I am a top student, ranking first in my class. Before school even begins, I could teach you magic, enabling you to outshine your peers. Isn't that a form of repayment you would desire? Hermione's expression was one of defiance. Lynn remarked that had he been on equal footing with Hermione, he would undoubtedly have claimed the top position. Indeed, he had always regarded her as exceptionally clever. Hermione cast him a sidelong glance. I can't shake the feeling that your words are not entirely complimentary. How could that be? It must be a mere figment of your imagination, he replied. Tomorrow, I shall take you to Diagon Alley to procure the necessary supplies for Hogwarts. You are welcome to use my textbooks. Do not dismiss them merely because they are secondhand. I have inscribed numerous notes within their pages, and I would hesitate to part with them for even double the price of new ones. The young girl cast him a quick look, seemingly having forgiven him, yet she refrained from voicing her sentiments outright, merely stating as she departed, I shall come to find you tomorrow. I shall await your arrival at home. Lynn waved farewell to her retreating figure, observing her footsteps grow lighter and more buoyant as she distanced herself, causing him to smile knowingly. She is truly endearing. During dinner, he informed Xiaomai and Keela that he would be venturing out the following day, instructing them to guard the house in his absence. Lynn had eagerly anticipated taking the young girl to Diagon Alley to broaden her horizons. However, the next day, he was left disappointed. My father announced last night that we are to travel to Paris this week, Hermione explained. My parents find it impossible to accept the magical world and wish to escape for a respite. Very well. Lynn, suffering the consequences of fate, could only graciously wave his hand. Diagon Alley would always be there. He was not at a loss for a few days. Indeed, this week's interval would allow Lynn to first visit Professor Fox's residence in England to retrieve his research materials on dark magic, which had long piqued his interest. Chapter 88, The Magical Bookshelf. In Lisburn, Northern Ireland, at 608 Queen Street, Lynn stood before a dilapidated two-story building, double-checking the address to ensure he had not erred in his search. This location occupied the most secluded corner of the street. The house clearly bore the marks of long abandonment. The iron railing surrounding the yard was rusted, the front garden overrun with weeds, and the chain on one side of the swing had snapped, with half of the metal plate buried in the tangled undergrowth, rendering the place as desolate as a haunted house. Lynn had not come here alone. He was accompanied by Keela, who served a particular purpose, to perform magic on his behalf. Lynn had not forgotten that prior to leaving school, he had signed a document from the Ministry of Magic prohibiting underage wizards from using magic outside Hogwarts. According to Snape's explanation at the time of signing, this document constituted a magical contract. By affixing their signatures, they agreed to the terms, which would naturally generate a trace of magic upon the young wizards. Should they violate this contract, one could reference the fate of Harry Potter, who was brought before the tribunal in the original tale. Previously, Lynn had employed magic during his time at Ambrose, but that was under pressing circumstances, and he was not alone. Several wizards surrounded him. Thus, the trace was unable to accurately discern who had cast the spell, rendering it inconsequential. However, when he found himself alone, he refrained from testing the Ministry of Magic's enforcement of the law. It was undoubtedly safest to have Kira perform the magic on his behalf. Even if the Ministry were to mistakenly believe that he was the one who had cast the spell, Kira would not flee like Dobby. Instead, she would testify for Lynn. A deft unlocking charm allowed Kira to open the gate for Lynn. The magic of house elves is quite fascinating. They possess the innate ability to perform spells without a wand, albeit with less potency and effect. Nevertheless, due to the distinction between their magic and that of wizards, many prohibitions are ineffective against them, such as the anti-apparition enchantment at Hogwarts. The rusty hinges emitted a prolonged creak as Lynn traversed the overgrown weeds of the front yard. Kira assisted him in opening the door to the sitting room, then discreetly retreated to a corner to amuse herself. The furniture in the sitting room was coated in dust, and Lynn disregarded the clutter, his attention immediately drawn to an object on the cabinet. It was a black and white magical photograph depicting a little girl joyfully swinging, flanked by her parents, who wore gentle smiles. Their family appeared blissfully happy. Lynn gently brushed away the dust from the photograph, gazing at it in silence for a long while before finally tucking it into his pocket. Without wasting time in other rooms, he proceeded directly to the study on the second floor. Unlike the other rooms, this one was locked but lacked a keyhole. Employing the method taught to him by Professor Fawkes, Lynn gently tapped on the door and uttered, "The mind is hungry." The door clicked open on its own. Inside was a modest study, featuring merely 2 rows of bookshelves, which were not even fully stocked. This room was not as disordered as the others. It was safeguarded by a specific enchantment that allowed it to withstand the ravages of time temporarily. "Do you require anything, sir?" A voice suddenly emanated from above. It belonged to an antiquated chandelier. "I need to pack up the study." Lynn recited the precise words imparted by the professor. "As you wish." The bookshelves on either side of the wall began to tremble, prompting Lynn to instinctively step back. The shelves diminished in size until they resembled elementary school backpacks. They then hopped towards the central desk, converging into a black briefcase. At that moment, the chandelier gracefully descended, landing atop the briefcase and transforming into a metallic clasp that secured it. Lynn found the entire spectacle exceedingly intriguing. Upon returning home, he carried the briefcase to the empty room he had previously prepared. Setting the briefcase on the floor, he softly declared, "I require a study." The metallic clasp leapt into the air, bounding high enough to reach the ceiling, where it transformed into a splendid English chandelier. The 2 halves of the suitcase began to separate, finding their way to the wall, expanding until they returned to their original state. Thus, Professor Fawkes' study was flawlessly relocated to Lynn's residence. Aside from the rare materials on dark magic, these 2 rows of bookshelves and the chandelier were undoubtedly precious magical artifacts, all graciously bestowed upon Lynn by the professor. Their functions extended beyond mere aesthetics. As Lynn settled at the desk, a cup of red tea materialized before him. Prepared by Kira. "I require the research materials on the diffusion of dark magic." He addressed the empty study. The flanking bookshelves seemed to heed his summons, and with a rustle, 5 or 6 tomes soared from the shelves, gently landing before Lynn. These books bore no covers. While labeled as books, they resembled more like notes. Lynn casually flipped through the notes, finding the contents somewhat intricate, not something one could grasp in a brief moment. He had anticipated this. If it were so easily comprehensible, Professor Fawkes would not have labeled himself an expert in dark magic research. He took his time, setting the notes aside on the desk. After a sip of tea, he contemplated further and spoke to the study once more. "I desire an intriguing book." The bookshelf swayed for an extended period before finally selecting a volume, which glided to Lynn's side. It was a book with a predominantly green cover, emblazoned with a vividly depicted white ghost at its center. Unlike the notes, this book bore a title, Exorcism and Soul Capture. Instantly captivated, Lynn opened the book and began reading from the first page. An afternoon swiftly passed, and upon closing the book, Lynn furrowed his brow, not in confusion over the spells inscribed within, but rather due to an epiphany it sparked within him. A bold plan, yet one with the potential for success, began to form in his mind. To substantiate the feasibility of his scheme, Lynn promptly penned a letter to Professor Fox. It was only after completing the letter that he remembered he was no longer at Hogwarts, and no public owls were available for his use. With a neutral expression, Lynn peered outside, catching a glimpse of Soulmates, merrily seated on the sofa, relishing a meat pie prepared by Kira while engrossed in the television. What use is there in keeping a lazy, indulgent hamster? He mused. It seemed the time had come to consider acquiring a new pet. Chapter 89, Hermione's Magical World. Is this shabby little tavernette? Across the road from the leaky cauldron, a boy and a girl stood at the curb, pointing at a bar invisible to the ordinary eye. Lynn, hands tucked into the pockets of his hoodie, chuckled. Do not underestimate this little rundown tavern. It may have hosted every wizard in England. That's likely because the number of wizards in England is quite limited, isn't it? Just as Hogwarts stands as the sole wizarding school in all of Britain, proudly claiming to be the finest, Hermione wrinkled her nose. For she was not the kind of dim-witted girl easily deceived by Lynn, except on rare occasions. Do not speak so openly outside. All wizards in Britain graduate from Hogwarts. And uttering such words could invite trouble, Lynn cautioned Hermione, grasping her sleeve. Let us proceed with caution while crossing the street. I am aware I am not a child, she replied. Upon returning home, Hermione persistently pleaded for 2 days, until Mr. Granger finally acquiesced to allowing that insufferable boy from next door to take her to the magical realm of Diagon Alley. A mere visit from a professor at the Magical Academy has already frightened you, and you took 2 weeks in Paris to recover. If you were to venture into Diagon Alley and were frightened again, would you and Mother retreat to the moon for 2 years? Allow me to scout the path first. Once I have mastered magic, I shall demonstrate it daily, and when you are accustomed to it, you may accompany me, Hermione explained to her father. Mr. Granger found himself at a loss with his daughter and could only glare at Lynn when he came to collect Hermione in the morning, maintaining a consistently unfriendly demeanor throughout. This baffled Lynn, who discreetly inquired of Hermione whether her father had neglected to wash his face that morning, as his eyes appeared discomfort. Hermione merely rolled her eyes at him in silence. The leaky cauldron was not overly crowded with wizards, but there were always a few patrons present. After leading Hermione inside, Lynn greeted the old bartender, Tom. A year had passed, and it was evident that Tom no longer recognized Lynn for a year prior. He had been merely a new Hogwarts student accompanying Professor Phoenix, lacking any remarkable traits. Casting a casual glance around the bar, Lynn unexpectedly spotted a familiar face, Professor Quirrell. The former Muggle studies instructor at Hogwarts, now teaching defense against the dark arts, and destined to be the first professor to meet an untimely end. He sat alone in the far corner of the establishment, a glass of butterbeer before him, swathed in a thick scarf, his peculiar attire reminiscent of an Indian. Clearly, at this juncture, he had become a pawn of Voldemort, sharing a body with him. Observing this scene, Lynn could not help but maliciously ponder whether a well-placed wind whirlwind charm to dislodge Quirrell's scarf would startle Voldemort. Regrettably, he lacked the audacity to attempt such a feat. While he recognized Professor Quirrell, the latter did not recognize him. Lynn had no intention of lingering in the bar. He led Hermione directly to the brick wall in the backyard, and, with a hint of mystery, posed the question, "Can you guess how we shall enter Diagon Alley?" Hermione, arms crossed and chin raised, replied, "Isn't it obvious? We must first pass through this wall." Lynn produced his wand, twirling it at his fingertips before settling it firmly in his grasp. "Observe closely. We need to tap this particular brick with our wand." He had yet to strike it, as he was indicating precisely which brick to target. Why not use that trash bin as a reference point? Wouldn't it make it easier to remember? However, there are always miscreants who might wish to relocate the trash bin, so it is prudent for you to memorize the position of this brick instead. Indeed, that is rather troublesome. Once Hermione confirmed she had taken note, Lynn gently tapped the brick with the tip of his wand. The brick wall split apart, revealing the entrance to Diagon Alley before them. Hermione's expression mirrored that of Lynn when he first arrived, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she took in the sights of Diagon Alley. During this time of year, the magical alley bustled with activity, as young witches and wizards prepared for the upcoming school term, infusing the place with vibrant energy. "What do we need to purchase first?" Hermione inquired, clutching a small pouch that her father had filled for her before she left home. Lynn pondered for a moment. According to the usual procedure, we must first visit Gringotts to exchange our currency. Gringotts is the bank of the Wizarding World, managed by goblins. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go, Hermione exclaimed eagerly, striding along the cobbled path at the center of Diagon Alley, while Lynn leisurely followed behind her. In truth, if Lynn so wished, Hermione need not exchange money at Gringotts. Aside from the initial funding from Professor Flitwick, he had inherited the vault of the Flitwick family. He had also heard from Kira that there was another family vault waiting for him to claim in the German branch of Gringotts. Thus, Lynn was in a position where having too many galleons could indeed become a source of annoyance. Offering to assist Hermione with her school supplies would hardly be a burden. Rather, it would be a mere trifle. Yet, setting aside the rationale behind funding Hermione, it was evident that she would refuse. After all, she was quite capable on her own. Miss Granger has always been a strong-willed girl. 20 galleons. Hermione exclaimed, proudly displaying a cloth pouch before Lynn. He nodded, feigning envy. That is significantly more than last year. Last time, Gringotts only allowed me to exchange 10. What else do you wish to buy this year? I could save a little to help, or rather, lend you some. That won't be necessary. I encountered a wonderful professor last year who recognized my talent and funded me with 525 galleons. Oh, Lynn led the young girl to Ollivander's wand shop, intending to procure a wand first. However, just as they arrived at the entrance, a figure emerged from within. The narrow doorway was quite unwelcoming to the individual, who had to bend slightly to squeeze through. Hagrid? Lynn exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the half-giant before him. Although Lynn and Hagrid were not particularly close, they were certainly acquainted. Oh, it's you, Belloc. Hagrid waved in greeting. What brings you here? Lynn asked, peering curiously past Hagrid. Sure enough, behind him stood a boy with glasses, slightly disheveled hair, and a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, appearing somewhat anxious. Chapter 90. The Great Crisis of Little My. Who is this behind you? Lynn inquired knowingly. Harry Potter, a first-year student this year. His situation is somewhat unique. Dumbledore specifically asked me to bring him to Diagon Alley to purchase his school supplies. Harry, this is Lynn Belloc, a second-year wizard from Slytherin and the most outstanding student of his year. Lynn noticed the boy's slight awkwardness and took the initiative to greet him. Hello. May I call you Harry? You can call me Lynn. Of course, Harry quickly extended his hand to shake Lynn's. This was the first wizard he had encountered who did not shout at him or behave erratically, and he was also a senior at Hogwarts, recognized by Hagrid as the best among his peers. Before he had the chance to understand what Slytherin was all about, or to meet Draco and Snape, his first impression of Lynn was quite favorable. Lynn then patted Hermione on the shoulder beside him. I am also here to accompany a first-year student for shopping. This is my neighbor and friend, Hermione Granger. She also received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts this year. Perhaps you two might be sorted into the same house. He winked at Hermione and suddenly smiled, but the little girl shot him a glare, not comprehending his mischievous thoughts, and then greeted Harry. Hello, you can call me Hermione. Hello, Hermione. Hagrid nudged Harry forward, urging him. All right, we must be off. There are still many items to purchase. If you wish to chat, we can do so at Hogwarts, where you will be able to see each other every day. After waving goodbye to Harry and Hagrid, Hermione turned to Lynn, scrutinizing him. What were you just laughing about? Lynn feigned innocence. I wasn't laughing at anything. Humph, you are certainly plotting something devious. Why would you think that? Have a little trust in me, Hermione. I am a good person. Huh, liar. Scoundrel. They spent the entire day wandering Diagon Alley. In addition to helping Hermione gather her school supplies, Lynn also acquired a new pet, an owl. It was clear that Mike could no longer be a pet. Always yearning for meat and unable to do anything but act cute as a mascot, Lynn had decided to regard her as his daughter. As Professor Fox would be running amok everywhere, any inquiries he wished to make could only be sent via letter, thus acquiring an owl was most appropriate. Hermione did not purchase a pet, as her parents disapproved, but she bought numerous magical books of various genres, and Lynn selected one as a gift for her. Lynn shook his head. Perhaps, because I haven't read it either, I'm not quite sure, but I believe you might find it useful. An unfounded premonition. Upon arriving home, Kyra was already waiting at the door for him. Even after these days, he still found it difficult to get accustomed to Kyra's excessively respectful demeanor. However, he understood that this was simply the inherent nature of house elves, which he could not change. After responding to Kyra's greeting, Lynn walked directly into the study, passing through the living room. As she gazed at the owl he held in his hand, a sudden sense of unease surged within the cheerful Soulmate, who had been blissfully lounging on the sofa, engrossed in her television show. Seizing the opportunity, while Keela busied herself in the kitchen preparing lunch, she stealthily made her way to the study door. Lennon was preparing to send a letter to Professor Fox, utilizing the newly acquired owl, when he noticed a white fluffball lurking at the entrance, peering curiously. What are you looking at? Soulmate said, clinging to the doorframe, revealing only her head, and pointed a finger at Lynn's new pet. What is that? An owl? Don't tell me you've never seen one before. Why did you buy it? To make soup? Is your mind solely preoccupied with food? I am a wizard. Of course I bought it as a pet to send letters with, Lynn replied. But don't you already have me? Soulmate retorted loudly. Lynn looked at her quizzically. You are not a pet. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in the little girl's eyes. Are you planning to throw me away, Lynn? Is it because I eat too much that you want to cast me out? I can manage with just meat every 3 days. And I'll reduce my television time by 2 hours each day. I will even help Keela with chores. Please don't abandon me. I don't want to be a beggar. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, sobbing like a little kitten. Seeing her so distraught, Lynn quickly stood up, gently stroking her head and wiping away her tears, offering comfort. When did I ever say I would throw you away? Then why did you buy it? she sniffled, pointing an accusing finger at the owl. The owl blinked innocently, tilting its head in a charming manner at Xiaomai's gesture. It is a pet, and you are not. Then what am I? Xiaomai asked through her sobs. Lin, feeling somewhat bemused, realized the little girl had genuinely mistaken her role after being a pet for so long. You are a hamster spy 007, the James Bond of the magical realm, Keela's Sophia Bashak, and my cousin Xiaomai. The pet identity is merely a disguise you take on while you spy on me. It is not your true self. Not true. Xiaomai wiped her tears and questioned. Lin affirmed, of course not. If I regarded you as a pet, would I allow you to feast on meat and watch television every day? Have you forgotten the lifestyle we had when I initially treated you like a pet? Bread and cookie crumbs. Then I'll no longer be a pet. Let it be one. I will simply be Lin's cousin from now on. You are not allowed to find another cousin and cast me out. Cousins are not something one can simply conjure. Go watch your television and refrain from snacks. Keela will soon finish preparing the meal. It is time to eat. He had a distaste for overly clever children but held a fondness for those who were a bit dim-witted, as they were quite entertaining. Chapter 91. Life is hard. On a street in Berlin, small groups of people gathered, watching a street performer showcase his magical talents. The performer appeared to be of considerable age, with the marks of time etched upon his face. Yet, his posture remained remarkably upright, adorned with a black top hat, reminiscent of street magicians. He donned a long black coat, even in the summer, exuding an air of enchantment. With a flourish, he conjured a cascade of colorful ribbons from his hat, eliciting joyous cheers from the children around him. In a delightful twist, he performed a trick unlike any other magician. With a gentle snap of his fingers, an orchid blossomed unexpectedly in his palm, which he graciously presented to a nearby little girl. The girl, brimming with excitement, exclaimed to her mother, "Mom, this is magic." Her mother corrected her, saying, "No, dear, it's called a magic trick, not magic." "But no, this is real magic," the girl insisted. Professor Fox knelt down, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Yes, you're absolutely right. This is indeed magic. See, Mom, even the magician says so," the girl argued passionately. The mother smiled apologetically at Professor Fox. As the performance concluded, Professor Fox bowed graciously to the assembled audience, removing his hat in a gentlemanly gesture. A sizable crowd had gathered, applauding his act and placing coins into his hat. After a successful street performance, he was yet to tally his earnings when a sudden swoop of an owl caught his attention, dropping a letter at his feet. He picked it up, glanced at its contents, and a smile spread across his face. It was a letter from his promising student, Lynn, inquiring about a tome on dark magic from her family's library. While traversing a deserted alley, two robed figures emerged from the shadows. One of them spoke in a cold tone. "Adrian Fox, you are suspected of violating the International Confidentiality Act. Please accompany us." Clearly, this was not their first encounter, as Professor Fox displayed no particular surprise. "I have explained this before. They believe my acts are mere magic tricks, not actual magic. I have not disclosed anything about the Wizarding World." The other figure drew his wand, his voice icy. "You just admitted to a muggle child that you used magic. You are not even half my age, yet you carry on with such obstinacy." "I was merely entertaining a child." Both aurors from the German Ministry of Magic raised their wands in unison. "You may explain yourself to the tribunal and the presiding judge." Resigned, Professor Fox raised his hands in surrender. All right, I'm truly afraid of you." Yet, in the next instant, with a sharp crack, he vanished from sight. Somewhere far away, Professor Fox reappeared, adjusting his coat, worried whether Lynn's owl would be able to locate him again. But he knew he must change his location. Resorting to genuine magic disguised as mere illusion for a livelihood is one matter, but being pursued by the local Ministry of Magic is quite another. Alas, life is indeed arduous. He adjusted his top hat and strode forward, traversing vast fields of farmland, the wind billowing his coat as he continued on his journey. During the summer holidays, Hermione frequented the Lynn household almost daily, much to Mr. Granger's discontent, yet he could not bring himself to confine his daughter at home. Lynn had never intended to conceal the existence of Kyra and Little My, nor could he hide it from Hermione. Thus, he candidly explained that he later discovered he was, in fact, a second-generation wizard, with Kyra being the house elf bequeathed to him by his parents, and Little My his cousin. Lynn took great care of Kyra's living conditions, ensuring it did not dwell in squalor but rather had its own room, complete with a bedspread reminiscent of a robe, replacing the previous rags. This consideration did not evoke any disdain from Hermione. She merely assumed the status of house elves in wizarding families was akin to that of butlers in affluent households. However, the transformation of Little My the hamster into Lynn's cousin astonished her. She was yet unaware of the existence of animagi, only familiar with transfiguration, mistakenly believing Little My had transformed from human to hamster through that magic. From their initial meeting, she and Little My developed a pleasant rapport. After all, who could resist an adorable mascot? Hermione had made quite the impression during her first visit by bringing delightful pastries. Leaving Little My with a lingering desire to share a morsel with Lynn, and from that moment, she eagerly anticipated Hermione's daily visits with treats. Hermione's magical aptitude was indeed commendable. This was certified by Lynn himself. She could learn numerous minor spells from the textbooks merely by self-study, lacking only a bit of finesse in incantation and wand movement, skills that Lynn could readily impart. It wasn't exceedingly difficult. Hermione gazed proudly at the pink cup she had transformed. Yet Lynn unceremoniously deflated her pride. Such spells are hardly noteworthy. Hermione, indignant, retorted, "Then show me what constitutes a respectable spell." Lynn shook his head. "Not now. Wait until tomorrow when we arrive at Hogwarts, and you shall witness it for yourself." After reaching a magical index of 9, Lynn had yet to experiment with the enhanced effects of magic. He surmised that a typical wizard's magical index would hover around 7, with those of superior ability potentially reaching 9 or 10. As for the likes of Voldemort or Dumbledore, he dared not speculate. They might have surpassed 10. Thus, from the perspective of magical index alone, Lynn had already eclipsed the standard for an adult wizard. The potency of his spells had undoubtedly magnified since his first year. Chapter 92. The beginning of second year. If any teachers at that school give you a hard time, you must inform me and your mother. Do not keep it from us. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Lynn could not help but interrupt Mr. Granger's words. Rest assured, Uncle, such a thing shall not occur. The atmosphere at Hogwarts is generally quite pleasant, and I have Lynn to assist in looking after Hermione. Sitting in front, Hermione nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Dad, that is precisely the case. You need not worry excessively." Early in the morning, Mr. Granger prepared to escort Hermione to the station. And naturally, Lynn took advantage of the ride. Although Mr. Granger initially harbored reservations about Lynn, he recognized that having a familiar presence in the unfamiliar realm of Hogwarts was preferable to solitude. Thus, he graciously allowed Lynn to accompany them and extended an invitation for future visits during holidays. This term, Lynn did not bring along Shizuku and Kyra. Concerning Shizuku, Lynn had contemplated her future with great seriousness. After all, her guardian was Kyra, the house elf, and now that Kyra had fulfilled the old master's commands, her unwavering loyalty to Lynn effectively transferred Shizuku's guardianship to him. While it was delightful to let her indulge in leisure at home, such a lifestyle offered no benefit for her future. A foolish child may be endearing, but it would be unfortunate if she grew into a foolish adult. Lynn had initially intended to enroll her in a nearby Muggle primary school, where she could learn to interact with peers and acquire some knowledge of natural sciences. As for her identity, Kyra would assist in resolving that issue. However, after careful consideration, he abandoned this notion. Given Shizuku's temperament, attending a Muggle school could lead to complications, and it might not be advantageous. Thus, Lynn resolved to keep her at home, procuring a wealth of educational materials and popular science books for her. He instructed Kyra to ensure that she dedicated at least 4 hours each day to reading and studying. Although the subjects studied might not necessarily aid Shizuku in her future as a witch, they would cultivate her study habits, helping her avoid becoming a lethargic individual. As for Kyra, Lynn wished to bring her to Hogwarts. After the original plot commenced, Kyra's role within Hogwarts would significantly benefit his nascent plans. Regrettably, Kyra informed him that Dumbledore had already dismissed her from Hogwarts. Given her current status, her return would carry an air of provocation, and she needed to remain at home to care for Shizuku. Nevertheless, when the time was right, Lynn would write to summon her to Hogwarts, at which point he would not concern himself with the implications. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station, Mr. Granger assisted them in unloading their luggage from the car and brought it to the wall leading to platform 9 3/4. "This is where we part, Dad. Rest assured, I shall manage splendidly over there, especially with Lynn's help." Hermione reassured her father with a warm embrace. Mr. Granger mused inwardly, "The more you say that, the more I worry." For now, he would let this auxiliary figure watch over his daughter, and when the time was ripe, he would ensure Hermione kept her distance from him. Thus, Mr. Granger found solace in his self-reassurance. When they arrived, it was still early. The Hogwarts Express had already come to a halt at the platform, yet there were not many people present. Lynn assisted Hermione in stowing her luggage in the carriage. At that moment, Cedric's head suddenly popped out from a compartment, and upon spotting Lynn, he called out and waved. "Just as 2 upperclassmen had guided me when I first boarded the Hogwarts Express last year, you two have 2 choices. One is to accompany me, and I shall introduce you to my friends, who possess amiable dispositions. The other is to proactively engage with the new students and attempt to forge friendships with them." Hermione did not immediately choose, but instead inquired of Lynn, "Which option did you select?" "The latter. I sought out a compartment solely occupied by first years." "Then I shall choose the second as well," the young girl asserted, unwilling to concede. "Very well, off you go. Once we reach Hogwarts, I suspect I shall not be able to accompany you into the castle. Each year's newcomers have a distinct entry method compared to the returning students. Following that, there will be a feast, and unless you find yourself sorted into Slytherin, our next meeting will have to wait until tomorrow." Lynn refrained from disclosing to Hermione that, in truth, he had spent an entire day in a compartment with a rather aloof first year last year. although they eventually became friends. Their initial interactions had indeed been less than enjoyable. Then we shall see each other tomorrow, Hermione resolved, preparing to part ways with Lynn. She was already aware that Lynn was one of the most exceptional young wizards among the 4 houses at Hogwarts. She too was a determined girl, striving to excel among her peers, eager to prove that she, Hermione, was equally remarkable as Lynn's friend, both academically and socially. Unfortunately, she remained unaware that within a single academic year, Lynn had already been involved in 2 altercations, resulting in rather mediocre social interactions. They parted ways within the carriage, and Lynn soon found Cedric and Ian, who were indulging in snacks. The table was laden with an array of muggle treats, brought by Ian. A cursory glance revealed that these snacks were anything but inexpensive, some he had never seen before, yet their packaging indicated their high cost. Cedric was particularly enthusiastic about the food. Having lived in a location far removed from muggles, and having never encountered such snacks before, many of these delicacies were a first for him. Where did you go after you passed through the wall last time? Ian recalled this incident vividly. He had searched high and low for Lynn, even enlisting his family's help to send someone to the station's broadcasting room to assist in locating him, but to no avail. Ultimately, they had to abandon the search. Lynn felt a twinge of nostalgia. It's a long story, but the outcome was fortuitous. Today, you are able to see me. Matters of his heritage were not to be divulged. Grindelwald's reputation among the wizarding community was scarcely better than that of Voldemort. Both were dark wizards. Albeit Grindelwald's primary activities were not based in England. Sensing Lynn's reluctance to elaborate, Cedric and Ian shifted the conversation to amusing anecdotes from their summer vacations at home. Chapter 93, the story begins. This year, the only noticeable change in everyone, apart from their increased height, is that Ian has tanned a bit. He mentioned that his family took him to the seaside for over a month during the summer. It is no surprise that he has darkened. While they were engaged in conversation, the door to their compartment was suddenly flung open from the outside. "Excuse me, has anyone seen a toad? Neville's toad has gone missing," inquired a small girl with brown hair, peeking in. Her eyes lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Lynn, is that you?" It was none other than Hermione, whom they had parted from not long ago. "You are helping someone look for a toad." Lynn opened the door wider to let her in, noticing the presence of others. She spoke candidly. "Yes, Neville seemed quite anxious, so I took the initiative to assist him. I want to keep you. I still need to check the next compartment. Would you like to take some snacks with you? Is that all right?" she asked, tilting her head to glance at Lynn's friends. Cedric and Ian readily nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Hermione discreetly took a box of chocolate hazelnuts. Once Hermione left, Cedric curiously inquired, "Is she your friend?" Lynn nodded. "She is from my neighborhood. Quite the lively little girl. Isn't she? Very helpful." At that moment, an owl swooped in, flapping its wings parallel to the train. Lynn stared in surprise for several seconds, then remembered that it was the owl he had purchased during the summer. He hastily rolled down the window to let it in. Lynn's owl appeared rather disheveled, its feathers ruffled as if it had been through a tussle with another owl. As soon as it entered, it eagerly pecked at the back of Lynn's hand. Lynn instantly comprehended its intent, tearing open a packet of biscuits, breaking them into pieces, and placing them in front of it. Ian assisted with a towel. Tending to the owl, Lynn opened a letter, his eyes widening in astonishment. He didn't rush to read it. There would be ample time once they arrived at Hogwarts. As the train approached the station, young witches and wizards in every compartment began to stir, donning their robes in preparation to disembark. Lynn and his companions were no exception. "This year, you will be second years, and like me, you will take the thestral carriages into the school." Once the train stabilized, Cedric led them out. It was still nighttime when Hagrid stood at a small, dilapidated platform, calling out, "First-year students, gather over here." "Hey, Harry, how are you?" Lynn observed him greeting the dark-haired boy with glasses whom they had met earlier in Diagon Alley. Beside him was a red-haired boy who bore a resemblance to the Weasley twins. That must be Ron. Hermione was mingling among the first years, seemingly comforting Neville, who was in tears over his lost toad. The first years were naturally guided by Hagrid, while Lynn and his friends followed the upperclassmen to board the thestral carriages. Due to the graduation of the 7th years, this year's prefects were new. Lynn recognized the Gryffindor prefect, Percy, one of the Weasley brothers he had met when he first started school. The head of Slytherin has also changed. Betty has graduated, which brings Lynn a sense of relief, as the elder female student who coveted his beauty has finally departed. By the edge of the woods, Lynn beheld a multitude of nightmares. They were gaunt and emaciated, resembling western dragons or perhaps lizards, adorned with enormous bat wings sprouting from their ribs, their overall hue a deep black. The wand core Lynn currently wielded was derived from the heartstrings of such creatures. Only those who have witnessed death can perceive them. Among the trio, both Lynn and Ian could see them, while Cedric could not. Lynn himself was uncertain why he could see them, having never witnessed anyone die in either this life or the last. Well, that wasn't entirely accurate. He had witnessed his own death. Perhaps that was the reason he could perceive the nightmares. As for why Ian could see them, if he chose not to speak, everyone would understand and refrain from asking. Much like they did with Lynn, they each occupied their respective tables, while the professors had mostly taken their seats on the dais, with the exception of Professor McGonagall, who was waiting for Hagrid to escort the first-year students from behind the castle doors. Lynn engaged in casual conversation with the other Slytherins at the long table, though his peripheral vision and attention were consistently drawn to the professors on the elevated platform. Professor Quirrell sat at the edge of the faculty table, his head still wrapped in a turban reminiscent of an Indian scarf, making him quite conspicuous among the professors. Lynn pondered with a strange expression. Could none of the professors discern Quirrell's apparent change? Just as he entertained malicious thoughts about which professors might suspect, yet feign ignorance, he suddenly felt a gaze from the dais directed at him. Lynn feigned nonchalance and turned to meet the eyes of the observer. Dumbledore smiled and nodded at him, to which Lynn politely returned a grin. "Don't smile at me. Go find your Harry Potter to smile at," he thought to himself. At that moment, Professor McGonagall emerged from the side chamber with a throng of first-year students. She placed the sorting hat upon the dais, officially commencing the sorting ceremony. Alongside McGonagall's call, Lynn silently chanted in his heart, "Hannah Abbott." The girl with 2 golden braids ascended the platform, and as expected, she was sorted into Hufflepuff. This year, familiar faces were on the rise. Hermione was once again sorted into Gryffindor, which did not surprise Lynn, given her character. Hogwarts had only Ravenclaw and Gryffindor as suitable options for her, but if she aspired to be a leader, Gryffindor would be her sole choice. Then there was Harry Potter. When McGonagall called his name, the hall erupted in chatter. Countless eyes were fixated on where he would be placed. "Gryffindor," boomed the sorting hat's voice, and the Gryffindor table erupted in jubilation. Lynn couldn't help but smile at the scene. Under normal circumstances, this would be the year Gryffindor ascended to greatness, if he were not present. Chapter 94, The Spread of Dark Magic. This year, Slytherin has welcomed a considerable number of new students. Lynn is not well acquainted with them, save for a certain Draco Malfoy, who appeared somewhat restless while seated beside Blood-Purist Barrow, along with his 2 lackeys. The remaining names, such as Pansy Parkinson, merely ring a bell for him. The feast at the beginning of the school year is always bountiful, and Lynn finds himself savoring a roasted sausage while conversing with the newly appointed Slytherin prefect. Charles Horner, who has taken on the role of male prefect for Slytherin this year, is someone Lynn had previously met while assisting Snape with potion materials. They occasionally collaborated in Snape's office, fostering a decent rapport. "Do you think Professor Snape would assist me if I were to borrow books from the restricted section of the library?" Lynn inquired. Charles hesitated slightly before responding candidly. "I'm not entirely certain. You know how peculiar our headmaster can be. If you manage to endear yourself to him, perhaps he might lend a hand, but then again, no one has ever attempted such a thing." After Professor Fawkes departed, Lynn found himself devoid of a supportive figure among the professors. Although he had already amassed a fair amount of information regarding dark magic, Hogwarts, being an ancient institution, houses a wealth of imaginative and theoretical knowledge on various forms of magic within its library. This would greatly benefit Lynn's own studies. Thus, he contemplated the idea of spending a month in Snape's office under the guise of detention, hoping to leverage Snape's reputation for his own advantage. This year's newcomers' banquet was notably livelier than in previous years, particularly on the Gryffindor side, where Harry Potter was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Lynn caught a glimpse of Malfoy at his table, who occasionally cast glances toward Harry's direction, his face contorted with jealousy and indignation. He boisterously bragged to the nearby Slytherin first years about the exorbitant value of his family's sterling silver cutlery, which Hogwarts currently utilized, donated by his father. Regrettably, aside from his cronies, the other newcomers seemed indifferent to his boasts. Once everyone had feasted to their satisfaction, the food vanished from their plates. As customary, Dumbledore introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor for the year. Professor Quirrell would assume this role for the semester. He also recited some of the annual formalities, but at the end, he unexpectedly added an additional remark. "Lastly, I must inform you all. Those who wish to avoid unfortunate accidents and a most painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." A few young wizards erupted into laughter, but they were a minority. Most could discern the gravity in Dumbledore's words. Yet, he refrained from disclosing what lay beyond that corridor, leading many of his astute students to feel uneasy, as their headmaster typically provided reasons for forbidding access to certain areas, such as the Forbidden Forest, known to harbor numerous perilous creatures. Yet this time, he seemed to be deliberately teasing, enticing the audacious souls to embark on an adventure. Lynn silently curled his lip. Dumbledore's fishing was far too conspicuous. With the conclusion of the banquet, life at Hogwarts had officially settled into a routine. After the term commenced, Lynn had refrained from seeking Harry Potter out, as he was perpetually occupied and simply lacked the leisure to do so. Even during meals, he was often engrossed in a tome of magical lore, simultaneously devouring meat-filled pastries. "What on earth are you studying every day?" Ian and Cedric were perplexed. If it were merely the mundane curriculum of their second year, there would be no need for Lynn to be so consumed by it. Lynn set aside his pure black-covered notebook and lifted a cup of pumpkin juice to wash down his food. I cannot divulge that just yet, but you will come to know in due time. In truth, he was delving into Professor Fox's research on the diffusion of dark magic. The magical concepts involved were rather profound, and despite Lynn's exceptional talent, his one-year exposure to magic rendered his foundational knowledge rather weak, making the learning process quite arduous. He could only seize the evenings to labor in Snape's office, concocting various excuses to persuade him to sign borrowing slips for the restricted section. Although Snape would invariably mock him, suggesting that having lofty aspirations without the requisite skills was a poor habit, and that such esoteric knowledge would turn his brain to mush. He still signed the slips nonetheless. Lynn would listen cheerfully, and before departing, he would discreetly pocket a few leaves of mandrake or some pupae of the demiguise. Snape would merely glare at him, offering no further comment. Presently, Lynn felt a sense of urgency. He was striving to swiftly grasp the nuances of casting Fox's diffusion of dark magic, so he could carve out time for further magical studies. Due to the lengthy interval, his recollection of the original storyline's progression was somewhat vague. He awaited a moment or an opportunity. Concerning Animagi, on the very first day of school, he had pilfered a leaf of mandrake from Professor Snape's office. Following the steps outlined by Kira for transforming into an animagus on a night of the full moon, Lynn placed the leaf beneath his tongue. This state needed to be maintained for a month, until the next full moon arrived, allowing him to proceed with the subsequent step. Time was of the essence, compelling Lynn to utilize every available moment for study. After several days of exploration, he had begun to glean insights from the notes left by Professor Fox. The so-called diffusion of dark magic essentially involved the secondary weakening of enhanced dark spells. This process sacrificed intensity in order to transform single-target curses into area effect spells. Taking the killing curse as an example, its efficacy ensured the inevitable death of the victim, with no possibility of reversal. This was also the reason Harry Potter was dubbed the boy who lived. He was the only person in history to survive the killing curse. After the soul curse is disseminated, it transforms into a widespread spell that utilizes the ground as a conductor, with the caster at its center, radiating a lethal glow in all directions. The range of this expansion depends on the spell's potency. Chapter 95, Stirring Up Trouble. The advantages are evident. It inflicts damage and ensures a no-escape instant death. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. Notably, it can only propagate through the ground, rendering it ineffective should the adversary leave that surface. Furthermore, the instant death effect of the soul curse itself is diminished. According to Professor Fox's experimental records, the effects of the disseminated soul curse vary based on the strength of the soul. For beings with low soul strength, such as the giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest, the effect remains lethal. In slightly stronger cases, like ordinary muggles or sentient magical creatures such as centaurs, fairies, or house elves, the instant death effect is nullified, instead inducing a profound stupor, from which they may eventually awaken. For even stronger beings, such as wizards, the spell fails to induce even a fainting spell, merely causing dizziness or discomfort severe enough to result in a nosebleed. However, one can mitigate these shortcomings. Professor Fox proposed a hypothesis in his notes. The dissemination of dark magic entails sacrificing the spell's power to achieve a broader effect. Yet if one's dark magic is sufficiently potent, strong enough that even when diluted it retains the capacity to cause instant death in wizards, then this flaw becomes negligible. The potency of magic primarily hinges on three factors: the caster's proficiency, the caster's magical energy, and the caster's emotional state. By enhancing these three aspects, theoretically, the released magic could achieve boundless strength. Proficiency requires time to cultivate. This is an area where Lynn cannot expedite his progress. Nevertheless, he has already mastered the 3 unforgivable curses and spends his days in the room of requirement practicing with small creatures like spiders and frogs. His magical energy has reached an advanced level among adult wizards, making significant improvement unlikely in the short term. As for the emotional aspect during casting, dark magic is termed as such because it necessitates a subjective malice during its use. Lynn considers himself neither a good person nor a villain. He possesses an innate disadvantage when it comes to harboring malicious intent. Fortunately, Lynn is not an ordinary wizard. He is a unique individual. After capturing Kira last semester, the system rewarded him with a talent, bloodline inheritance. With an initial value of 2 points, this talent provides a 50 chance for his spells to achieve a double amplification. Upon the semester's commencement, Lynn allocated his 2 free points to this talent, elevating it to 4 points, resulting in a 25 chance for his spells to be doubled, and a further 25 chance for a 3-fold amplification. The efficacy of this talent aligns perfectly with the dissemination of dark magic. Undoubtedly, the most suitable dark magic for such dissemination is the Soul Curse, which guarantees widespread instant death. Yet, the Soul Curse, despite its formidable single-target effect, ultimately serves but one purpose: to bring about death. The exponential enhancement is nothing but a waste. However, The utilization of dark magic for proliferation is a different matter altogether. Lynn has a premonition that while it is currently possible to amplify a spell threefold, the intensity is surely inadequate. Yet, as he continually invests in this talent, increasing the multiplier, the prospect of unleashing a lethal curse capable of vanquishing a wizard is not merely a fantasy. Moreover, the enhancement of the spell's effects is evidently beneficial to him. That morning by the Black Lake, Cedric, having been launched into the water by a single threefold petrification spell, found himself in a state of existential doubt. It took great effort from Lynn and Ian to rescue him, employing numerous dispelling spells, and they nearly had to transport him to the infirmary to free him from his petrified state. "Are you a monster?" Cedric exclaimed, his expression one of utter disbelief. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I truly didn't anticipate such a powerful effect." Lynn apologized profusely while drying Cedric's robe. "Why didn't my universal dispelling spell work?" Even Ian looked at Lynn with a peculiar expression. Lynn scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Perhaps, maybe. It's because my spell is simply too potent to be undone." The two regarded Lynn as if he were a creature from another realm, unable to fathom how his spells had become so formidable in merely a summer's time. From that day forth, they were decidedly reluctant to practice with Lynn. While others enjoyed their training sessions, enhancing each other's abilities, sparring with Lynn felt akin to risking one's very life. At noon in the Great Hall, Cedric and his companions again observed Lynn's peculiarities. His eating was exceedingly slow, chewing meticulously as though fearing he might swallow the food too hastily. They had shared meals for over a year and recognized that this was not Lynn's usual dining style. "I'm practicing health preservation," Lynn asserted with conviction. "Did you know? Each additional chew reduces stomach contractions by 3, effectively alleviating digestive stress." Cedric listened in bewilderment, while Ian regarded him as if he were an extraterrestrial. "You're discussing health preservation in a magical academy? What of it? Wizards are human too. Every human must prioritize their health," he retorted defiantly. "You're not quite right." Both Cedric and Ian remarked simultaneously, casting sidelong glances at him. In truth, Lynn was merely trying to prevent himself from inadvertently swallowing the mandrake leaves nestled beneath his tongue. He had persevered for nearly a month, awaiting the next full moon to proceed to the subsequent step. Should he accidentally ingest the leaves at this juncture, all his efforts would be rendered futile. The complexity of mastering a Nimigus transformation is profound. It requires not only skilled transfiguration, but also a significant element of fortune. Numerous uncontrollable factors can arise, and even the slightest misstep necessitates starting anew. Lynn's preparation at the beginning of the semester stemmed from his uncertainty about his potential for success. Nonetheless, he still harbored hopes deep within that he would indeed prevail. He was quite eager to discover what animal his animagus would transform into. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the Gryffindor long table adjacent to Ravenclaw. Malfoy was brandishing a glass orb the size of a ping-pong ball, wearing a mischievous grin as he taunted the first-year Gryffindor students. He had snatched the memory orb sent to him by Neville's grandmother. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, clearly having endured enough of him for one day, eager to seize the opportunity to confront Draco. However, just then, Professor McGonagall passed by, preventing the impending conflict from erupting. Draco, accompanied by his 2 lackeys, muttered a threat before departing. Cedric leaned over to Lynn and whispered, "That first year from your house seems to be quite the troublemaker." Lynn shrugged, replying, "Not just a bit. That's just how he is." Chapter 96, Induction. He prepared to send a letter to Professor Fox. Lynn slipped his neatly pinned letter into the owl's claws. The owl remained motionless, as if it had not heard his words. "I understand you're having a tough time. Professor Fox is far away, and I empathize with your feelings." Lynn sighed. "No, you do not." The owl rolled its eyes, appearing quite reluctant. Suddenly, Lynn became resolute. "Rest assured, I shall reward you handsomely for your efforts. Last time, I made you run such a long distance in a state of disarray due to my inexperience. This time, I have prepared everything." He produced a small pouch filled with grains and seeds, hanging it around the owl's neck. "And there's more." He pulled out a small postal cap and placed it snugly on the owl's head. Once his owl was fully equipped, Lynn gave it a gentle push towards the door. Cedric, unable to contain his amusement, laughed heartily at the sight of Lynn finally sending off his owl, before finally asking, "Where are you sending it? Why does it seem so unwilling?" "To find Professor Fox. He has probably already made his way to Asia." "No wonder," Cedric replied. Lynn glanced up, calculating the days. "Today seems to be a full moon, right? It's time for Ian's transformation." Ian, who was leisurely cutting a piece of steak, nodded slightly. Lynn suddenly brightened. "Let us gather by the Whomping Willow that night. I might be a bit late, around 9 o'clock. What are you planning to do?" "That's a secret," he said mysteriously. Cedric shrugged. "All right then, I'll ask again when it's no longer a secret." That afternoon, in the library of Hogwarts, Lynn was diligently transcribing notes into a notebook. It was a book from the restricted section, concerning the formation of ghosts, and Snape had permitted him to read it, but forbade him from taking it out of the library. However, he was not alone in the library today. Beside him sat a chattering young girl. Indeed, I find it truly perplexing why their sense of collective honor is so lacking. When provoked by such individuals, why not simply report to a teacher instead of resorting to physical confrontation? Such actions would only result in points being deducted from Gryffindor, jeopardizing the hard-earned scores I acquired through Professor McGonagall's transfiguration lessons, and even placing Harry at risk of expulsion. Lynn, sensing the sharp gaze of the fat lady, quickly patted Hermione on the shoulder, urging her to calm her emotions and lower her voice. I comprehend your perspective. You desire for them to abide by the rules, for everything to transpire according to protocol, do you not? Hermione nodded dejectedly. However, the notion of everyone adhering to the rules exists solely in your ideal world. Not everyone shares your mindset. As you previously mentioned, it was Malfoy, a fellow student from your own house, who first breached the rules during flying class, was it not? If he disregards the regulations, why should you expect Harry to comply? Was I in the wrong then? Hermione asked weakly. Lynn, who had been multitasking in conversation with Hermione, now set down his quill and spoke earnestly. You have done nothing wrong, Hermione. Your intentions for the sake of collective honor are commendable. Harry's actions in standing up for a friend are also justified. The only individual in this scenario at fault is Malfoy. However, your approach requires refinement. Hermione blinked in surprise, gazing at Lynn. During that flying lesson with both Gryffindor and Slytherin, after Harry and Malfoy had their altercation, your immediate response should not have been to prevent Harry, but rather to align yourself with him. You should have prepared for the professor's arrival by gathering evidence favorable to your case, minimizing the damage to your house. Later, in private, you could admonish Harry for his reckless actions while explaining how to ensure Malfoy faced the greatest consequences, thus avoiding any punishment for yourselves. This way, they would not blame you or harbor resentment. Whenever issues arise in the future, they would think of you first and seek your counsel, looking to you for guidance. Hermione stared wide-eyed at Lynn, speechless for a moment. Have you ever used this tactic against me? Lynn feigned innocence. How could that be? Have you ever heard me speak to you in such a manner? I wouldn't need to employ such tactics with you. You would fall into the trap of your own accord. But Malfoy is one of your Slytherins. Do you not mind teaching me in this manner? Knowing that points were deducted from Slytherin because of him, Lynn sighed, ruffling Hermione's hair. Is this not due to you? If you feel wronged, simply come to me, and I will gladly teach him a lesson. The young girl's head struggled slightly beneath Lynn's hand, her ears flushing a shade of pink as she tugged at the edges of her robe. You are truly kind, Lynn. Naturally. However, I must affirm that my previous words were not entirely meant to placate you. If one day he discovers that Malfoy is bullying Hermione, he would not hesitate to give him a lesson. After soothing the melancholic young girl, Lynn concluded his studies at the library for the day. He had meticulously cleared a cabinet from his desk to accommodate his materials, which were now overflowing with thick parchment and black leather notebooks, all brimming with information about souls, specters, and phantoms. Once he had stowed everything away, he turned his attention to a more pressing matter. From his storage locker, he retrieved a small glass vial he had prepared long ago and unfurled the parchment Kira had written, detailing the steps for Animagus transformation, confirming its contents once more. Tonight marked another full moon, and fortune favored him with a clear sky devoid of clouds. The next phase of the Animagus process could commence. Chapter 97, Ian's Secret. The night sky was resplendent, with the full moon suspended high above, its gentle light akin to the delicate veil draped over a maiden's rosy skin. Lynn meticulously gathered his various supplies and, before the curfew commenced, departed the castle, making his way towards the Forbidden Forest. The requirements for concocting the Animagus transformation potion were exceedingly stringent. Apart from the Forbidden Forest, no other location within Hogwarts could fulfill his needs. However, the Room of Requirement could also suffice, as it catered to all of Lynn's needs, including the weather. Yet, being a magical construct, he feared that a simulated natural environment might exert unforeseen influences on the potion. Should it prove detrimental, the consequences could be severe. History was rife with tales of those who had transformed into half-human, half-beast monstrosities due to failed Animagus transformations, serving as a stern reminder not to be overly clever, especially with a magic so reliant on the right conditions. Rather than venturing deep into the Forbidden Forest, he circled its perimeter, arriving at a previously chosen spot on the outskirts. Here, the trees stood tall and dense, flourishing in the summer, their foliage thick enough to obscure the sky entirely, allowing not a single ray of sunlight to penetrate during the day. Lynn first employed a shovel, conjured through transformation magic, to locate a prominent tree that would serve as a marker, digging a hole approximately half a meter deep beneath its boughs. After setting aside the shovel, he carried the potion ingredients into the moonlight. Under the gaze of the luminous full moon, he produced the glass vial, extracting a mandrake leaf that had been pressed beneath his tongue for a full month and placed it inside the vial. Commencing the next step, he continuously spat into the glass vial, a rather unsavory and cumbersome endeavor. Not only did he have to ensure that his saliva did not contain any phlegm, but he also needed to stimulate his mouth to produce enough saliva to fill the vial adequately. In the dead of night, A boy in the shadowy woods incessantly spat into a vial, creating an exceedingly bizarre scene. Once the volume of saliva was sufficient, he plucked a strand of his hair and added it to the glass vial, followed by a silver teaspoon of dew from another container. The vial of dew was procured by him only this afternoon from Snape's office, after he had meticulously confirmed that it had been freshly acquired by Snape, derived from a place untouched by sunlight or human presence for a full week. Snape, at the time, had been quite vexed by his persistence, almost wishing to dismiss him entirely. Were it not for Lynn's diligent and responsible handling of potion ingredients in recent days, Snape would have been disinclined to part with such a precious vial, given its considerable value. Lately, Snape had been roaming the fourth-floor corridor of the castle, a place strictly forbidden to students by Dumbledore, as if he had stumbled upon something significant. Lynn speculated that Snape might have sensed something amiss with Professor Quirrell. Aside from a singular encounter in Diagon Alley with Harry, Lynn had deliberately refrained from any further interaction. This was a calculated choice, as it allowed him to accurately gauge whether the events of the first year would unfold as in the original narrative, thus awaiting his opportunity. After placing the hair and dew into the vial, only one final ingredient remained for the transformation potion. Lynn retrieved a moth pupa from his pocket. A cocoon of the Death's Head hawk moth, sourced from Snape's office, reasonably priced, and of guaranteed quality. Upon inserting the pupa into the vial, the transformation potion was finally complete. He corked the glass vial securely and buried it in the pit he had previously dug, subsequently filling the hole with soil. At this point, he had completed all he could do. The rest was left to fate. After tidying up, it was nearing 9 o'clock. Just as he arrived, Ian and Cedric approached together. Ever since they had discovered Ian's secret as a werewolf, they had made it a tradition to accompany him each month following the full moon to the former transformation spot, known as the Shrieking Shack. There, they would spend the night conversing about Hogwarts professors, the various houses, and amusing anecdotes from both the magical and muggle worlds. However, today, Lynn and Cedric could clearly discern that Ian seemed somewhat troubled. Upon traversing the secret passage to the Shrieking Shack, he had remained uncharacteristically silent. Although he was not typically one to engage in conversation, his demeanor had always been aloof. Yet, over time, Lynn and Cedric had developed an intuitive sense of when something was amiss. Ian, as was customary, settled onto the worn wooden floor, leaning against the wall, quietly awaiting the onset of his transformation. They exchanged glances, playing a silent game of rock, paper, scissors, ultimately resulting in Cedric's defeat. Before he could even inquire, Ian spoke first. "This year, I was not supposed to return to Hogwarts." Lynn and Cedric gazed at him in astonishment. "Why?" they inquired. "Because my surname is Campbell," he replied softly. Cedric, perplexed, noted that there was no such name among the pure-blood wizarding families. Initially, he had found the surname somewhat familiar but dismissed it. However, upon Ian's deliberate emphasis, and recalling the indicators of his not-so-ordinary background, Lynn finally remembered the significance of the Campbell name in Britain. "Is it the Campbell of the Duke of Argyll?" "The current Duke of Argyll is indeed my father, and I am his sole heir and the family's successor." This is the first time in over a year that Ian has voluntarily shared his family matters with them. His transformation has already commenced. Silvery hair is sprouting from his body, and his form and visage begin to elongate. He lets out a pained howl, yet still finds the strength to narrate his story to Lynn and Cedric. "My father is utterly reluctant to acknowledge me as his son." Sweat drenches his hair, and he gasps for breath while continuing to recount his tale. "Ever since my birth, he has indulged in debauchery with women outside, attempting to sire another son to abandon me." Lynn and Cedric remain silent, understanding that tonight Ian simply requires 2 attentive listeners to rid himself of the monster that took his mother's life at my birth. Chapter 98, The Innate Werewolf. "I was a werewolf from the moment I entered this world." Lynn and Cedric exchange glances. One is well-versed in lineage, while the other is scholarly, having perused numerous tomes of the magical realm, yet they have never encountered the notion of innate werewolves. Ian pays no heed to their reactions. His voice is flat, as if recounting a tale entirely detached from himself. "My mother perished due to my birth, and upon witnessing my form, my father denied my lineage, claiming that my mother shamelessly consorted with beasts, resulting in my monstrous existence. He had intended to drown me at birth, but was ultimately thwarted by my grandfather, who held a shotgun to his head. I was sent to the countryside to live with my grandfather. The doctor diagnosed him as sterile, ensuring that he would never father another child apart from me. To prevent the extinction of the title and become the family's pariah, I became his only option. Yet, even so, he never contemplated forging a genuine father-son bond. He continued to harbor disdain, hatred, and fear towards me. The household servants mirrored his sentiments. They outwardly treated me with utmost respect while incessantly cursing me as a monster behind my back. Each time the full moon arrived and I transformed, they would confine me to the cellar, refusing to release me even after the night had passed. They would use this pretext to imprison me for 3 days, providing only water through a small hole. I understood that each of them longed for my demise by starvation in that cellar. At the age of 9, I unveiled my magical prowess. At my father's behest, a servant poisoned the dog my grandfather had left me. In a fit of uncontrolled emotion, the unleashed power hurled him from the 3rd floor. He perished. At 9 years old, I had taken a life. This is the reason I can perceive creatures like the night steed. My father concealed my act of murder. He had already been diagnosed with terminal illness. With only a few years left to live, should I have been apprehended, the title of Duke would undoubtedly pass to distant relatives with whom he had no connection. Thus, my act of murder remained shrouded in secrecy. After that incident, the servants in my household grew increasingly fearful of me. They scarcely dared to speak with me. And no one would risk locking me in the cellar during the full moon. Thus, time passed until July of the previous year, when Professor Dumbledore personally visited my home to inform my ailing father, confined to his sickbed, that I was, in fact, a wizard and must attend a wizarding school. My father was furious. He forbade me from going to Hogwarts, as he intended to provide me with a comprehensive aristocratic education, introducing me to the elite society and gradually preparing me to assume control of the family estate and title. Ultimately, Professor Dumbledore managed to persuade him, allowing me to attend Hogwarts for a year. The knowledge of magic was secondary to mastering the control of the power within me. Yet, I harbored my own aspirations, seeking the secret behind my birth as a werewolf within the walls of Hogwarts. In my novette, I even imagined that this magical academy might possess a remedy to restore werewolves to normalcy. However, the more I learned, the more I recognized the absurdity of my fantasies. It was only upon encountering you all that I began to appreciate the merits of remaining at Hogwarts. At least you were willing to sit by my side and converse with me during my transformations. I deeply yearned for Hogwarts, for the life and friends I had there, and thus defied my father's edict, embarking once again on the train to Hogwarts. He suddenly halted, turning to face Lynn and Cedric. His expression bore the semblance of a smile, yet Lynn and the others could not be certain, having never witnessed Ian smile, especially in his werewolf form. I had quarreled with my father. He had warned me that if I dared to leave, I would never set foot in that house again. Before my departure, I took all that belonged to me, including the snacks you enjoyed on the train. Now, I find myself homeless. You will look after me, won't you? They extended their arms, each embracing Ian's shoulders from either side. I may be an orphan, yet I possess a grand estate and substantial wealth. Altogether, I stand to inherit 3 legacies from both the Muggle and magical worlds. So, Ian, do you now comprehend what you must do? Lynn raised an eyebrow at him. The werewolf shook his head, bewildered. Call me Dad. Ian. Even Cedric scratched his head in confusion. My father is a senior official at the Ministry of Magic. Our family enjoys a degree of prestige in the magical community. I can certainly assist you if you wish to become independent and thrive in the magical realm, but... Cedric chuckled warmly. Just call me Big Brother once. Ian, well, you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, have also learned to be mischievous. Lynn suddenly clapped Ian on the shoulder. Hey, I have a brilliant idea. They turned to look at him. The pub in Hogsmeade should still be open, right? Let us procure some butterbeer and food to celebrate Ian's new beginning. Cedric nodded in agreement. The 3 Broomsticks typically closes at midnight. I went there. Having already participated in Hogsmeade Week, I was quite familiar with the place. They hosted a small gathering in the Shrieking Shack, sipping butterbeer and engaging in lively discussions until the early hours of the morning. After over a year of camaraderie, the task that Lynn had nearly forgotten was finally accomplished that night. You have uncovered the secret of the born werewolf Ian Campbell and gained his friendship. Side quest completed. Quest reward, Constitution 3. Meanwhile, as they reveled, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were desperately fleeing from the corridor guarded by the 3-headed dog on the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle. In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione felt exasperated. The methods Lynn had suggested were utterly ineffective against those 2. They were nothing but complete fools and brutes. Chapter 99, Banishment of Spirits. Early in the morning, a young girl rushed over to Lynn to recount her experiences from the previous night. They had been completely fooled. If Filch caught them, Professor McGonagall would surely expel them. Lynn offered her a bowl of pumpkin juice to help her regain her composure. Thump, thump, thump. Hermione drank heartily, partly because she had been talking nonstop all morning and was now truly parched. Rest assured, Lynn reassured her, even if you had been caught by Filch, Professor McGonagall would only deduct a significant amount of points from Gryffindor. She wouldn't expel you. That is unacceptable. Hermione retorted angrily. They are truly outrageous. I know, Lynn said, soothing her as one would a ruffled cat. From now on, we shall ignore them. There are plenty of students in Gryffindor, and it doesn't matter with whom we choose to befriend. Hermione continued to grumble. But they are too mischievous. They leap about like little monkeys, deducting points from Gryffindor every day. I do not want to be in Gryffindor this year only to see you Slytherins claim the house cup. Lynn shrugged. Then why did you tell me about this? We are rivals now, and my relationship with Professor McGonagall is quite good. Are you not afraid I will report you? The girl raised her chin confidently. Of course, you wouldn't. If Harry and the others could behave like you, I wouldn't have to worry about these matters every day. Lynn ruffled her hair and then playfully shooed her away. I think she feels something for you, Cedric suddenly remarked. Lynn looked at him. What is off about that? It's akin to how Monty feels about Kirat. He scratched his head. Lynn regarded him skeptically. What are you thinking? Our relationship can only be described as that of neighboring siblings. How could it possibly resemble Monty's feelings for Kirat? Monty was the current head girl of Hufflepuff, who had harbored a crush on the current head boy of Ravenclaw for 2 years and finally mustered the courage to confess this year. Cedric did not argue with Lynn. So, you mean to say it's a secret crush? You, who so brusquely rejected a senior's confession. How could you possibly understand the feelings of a young girl in love? Lynn's first class today was Professor Quirrell's Defense Against the Dark Arts. This year's course has truly been lackluster, as the professor, who has allied himself with Voldemort, behaves like a mere clown. Each lesson is filled with his stammering recitation of the textbook, followed by incessant explanations of the large scarf atop his head, which he claims was a gift from an African prince in gratitude for assistance in escaping the clutches of a zombie. He resembles a farce, lacking any semblance of the esteemed Ravenclaw graduate. Fortunately, Lynn had prepared himself. He never intended to glean anything of value from this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Eventually, he ceased attending altogether. This semester, he was exceedingly busy, having no time to squander alongside Quirrell in the classroom. At this moment, Lynn was wandering the castle in search of the poltergeist Peeves. Have you seen Peeves, Sir Knight? He inquired of the murals adorning the castle walls. The figures within these paintings could traverse any frame within Hogwarts. They were the most knowledgeable beings in the castle and also served as the eyes and ears of Headmaster Dumbledore. The knight depicted in the oil painting, upon hearing Lynn's question, appeared quite irate and brandished his lance. I know not. Why would I concern myself with the whereabouts of that wretched creature? Just yesterday, he attempted to draw a turtle upon my armor with a quill. Fortunately, the bloody baron intervened and frightened him away, or else a valiant knight would have suffered disgrace. With no other option, Lynn continued his inquiries with other portraits. Ultimately, an old hag with a hooked nose revealed Peeves' location to him. The poltergeist was near the entrance to the kitchen, having pilfered a basket of rotten eggs from the house elves, intending to use them to assault the students once class was over. If you wish to find him, be prepared to change your clothes, for he is exceedingly mischievous. Thank you for your warning, dear lady. Upon learning Peeves' whereabouts, Lynn hurried to the corridor leading to the kitchen entrance. The poltergeist spotted him first and immediately, with a gleeful expression, hurled a rotten egg in his direction. Look what I've found. A truant Slytherin wizard. Are you hoping to taste the flavor of rotten eggs by skipping class? Lynn tilted his head slightly, deftly avoiding the projectile, and with a smile, he slowly drew his wand, not forgetting to greet Peeves. Hello, Peeves. The poltergeist showed no fear at the sight of Lynn's wand, even making a face at him. Being a ghost, he was immune to the wizard's magical harm. Just as Peeves reached for another rotten egg, Lynn raised his wand. Farewell, Peeves. Spirit Lock. Harry and Ron, having risen late today, had spent last night outsmarting Filch within the castle and had been startled by the three-headed dog on the 4th floor. Finally waking at 10 in the morning, breakfast had long since passed, and they were now preparing to find something to eat in the kitchen. Indeed, Hermione can be quite bothersome. She places excessive emphasis on school rules and grades and has a penchant for nagging, as if she were our mother, attempting to oversee our every action. It is no wonder that few are inclined to engage with her. Ron, stifling a yawn, complained. It's not that no one is willing to listen to her incessant chatter. I encountered her in Diagon Alley, accompanied by a young wizard from Hogwarts, and they seem to share a rather close bond. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. Who is this brave soul? Is he from our house? Harry shook his head. No. I recall him mentioning that he was a second year from Slytherin, named Lynn Belloc. According to Hagrid, he is the most exceptional young wizard in his year. Ron dismissed this notion. What does it matter if he is the best? Slytherin wizards are all like Malfoy, nothing but trouble. As they conversed, a noise echoed from around the corner of the corridor. Peering around the corner, they witnessed Peeves the poltergeist hurling rotten eggs at a young wizard. Hey, that's him. That's the Lynn I was just talking about. Harry recognized the young wizard. Ron's expression was one of eager anticipation. Let us observe how this so-called most exceptional young wizard handles Peeves. However, the ensuing scene left them utterly astonished. Severing charm, the Slytherin boy raised his wand and cast a spell they had never seen before. In an instant, Peeves transformed into a mere ball. The young wizard named Lynn scooped up the ball and, akin to molding clay, compressed the one sample Peeves into a size akin to that of a ping-pong ball. Peeves, now helpless, screamed in vain as he was confined within a small glass bottle. He captured Peeves. Ron stammered in disbelief as he watched Lynn's retreating figure. Although Harry was equally astonished, he could not fathom why Ron was so taken aback. Peeves is quite bothersome. Just yesterday, we nearly got caught by Filch because of him. Lynn's capturing him is a good thing. Ron shook his head. You don't understand, Harry. Do you think Peeves is merely a mischievous ghost? He recounted tales his parents had shared with him. In 1876, the Hogwarts caretaker, Rancorous Carpe, devised an elaborate trap to expel Peeves from the castle. The trap was composed of various weapons as bait and a massive bell jar, enchanted with multiple containment spells. When Peeves ventured into the designated area, the bell jar would descend to ensnare the troublesome spirit. However, events did not unfold as planned. Peeves effortlessly shattered the bell jar, departing with an assortment of curved knives, crossbows, a large-caliber muzzle-loading gun, and a small cannon. Peeves began to fire indiscriminately for amusement, endangering the lives of the students. Consequently, the castle had to be evacuated for 3 days. Harry gaped as he listened to Ron's account. He had never imagined that the mischievous Peeves could wreak such havoc. And what happened next? Approximately 3 days later, Professor Euphrasia Moore, the then headmaster of Hogwarts, consented to sign a pact with Peeves, compelling him to relinquish his weapons in exchange for greater privileges. It was rumored that he could enjoy a weekly swim in the boys' lavatory on the first floor, prioritized the moldy bread from the kitchen for his pranks, and even received a custom-made hat from Madame Pomfrey. This was the most disastrous, and ultimately the final, attempt to rid themselves of Peeves. The incident also forced Mr. Carpe to retire prematurely due to health concerns, and he eventually drove away a castle caretaker. Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Ron shrugged. Yes, Peeves is indeed formidable. He is unlike any other ghost, truly unique. Hence my surprise that a young wizard named Lynn managed to capture him so effortlessly, something even the former headmaster of Hogwarts could not achieve. Harry felt a tangle of emotions as he began to form an impression of the most outstanding young wizard in his year. Lynn, oblivious to the gossip from Harry and Ron, would likely be bewildered if he were to hear it. Capturing Peeves was merely a stroke of luck. The soul-binding curse, an obscure spell created by Professor Fox, was known to only a handful of wizards in the magical community. Lynn merely capitalized on an advantage of information asymmetry. Had Peeves been aware of the curse's effects, he would have likely slipped away the moment Lynn drew his wand. Nevertheless, the objective of capturing Peeves had been accomplished. Within the small vial, the ball-shaped Peeves continued to scream and curse, but Lynn remained unfazed, his spirits buoyed by the successful experiment. On a tapestry, a ballet instructor was depicted attempting to teach a giant troll to perform ballet. I desire a room that is uniquely mine, Lynn declared. Almost immediately, a door materialized on the previously blank wall. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was modest, approximately 70 to 80 square meters, furnished with a writing desk, a bookshelf overflowing with parchment, and 3 wooden dummies designated as targets for spell practice. This was Lynn's secret base at Hogwarts. He seated himself at the desk and poured Peeves out of the glass vial. The poltergeist rolled about, cursing furiously on the desk, the effects of the soul-binding curse still firmly in place. This spell, invented by Professor Fox, was originally intended to capture the ghost of Wilk's father, a dark wizard hiding in the Forbidden Forest. It could bind ethereal beings and alter their shapes at will, with its principles derived from the book Exorcisms and Soul Captures. Just a few days prior, Lynn had mastered this spell, and today he was conducting an experiment with Peeves. He was not born from the demise of some sorcerer. Rather, he resembled a confluence of consciousness, possessing various qualities of a specter, yet capable of actions beyond their reach, such as physical interaction. Nonetheless, even though he was not a ghost, he belonged to a category of ethereal beings, and the soul-binding curse still exerted its influence upon him. Lynn lightly tapped a nearby quill with his wand, transforming it into a paper cutter. The poltergeist shrieked in terror as Lynn attempted to slice a piece from its form. However, Lynn's efforts proved futile. Despite the modifications wrought by the soul-binding curse, the poltergeist's body remained impervious to the destruction of ordinary objects. The sensation of the paper cutter against the poltergeist was akin to slicing through an exceptionally resilient hide, failing to breach its surface in the slightest. After a moment of contemplation, Lynn raised his wand again, pondering the efficacy of spells on the poltergeist's form, such as whether the severing charm could extract a fragment of its ethereal essence. Yet, after scrutinizing the poltergeist for a while, he ultimately abandoned his intentions. After all, the poltergeist was merely a mischievous sprite, somewhat irksome at times. Yet in the original narrative, it had aided the students and faculty of Hogwarts in vanquishing Voldemort's minions. Ultimately, it was a benign spirit. Should anything unfortunate occur during his playful experimentation, Lynn would feel a pang of guilt, and Dumbledore might very well seek him out for retribution. The poltergeist had sensed the menace in Lynn's gaze, clearly feeling as though it had skirted the precipice of death. Trembling in fear, its invectives transformed into pleas for mercy.